Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, you're going to learn each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with Node.js. And this is an open challenge to each and every one of you. Just watch this complete video and then show me a better course than this one on YouTube, even in the paid courses. Okay, so let's see what are the things we're going to cover. So first of all, I wanted to mention the very key point, and that is this complete course is built on Postgres, and this is not a MongoDB course that you usually find on other YouTube videos. Okay. Second, so let's see all the sections, because this is very important. You need to know that what are the things we are covering and in which order. Okay, before that, wanted to mention one more point, and that is this particular video took me more than 2 months to create. So please like this video, comment, and also if possible please share with your friends, and this will be very much helpful because this will help my channel to grow, and it will also help to complete 100k as soon as possible. So first of all, you can see that this is actually divided into 11 sections. So we are going to start with setup. So first you will understand how you can install Node.js, runtime basics, npm package.json and scripts, TypeScript configuration and process object. Then we'll move to our next module, which is very important. We are going to understand all the code modules. So we are going to understand crypto module, OS module, path module. Then we are going to understand timers, asynchronous flow, file system APIs, buffers, URL module, EventEmitter, and we are going to end this particular module with streams. Then we have a dedicated section on HTTP module. So here we are going to understand native HTTP module without Express. Here we are going to cover native HTTP server, manual routing, reading request bodies, JSON responses, and external API implementation. Then we are going to have a little more advanced section. We are going to understand Node.js internals. So Node.js runtime internals, V8 engine, libuv, blocking versus non-blocking, and cluster module. Okay, then we have a complete dedicated section on Postgres. Now this is a mandatory section. This you need to complete before you are going to start working on the CRUD. So here you are going to understand database, schema, tables, data types, constants, keys, complete SQL CRUD, relationships, join, aggregations, and indexes and transactions. Okay, then we are going to have our main master project that we are going to build, and this will be a huge project. You are going to understand a lot of things. So the first module will be to understand how you can create a proper Express project, proper folder structure. So you can see that we are going to have our application set up with Express, Pinot logger. We are going to use scalable folder structure, routes, health checks, server lifecycle, Docker Compose Postgres setup, custom database migration, because we are not using any third-party packages, and centralized error handling. Then we are going to have our auth and JWT. So we are going to have user registration flow, login, JWT generation, authentication middleware, admin middleware, and we are also going to implement Google OAuth login. Then we'll move to our CRUD and admin API. So we're going to have our normal CRUD because this is actually mandatory. So we are going to create user task, fetch, update, delete, and then admin operations. Then moving to next one, we are going to have a complete dedicated section on file upload, and we are going to use Cloudinary. So with this, we are also going to use Multer. So this will be how you can handle multi-part upload flow, multiple middleware, Cloudinary upload helper, banner creation, and fetch APIs. Then we are going to move to our Redis section. So in this particular section, we are going to cover Redis. So this is also a mandatory section. So here you are going to understand all the Redis concept, how you can create Redis client, cache aside pattern, stale cache invalidation, rate limiting, and pub sub concept. And then we'll move to our next section, which will be how you are going to integrate Redis and BullMQ, and you can implement background jobs. For this one, we are going to implement this one in our previous project only. So you're going to understand how you can create queues, jobs, workers, BullMQ project setup, Cloudinary deletion in the background, and also how you can implement a reliable asynchronous architecture. So all those things we are going to cover in this whole module. Alright, so before we'll start, so two very important points I wanted to mention. The first one is that I finally created the official LinkedIn page for ACEDEVHUB. So I'll highly request everyone to follow this particular page and help me to reach at least 5,000 followers as soon as possible, because some of you already know that I'm not that much active on social media and don't promote all these videos and everything. But because my channel is almost close to 100k, so I thought this will be right time to start the page. So I think I need help from all of you. So I've added the link in the description. Second, I think some of you already know that I have an upcoming course on my ACEDEVHUB, which is my website, and you can see that almost 5,000 people already joined the waitlist. So in case you are interested, please join this course. I added the link in the description also. Third thing, to get the source code of this entire Node.js course, what you can do, right? I've added the link in the description. That is also completely free, so you can just go to the project section and you will be able to download the source code for free. So with this, now let's get started and good luck. Okay, so now let's get started. So this will be a very long video. I think I already explained, and also by the length of this video you can understand. So what I'll suggest, right, so a couple of things I wanted to mention. So first one is, I think a lot of people already asked me that I already have multiple Node.js videos that after watching those videos, do I still need to watch this particular video? See, this answer is little tricky. Why I'm telling this, because I already uploaded one video. That doesn't mean that in this particular video I'm going to discover some new things and I'm going to explain. You are getting, at the end of the video you'll see that we are going to understand the almost similar concept that I already covered in the previous video, but then what is the difference? Okay, the difference will be, first of all, in this particular video some of the concept and most of the explanation will be much more detailed. Okay, and you'll understand this one very clearly once I'll start this particular video. Second, this video we are going to use Postgres, right? I already mentioned in the previous video, and almost all videos that are available on YouTube, we'll see that most of the videos built on MongoDB, right? Because it's easy to record, and most of the students want to learn MongoDB also, because MERN was very popular. I think it's still very popular, but nowadays everyone wants to learn Postgres. So that is the main change in this particular video. So there will be one dedicated section where you are going to understand Postgres also. So I'm going to add some video that I already created very recently, so it will be around 4 hours, so that I will be adding in middle, so that before we are going to start the project, so you will see that there will be a Postgres section. Third, there are some core modules we are going to understand much detailed way. Okay, and this is very important. So once I'll start, you'll understand what I'm talking about. Fourth one, the main project that we are going to build, that will be much more detailed. Now in the previous part 1 video, whatever I covered, so it was like a normal CRUD. Now here also we are going to cover normal CRUD, but there will be some more advanced topic we are going to understand. For example, how you can work with Redis, how you can implement background job. Now the main question comes to this, that if I've already watched this video, or if I already know Node.js, can I still watch this video? The answer is absolutely yes. Okay, so you can watch this video. This video is going to give you fantastic idea about Node.js, how you can work, how you can create proper folder structure, and it will give you a complete overview. Okay, so you don't have to watch multiple videos. Second, when I'm going to upload the part 2 of Node.js, which will be my Node.js microservices with Postgres and Kafka, you'll see that it will be much more easier for you to understand. So I hope that this will answer some of the query. Now with that, let's get started. The first of all, you can see that I have a blank folder. We are going to use VS Code for this, and we will take some things, most of the things very slowly, but there are some prerequisites that you need to know. So first prerequisite will be, you should know JavaScript ES6. That is mandatory. We are not going to cover JavaScript ES6 or very basic concepts, because I already I thought that okay, you know this. Okay, I will consider this you already know this concept, and then you are watching this video. If you haven't know all of this, there is no point to watch this video. So first you have to watch or learn JavaScript ES6 concept. Second, TypeScript basics you need to know. Okay, because this video actually will be built completely on TypeScript. So I already have a TypeScript video also. So with that, now what are you going to do, right? So how this first section will be covered. So this will be your first section. You can see that I created Node.js basics and core modules we are going to cover. So Node basics and Node.js core modules. So now first what you have to do, right? So let's go here and just search for Node.js, and then you have to download Node.js. Now here one thing you have to understand. So first of all, before we will understand that okay, what actually you need to download, first you have to understand what actually Node.js is. Okay, so let's do one thing. I'm going to create one file here, and I'm just going to give this one file name as concepts.md, and this is how we are going to do. So first let's understand some of the very key point, and this is going to help you while giving interview also. So first of all, Node.js is, so I'm just going to give like this, let's give it like this. So I'll do Node.js is JavaScript or JS runtime. So what I mean by this, so first of all you have to understand what actually runtime this particular word means. So this runtime means that it's actually an environment where you are actually running some code. Okay, so runtime is the environment where you run some code. Now in the browser, what happened, right? Where JavaScript runs in browser, your JavaScript runs inside your Chrome, Firefox, Safari, all these browsers. But in Node.js, your JavaScript runs where? On your computer, or maybe let's say you're running Node.js on a server. So that means in Node.js, your JS runs outside of the browser. Now this is the first key thing you have to understand. Okay, this is very important. Okay, and this single line, whatever I've added here, this is the main foundation of your backend development, whatever you're going to do with JavaScript. So that means Node.js is JS runtime. Runtime means we are running some code, and this code we are not running inside the browser, we are running outside the browser. And this can be, let's say you are running on your computer or on a server. I hope this is clear, right? So first of all, this is the first thing you have to understand what actually Node.js uses. So Node.js uses something called V8. Now what actually this V8? Now this V8 is the same JS engine that Google Chrome also uses. Okay, so what actually this is going to do, right? So this is going to take your JavaScript code and it's going to run on your machine. Okay, now one thing I wanted to mention, that when you're learning Node.js as a developer, you don't have to go into depth of learning V8. There is no, I'm not saying no point, but you don't have to do that. You just have to understand this particular point, that Node.js is not a new language. Okay, it is actually JavaScript. We are running JavaScript only, but this Node.js has some extra server side capabilities, so that Node.js we can run inside a browser, not inside a browser. Again, Node.js we are running outside the browser. So this is one very important point I wanted to mention. So first of all, what we are going to do, right? So let's go here, and first you have to understand one very important point, and that is that which version we have to understand. We have to install. And you'll see that here you are going to see something called LTS. Now what actually this LTS means, this LTS. Now this LTS means long-term support. Now let's say if you're a student, or let's say you're in college, or maybe let's say I will consider like less than 3 years of experience, right? So you are completely, like I'll say, in beginner phase. So what you should do, right? You should start with this LTS version. So what this means, nothing, very simple. So LTS means this is a Node.js release version and this is a stable version. Okay, means what will happen, let's say there is some bug reported, right? So what will happen, right? So they are going to fix that particular bug as soon as possible, because a lot of developers uses Node.js worldwide. So this is we called as long-term support version. So this is as LTS. So what you have to do, right? Whatever you are using, okay, let's say you are using Windows, you are using Linux or something else, try to download the latest version of the Node.js. And latest version in the sense I'm talking about the LTS version of the Node.js. You don't have to do anything, just have to install this, and once this is done, you'll see that Node.js will be installed. Now here you will see something as npm. So what actually this npm is? Now npm is actually the node package manager. So here I'm just going to do, so your npm is node package manager. So what this is going to do, so this is going to help you to install various packages. It's going to help you to run your project scripts. So we are going to have some scripts, you'll understand. And also the most important part, it will help you to manage your dependencies using package.json. So we have something called as package.json file. Okay, so this is why we need this npm. Now you'll see that once you'll do that, okay, so just download it and install it. It's very simple. Once you'll do that, you go to terminal, and or maybe you can directly check from here. So what you have to do, right, you are going to do node version v. So this v, basically you wanted to understand what is the version of node that we are running in this particular machine. And if I enter, you see that you are going to have this 24.14.0. This is actually not the LTS version, but it's fine. If you want, you can directly download this version from here also. Okay, so this is the first thing I wanted to mention. So now next thing will be what you're going to do, right? Here also let's do one thing. Okay, I wanted to show you the npm version also. So if you do npm version v, you are also going to get the npm version here. So now first what we have to do, right? So first you see that we don't have anything here, right? So we don't know what file we have to create, what folder structure you should normally create while creating any production level Node.js application. But before that, what you have to do, right, we have to understand some of the concept. But before doing that, first let's do one thing. Let's create our package.json file. So what actually this package.json file means, because this is where we are going to start and learning each and everything. So here what I'm going to do, right, because I already mentioned that npm is your node package manager, which help you to run your scripts. It's going to help you to create your Node.js project. It is going to help you to install packages. basically it is going to help you to manage your project, something like that. So here what I'm going to do, right, I am going to create a new node project. Okay, new node project. So how I'm going to do that? So I'm going to do npm init. So init means we are going to initialize something, and I'm just going to give minus y, okay, hyphen y. So here what I'm going to do, right, if I do enter, so this is going to create a package.json on your root. Okay, root means whatever folder that you have created on the root, you are going to get this particular file. Now this is one of the most important file you have to understand here, okay, that what actually this file is doing. But before that, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to install some dependencies and dev dependencies. So I'm pretty sure if you don't know the term, so I'm going to explain what actually that is. So what dependency I'm going to create and why we need those dependencies, because whenever we are going to create any project, right, so we need some packages or some out of the box things that we don't want to write. So those out of the box things or features will be provided by those packages, right? So what I'll do, right, for now, because we are going to use TypeScript, so I'm going to install TypeScript here. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, right, so first of all, or maybe let's do one thing, maybe I'm doing or teaching in a different maybe wrong way. First let's understand what actually this package.json is, and then I'm going to create it. It will be easier. So first you'll see that you are getting quite a few things. Okay, first you have to understand what actually each and every property is. So name is your project identifier. Okay, this is your project identifier. Version is your current release version, so this is your project release version. Description, whatever description you wanted to give, I think I don't have to explain here. Then you have the important part you have to understand here. You have the type. So type here is CommonJS. Okay, so this is your module system hint. Then we have very important part, which is script. Now this script is going to help you to do something. Now I'm not going to explain what actually we are going to do, because these, when we are going to implement a project and run the script, you will understand. Now when I'm talking about it's going to help you to do something means here you can create various script. For example, let's say I wanted to run some test, so I can keep a test script. I wanted to run my local server. I'm going to create a script which is going to help me to run the local server. I'm going to build something. I can add a build script. You're getting, right? I wanted to start this particular project, so I can add a start script, something like this. Okay. Now, why actually we need this particular package.json file? Now, simply you have to understand that this particular file, I usually call this one as identity card. So that means this particular file is going to tell me that what actually this project is and what dependencies this project is holding, or what dependencies this particular project is using. Now let's see if I currently do this. I have 5 developers that we are working in a team. Now the second developer recently joined your team, and then you wanted to, that particular developer want to understand, okay, what all things you are using in this particular project. If you share this particular file, right, package.json, so this developer will understand, okay, these all script I have, this is my main entry file, okay, this is my root file that you are going to understand later, and okay, I have these dependencies, okay, that means these dependencies we are using, and I also have these dev dependencies. Now here we are going to understand what actually dependencies versus dev dependencies, but before that you need to understand that this project is nothing but holding the information that, okay, what actually this project is doing, as simple as that. So now what I'm going to do, right, first I am going to install some of the dependencies that we need. So first I need what, because we are using TypeScript, we need TypeScript. What actually TypeScript is going to do, so here I'm just going to do npm and I'll do install and I'll do -d. You'll understand what actually you're doing. So you're installing a dev dependency. Here I'm just going to first install TypeScript. What TypeScript is going to do, this is going to compile your TypeScript to your JavaScript. Then we have something called tsx, very important. Why? When we are going to run TypeScript, what this particular package is going to do, this is going to run your TypeScript directly whenever you are going to do the development. Okay, you don't have to create any manual build setup for this. And for this we also need a types, and we need the node types. So because we are using TypeScript, so we need to do what, we need to give type definition, right? And this is what we are going to use for that. So we need 3 packages: TypeScript, tsx, and types/node. So this is the first thing we are going to do. I will install this and we'll see that what will happen. The moment we are going to install, there will be a node modules will be created, and these node modules is going to hold all this information just now we have installed. Okay, so these node modules is going to have all this. You see that we have TypeScript, tsx, types. Now you don't have to focus or you don't have to change anything inside of this. Okay, do not do anything until unless you're creating your own common package. Let's say you're creating your own custom package. and you wanted to check something, right? Normally you should not change anything inside the node modules. Okay, so you don't have to do anything here. We'll see that based on whatever packages we are doing or installing, it will create those folders or dependencies and the sub dependencies. So you can see that you have the subfolder also inside this. So this is the first thing that we have to do. Now what I will do right now, let's say I wanted to add some particular file here. Okay, this is the script I wanted to add. Okay, now before doing that, also you have to understand one thing, that currently we don't have any particular file in the sense, let's say whenever we are going to write some code, we need to write code, right? So in that case we need to have some entry file. That means whenever I'm going to run this particular project, TypeScript will understand, okay, this particular file code I need to see or I need to watch, and based on that I need to run that. So that means we need to create some file. But before that also you need to understand one very important concept, which is, if you're a beginner, this can be a very important interview question also, that what actually dependencies and what is the dev dependencies. Extremely important interview question. I myself got this question so many times. So to explain in a simpler way, dependencies are something is needed when the app is running. Dev dependencies is something needed only when we are developing or we are building. So let's put in this way. So I'll do dependencies are something needed when the app is running, and dev dependencies will be something needed when or while developing or building. Okay, now here you have to understand a couple of things. Okay, these are very important. So you have dependencies are something like runtime package. Extremely important concept. Okay, you have to understand all of these, because if you really wanted to learn Node.js and everything, you need to know in details, so that you don't depend on AI tools all the time. Because as a developer you should know all these basic things, and you are going to believe me or not, but some people also some people also failed interview by not answering these basic questions also. So when we are talking about dependencies, what actually dependencies are, right? So we call this one as runtime packages, right? So whenever you're going to write some code, right, you're going to import something. Okay, or maybe let's say your code, whatever you're writing, it imports, and those particular packages we use as while serving request or we are doing something real work. For example, let's say there is a HTTP framework that your server.ts file imports whenever your code will start. Now this will be your runtime packages, means you are running some actual code. Development packages will be your dev dependencies, means something you use to write, compile or check your code. Okay, not something that you need when you are going to run that particular code in production. Very, very important. Okay, so I'm going to repeat once again. Runtime packages will be something your code imports and uses while doing an actual work. Development related packages or dev dependencies will be something you use to write, compile or check code, but not something you need while running that particular code in production. Okay, so that will be the difference between dependencies and the dev dependencies. Now you can see that clearly. You will see these dev dependencies of this TypeScript compiler or dev runner, or let's say we have a lint package. This you need when you are going to do your development. Okay, so this will be the proper definition. Now what will be the dependencies then? So I'll take one example. Let's say Express. Now Express will be your dependencies. Now Express is your actual running API server that you are going to import and you are going to use in your code. So that means that particular code, when you are going to run in production, you need that Express package, right? So whenever you are going to run or build that code in production, first you need to install that Express package, then only you can use that, right? Let's say what will happen, let's say you are missing some dependencies and you try to run, so your build will fail and your app can crash also. You're getting, so that is the definition or difference between dependencies versus the dev dependencies. So I think this is all about this one. Now what else? Maybe let's understand some of the npm script also, right? Let's do one thing. What are you going to do, right? Maybe let's create one folder here. So I'm going to create a source folder. Okay, source folder means inside this I'm going to write all my code, and here I'm going to create an index.ts file. So index.ts means this is where I'm going to write some code. Okay, we are not doing anything, but we are going to do something. First you have to understand that how we are going to write script inside this package.json. And what actually this script means, you have to understand that npm scripts are nothing but that you are doing something. I already mentioned that one. Let's say this particular file I wanted to run. So now for this task, what I'll do, right, I'm going to add one particular script, and whenever I'm going to run that script as a shortcut, your TSX or your TypeScript will understand, okay, I need to run this particular file. So let's see how this will work. For example, let's say, first of all, I'm just going to do like this. Here, I'm just going to add a dev script. Let's say whenever I'm doing development, I need to do what? I need to test my changes, right? That okay, I'm doing something, if something is breaking. So here what I'll do, right? Remember I already mentioned we install this TSX package, right? So this TSX is going to do what? It's going to help us to see whenever I'm going to run this particular script, that whether this particular file code is running properly or not. So how I'm going to do that? So I need to watch this file, right? I need to run this file. So use something called watch. So I'll do tsx watch, means I'm telling tsx to watch which file, source/index.ts file. So that means I'm simply telling that okay, whenever I'm going to do, right, so whenever I'm going to run this particular npm run dev, so if I just do here, nothing will happen. Okay, so maybe let's do one thing. We can also console log something here, so you'll understand. So I'll do, right, I'll just do a log and I'll do hello Node.js. And now if I just do npm run dev, so whenever I'm doing npm, so I'm telling npm to run what? Dev script. So npm will go here, it will check, okay, dev means I need to run this particular file. So source/index.ts, if I run here, I'll see that you're getting hello Node.js, right? So that means tsx is now watching this particular file. And here, if I, let's see if I do save, and you see that now you're getting hello Node.js too. Now this is the important of this particular term. Watch means every time you're going to change something, change means you are changing the code, right? Let's say I've changed from hello Node.js to my name, right? So if I save this, you'll see that this tsx, this particular package, is watching your code real time, and whenever you're making any change, it is updating this one. So this is what script is going to do. Now for example, in this particular script, what you're doing, we are doing some development work. Now let's say we're working on some database, and in the database you need to do some migration. You can add a migration script and you can do whatever it needs to do. Let's say you need to do something test, right? You are going to write some unit test, so you can do also like this. Okay, unit test I need to write, or maybe unit something like this, and you can write a command here. Let's say you are doing some e2e test, so you can add a e2e script and you can do whatever command you need to run. So whenever now next time you will do npm run e2e, so it's going to check this particular script and it's going to run that. So this is about the npm script. Why this is very important? Because you need to understand all of this before we even start writing any code. Okay, so now I think we have covered almost all the things, and we also covered what actually package.json is. Node modules will have all your dependencies and the sub dependencies. Okay, you don't have to change anything here. Now let's understand one very important concept. Now I'm not sure if I should explain this one now, but still I'll give you some basic idea. Okay, we are not covering much, and that is that how should you create a proper folder structure in a Node.js, although we haven't covered any Express or anything. Okay, so what you should do, right, I'm going to give very basic overview, so don't take this one as a complete idea, okay, because we are not going to cover like middleware, routes and everything. What you should do, right, how I'm going to explain on when I actually run this Node.js, you have to understand that whenever you're going to create any folder or you're going to create any file, you need to understand whether that particular file actually holding any responsibility or not. And this is the best way to put anything. What I'm talking about holding any responsibility, because let's say currently I'm creating a utils folder. Okay, now in this utils folder you can't put any routing related logic. Routing means, okay, whenever my UI is going to do a API call, and then whenever you'll do API call, it will do what? It's going to check that particular route or that particular API route is present or not. So that means if you're putting your routing logic inside utils folder, that doesn't make any sense, right? That is also bad. Next, let's say you are mixing your service logic and your DB logic. DB logic means I'll do DB repository pattern. DB repository pattern means where you're going to, in which file you are going to actually do some DB queries. At the same time, there also you are doing service logic. Now see, you can do that, but this is not a proper folder structure. Okay, similarly, let's say you are creating a routing, and in this routing you are adding service logic. This is also bad. Okay, so this is also bad practice. So what I mean by this, I'm not going to cover any terms for now, but you have to understand, remember this particular line, that whenever you're creating any folder or any file, you need to understand whether that file holding any responsibility or not. As simple as that. Okay, second, there is one more rule. You should always have one entry file or one root file. Now in this case, our root file is source/index.ts. so whenever I'll go here, right, package.json, whenever I'm going to run this particular command, these files should hold each and every information of your entire code, or else what will happen? Let's say I'm just going to give that you have two routes you are using, something like that, or two utils file helper function you are using. That will be best way to explain. So what I'm talking about now, let's say you have two more one utils folder, and inside that you have two files. One file you are using here in this particular root file, and the second file you are not using. Okay, now in your package.json, when you are going to run this particular command, right, npm run dev, you'll see that the first file or first util file, whatever you have imported, that output you'll be able to see. But because you are not importing the second file, so how you are going to check that? You are getting what I'm talking about. So my point is, your root file, this particular root file should contain, this file should contain the information of all or information of your entire source code. At the end, what you're going to do, right, you're going to import all of this, but you need to import. Let's say you're not importing something, it's not going to work. You're getting what I'm talking about. So something like this. So now I think this is all about. Now again, this is not the folder structure completely we have done, because until unless we'll start Express or we'll do some practical project, it will be very difficult. But till this part, this is going to give you almost all the ideas that what actually Node.js is, why we need to install the LTS version of Node.js. We should install, means we no need to, you can install the latest version also, but it's always better to install the LTS version. Third, what actually npm is, what is package.json, right, and some of the very important concept, right, dependencies versus dev dependencies, what actually npm scripts are, and all these things. So with this, now what will be the next step, right? Next step will be, see, we are not going to create any project or anything, because we need to cover the Node.js code modules. Now first of all, you need to understand what all code modules we are going to cover here. So what I've decided, right, I am going to cover all these. I'm just going to write here so that you'll understand. So first of all, we will start with process object of Node.js. Second, we are going to cover the path, not path, maybe let's start with env variables. I think I can cover env variables here also, or maybe let's do one thing. No, let's cover process object, because env variables we will do practically when we are going to do project. After process object, let's cover the path module, very important. Then we are going to cover the file system or file system module. Then I'll cover the event loop basics, because these things you need to know, or else like it will be like incomplete. Okay, so event loop we are going to understand that. Then we are going to understand some callback, extremely important, means like too important concept. Okay, why this is too important? Because this is extremely important for beginner level of interview questions, right? So when you are giving interview, these interview questions are very important. What is the callback? Why we need promise? Why we need async await? What is the difference? Okay, how this is relevant? Because see, callbacks are extremely important concept. Okay, so whenever you're going to write any functions, let's see that you're going to install some third-party packages, there will be too much using of callback, promise, and async await. So these three are very important, non-negotiable. You have to learn all of this. We are also going to learn some EventEmitter concept, then buffers. We also have buffers. What else? We also understand some of the crypto module we have to understand. See, that's the reason I have actually taken all these important modules also. Everything we can't cover. Then very important, errors, how we can do error handling properly without using any packages or anything, proper error handling. And also you are going to cover some of the basics stream concept. Now here you'll see that we are not going to cover some of the thing. For example, here we are going to not cover worker threads, and we are not going to cover here child processes. Now these two concepts plus some very advanced level of concepts these will move to Node.js Node.js part 3. Now these will be pure Node.js advanced module I'm going to create, but not this in this one, because this doesn't make sense, because this will be only too much. Okay, so all these things we are going to cover in the next part. You can't skip any of this, because everything whatever you are going to learn, we are going to actually apply in project directly. So first you complete all of this and then you move to HTTP module. Okay, this is how this course will be built. So first we are going to cover the core modules, and then we'll understand Node.js HTTP module. That will be a completely different section, and then we'll start with our project. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay everyone, so now what we're going to do, right, so we are going to understand all the core concepts and the core modules that you need to know before you're going to start the HTTP module. Okay, and each and every file that we are going to cover will be very important. Now one thing I wanted to mention, I think I already explained that one, that there are 2 or 3 core modules that we are not going to cover. Okay, and the first one will be worker threads and child process. Now child process worker threads will be little complicated concept, and once I'll upload the Node microservices, I think I haven't created any video on Node internals and some very advanced topics, so there will be there is a possibility that if these 2 videos get good response, so I'm going to upload a part 3. Okay, and that one will not be that much practical. So in that one we are going to only cover Node.js internal systems and the advanced code modules. Okay, so first what we need to do, right, see I think we have already installed all of these, correct, but you have to understand that when we are using TypeScript, right, so TypeScript needs to know that how it's going to compile the code to JavaScript, right, so we need a TypeScript configuration related file, and that file we call as tsconfig.json. so what we are going to do, right, so first of all we have to create a tsconfig.json file, and what you need to do, right, go to Google and just search for, I think you can use any AI tools also, tsconfig file Node.js. Okay, so what this particular file, so TypeScript is going to read this particular block, whatever you're seeing here, and then it's going to decide that how it's going to compile the project. Okay, this is very simple. So for now what I'm going to do, right, you can copy this exact and then we'll paste it here. So first you need to understand some of the important parts. Okay, you it will take some time. Let's say if you don't have any idea, so once you'll do some project, you will see that each and everything will be you'll be familiar that what actually each and every property is doing. So first one is target ES22. so this target what this particular thing controls, so this is going to control which JavaScript version TypeScript is going to compile once it will start compiling your code. Okay, and in this one we are using ES2022 version because this is actually modern version, so you can use this one. So you can see that they have mentioned that this is the compiled JavaScript version. Okay, then we have module node next. So this is also important. So this is going to tell TypeScript that which module system we are going to use in the compiled files. Okay, now in this case what this node next means, so here this is going to match how Node.js handles your ES module and your package.json. Okay, now let's move to the next one, which is module resolution. This is almost same. Then you have one very important, which is root directory. Now in this one we are going to use the source, so we can also do like this, right? So this will be your source. So this is where TypeScript is going to check your source code, and based on that it's going to compile. Okay, so this will be our source folder. We'll keep it like this. This is our output directory. So this is where TypeScript is going to compile all your JavaScript, and it's going to keep in this particular folder, dist folder. Then we have some TypeScript related functionality. If you already learned my TypeScript video, I think I have 2 videos. I already covered each and every point in details. Strict true, no implicit any, and strict null checks, all of these. Okay, and now some of the things you have to understand. Let's go here. Okay, so you'll see that ES module inter op. So what this is going to do, right, so this is going to make default imports from your CommonJS package, and it will be easier to use. Okay, this is when this is helpful. So this is going to be very helpful when, let's say, you have a node package, and that particular node package actually written in older module style. Okay, so that is the reason they have mentioned that this is going to support CommonJS and ES module inter op. Then what else? Okay, this is important. So include is nothing but this is going to this is where you're going to have your code, and exclude means we are not going to include node modules and the dist folder where we are going to have our compiled files, right? So this is where we are going to have your build files, and this is your external packages, so you don't need the node modules. Now why this is very important, because you have to understand why we need this particular file, and you'll see that whatever project you are going to create, if that particular project is using TypeScript, you are going to see this TypeScript configuration file. So this is one particular section I wanted to cover. Now with this, so what are you going to do, right? So in the next part we are going to start learning all the core modules, and each and every core modules will be very important. So let's start with that in the next part. Okay, so let's start with the first file, which will be, so I'm just going to create a 01 and let's do process object.ts. so let's close all of these. So first of all, what actually process module is, right? So see, process is nothing but process usually represent your current Node.js or current running Node.js program. Okay, what actually we are going to achieve from this particular module, or what actually this is going to give you access. So this is going to give you some of the very important concepts, some of the runtime information you need. For example, let's say you need some env variables that we are going to use. What I mean by env variables, so let's say in your project you are going to use some password, or maybe let's say you're going to use some secrets. So those secrets you're not going to hard code in your code, right? So what you need to do, you need to keep those particular sensitive information in a certain file, and we usually call that one as a env file, right? So this is where you are going to keep all your env variables. So this process object is going to give you the access, or this is going to give you certain functionality so that you will be able to read those variables and you can use in your code. Okay, this is also going to give you some of your command line arguments. Okay, also this is going to give you some of the methods that from where you will be able to exit your code. Let's say something goes wrong, so you'll be able to exit. Also I am not sure if some other teachers usually cover this. This is also going to give you some process life cycle events. Okay, this is also very important. Okay, so now how this is going to be very much important in a real backend project. You see, at the end you have to understand whatever module you are going to cover, whether that is actually useful in a real world Node.js project or not. Okay, why? Because why it's very important, because there is no point of learning all of this if you're not able to use this one in a real project. So in a backend project, this is really like, let's say you're going to read your backend code. You read backend code from your env file. So this is where you need this process. Or let's say you need to read your secrets, correct? Maybe let's say secrets can be your DB URLs, means your database URLs, or your API keys, or there can be password, or there can be some Google auth secret. So it can be anything, right? So you need to read all of this. So this will be helpful. You need to, let's say you need to read some CLI arguments in scripts. This is where you also can use this, right? So how you are going to use this one? So we have something called process.env, but from where this process actually we are going to get, so we need to import something, right? So we are going to import process from, so we need to import from Node, but this will be from our process module. And also for this we need to add the types, I think. Okay, so we need to go to our types, tsconfig.json, and let's add here. So you're going to add a types, and types will be node. So save this, and here you can see that now you are going to get this. So this process is going to give you something from where you are going to, so you'll see that if I just do process.env, you'll see that this is where we are going to read our env variables. But remember, when we are going to start our actual Node.js capstone project, you'll see that I'm going to explain one particular package that is called .env. So I just wanted to mention this one so that you will remember. So we have something called .env, and this package is going to help us directly to read these env variables in a Node.js project. Okay, this is very much helpful, but for now I think this is not needed. So first you will understand one thing is that this process.env is going to contains all your env variables. So this process.env is going to contains all your env variables, right? So now let's say what I need to do, right? Maybe what I'm going to do right here, let's do something like this. I'm just going to take a const, okay, and I'm just going to do a node, and maybe what I can do, let's do this one as node env. And now what I'm going to do, I'll do process.env. So I'll do process.env, and let's say I wanted to take this from my node env, or else I'm just going to take this one by default as development. Okay, now one thing you have to understand here, we are not checking that how you're going to use env and everything, that we are going to see actually in the practical project. We are understanding the code module and what are the bad practices and what are the good practices that you should follow. For example, what will be a bad practice here? So let's say you're doing like this. So you'll take a const port and you're doing 3000. You should never do this one. Okay, you should never hardcode env variables anywhere in your source code. You can take a default value, right? Something like this, you can take a default value, but you should always read this one from a certain file. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right? Also very important, I forgot this one. These process.env variables, values, that whatever you'll have, these are always either string or undefined. So I'm just going to repeat this one. So this process.env, these values are always either string or undefined. Now why I'm actually mentioning this particular point, consider you have this, right? So you're doing port 4000, something like this. You have this particular value. When you are going to actually use this one using process.env.port, right, and you're going to read this one from this env file, what you should do, right? Let's say this is a number, you should always do like this. So you're going to do const port and then you are going to actually convert this one to a number. Okay, so you're going to do like this. So do process.env.port, or else this will be 3000. Okay, so you should always convert this one to that particular data type that you need. Okay, so this is another thing I wanted to mention. Now let's we understand that how we are going to read this, although we haven't added any env file or those that you are going to discuss later. Sorry if you're getting noise, I think it's coming from outside. Okay, like people will go crazy sometime with these bikes and everything, so you'll get too much noises. Okay, so this one thing we understood, that okay, this is where you're going to read the env variable. Second thing we understood, that you should always use should means not should, but use sometimes you can take some values by default. For example, let's say if you don't have this value, so it will take always from this default value. If I hover here, you'll see this is what I mentioned, that either it will be string or this will be undefined. So if you have something where you need to use that particular value as a number, so it should always convert this one to a number. So these all the practices that you should follow. Alright, so now moving to the next one, let's understand another concept. So I'm just going to comment it here. So let's do process.arg. Okay, so this is actually argv, so but in short I'm just going to explain this one as process.arg. So let's go here. So you'll see that this is the built-in property. Now here, why I actually open this one, you need to understand one thing, that this is a built-in property that returns an array containing the command line arguments. The important part is that the actual custom argument that you are going to pass to your script, that will start from index 2. Why? Because these usually look like this. So first two elements, okay, you see that the first two elements in the array are always reserved by the Node.js. So the first one, process.arg0, will be the absolute file path of the Node.js executable running the script. The first index will be absolute file path of the JavaScript file that we are going to execute, and the third one will be any custom input that we are giving. So consider like this. So you'll see that we have this particular file, right? Now how this process.argv actually looks like. So you'll consider like this. You have this array and here you are going to have the first one. So first one will be the path to the node. So this will be the node path. Second one will be path to your file. So to your file means, so in this case the path will be this path. So let's say if I do a relative path and then if I just replace it here, so this will be the path that node is going to execute, and the third one will be the custom argument that you are going to give. So let's say I'm just going to run a start command, so these will start from here. So that is the reason you'll see that if I'm not sure, if I've seen some Node.js code, you'll see that whenever there is a process.argv, you'll see that it will always start from index number 2. Okay, index number 2 means the third place. So first two always will be reserved by node. Okay, so this is the reason this line is very important, and also this is a very important interview question also. So let's see this one with an example. So I'm just going to comment it from here. Also let's remove this. What I'm going to do, right, I'm going to take a command. Okay, now you're going to understand some of the concept. Normally in other projects or other videos, you'll see that people will not cover all of this. So here I'm just going to take the this process.arg with index 2, and then I'm just going to take by default this will be our start command. Now what you can do, right, you can also run different flags. Very important concept. So let's say I wanted to take a fail crash and also fail command, and also I wanted to take a crash flag, not command, my bad. So one, I'm just going to take a fail flag, and also I'm just going to take a crash flag. So how we are going to do this? So I'm simply going to do const should fail, and this will be process.arg, and this arg includes fail. Okay, so this is the first thing, and we are going to do like this. And then I'm just going to copy this, and let's take one for crash. So this will be my crash. So here I'm just going to check if in this command that we are going to run whether we have this crash flag or not. Okay, so now what we're going to do, right, we are going to run this manually, and you'll see that what the output will be. But before that, you also need to understand another very important event, and that will be process.on. okay, so this is a method, and here you can use this exit method. What this exit method is going to do, so this is not method, this will be event. Okay, so this exit event is only helpful or only useful for the final synchronous code. Okay, you don't have to start, you do not start async here. Okay, now why, you might ask me? Because at this point when you're going to run this process.on, right, node is already shutting down. So node is already shutting down, so you don't have to do any async work here. Okay, so when you're going to use this, when you're going to use this on, the best use cases will be, let's say you're going to use some final log, or maybe let's say you are going to do some final cleanup. This is extremely helpful. So what you can do, right, so you have process.on exit, and it's going to take a callback, and here I'm just going to give a code, and let's say I'm just going to do a log here. That let's do a log, and let's take, so I'll just do process finished with exit code, and then let's pass the code here. Okay, so now let's save this. So now what we are going to do, right, and also maybe let's take one more function here. So let's do function, and I'm simply going to do run app, and we'll take void, and here what I'll do, right, I'm simply going to do log. Let's log this command. Also I'm just going to what we can do, right, I think let's keep the this command only. Okay, save this. And also now what you're going to do, right, so first of all we have to check if this is failing or not. So I'm just going to do if this fails, if should fail. So in that case I'm just going to log a error, and I'm simply going to do manual failure triggered with fail flag. Okay, and then I'm also going to take one more, and I'll do if this crash. So I'll do should crash manual crash triggered with crash flag. Okay, and then at the end I'm just going to run this app. So I'll save this. So now let's go to package.json first. Also let's go to our script, and in this script maybe first let's take the build. So I'm just going to use the build as tsc, and then I'm simply going to take the first one, and this will be, we are going to use tsx. I'm simply going to do source, because we have source inside, we have this particular file name, right? So we'll copy this. So I'll do source slash 01 process object.ts. So now save this. I'll see that what will happen. First I'll go here, clear this, and then I'm simply going to do npm run, and we have to run the script. So the script will be first 01. This is the script we need to run. Enter, and you'll see that we are getting command start and process finished with exit code 0, right? Now what actually 0 means? Now this is also very important. So 0 means success, 1 means failure. Okay, now what I'll do, right, so I'll go here and see here when this will fail. Now let's say now we are doing a manual failure, that is fine, but consider there is something actually is wrong. And what you need to do, right, whenever you're going to do any functionality here, this is not log, right? Because see, when you're going to do actual production level application, you're going to not going to log something, you're going to do actual some functionality. Then you're going to do process.exit, and you'll see that this is the reason in some code you'll see this process.exit 1, and this one means this is a failure. You're getting the same thing you have to do here also. Do process.exit, and then you'll do 1. Now I'll save this, and you'll see that first of all what I'm going to do, I'll clear this, and now I can directly do like this. I'll do npm run 01 01, and then I'm going to do start. Okay, so this is going to start it. So you'll see that we are getting start command, but the moment I'm just going to do npm run, or let's write it. So I'll do npm run 01 hyphen start, and now I'm going to give a flag here. So I'll do hyphen fail. Okay, and let's see if I do enter, and you'll see that now manual failure triggered with fail flag, and there is process finished with exit code 1. Okay, the same thing you can do with crash also. So I'll do npm run 01 hyphen start, and then I'll do hyphen crash, and if I do enter here, you'll see the manual crash is now triggered and process finished with exit code 1. So this is how you have to use command line arguments. Okay, this is extremely important concept. You don't have any idea how important these things are. You'll see that when you're going to do some express level of project, right? Let's say you're using express and you're creating some complicated REST APIs. You'll see that in your code there is a possibility you're going to have this line, or you're going to have this particular line. Maybe you have read some other source code. You'll see that this line might be present, and this is the actual reason of using this process.exit of 0 and process.exit of 1. Okay, so now I think this is done. I think we don't have that much practical, but still you need to know all these concepts whatever you have covered. So with this, now let's move on to the next module, which will be let's cover the crypto module, because crypto is one of the most important, and you're going to actually use crypto module in a REST API project. So first we're going to cover the crypto module, and then we'll move to the some other modules in the next part. So moving to the next one, so let's create one more file. I hope that you all are writing all of this along with me, right? Why? Because if your basics are not clear, what I always mention in all my videos, you're not going to be a good developer in any tech, whatever you will learn. Okay, so when I'm talking about writing means, try to implement the code that I'm writing and then pause the video, or maybe let's say later also you can do, and then go and experiment and learn some more things on the same module, and then try to write some more code. Okay, so basically what I'm trying to say, do not just write what I'm writing, write what I'm writing plus write something that I'm not writing. You are getting what I'm talking about? Means that what will happen, let's say you are doing crypto module, you're going to learn. So from a tutorial point of view, how much I can do, I can give you the basic idea. This is a module, this is the reason this module exists, and these all are the methods. I'm not going to cover each and everything. If you go to the actual Node documentation, you'll see that this particular module, if you try to learn each and everything, it will take you seven days. But this is not how you're going to learn, right? When you're going to learn a certain thing, you have to understand what are the things that we usually actually use in a real project. So that means what you need to do, you need to learn from a video, learn or read some of the documentation. The best will be read some blogs, and then make use of some AI tools and everything, and then try to write some code by yourself. So first what we are going to do, right, we are going to understand one more module which is called crypto module, and you will see that you are actually going to use this one in so many projects. Okay, this is one of the most important module that you should know. Now these you are going to usually import from again Node. Okay, so you can do direct like this, okay, crypto, but I usually like this Node, and then I'm simply going to do crypto. So this will be my crypto module. What actually crypto module is, again, this is a built-in Node.js module. Okay, so this is already built-in Node.js module system, built-in Node.js module system. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right? So first of all, you have to understand that these you're going to do, or these you're going to use any security related tasks. As simple as that. Means consider some of the things I'm going to give. You're going to use a lot creating random UUIDs, or you're going to use normal IDs. You can also use this on creating secure token, very important. Hashing data, extremely important. Okay, you're going to use a lot to hash data. Also very important, sometimes you're going to use this one to verify. I'm just going to do to verify if the data was changed or not changed. So I'll do data was not changed, something like this. Okay, what else? Also encryption and decryption. So I'll do encrypt and decrypt. So all this will be the most used functionality that you're going to do. In this one we are going to understand some of the very important methods. So first will be crypto dot random, I think it's called UUID, this one. Okay, random UUID, then random bytes, something called create hash, and then also you have create hmax, something like this. And you'll see that if I do create only, you're getting these many things, and it's almost next to impossible for me to cover each and everything, right? So we're going to only cover the things that we usually use most. So first let's start with crypto.random UUID. Okay, so why actually you need this one? So first of all, you have to understand what UUID means. So this means if I'm not wrong, it's called universal unique identifier, something like this. Let's check once. So UUID full form, universal or universally, I'm not sure. Universal unique identifier. Okay, so universal unique identifier. So this is nothing but it's a 128-bit level, but let's understand how much I know. I'll try to explain in a simpler way. So UUID, I think we have already seen, it's called universal unique identifier. This simply means when you need a unique ID, right? So you need a unique ID, you're going to use this. This can be most used will be user ID, something like this. You have an order ID, you're creating some payment system, session ID. Okay, this is also important, or request ID, all these things. Okay, now here what we are going to do, so I'm just going to do this one as request ID, and you're simply going to do crypto.random UUID. That's it. You don't have to do anything here, and you just simply do log, and I'm simply going to log this request ID. Okay, so if I save this, so let's run all of these side by side. So I'll go to package.json, I'll create one more, so I'll do 02. This will be tsx source slash, and let's copy the name .ts, save this, and then we are going to clear, and then I'm just going to run npm run 02. Why? Because we have this particular script, and if I do enter, and you'll see that you're getting a unique UUID. Okay, so next one, so let's go here. So next will be random bytes. Okay, so you're going to do crypto.random bytes. Okay, why actually you need this? You also need to do actual use cases, right? So this will be when you're going to create secure random bytes. This is usually useful, very useful, when you're going to do some password reset feature. So let's say you're going to create a password reset token, and then user is going to validate, you are going to validate the user based on this reset token. Or let's say you wanted to pass an email verification token. This is also very important, right? Session secret, and also you can also use this one in API keys also. Okay, so now let's say if I just try to do like this, so I'll do random bytes, and then I'm simply going to do like this 16. Okay, let's not import this one directly like this. For now, let's skip it. So what actually we mean by this? So it's simply telling that, okay, give me random bytes, but give me 16 random bytes. Okay, so how this usually works? So first, what we're going to do, right? So first, I'm just going to do, okay, give me reset token. So I'm just going to do crypto.random bytes, give me 16 random bytes, and then we are going to convert these bytes to a hex format. Okay, so in hex format, what will happen, right? One byte will become 2 characters. Okay, so that means when you're going to get a 16 byte, it will become a 32 character string. Very important, right? So you can just verify. So here what I'm going to do, so is 1 byte is 2 characters, because if I have random bytes 16 means 32 character string. Let's see, my bad. So it's not actually 2 characters, but it will become 2 characters string when you convert into a hex format. I think this I mentioned that you have to convert this onto a hex format. So what I mean by this, so this is simply telling that you create a 16 bytes, but you're going to do a 2 string, and then you're going to convert this onto a hex format. So this time it will become, also my bad, yes, in hex format only I'm asking. Yes, so when you're going to format raw data as hexadecimal, every single byte into translate into exactly 2 text characters. Means in this case, now these 16 byte will become a 32 character string. So this will be a 32 char string, and also you can validate this. So now here I'm simply going to do log, and I'll do reset token, save this, and let's run once again. So I'll do clear, and you can see that this will be your, and you can also check this, right? 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12 13 14 15 16 17 18 19 20 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10 11 12. Okay, so this will become 32 characters, and we can verify is these 32 characters. Why I am explaining, you'll understand that why I am going into too much details, because this is what we are going to actually use in a project. See, this string is exactly 32 characters. It's a valid MD5 hash or a 16-byte hexadecimal string. Since 16 byte into 2 characters, so this will be 32 characters. Okay, and you'll see that exactly these particular things you're going to use actual project when you're going to build these, let's say password reset, token, feature, email verification, you're going to use this one. Okay, then next we have something called crypto dot I think let's do create hash, because this is also important. Okay, create hash. So create hash will be hash. What actually hash is going to do? So hash is going to convert your data to a fixed length string. Okay, fixed length string, very important, right? So now consider you have something like this. So you have a hello, let's do like this, hello, and this you wanted to convert to a hash, something like this. Now here directly from a hash to this hello is not possible. Okay, so now what you have to do, right? Hashing, whenever you have something called hashing, it always one way. So that simply means, let's say you have an input, that input can become hash, but you can't convert that hash directly to the original input. You can also verify. So if I just do hashing is one way, means if I have an input, right, that become hash, I can't convert that hash back to same original input. Correct. So let's see. See, so it's a strictly one-way cryptographic operation, means you can't reverse it. Okay, this is very important. So that is the reason I mentioned that hash is going to convert your data to a fixed length string, and it is one way. One way means if your input becomes hash, you can't convert that hash back to the original input. It's not possible. But this is actually helpful if you wanted to check your data, whether that particular data changed, cache key, or let's say you wanted to compare something. So let's say I have a const and I'll do text, and maybe let's do hello node or whatever you wanted to take, and let's say I wanted to create a hash. And then I'm simply going to do crypto.create hash, and here I'm simply going to give an algorithm. So in this case I'm going to give a SHA-256, and here I'm simply going to do dot update to text, and then what you have to do, you have to digest this one to a hex, into hex format. Okay, and then you can just log this hash here. Okay, so now if I save this, I think we have to pass the text, this one, this text. So if I save this, you'll see that this will create a hash. Okay, so it's going to create a hash here. So this is about how you can make use of this crypto.create hash. Then we have something called, let's do this one also, right? Maybe let's create, let's understand one more which is also very important, that is called crypto.create hmac. So what this is going to do, see, first of all you need to know what actually hmac means. So it means you have a hash based message authentication code, something like this, right? It's like a hash only, it's similar to hash, but it's like more like of a thing like a secret key. You have a secret key. So in normal hash, right, if you have a normal hash, something like this, you have a normal hash, how it will work. So you have a data and you're going to convert this one to a hash, something like this. In hmac, what will happen? To explain in a simpler way, you have a data, but at the same time, let's say this is a secret. So you have a secret. Okay, what I'm doing, man, and this will be your signed hash. Okay, so this is the difference. So now, okay, one of the best use of using this create hmac will be whenever you're going to do any kind of webhook related functionality, right? This can be helpful. Or maybe signed token also, signed tokens, right? So let's say I have a secret key, so I'll do secret key, and this will be, let's say, my super secret key, something like this. And then I have a message also here, so I'll do message, and let's do user underscore ID equal to 1. And here now you are going to create a signature. So how you're going to create a signature? So we'll do crypto.create hmac. Here you're going to give, so I'll do sha256 and you're going to pass the secret here. Okay, so you have to pass the secret here, so we'll do secret. Let's do secret, so I'll do secret, and then you're going to update. So now I'm going to update my message, and then I'm just going to digest this one to hex. So this is going to create a signature hash. So this is going to create a signature hash. Okay, so now you can also verify this one. So let's say, first let's log this. And let's clear this, and if I run this one, you'll see that it's going to create this last one. Okay, so it's going to create a signature hash. Okay, because you're passing a data plus secret. Previously you are only passing data. See, you're not passing any secret. So that is the difference. So now let's say you want to do verify. So I'll do const signature verify, something like this, verify, and then you can do crypto dot create hmac, and here you're going to pass the, so I'll do sha256, pass the secret, and here what you can do, right, same thing, you'll do update the message, update message with this message, and then you're going to just do dot digest to hex. And now what you can do, right, if I do log, and you'll see, so I'll do signature is valid and matching, and I'm simply going to do if this signature that I created, this one, this signature and this signature to verify both are same or not, so you'll understand. So I'll do signature to verify. Okay, so if I save this, and let's see what you're getting, and you can see that here's getting signature is valid and matching, it's true and makes sense. So this is where what you can do, right, consider this we are doing manually, but in a real project you are going to, let's say, getting this token from some other place and you're going to verify, so you'll be able to verify this one using this create hmac, this particular method. Okay, so now if you go here, right, so you understood some very important things. Random UID is going to create unique IDs. Random bytes is going to do what? Is going to create random tokens, secret random tokens. You have create hash. Create hash is going to do what? It's going to create one-way hash. That is very important. I already explained. And create hmac is going to create hash using a secret key. So with this particular module is now completed, and now let's move on to the next one. All right, so let's move on to the next one, which will be so let's create another file, and this will be OS module. Okay, now this will be short, but still it is actually important, so that's the reason actually I've decided to keep this. So first of all, OS means, I think we all know this means operating system, right? So what OS module is going to give you information is going to give you the information about your machines. Okay, now some of the common use cases, now although see, I'll be very honest, when you're going to create any REST APIs, until unless you're going to have very specific functionality related to that particular project, you are not going to use that much of this particular module. Okay, but some of the very important use cases will be, let's say you wanted to check your operating system. So first of all, let's say you wanted to check your CPU information, so in that case this is important. Or let's say you wanted to check your memory information, this is also important. And also sometimes you also need to find your home directories, or let's say you wanted to check some temp directories, so that time also this is important. So how you're going to use this? So first of all, you are going to import something. So I'm going to import star as OS from, so we are going to use from Node, and this will be from OS module. Okay, so first of all, let's do one thing. I'm just going to create a very simple function, and we are going to understand one by one. So I'll do run OS demo. What this is going to return, let's give void, and then let's start with the first one, and I'm going to take this one as, let's say, platform. Okay, and here I'm simply going to do os.platform. Now let's do one thing. Let's also maybe run this. So I'm just going to run this here, and let's save this. Go to package.json. Let's create one more. So I'll do 03. So I'll do tsx source slash, and this will be rename, copy this .ts, save. And now first of all, let's start with the first one, which will be what you're getting in the platform, correct? So I'll do npm run 03, enter, and you can see that we are getting platform Darwin. The platform, this will differ whatever platform you're using, and based on that this will change. What will be the next things? Let's check the architecture. So I'm just going to do console.log, and let's do architecture. and this will be your os.arch, and this will give you the architecture, right? Return the operating system CPU architecture for which the Node.js binary was compiled. Okay, so let's save this, and if you just clear and run once again, and you'll see that you're going to get the architecture. Okay, you can also get your OS type. Now also you might be thinking these things are not that much difficult, but actually these are actually your node basics, right? This is going to make you better, all these concepts, right? It's going to make you better Node.js developer. Consider, let's say one person is starting learning Node.js and directly jumping to the REST API, but on the other side what you are doing, you are learning each and every Node.js core module. You know how you can create APIs using only HTTP module, how you can create routes and everything, and then you jump to Express and Node. It will give you way better advantage whenever you will be going for interview. Especially for interview, this will be a game changer, all these modules, whatever you are seeing. And I can guarantee whenever you'll go for any very complicated interview, right, where they will test your conceptual concepts, especially they are going to ask you questions from all these modules. I can guarantee. Even if you go to lead code discussion and everything, you'll see that these kind of questions so many people usually get. So this will be your OS type. So let's run again, and you'll see that you're going to get your OS type also here. What else you can, very important, you can also get your OS release also. So let's say here you can do right os.release. Okay, and if you save this, let's see if I run once again, you're going to get that also. Okay, what else? As I already mentioned that you are also going to get your home directory. So I'm just going to do home directory, and what you can do, you can do os.home directory. Okay, and the same way you can also get your temp directory. So let's see if I do console.log, and I'll do temp directory, and this is going to give you this temp directory. Save this, and you can see that this is my home directory and this is my temp directory. Now how you're going to get the CPU information. Now CPU information you're going to get from, so look const, I'll do CPUs, so I'll do os.CPUs, and here you will be able to get the count also. Let's say if I just do CPUs dot I think it's called length, so you'll be able to get the CPU count also here. Maybe let's do one thing, or let's expand this one little here, and then clear this, and then if I run here, you are going to get the CPUs count also. Okay, so now consider that you wanted to check your CPU model. That is also possible. So let's see if I just wanted to give the my CPUs dot length, if this is greater than 0. So what I can do inside this, I can do a log, and I'll do a first CPU model or something like this. So I'll do first CPU model, and I'm simply going to do CPUs, I think CPU of 0 dot model. I think this is going to give you the model here. Okay, if you do dot, you'll see the model speed times, all these things are going to get. So I'll do model, let's do the CPUs of 0 dot speed, and also I'll do CPUs dot of 0 dot times. So you will be able to get all of this information also. So clear and run this, and you can see that first CPU and all this information, the speed and everything you're going to get. Okay, so this is done. You can also get the memory information also from here directly. Okay, let's say for now I'm just going to keep it simple, so I'm just going to log here, and I'll do os.total memory. See, directly you'll be able to return the total memory of the system memory in bytes. Okay, what you can do, you can also convert these bytes to GB if you wanted to check, and also you'll be able to get the free memory also here. Save this, and let's clear, and if I run all of these, so this will be total the memory and the free memory, all these. So everything you're going to get from this, right? Mostly, as I already mentioned, OS CPU information you're going to get, memory, and home and temp directory, all these things you will be able to understand from this particular module. I think that's all. We don't have that much. So what will be the next one? Next one will be path module. We are going to understand, that is also very important. So let's move on to the next one. Okay, so let's go to the next one, which will be path module. Very important. Okay, this one actually you are going to use in real project. Okay, whenever you're going to build. So first of all, what path module actually helps? So this is going to help you to build and read the file paths. Okay, it will help you to build and read file paths first of all. Okay, so first how we are going to do this, we are going to import path from, you can see that you are getting the import also, so it will be from node and path module. So now how we are going to do this? Now before that, we also need to understand some of the bad practices that you should not do. For example, let's say you wanted to get some file path, okay, or maybe let's say you wanted to create some folder, something like this. Just think of any scenario what you're going to do, right? So let's say here I'm just going to take, like, I have a const and I have a file path, something like this. And here what you're doing, right? So let's say you have a project root, okay, this is your project root, this is the root path of your project, and then you're doing like this, okay, I'm just doing add uploads plus add file name, something like this. Now this is not a good practice. So here, instead of doing this, whenever you're going to have this kind of situation, you are going to use path module instead of doing like this, okay. So how you're going to do this? So this path module is going to give you these very important methods. See, there are so many, but one of the most important is join, okay. This path.join, it's going to do what? So it's going to, first of all, it's going to use correct separator for the correct operating system. This is one of the most core concept or core interview questions. Also you can understand that why actually you should not do like this. Instead, why you should use something called path.join. Now here you can give that, okay, this is, or this is going to use is the correct separator for the current operating system or current OS. Now you might be thinking, what actually you mean by this? Now sometimes, see, whenever we have path, let's say we're using Mac, it can be like this. So let's say you have a users slash maybe my name, let's say I have a project folder, and let's have a file, something like this, okay. But the same in Windows, it can happen like this. So let's say you have a C directory, something like this, and then you have users, then you have maybe, let's say, my name, then you have project, and then you have file.txt. You're getting? So what this path.join is going to do, it is going to use the correct separator for the current OS, and very important. Then this is the first thing. Then you have something called here we have something called process.cwd. What this is going to do, this is going to give you the current working directory. Current working directory means, again, this can also be an interview question, that what we mean by current working directory, CWD. So current working directory means the folder from where your Node.js process actually started. The path or the folder, I think the folder will be better way to put. So the folder from where the Node.js process was started, okay. So this will be your process.cwd. So now let's say what I need to do, right? So first of all, I need to get my project root. So what I will do is I'll do const, and okay, first of all I wanted to get a project root, so I'll do project root, give me my project root. So I'm just going to do process, and then I'm just going to do cwd. So this is going to give me my project root, okay. So now let's see if I just do log here, and let's log this project root, save this, go here, and let's add one more, and I'm just going to do tsx source slash, and then I'll paste it here, save this. So I'll do npm run 04, and you can see that you are going to get your project directory. And see this path, right? This path or the separator can change. If you're using Windows, you can check this. So because I'm using Mac, so this is coming like this, right? So YouTube 2026 projects Node.js 26 1 Node.js basics Node.js core modules. So this is my current working directory. This is where I'm actually, my Node.js process actually started previously. So this is going to give you my project root, okay. So this is the first thing. So now let's say what we are going to do, right? Now I'm just going to create some hypothetical situation, because we're not creating a proper project right here. So because we need to understand the concept. So what I need to do, right? Let's say you're creating some project where user actually uploads some file, okay, and that we wanted to store that particular file under this particular folder. I'm just giving, okay, we have uploads slash users, and let's say this is my user ID, which is 42 or whatever you can take, and then I wanted to add this profile.photo.png. This is what I wanted to upload, something like this, or I wanted to store, right? Now, as I already mentioned, that instead of manually you are going to do this, what you're going to use, I already mentioned, we are going to use path.join, okay, because I'm repeating again, this is going to use the correct separator based on the current OS or operating system that you are using. So now what I'm going to do, right, I'm simply going to take a const, and I'll do user ID, and let's say I'll do 42 or 43, 23, whatever I wanted to take, and I'll do an original file name. This is the one that I wanted to store. Okay, and this can be, let's say I have a profile dot, let's take the same only. Okay, this one. So copy this, and then I wanted to take this one. I wanted to store this, right? How this will work? So first of all, I'm just going to do const, and I'll do upload file path. Okay, now I wanted to take path, and I wanted to take join. So now how it will work? So first of all, I wanted to take my project root. Okay, so this will be my project root, and then I wanted to take all the folders or path that I wanted to store in. So in this case, I wanted to store in /uploads/users/user ID, which is a dynamic value, and then the original file name. So in this case, this will be uploads. This is the parent, this is the child. So that means user is child of uploads. So then user will come. So it will go sequentially. You're getting, it's not that much difficult to understand. It's simple. And then 42 will come under user folder. That means 42 is dynamic value, which is the parent of, which is the child of users. Okay. So now what you have to do, let's take the user ID here, and then I'm just going to take the original file name. That's it. Okay. What path.join is going to do, it's going to create a path string. It is not going to create folders, or it will not check whether the file exists or not. This is very, very important concept. So we are going to understand one very important concept, that path.join, this is going to creates a path string. It is actually not going to create the folder. It will not create the folder, and you'll understand which module we are going to use to create the folder later, all of this, but this is very important part. So path.join actually not going to create the folder, it only going to create a path. Okay, and that path will be a string. So path string it's going to create. Also, it doesn't check, if I'm not wrong, it's usually not check, it does not check the it does not check whether the file exists or not, right? So file exists or not, it's not going to check. So now let's say if I just log this upload file path, so I'll upload file path, save this, and you'll see that it's going to create a path string. Okay, and you can see that. Now notice carefully. So we have user, this and that, and then we have one Node.js, and you can see this is a string. Okay, so you have one Node.js core modules. This is the folder. Inside this we have uploads. We don't have any folder. See, it not created any folder. Then we have a users, then we have 42, and then we have profile.photo.png. So then you might be asking when we can use this. So you can use this when you have to actually create the path string. So that time it is very, very important. It is actually not going to create your folder. That you're going to understand later. What else? I think this will be, that's all. Okay, let's understand some of the very important point, that how you're going to get some of the properties from this. So let's say I wanted to get the file name. What you can do, right, you can do something like path.basename, and then you pass this upload file path. What this is going to do, path.basename is going to give you, it's going to return the final part of a path, final part of a path. So now in this case, whatever you have created, right, this one, notice this one. So what this is going to return, so this will be your base name. So this is the final path, last one. Okay, so this will be your base name here. Why this is helpful? Let's say you only wanted to extract your visible file name. I don't want the full thing, I only want the visible file name. So in that case, what you can do, right, from your full path you will be able to get your base name or file name. So now let's see if I just do log file name here, save this, and you'll see that you're going to get that profile.photo.png. So you're getting profile.photo.png. Okay, next you have something called path extension. So this is going to give you the extension name. So let's say if I just going to do, okay, I'll do const, let's do file extension. So I'll do path.extension name, and you can again pass the upload file path. So now save this, and let's see if I paste it here. So what you're going to get, you're going to get the extension which will be .png. So this is my extension. Okay, also you will be able to see, I'm only discussing the important one, and you'll see that most of the times you are going to use all these properties only in a project. And here you also need to understand that you can also get your parent folder from this. So let's see if I just do path dot directory name and pass the upload this one. So this is going to give you what? It's going to give you this one. So it's going to give you this slash project, sorry, not project, this part, uploads user and 42, means it's going to give you the parent path here. Okay, so if I just log this, notice here, see slash users from here. So from here till this part, so till this part, notice carefully. So let me just remove this, or it's complicated. Save this, and you notice this one. So this is your full path, right? And this is your parent path. Means it makes sense, right? Because see, notice carefully, the one that I explained, that upload folder is child of this, user folder is child of this, user ID, which is a dynamic value, is a child of this. So profile.photo.png will be child of this, because this is actually inside this particular folder. So that is the reason you're getting this one as your parent folder. Okay, so all these things you'll be able to do. So the most important thing, you know, what you have to understand, that what path.join usually does. Second, very important, that path.join is going to create a path string. It will not create the actual folder. See, that's why you're not seeing the folder here. So that is also important. And also you are going to get file name, file extension, parent folder, and all these things from using this path dot and all the properties that whatever is available. For example, if you just do here path dot, and you'll see that you're going to base name, delimiter, all this extension, format is absolute join, all this. Most of the times I also don't know each and everything, right? What will happen whenever you're going to create actual project, right? Let's say you have a certain requirement, you'll understand what I'm talking about, and in that particular project you need to use this, let's say matches glob, this particular method. So you'll do the web search, right? And then you came to know, okay, this is what you need to do, and that is how you're going to learn things. You can't memorize each and everything, it's absolutely not possible, and this is not how you should learn all these things. Learn what is absolutely needed, because what will happen at most of the times you're going to use path.join and this one path.basename and path.extension name. This is also very important. So that's all about the path module, very important. Now with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So we'll understand timers module. Okay, so again, this is another very important, and you are frequently going to use this one in various projects. So what are the things we are going to understand? First of all, you have to know that why actually you need timers, right? So first of all, we usually use timers when we want to run code after some delay. So let's say we want to run something after some delay. Second will be, let's say maybe you want to run some particular code repeatedly after some interval. Maybe let's say you want to do something in after every 2 seconds, something like this, right? So these two will be the most frequent ones, and here what are the timer functions that we usually use. So first of all, we have something called setTimeout, we have something called setInterval, we have something called clear timeout, we have something called clear interval, and also there is one more, setImmediate. Okay, so mostly you are going to use all of this, and believe me, this is very important concept. Like there are a lot of places you are going to use setTimeout, setInterval, or even setImmediate also. Okay, so first let's do one thing. What are you going to do, right? So let's start with a simple setTimeout example. So what I'm going to do, right? So first let's take a function, and I'm just going to do run setTimeout example. Okay, and here let's return a void. So first of all, I'm just going to do log, and I'm simply going to give a sequence, or else it will be tricky. So I'll do setTimeout example started, and then we are going to take setTimeout. So you're going to take setTimeout like this, and then there will be a callback. Okay, and then here we are going to understand, not understand, we are going to give a delay. So that means we are simply telling that this particular setTimeout will run after 1 second, because we are giving 1000 millisecond, which is 1 second. So here we are simply going to do log, and here I'm simply going to do that this runs after 1 second. Okay, and then after this I'm simply going to do a log one more, and here I'm simply going to do 3, and I'll do this run immediately So what will happen, right? Node is not going to wait. Node doesn't wait. Okay, that's it. So now let's save this. So first of all, this is one very basic example. So simply what we are doing, we're simply telling that okay, we are running a particular function. While we have a set timeout, we have given that okay, after 1 second this is going to run. Okay, so now what I will do, right, maybe let's take one simple function first, and then we'll do one by one. So I'll do async, not async, I think we can directly take a function, and I'm simply going to do run timer demo, and here this is going to return void, and here I'm simply going to do run set timeout example. Okay, and here I'm simply going to call this, so I'll do run timer demo. So for now save this, and we'll go here, let's go to package.json. So I'm going to use 05 which will be tsx source / and then we have this timers module. Okay, so let's clear this, and then I'm simply going to do npm run 05 enter, and you can see that so set timeout example started. This is started. I already mentioned that this particular console here, Node is not going to wait for this, that okay this will run and then we have this, so this one will run and then this one will run. No, first it's going to run, and then you can see that this runs immediately. Node doesn't wait, and then after 1 second Node is going to run this particular set timeout. Okay, now this is very important because set timeout is one of the most important feature that you are not only need in backend, but also there are various use cases you're going to use this one in front end side also. So this will be the first one. Now let's say how you can clear timeout. Okay, so how you can do that? So first of all, you're going to take a function and you're going to do run clear timeout example, and here you're going to do void. So first of all, you're going to take a timer ID, and here I'm just going to take a set timeout, and here let's take this one a 2 second timer. Okay, and then I'm simply going to tell that okay this message, let's do one thing, let's log here first, and then I'm simply going to do this message will not run. Okay, now why? So first of all, you have to do something like clear timeout, and then I'm simply going to pass this timer ID. What actually we are doing, right, we are actually cancelling the timer. We are cancelling this particular timer before even it will get a chance to run. And then I'm simply going to do a log here, and I'll do a log, and I'll do 4. Let's give 4 because we have this one third, so I'll do 4, and I'll do clear timeout cancelled the 2 second timer. Means it will cancel this particular timer. This will never run. Okay, we are immediately cancelling this, so that means this timer is going to cancel before it will even get a chance to run. Okay, so this is why whenever you need to clear some timer, if you're using set timeout, you can use clear timeout, and you have to pass that that timer, okay, here, which is your set timeout that you're keeping in a variable. Okay, just try to explain this one in a simpler way, and then let's run it here, and then we can understand this one very simple way. So I'll save this, and I'll just clear and then run once again. Okay, so you see that set timeout example started, this run immediately, Node doesn't wait, clear timeout cancelled, 2 second timer. Means here you can see I already mentioned that clear timeout is going to cancel this particular timer here. Okay, and this message will not run. If you wanted to check this, just remove this, save this, and clear once again, and you'll see that what will happen. Okay, this message will not run. Now we are getting this, but or else you can do that this message will run after 2 seconds. I'm just giving example. Okay, so 2 seconds, something like this. Save this, and then here I'll do this one. Let's run once again. Okay, so that means here clear timeout is actually responsible so that this part will not run. So here I'll just go revert this, so this one will not run. Okay, so this will never run. So this will be how you can use clear timeout. What else is left? Okay, so let's see set interval. Okay, set interval and set timeout is actually different. Set interval is going to run the same callback again and again. after a certain time, after a fixed delay. So setInterval is going to run the callback again and again after the fixed delay. Okay, very important. And this is, I think I don't have to explain here also, this can be extremely important in interview questions also, right? So what is the difference between setTimeout and setInterval? Mostly you're going to get this. Even they will not ask setImmediate, but definitely you are going to get if you're giving for beginner level of interview questions, right? So I'll do function and I'll do run setInterval example, and here we'll do void. So first I'm just going to take a count. Okay, see how we are doing this. So I'll do a count, and I'm just going to take an interval ID. So I'll do interval ID. Here what you have to take? You have to take a setInterval. SetInterval you're going to take. This is also going to take a callback. And here what I'm doing, nothing. We are just simply doing count plus plus. Okay, just notice what you are doing. You have to understand each and every line. And then I'm simply doing a log here. And let's do this one as maybe last we have given 4, right? So let's give 5, and I'll do setInterval tick, and here you are going to give the count. Okay, and then what I'll do, right, if, see what you're doing, if the count is equal to 3, means the moment count will become 3. So in that case what you're going to do, you're going to clear this interval. So how you're going to clear the interval? Just like we have done clear timeout, to clear the interval you're going to do clear interval. That okay, now I don't need this interval anymore, but if you wanted to do this, you have to pass the timeout is your interval ID. So that means you have to pass this interval ID, or else Node doesn't know that which interval or which timer you wanted to close or you wanted to clear. Okay, and then you're simply going to do one more log here, and let's give 6, and I'll do setInterval stopped. So I'll do setInterval stopped. Oh, we have to give this, man. So I'll do 6 setInterval stopped. That's it. Now I think, okay, this part, okay, here I'm just going to give, maybe let's give this one a 500 millisecond, or 0.5 second. So now we save this, and then we are going to run this set interval example, and I'm just going to comment this one, okay, so that you'll not get confused. Save this. Now let's go here, clear, and let's run once again. That's it. So you have 1, 2, 3 stopped. So every 0.5 seconds, if you do this one, let's say 1.5, okay, so see what will happen. So it will take some more time, but the result will be same. Okay, so let's see. So 1, 2, 3, and it will stop. So that means every 1.5 seconds this particular interval will run. It will increase the count. The moment it will become 3, it's going to clear the interval, and you are going to get this. As I already mentioned, I am going to make things very simple, and see that if you do this on multiple times, do the same example even multiple times, you'll see that you'll be able to do any kind of example. Whatever project you're going to have, you're not going to have any kind of difficulty that what actually you're going to do. And then you are going to have one more, right? So I'm just going to comment it here, save this. So let's take one more, which is called setImmediate. Now the difference is setImmediate is going to run a particular callback after the current synchronous code finishes. Okay, now setImmediate is not going to wait when you have something called setTimeout. So it's not going to wait for a fixed time like setTimeout. So it's going to, it's something like this. So it will say that I'm going to run as soon as the current script is done. So current synchronous code is done. Okay, so if you go here, just do this one, that what is setImmediate, right? So you have setImmediate versus setTimeout. See here it will say that setImmediate is going to run after current difference runs immediately after the current IO polling phase finishes. It's giving the term difficult, like for beginner it will be difficult to understand. So it's simply telling that okay, I'm going to run this particular callback after my current synchronous code finishes immediately. But setTimeout is going to do what? It's going to wait for that time, that if you're giving 5-second timer, it's going to run after 5 seconds only. So that is the difference. Okay, so now let's see what is happening. So I'm just going to do function, and I'll do setImmediate, right? So I'll do setImmediate example, and let's give this one a void. So I'll do setImmediate, and now I'm just going to do here log this. So last we have 6, so I'll do 7. So I'll do here setImmediate callback. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do log, and I'm going to do a, let's say, synchronous. I need to take the spelling. Okay, you don't have the synchronous here. I think SYNCHRONOUS. I think this is correct. I don't know. Okay, so there's synchronous code after setImmediate. Okay, so now let's run this, and we'll run all of this. Okay, we're going to run this also, and let's run all these also, and I'm going to make this one 1000. Let's save this and let's run once again all of this, and we'll see what is happening. So alright, set timeout example started. This runs immediately, node doesn't wait, so that makes sense. So this is going to run, this is going to run immediately. Okay, next you are getting clear timeout, cancel this one 2 seconds later, this part. And then if you notice one thing very important, see this part, right? So this one inside set timeout, you see the where it is running, it's running here, but before that synchronous code after setImmediate means this is actually finished, means all your synchronous code already ran, and then it will run immediately. See, that is the reason after the synchronous code after setImmediate you are getting this setImmediate callback. So now this will already satisfies what I mentioned, right? That setImmediate is going to run once all your current synchronous code finishes. So once this will run, right, so you're getting setImmediate callback. Now the set timeout will run. So set timeout means this one will run, you're getting this will run after 1 second, correct? And then you're getting your setImmediate, sorry, setInterval. So setInterval means you're getting count 1, count 2, count 3, which is this, and then set interval stopped, and it makes sense, right? So this will be the overall flow. Okay, so this will be the difference. Now you can also do like this, right? You can also implement a promise based timer. Okay, so let's see that also. I thought I'm not going to cover, but let's do this one. So I'll do, let's say I have an async function, and I'm just going to do run promise timer example, and here this is going to return a promise, and this will be void. So how you're going to do this, I'm just going to do a log, and I'm just going to do a 9, and let's do this one as waiting for promise based timer. What you can do, right? Let's say you don't want to use set timeout. What you can do, you can use something called slip. So from where you're going to import this, so let's go to the top, and then I'm going to import something from this particular package. So you have node, and then you have something called timers, and then you see you're getting promises. So you'll do /promises, and here you're going to get a set timeout, and then let's say I just wanted to do as slip, something like this. Okay, and this one you are going to use here. So what I can do, let's say directly I can use like this. This is running, and then I can do await because we have async, and I can use this slip, and I can give this 1000 whatever time you wanted to give the delay. Okay, and then you can simply just do console.log, and then you'll do dot promise based timer finishes after 1.5 seconds, something like this. Okay, or maybe let's say you wanted to give 5 seconds just to check, so let's give 5.5 seconds. That's it. And then how you can run this, you just can't directly run like this. Okay, this is the thing you have to understand. So this is a promise, and this is going to give you a catch, and here I'll do error. Let's do unknown because we don't know what is the error. Okay, what I'm doing wrong. Okay, and then let's do error here, and I'll do timer based demo failed, and here I'm going to pass the error. So now save this, and let's run all of this once again, and I'll see clearly what is happening. Enter 3, it will stop, and see that it will wait 5 seconds, and then it's going to run. Okay, so promise based timer runs after 1.5 seconds. I think I've given this one change. Okay, change this one to not 1.5, 5.5. okay, so I think this is done. Also you can change this one. Let's say if I change this one to 500 or 1500, let's see what will happen. So save this, and if you clear this and run once again, see and here, and then set timeout, set interval. This can differ, like maybe let's say it will run and then this promise based this timer will run, but at then the concept will remain same. So I hope that this will give a clear picture that when set timeout will run, when you're going to use set timeout, when you're going to use set interval, what is the difference between set timeout and set immediate, and what is promise based timer. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so moving to the next one, one of the almost, I will say this one as one of the most important concept that everyone should master, and that is callback, promises and async await. I'm pretty much sure some of you already know this one, but still I will suggest don't skip this, because there is a possibility that you are going to get a lot of interview queries from this particular section. Okay, and this is really important. So we will create, so let's do callback, promises and async await, right? So we have all these. Let's give async await module.ts. okay, so first of all, let's do one thing. Let's take a type and we'll make this one as practical as possible. And this user, okay, so this is a type of user and you're doing a API call, and this user is going to have an ID number, it's going to have a name. Let's say take this one as string, and let's say this also will have a role. This role can be either this will be a student, or let's say normal user, or there will be a super admin. You can make this one as super admin also. Let's do this one as user. So now I'm simply going to do const users, and type will be this user of array. So you're going to have array of users, correct? So you're going to have ID, which will be 1. Sorry, this will be number. You're going to have a name. Let's take this one as my name, and then I'm simply going to take a role, and this role will be, so let's take this one as super admin. I'll take one more user, or let's take two more user. Okay, so I'll do ID 2, let's do John, and let's make this one as user. Okay, and then I'll just paste this one, so I'll ID 3, let's do, I don't know what, John, or let's do maybe Roman, and let's keep this one as user. So now what you have to do, right? The task is your interviewer or wherever you're doing, your task is you have to actually fetch the list of user, or let's say you have to fetch a single user. You have to fetch a single user using callback style, using promises, using async await, and both will be different. Okay, now this is why this is very important, because callbacks are one of the most important features that you are going to use in almost all the places, and whatever packages even you are using, you'll see that there will be uses of callbacks. Okay, so first what we are going to do, right, in this case, so first let's do one thing. Let's start with the callback example. What actually is a callback? Now that is one of the most important things. See, callback is nothing but, in a simple way, callback is a function that you are going to pass into another function. Now this is the proper definition. So callback is itself, it's a function. Okay, so callback is a function, and this function you are passing to a different function as a parameter, something like this, right? So now what will happen, right? So in this case, when you're implementing this one, let's say in a Node.js project, the classic Node.js pattern is like this. So you have your callback. Okay, this callback either is going to have an error, and this is, or else this is going to have a result. This is probably one of the most important concept that you should know. Okay, I'm really explaining all of this because whatever you're going to implement, let's say you're implementing Cloudinary file upload, and you'll see that there is structure, the package is structure, that whenever you're going to use this, you'll see that there will be a callback, let's say, and there can be a error. So if there is an error, you're going to reject. If there is a success, you're going to get the result. So this is a classic Node.js callback pattern. Okay, so this is a classic Node.js pattern. So this is how it will work. So we'll do callback pattern. How this will work? So let's say I'm just going to create a function, and I'm not sure. See, I can guarantee. So this is the challenge. Pause the video and try to implement. What you have to do, right? Let's say you are going to create a function. That function is going to receive a callback, and that function also is going to receive a user ID. So let's see, if I'm going to pass the user ID 2, so it's going to give me this user result. So let's see if you can do it without watching this part. Okay, then you can resume, and you'll see that some of you will find this difficulty, because implementing using pure callback, let's say you're giving an interview, is very tricky. Using async await you can do it, but check whether you can do it using callback or not. You're getting. So now I'm just going to do find user, and I will give you one practical experience. Okay, this is not just about teaching, actually giving proper experience that I faced from in past. I've given more than 100+ interviews, and there is a 100% I remember that I actually got this callback and promise related example in more than 25 to 30 interviews. I think even more. Okay, so there is a huge possibility that you're going to get questions from promises, implement custom promise. You're not going to use the native promise features. You're going to implement promise chain, all of these. You are going to fetch API call using callback. You're not going to use any promises or async. So these things are very important. So to find user, and actually I'm telling all of this for those if you're currently in let's say in college, 3rd year, 2nd year, 4th year, or let's say you have less than 5 years of experience. Okay, consider 5 years of experience and you're preparing for interview. This can be very important, all these things. So this will be a function. So now here what I mentioned, that this is going to receive a user ID. So this will be my user ID, which will be my input, and then I'm going to receive a callback. Okay, this is my callback function. I already mentioned the callback is itself, it's a function that we are passing in another function. So this is my another function. I'm passing callback as a input, and here this callback is going to have either, there can be an error, which will be either error or it can be null. Okay, and then it's going to give me a user. Okay, so it's going to give me user information. So here what I'm going to do, right, so this user will be my this user. So I have this user type, correct? So this is what it's going to receive. Now you see this pattern, this is matching. Either it is going to give me error or it's going to give me result. Okay, and then return type will be void. That's it. Return type, so this function return type will be, this will be void. And here I'm simply going to take a set timeout. Now see, whatever we've learned so far in the previous part, we are applying all these things. And here what I can do, right, let's take, maybe what we can do, let's take 0.5 second. Now what I'm going to do, right, you are actually doing a API call. Think you are doing a actual API call, something like this, right? Normally you are not going to use callback. Okay, you are mostly going to use async, await, or promise, but again you should know all of this. And this is where you're going to do, okay, I have my user, so I'll do users dot find. So this user is nothing but these users you're going to have. So we'll do users dot find. So we'll do current user, and we'll do current user dot ID will be equal to this user ID that you're going to receive, this one. So now this is the most important part. What will happen if you don't get this user? Consider that I'm passing user ID 100 and that user ID 100 is not present. So what will happen? So this user is not found, correct? So this is error. So if the user is not found, you need to call this callback. Now this is where students find it this one difficulty. So you have to call this callback, and what you have to pass? You have to pass error. So here you are going to simply pass, okay, I have to pass a new error, and then I'm simply going to take user with ID. This user ID is not present or not found. You're getting? That's it. And then what you have to do? You have to return from here immediately. So you have to return from this. That's it. If this is present, so that means you are getting result here. So let's say you are passing user ID 3. So you're going to get what? ID 3, name Roman, role user. So in this case, you're going to call the callback. What will be error? Error will be null because you don't have any error. And what will be result? Result will be user. So this will be your result. Now you see that how much easier it is to understand, right? So this is your function where you are passing callback as an input. Consider you are passing in a different function, and then you're simply checking we are doing something here. You don't know what we are doing, something we are doing. If we are not getting result, we are calling the callback, passing the error. If you are getting result, we are passing the error as null, and user information we are passing. But how you are going to call this? To call this, you can simply just do, right, so to find user with callback, we're going to pass a user ID. Let's say I'm going to pass 3, and here what you have to do, you have to pass a callback function. See, its callback is going to receive error or it's going to receive user, correct? So here what you have to pass? You have to pass error, and you're going to pass user, and now what you're going to get? If error you are getting, so let's say you're passing error here, right? So if we are getting error, so I'm simply going to log, and I'll do callback error, and you're going to pass error dot message. That's it. right? And what you have to do, again you have to return from here. If this is not the case, so you're going to do what? You're going to log, so you're going to get callback result. So what will be your callback result? So this user is going to give you what? ID. This user is going to give you the name, and this user is going to give you the role. That's it. So if you save these, now let's say I'm going to run this here. Let's run, copy this. Okay, so do tsx source slash this, save this, and let's say I'm going to run npm run 06. That's it. So you're getting callback result 3 Roman user. Why? Because we are passing 3. Let's say I'm going to pass 30. So 30 is not present, so it's going to give me what? Error. So here if I just do, you'll see that callback with ID 30 was not found. Callback, sorry, user with ID 30 was not found. So user with ID 30 was not found. So this is calling here and it's returning the result. It's very much simpler to understand. So this is all about what? Callback. So now the same example we're going to do using promise and async await in the next part. Alright, so now let's do the same example using promise and async await. Okay, because at the end you have to remember that when you're going to implement your project, you will be using mostly async await because of the syntax. It's much easier to use, but again we need to understand this callback, that we have callback and then we have something called callback hell. I'll not go into that much details, and that is the reason we have something called promises, and from promises we have something called async await. Okay, so first let's create one more function and let's try to implement this also. So to fetch user with promise. So what this is going to receive, it's going to receive the user ID. Again, user ID will be type number. And what will be the return type? See, remember, return type you have to be very, very careful when you are going to use promises. So you have to return a promise. Okay, this is going to return a promise, and the type of this promise will be user. So that means we are actually at the end returning a user information. That user will have an ID, name and role. Okay, so this is the important line, whatever we have done here. Because what will happen, until unless you are going to return that, you will see that you are going to get error because you will not return. So let's say you return a string value, you are going to get error. Okay, because you need to return in this certain format only. So now what will be the next step? See what I've seen from my own experience, right, or professional experience, or giving interview, that interviewers will not ask you more questions on async await. They can ask you, but in the implementation they are going to ask you that okay, you implement this one using promises. Why I'm going to tell you? Because promises you need to first of all, to understand async await better, you need to know promises very well. To understand promises very well, you need to know callbacks very well. So from callbacks and promises only you are going to get questions in interview, I can 100% guarantee. And sometimes they will go little like advanced level. For example, let's say they can simply give you that okay, create a promise polyfill or create a promise.all polyfill, but don't use any native promise features. Okay, so understanding promises. So for example, let's say you are actually returning promise here. So how you are going to return a promise? You need to know that okay, I'm going to return a promise, so this will be my new promise, something like this. Promise is going to have a resolve and a reject property, and these, now here what you can do, that you can simply take a setTimeout. Let's say I'm just going to take a setTimeout here because we're not doing actual API call here. And now here let's give this one as 1000 milliseconds, and inside this we can do like that, right? So this line only we can copy. Now what is the important part? Important part is what will happen if this user is not found. Now in this case, now let's say user is not found. What do you have to do? You don't have any callback, right? So you need to reject. So that is the reason you have something called reject. So promise will give you this reject here functionality, and here you can actually reject and throw one error, okay, that this particular user ID is not present. So the user with this ID data was not found. Let's do this one. This will be user ID, correct? So we have user ID, this one. This is the case. Now again you have to return, but if this is not the case, that means you are actually getting the result. So in that case you have to resolve it. Means now I already have the result, so I'm going to resolve the result, and the type of result will be user. That's it, and this is done. Okay, so this will be how we are going to write using promises. Now how we are going to call this one? Okay, now see, calling it's very simple. So what we can do, right, you can just comment out this one for now. And now let's say after this I simply do find user, what name I've given, fetch user I've given, right? So let's do find user with promise. So I'll do find user with promise. You have to pass the user ID. So let's give, I'll give the user ID 1, and then what this will give, so this is going to give me dot then simply means once promise will run, promise will either resolve the value or promise is going to reject the value. If promise resolve the value, so in that case we are going to get that value in our then block. If promise is going to reject the value, we are going to catch that particular error. So in this case, in the resolve block, what we'll be getting in the resolve block, we are going to get the user information, because the user information we are sending. So in this case we are going to get the user here, and then you can simply just do like this. So here I will go here, let's say I'm just going to log this only, copy this and paste it here, and let's make this one as promise result. Okay, and if there is any error, so we'll do catch, and this will be my error, type will be error, and here we are going to simply tell, okay, that means promise is actually catching some error and we don't know what is the error is, so I'm just going to do promise error. So this will give me error dot message. That's it. So now let's save this, and then we are going to run the same thing and we'll see what is happening here. So let's clear first, run. Okay, so you're getting promise result 1 Sangam super admin, that is correct. What will happen if I give here 100, right? Now remember this 100 is not present, so it's going to throw error, correct? So if you go here, so you'll see that we are getting promise error, user with 100 data, means this ID data was not found. So this is how we are going to write the same thing using promises, correct? Now let's keep this one like this. Now how we are going to do using async await. Async await is actually simple. So here first of all I'm going to take async. Now remember, you have to know also that async await actually built on top of promises only. So it's like a promises. The reason we use async await because it's much more easier syntax wise, and it's also easily you can read it. Okay, so let's say you have written some particular code and other developer is reading your code, they will be able to understand. It's not like they will not be able to understand promise code, but it's like much more cleaner. Okay, that is the main reason. So here, so first of all you have to do async. So this will be function, and I'll do find user with async await now. So I'll do async await. So again, this is going to receive the user ID, which will be number. What this is going to return is will be promise, and here for now I'm just going to do void. And then what you have to do, you always have to take a try and catch block, right? So if something goes wrong, your catch block is going to catch that particular error. So this is where you're going to catch the error, and in the try you are going to try to get your result. So in this case, let's have a user, and I'll do await, and then what you can do, right, you can call this method only, find user with promise. So I can simply do find user with promise, and you can pass this user ID. At the end, this is promise only, I mentioned, right? Now here you can just log this. I'll do log, and simply let's do async await, and here you can just log this one. I'm just do user dot name. I think that is fine only. That's it. And here what you can do, right, you can simply do const message. So you have to check if this error is an instance of error. So in that case we are going to render error dot message, or else I'm just going to do unknown error. Okay, that's it. Also you can just log this here. So I'll do log, so I'll do async await error, and then you're going to do message here. That's it. So save this. Now what you have to do, you just have to call this method. So we'll go here, comment it, this one, and then you can directly call this, and then you have to pass the ID. So I'll pass 1. So now this is going to go here, and it's going to check, okay, this is async. It's going to wait for this promise to run. It's going to get the result. So it's going to try to get the result. If the result is present, it's going to render the result. If there is an error, so it's going to catch the error. And if you go here and let's try to run this, so you are going to get async await Sangam. But if I go here and let's say I'll give 100 and this is not present, so in that case this will give you error that this data is not found. So this promise is actually throwing error here, right? So this promise is going to reject this error, and this block, whatever, it's going to catch the error here. So that's the reason I'm checking if this is an instance of error. So we're going to render error.message. This is actually instance of error, so we are sending the error here, and this is getting catched here, and that is the reason you're getting the result here. Okay, so this will be a proper introduction or proper way to explain that what actually callbacks are. Callbacks are actually most important, that why we need callback functions and everything. Then you have promises, then you have async await, but at the end async await are nothing but it's promises only, but from syntax wise it's much more easier and readable, so that is the reason we use async await. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so moving to the next one of the most important core module that we are going to understand, and that is file system module. Okay, and this is another very important. So let's close everything. Let's open the package.json. Okay, so first of all we have to understand that what actually file system is, right? So, or why we need file system. So first of all, FS means file system. Okay, now file system is going to allow you to work with files and folders. So simply you think like that, you have to create a folder, or you have to write some files, you have to read some files, you are going to delete some files, you are going to check your file information. So all those things we can do using file system. This is one of the core modules that we need to know before we will start implementing our REST APIs and everything. Okay, so this is going to help you to create folders, it's going to help you to write files, it's going to help you to read files, it's going to help you to check file information, also going to help you to delete files. So all these things you can do using file system. Okay, now in Node there are three ways we can do this, or we can work with file system. The first one is using synchronous APIs. Okay, so we have first sync APIs. Okay, so we have something called so FS for file system, and then we have read file sync, something like this. Okay, so this is where you are going to read the file synchronous way. Then we have callback APIs. Okay, so there are callback APIs that you can use. For example, fs.read file, so that is a callback API. Okay, and the third one is promise APIs. And now we'll understand that why in the previous section we have discussed about the callbacks, promises, async await, all of this. Now why this is very important, because see, whenever you're going to create project, now here in this particular file or whatever things we're going to discuss, I can't give you each and every information on file system. So what I mean by this, so let's say you know this is sync APIs, or this is callback API, this is promise API. Based on the project that you are building, you need to know, or you need to understand, okay, which method you need to use in that certain position. So let's say you have a particular project you are building, and there are two places you need to use file system. In feature 1 you need to use promise API, in the feature 2 you need to use sync API. Now no one is going to tell you, okay, that okay you have to do this, or no tutorial video is going to teach you all of this. Okay, they can give you the path, okay, this is where you have to use, but by practice you need to understand all of this by yourself, and then only you can create your project. Or else what will happen, I'm going to tell you, you watch videos after videos, you watch blogs after blogs, use AI tools, you are not going to create project by yourself. Especially if you're, let's say, working in a project, or let's say where project, not project, I will say, even I will say, let's say you're working in a company, and let's say there is some project which is already built, and you are only working on the fixes, so that the new fixes comes. So you need to understand all of this, or else it will be very difficult for you to do all of this. Second, if you're working in some freelancing work, then this will be much more difficult, because in freelancing the requirement can be very tricky, right? Your client requirement. So why I'm mentioning all of this means, the simple way to explain all of this, that don't blindly learn whatever I am teaching here. Okay, try to learn whatever I am teaching, plus try to apply some of the things you should learn by yourself, and then create project. This is why, or else I'm noticing that some people are actually commenting, you don't explain this much, you first explain, you don't do not explain in the file, go to whiteboard, explain there, come back and then explain. Even if I do that, I still, what you are going to do, you are going to memorize each and everything. No one can memorize, okay, every method. You need to know the process, and then based on that you have to create projects as much as possible. Okay, so we have sync APIs, then we have callback APIs, right? And then you have something called promise APIs. So all these three we have to understand, and this is very important. And what in modern Node.js application, what you're going to use? Definitely this is what you've learned so far. We are going to use promise APIs, correct? Because promise APIs, see, callbacks also you can use, but what will happen, right? If your code is very complicated or the feature is very complicated, that will end up in callback hell. So you're going to write callback inside callback like that. So you're not going to do that. So first of all, let's do one thing. Maybe let's create first one. So I'm just going to create the sync example. Okay, so I'm just going to do function, and you would run sync example. Okay, let's understand this one properly. Okay, so because this is one of the most important concepts you have to understand. So first of all, sync APIs are easier to understand. Okay, this is very easy. So it's like a synchronous APIs. Now here what you're going to do, right? See, first of all, you have to understand that what actually synchronous, where actually you should use this is actually very important, right? Now first of all, you need to use this synchronous APIs when you have some, let's say you're creating some small scripts, you're creating some small startup scripts, there you can use this. Or maybe you're going to build some scripts, there also you can use this one. Maybe you're using some local demos, something like this, you can do all of this, right? Where it is not good or even bad practice, so where you should not use this. So let's say you are implementing some HTTP request and you are using this one in HTTP request handlers. This is not good, right? Because by the name you understand this is a synchronous API. Okay, also let's say you're creating some very scalable backend application, your traffic is huge, so when there will be a lot of traffic, never use this one. So high traffic APIs, do not use this. Okay, or maybe I will suggest, this is what I believe, that if you're implementing some background jobs and everything, right, you should not use this sync API also. So in BG or background, so you'll do background jobs and everything, you should not use these sync APIs. Okay, but first of all, let's see that how we are going to do this one, right? Or how you're going to implement this. So first of all, let's do one thing here, right? Let's go maybe here, or we can do, no, not here, because this will help you to understand. Maybe on top. So first let's do one thing. I'm just going to take a folder, okay, that I'm going to create. So I'm just going to do a demo folder path. So I'm going to create a path. So how we are going to get the path current directory? See, we have already discussed in this path module. Whatever we have learned in the previous section, we are implementing the same concept again and again. So you need to do path. So you're going to import Node path. You're going to do a join. And then how you're going to get the current directory? So you have something called process.cwd, you remember? And then I'm just going to create one path here. So I'm just going to give file system, and then let's give this one as file system demo. So I'm just going to do fs demo. So this will be my folder where I wanted to create this. Okay, and now after this I'm just going to do const sync file path. So I need to create a file, actual file. Remember in the path module I mentioned that this will actually not create the folder, it will not create the folder, it doesn't check whether the file exists or not. But this file system is where we are going to actually check all of this. Okay, this is where we are going to actually create the file or folder. So here I'm just going to do path.join. I'm going to take the demo folder path, and let's do this one as sync node.txt. So this is where I wanted to create this particular file. Okay, so this will be your project directory, file system, fs demo, and then we are going to have the sync node.txt. Okay, so now maybe also let's take another type here. So I'm just going to do type. So I'll do file result. So just let's take a style. This will be string. File name also I'm just going to take, which will be string. Let's take a content, which will be string, and let's take a size in bytes, and this will be number. So this will be the result that I wanted to return. So this will be my return type. So here I'm just going to return this file result. Okay, so now how you're going to first of all write something in a file. So you need some method, right? So these where you are going to use this sync example. So you have something called fs. So fs from node.fs. So first of all, let's go and import the fs module, because we haven't imported the fs module only. So I'm just going to do import file system from, so I'll do node file system. Okay, so now this is where you're going to get a method. So now I'm just going to do what? I'm going to write something. I'll do write content to a file. How I can do that? So I'll do fs.write, and see that we have write file sync. So write file sync is going to write something in a file. Okay, now here one very important point: if this particular file doesn't exist, Node is going to create it. Okay, and if the file is already present, so what will happen? Node is going to replace the content. So consider here, I'm just going to take this, and here what it will take the file. Okay, fs.path or the file descriptor, okay, and the actual data. So now I'm just going to give my sync file path. Sync file path means this is where I wanted to save this. I'll do sync file path, and then I'm just going to do a content. I'll do created using sync file system, and then here what I'll do, right, I'll give a type. So I'll do utf-8. so this is nothing but this is simply we are telling Node that we are writing a simple text. Okay, and now what will happen, right? So this is the first thing. Next we have one more method that also you need to understand. So first you understand that fs.write file sync is going to write content to a file. If the file doesn't exist, you can note it down, then Node is going to create it. If the file already exists, so Node is going to replace the content. Okay, and what this is going to do, this is going to tell Node that okay, we are writing normal text. Then we have something called fs.append file sync. What this is going to do, this is going to add content at the end of the file, at the end of this file. Okay, and it's not going to replace your existing content. So here what you can do, right, we can use something called, because by the name you understand, right? So you have append file sync, and you'll do sync file path, and I'm just going to do here, give a space, I'll do appended, maybe appended using sync fs, like this. And here also I'm just going to do utf-8. That's it. So this is two things we are going to do. Oh, we have to give comma, man. Okay, so now this will to write and this is to append. Now how we are going to read file, means read file content. Okay, and for this one we have something called, this is also simple, we have to use fs.read file sync, means we are going to read something. So here we are going to do, so let's say I wanted to read the content of this particular file, so I'll do const content and I'll do fs.read file sync, and here you're going to give the path and give the type, so I'll do utf-8. That's it. Now remember what will be the type. So we have the style, file name, content and size in bytes. So how you're going to get the size in bytes? So here you have something called fs.stats sync, if I'm not wrong. So here you'll be getting your stats. So you'll do, if you do stats here, so you'll do fs.stats sync. So fs.stat sync is going to give you the information about the file. Okay, now this is also going to give you the about the file or also about a folder also. And here in this particular variable there will be a property that is called stats.size, and that is going to give you the file size in bytes. So here what you have to do, you have to simply pass the sync file path. That's it. So now we are going to return the result. Okay, so first of all what are we going to do? So let's start with, first we have a style, so this will be sync. Then we are going to return the content. Then we also need to return the file name. Now here how you are going to return the file name. Now see, this is where you have to see that how the previous concept that we have learned so far we are applying here. In this path module we have already covered this path.basename is going to give you the file name. Similarly here also you are going to do path.basename, and here we are going to pass the sync file path, and then you're going to pass the size. How are you going to get the size? So this stats is going to give you, see here you're going to get a lot of options. So first we need stats.size. That's it. So we'll save this. Now let's go here and create a main function. So we'll do async function main, and what will be the, because we are going to work with promises also, so let's keep promise only here, and then I'm simply going to take a try catch. Here this will be error, and I'm simply going to take the same thing that we have learned so far. So if this error is instance of error, so you're going to render error.message, or else I'm just going to do unknown error. And now let's log one error. So I'll do file system error and render the message. Okay, and then we're going to call this main. Okay, so this is done. See, first of all we have to understand another thing, that when you have this demo folder path, so we have to check that if this path is actually present or not. You are getting what I'm talking about. So how we're going to check, and if this is not present, so we're going to create this particular folder. So that also we're going to understand that how you can create folder. So first let's do like this. I'll do ensure demo folder present or exists. So this is what you're going to check. So now copy this and let's go here, and I'm simply going to do function and do ensure demo folder exists. It's going to return void, and now we are going to check that if this is exist or not. So how you're going to check exist or not? So we have one method that is called fs.existSync, and this is going to tell that okay, if this is present. So if this is false, so that means this folder is not present. So here we are going to pass the demo folder path. So if this demo folder path is not present, so we need to create a demo folder, correct? How you're going to create? So you have something called fs.mkdir_sync. Now this mkdir sync is going to create a particular folder synchronously. Okay, this not will be async, this will be synchronously it's going to create. Okay, so it's simply going to do fs.mkdir sync. Okay, because we are working with sync, and here you're going to pass the demo folder path, and you can pass one more option here, and that is called recursive will be true. Now this recursive is nothing but simply telling that you are going to create the full folder path if the parts of it doesn't exist. So it's going to create the complete folder path here. Okay, now you might be thinking, okay, why actually you're using this recursive equal to true? So let me explain in a simpler way. So what will happen, right, if you don't give this, sometimes this can fail if your parent folder doesn't exist. So it's simply telling that even if the parent folder is not exist, still you are going to create this. So first you are going to use this. So this is going to check if this present or not. And now what I can do, right, I will go here and I'm simply going to do const sync result, and this will be my run sync example. And then I'm simply going to do log, and for now I'll just do like this. I'll do sync result. So save this. Now we'll go here and create one more. So I'll do 07, and this will be my tsx source slash, and then I'm just going to take rename, copy this, paste it here, and then let's run this and we'll see what will happen. So first I'm just going to do npm run 07, enter. And you can see that now we already have a file system folder created. Fantastic. And you see that we have a style sync created using this. File name is this, size in bytes is 45 bytes. If you go here, you have a fs demo. This is what you have created. So now you have this fs demo, this folder, right? File system fs demo, and then you have sync note text. And if you go here, you have this created using sync fs and appended using sync fs. Okay, so this is how you're going to do what you're going to create folder and file synchronously. So this is only one of the section. Now in the next section we are going to understand using callback and promises. The promises one is more important, so let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. All right, so now let's understand how we can use callback based APIs, right? So here first of all we need to know, I think this pattern you remember that we have callback, and in the callback we usually have error or the result, right? So now let's create the function and we'll understand practically. So I'm just going to do run callback example. Here this will be returning a promise, and here I'm just going to return a file result. Also let's go to the top and create two more here. So one will be callback file path, and also one will be the promise file path. So for this one, let's keep this one as callback node, and this will be my promise node. Okay, so first of all what are we going to do, right? So for this one we are going to wrap this callback example in a promise so that we can actually run this from this our runner, okay, from this main function. But inside we are actually going to use our callback style APIs only. So first what are we going to do, right? So first I'm just going to return a new promise, and here I'll do a resolve reject. So now let's understand what actually we are doing here. So first of all, just like we have understood that we have something called fs.writeFileSync, correct, for synchronous APIs. So what we need to use, so here we are going to use something called fs.writeFile only. Okay, so here now we are going to pass our path. So our path will be your callback file path, and here callback file path, comma, let's do created using callback fs, and we are going to pass our type, which will be utf-8. Okay, so now here what you are going to do, right? Why are you getting error? Okay, so first of all let's take the callback here. So you are going to take the callback. So first I'm just going to do here write error. Okay, and then inside these, first we need to understand that if we have error, so we are going to reject the error, right? So we are going to simply do, if we have write error, we're going to do reject, we're going to pass the error, and then we are going to return. Okay, so this is the first thing that we are going to do. So this is about how we are going to write. Okay, so now what I have to do, right? Also let's do one thing. I think this will be 1 minute. I think we are closing this one here. After this, okay, here we are going to do append. Same only, instead of append file sync, you are going to use append file. And then again you are going to, I don't like this pop-up and very irritating. Okay, so here we are going to use this, and then I'm simply going to do append using callback fs, give space, and then we are going to give the type, which will be UTF-8. That's it. And then again also you are going to take another callback, right? So here you are going to have the callback. So here we are going to do if there is any append error, and then inside this we are going to again check if there is append error, so we're going to reject the error. And you'll see that this is actually what we call about callback hell, because you are actually writing callback after callback. Okay, and this will be return. So this about your append error. Inside this again we are going to now read the file information, right? So just like we have done write, append, read. So similarly here also now we are going to do fs dot read file, not sync, read file only. Here also you are going to pass callback file path, and then we are going to pass the type, which will be UTF-8. And then what this is going to give, so here we are going to give so first of all we are going to get the error. So let's take read error, or else you are going to get the result, which will be content, the actual file content. And then inside this we are going to again check if we have read error, we are going to reject read error, and then we are going to return. Okay, and now what you can do, right? So inside this again we have to read the stat. So simply if I just go here, you can see that we are using a method inside callback. First we are checking, we are writing another callback, inside that we are writing another callback. Now here we need to write another callback. Why? We need to read the stat. So we are going to use not stat sync, but instead we are going to use stat, and here we are going to pass the callback file path, and then this is going to give you either error. So I'm just going to do stat error, and or else this will be stats. This pop-up, man. So and then we are going to simply check if this stat error is present. We are going to reject the stat error, or else and then we are going to return. And at the end now we have to return the result, but you can't return the result directly, you have to resolve it. So you are going to resolve it. So you're going to pass a style. So this will be your callback. You're going to pass the content. This content will be your this content will be, we have created the content, this content. Okay, this content that we have. Then you're going to pass the size in bytes. So size in bytes will be your stats, and this stats is going to give you size. And also you're going to have the file name. File name will be your path dot base name, and you're going to pass the callback file path. That's it. So this is done. Now you'll see if you go here and you notice that we are writing fs dot, this is one our method, right? And inside callback, so inside this callback we have everything. Inside this we have append file. Inside append file callback we are having the read file. Inside read file we are having the stat, and at the end we are resolving the result. So this is a classic example of callback hell. So you're using callback after callback after callback like this. And then what you can do, right, you can just do const, and I'll do callback result. So this will be avid. So I'll do callback, what is the name, we're going to run callback example, and then we're going to pass it here. Save this and let's run it. Enter, and you can see that fantastic. So now inside fs demo you have another. So now this time you're getting callback created using callback. Size byte is 51, and this is the file name, because this is the file name we have created, correct? So scroll down. and let's go here. You can see that created using callback file system. So this will be a classic example of how you can implement using callback. Okay, so with this, now let's move to the next one, which will be how you can work with promises. This is exactly what you usually will be doing in your project. So let's do this one in the next part. Okay, so now let's create using promises, right? Promises one. So first of all, how you're going to use promises. So we need to import something, right? So you're going to import fs promises from, so we have this module, right? So you have node file system / promises. So this is what we are going to use. Okay, and this is much more easier, and you will understand what actually we are doing here. So let's do the promise APIs, right? So here I'm simply going to take async. So I'll do function, and this will be run promise example. What this is going to return, again promise, and the type will be file result. So first what we are going to do, so first we need to write, right? So to write, we are going to use fs promises, and this is going to give you this write file method. Okay, so this is where we are going to use our promise file path, comma. So I'm just going to do this one as created using promise APIs. See, again at the end it is the same thing, right? Whatever we are doing. So this is going to write. Same way we are going to have, so we'll copy this and then we'll paste it here. You're going to have append file. So this will be appended using promise APIs. Okay, and then you are going to have the content. So to get the content, remember content is the file content, right? So you're going to do await. So you have fs promises dot read file, pass the promise file path, and we are going to tell, okay, we are using text, and similarly we are going to use stats. I'm not explaining because it's repeating. So you're going to do fs promises dot stats, not stat, this will be stat, not stats, and path, and then you're going to return. So this will be style. So this will be promises, right? So you're using promises. Then we have the content, then file name. So this will be your path dot base name. This will be the promise file path, and then you're going to do size in bytes, which will be stats dot size. That's it. And now we are going to simply use this in our here. So I'll do const, let's do promise result, and this will be run promise example, and we're going to just log it here. The only difference is you are importing this one from file system promises module, and then if I just run it here, so we're going to get promises and one mode will be created, right? So if you go here, created using promise APIs, appended using promise APIs. So I think this is going to give a proper understanding of how you can work with file system, how you can create file folder, how you can check if that is exist or not, how you can create path, and very important, how you're going to make use of both path module and file system together to implement this. Okay, this is very important because consider you don't know that what is path dot base name, so you will not be able to use, right? So that is the reason I've discussed the path module previously, and then we discussed the file system module. Okay, so with this, now let's move on to the next module, which will be another very important module, and this will be buffers. Okay, so we will create one more file here. So I'm just going to do buffers.ts. okay, now this is another important. So first of all, you need to understand that what actually buffers are and why we need buffers, right? So first, whenever you need to work with raw binary data, and that is where you are going to use buffers, right? Now what actually binary data means, now I'm not sure if some of you know means. See, binary data means when you have your data stored in bytes. So your binary data means when you have your data stored in bytes, as simple as that, right? Now you need to understand that when in JavaScript, right, whenever you use something called strings, now these strings are good for normal text, but when you work with bytes, or especially raw bytes, this is where you can't use strings that much. So you need to use something called buffers. Now one of the most important interview questions can be that where all the places, okay, that you can use buffer. So first of all, one will be reading files, very important. Receiving, very, like, there can be, believe me or not, there can be a lot of complicated and very advanced level of places where you can or you need to use buffers. Okay, so don't take this particular module lightly. This is a very important module. So when you're going to receive HTTP request bodies, then also you can use buffers. Okay, working with streams, very important. You'll see that whenever you're going to work with streams, right, you are going to use or you need buffers. Handling images, PDFs, files, and videos, there also you need buffers. Also sometimes you need to use encrypt and maybe let's say hashing, then also you need buffers. So these all will be very frequently you are going to use buffers. So first, see, if I'm going to repeat one thing, that what actually buffers and when you need to use buffers. So first we need to mention that okay, buffer we are going to use whenever we need to work with raw binary data. Okay, raw binary data. And why? Because JavaScript, so they can ask, okay, why not JavaScript strings? Because strings are actually good only for normal text. When you need to use raw binary data, the binary data that is stored in bytes, this is where you need buffers. Okay, so it's just like this. So you have string. So string means your human readable text. Then you have buffer, means your raw bytes, like this. Okay, now first of all you need to know how you can create normal or simple buffer. So you have something called buffer.from method. So what you can do, right, you can simply do, let's say I'm just going to create a text buffer. So I'll do const text buffer. So I'll directly use buffer dot from, and see that if I just go here, right, this has crazy amount of method. Okay, there is no way I can cover each and everything, but I'll try to cover only the best one. For example, how you can create buffer. So we give a buffer.from, and let's say I wanted to pass a text here. So this would be my text node, something like this, right? So this is going to do what? This is going to create a buffer from a normal text, because this is a text, correct? So what will happen? This normal text will become bytes internally. You're getting? So this is where we need, or we are creating buffer from a normal text. Now consider if I'm just going to log this text buffer, what will happen? So if you log this text buffer, you are going to see, can you guess? So you're going to see bytes, and this will be hexadecimal format. Okay, so this is also very important. So let's test it. So I'm just going to save it, and let's go to package.json, save 08, and I'll do tsx source slash, so 08 buffers.ts, save, and then if I do clear and let's run again, and you can see that you are getting buffer, and this is, you are getting, actually this is not normal text, right? You can clearly see it. So this is simply bytes in hexadecimal format. Okay, what will happen? Each value is 1 byte. So here each value is 1 byte. So n is actually n is actually this 4e, right? You are seeing here. Then you have o equal to this 6f. Then you have what is node, node, right? So d is becoming 64, like this, right? So this is how you can create buffer. So now let's say what I need to do, right? I wanted to convert this particular raw buffer into my readable text only. So you have something called toString method, and this toString method is going to convert that byte into the normal text. So for example, if I go here and let's say I'll do log, and I'm just going to do text buffer dot toString, another very important, and here you have to give the type. I think we already explained UTF-8. So node, you'll understand we are actually working with normal text, or we are converting something to a normal text. And if I just enter here, you can see that you are getting node back, right? Makes sense. So that means technically this text buffer, whatever you have created from this and this particular line, both are same. So this is in readable view and not readable. Readable means readable view only, means we can human readable view, and this is in buffer in bytes. Okay, so these are one of the most important two concepts. Now let's understand some more important methods that mostly we are going to use. So it's something called buffer length. So now let's say I'm just going to do here. So let's take a English buffer. I'm just going to do any random name, whatever. So I'll do buffer.from, and maybe I'll do hello. Okay, and now what I can do, right, I can simply just do here English buffer.length, and this is going to give you the length here. So save this, and if I just run this here, so I'm going to get 5. Okay, Also here what actually 5 means, so hello we have what 5 characters, correct? 1 2 3 4 5 characters equal to 5 bytes. Okay, so this will be your buffer dot length. So now you can also use another very important method that is called buffer.alloc. This buffer.alloc is going to do what? It's going to create a buffer with a fixed number of bytes. Very important. So what I'm talking about, so you have something called allocation. So in short it's called alloc. So it's simply allocation like this. So it's like const, I'm just going to do a fixed buffer. So do fixed buffer. So do buffer dot alloc, and then you're going to pass, let's say 5. So this is going to create a fixed number of buffer. So here if I just log this, and let's say I'm just going to do empty fixed. This is empty buffer but fixed buffer, and this will be fixed buffer here. And if you just log it, right, see what you're getting. So you can see that it is going to create an empty buffer, but it's going to create fixed buffer, means we have given 5, so it's going to create 5. Now what you can do, right, we have another important, see I already mentioned, right, whatever methods that I have actually decided to cover, remember there is a reason. I'm not doing all of this blindly, because you'll see whenever you're going to work in a project, mostly you're going to use all of these only. So buffer.from, that buffer.toString, buffer.length, buffer.alloc, all of this, and then we have something called write. What write is going to do, so what you can do, right, you can write text into a existing buffer also. Okay, now consider what you can do, right, this fixed buffer is currently having what 5 bytes, and now what we are going to do, right, I'm going to add, let's say 3 more bytes. So what I can do, right, I can take this fixed buffer and I can do something like write, and this write is going to, I'm just going to add API or whatever you're going to give. So what will happen, this API actually need 3 bytes. Okay, so it's going to fit. You're getting what I'm talking about, and the remaining bytes, because it has already has 5, so the remaining bytes will remain 0. It's very important. So what we are simply doing, I'm going to repeat once again. So you created fixed buffer of 5 bytes, right, all are empty, right, and now we are writing this API into this buffer, fixed buffer. So this is going to take 3 bytes, and this has 5, so 2 will remain empty. So now if I just log here, so let's do fixed buffer after write, and I'm simply going to do fixed buffer, and I'll do log, and let's do fixed buffer. I'll do fixed buffer as text. So how we are going to do text, so do fixed buffer dot toString, and then we're going to use UTF-8. Save this and we'll see what is happening, right? So you see, we have, see, first one is empty. Fixed buffer after write is 3, because API is going to take 3 bytes and rest 2 will remain empty. And then this is our fixed buffer as text is API. Okay, fantastic. So that means this is how you're going to do this. Also, you can do something like this. You can use, okay, let's discuss buffer.concat method also, because what will happen, right? So whenever you're going to work, let's say you're working in a real project and you're getting data in chunks, because there is a possible that when your data is huge, you are not going to get the data at once. So what will happen, right, you're going to get in chunks. So this will called as chunk 1, chunk 2, like this. What you can do, right, you can actually combine all of this into one buffer. So let's say I'm just going to get chunks, so I'm going to getting 3 chunks, right? So how I'm getting, so I have a buffer dot from, so this is my first chunk and this is hello. Then I'm going to give comma and I'm getting my second chunk. So I'll do buffer.from and I'll do hello node. And then I'm just going to do buffer.from and I'm just going to do hello node.js, something like. So I have 3 chunks. What I can do, right, I can combine all of this into one. So I'll do combine buffer. And these will be chunks, not chunk, what I'm doing. So I'll do buffer.concat and you're going to use these chunks. So what this is going to do, this is going to combine all of this into one, and then you're going to simply log this. If I just do log here, combine buffer, and also let's do combine buffer dot toString, and I'm just going to do UTF-8, so you'll understand clearly what is happening here. So let's log this, and you can see that what you're getting. So you're getting hello node.js and this is the combined buffer. So you're getting hello node.js, makes sense, right? So that means this actually combined and created one buffer. Okay, so I think this is done. Also I think this should be enough, right? So what we have covered so far, so covered that buffer is going to store raw bytes, buffer.from is going to create buffer from data, buffer.toString is going to convert your text from your buffer.length is going to give you the length, buffer.allocation is going to do what? It's going to create empty buffer.write is going to write your data into a buffer, and buffer.concat is going to combine multiple buffer chunks. Believe me, if you can master all of this, right, most of the time you will be able to work with buffers. Okay, so with this, now let's move on to the next one. All right, so moving to the next one, so let's create. And normally other videos, I'm not sure, I think they usually not cover this, but I'm going to cover this one. Okay, this is another important one, and this will be URL module. Okay, so let's see, because in the next part we are going to have the HTTP module, right, and there it will be actually helpful, and also when we are going to actually implement our APIs and everything. So what you're going to do, right, so this URL module is going to help you to work with URLs safely, something like that. Okay, so because see what will happen, right, whenever you're going to do any backend development, maybe you need some protocol information, or you need which host name you're using, or maybe you need the path, or maybe you need the query parameters. Mostly query parameters and all you are going to use a lot. So consider maybe I'm just going to take this example, right, so I'm just going to do HTTPS. Let's take api.example.com, whatever you want to take, .example.com, then I have /users, and then here I'm going to have, let's say I'm going to use a pagination page 2, and then I'm using limit will be 20 or 10, whatever you wanted to take, right? So in this case, what will be your path name? Your path name is this one, so /user. Page is actually 2 and limit is 10, which is what, this is what query params that you are actually doing, right? So let's implement this one in a simpler way. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to take a function, and then I'm just going to do run URL demo. Let's return void only, we don't have to return anything, so we'll do void, and then I'm simply going to do const API URL. So how we are going to do here, we are going to create a API, sorry, we are going to create a not API, man, we are going to create a URL object. How are you going to create a URL object? So the question is how you can create, how to create URL object from URL string. Now this is very important. Okay, you need to know all of this. You'll see that in most project we usually use this. So we have to do a new URL, and here you have to pass the string. So for example, I'm just going to take https : and I'm let's say api.asdevhub. I'm just going to take asdevhub as example, and here I'm just going to do maybe user information I'm getting, and here I'll do page equal to 2, and then let's take a limit. The limit will be 10, and also I'm just going to take a sort will be latest, something like this. Okay, so now what I'm doing, don't need this. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right, oh, I think it was correct only. So here I thought I've taken this one in middle, so here I'm just going to log couple of things. Okay, so I'll do log, and let's do full URL. So how you are going to get the full URL? So you have to do something like this. So do API URL.href. So this is going to give you the full URL. Okay, and before that also let's do one thing, we are going to run this. Okay, so I'm just going to run this here. So I'll do run URL demo, save this, let's copy this, go to package.json, and here I'll do 09, and I'll do tsx source / this, and let's run one by one. So I'll do 09, and I'll see that you're going to get the full URL. Okay, so this is going to give you the full URL. Now what I have to get, right, so a couple of things I need to get. So I need to get the protocol. So you can do API URL.protocol. You're going to get API URL.hostname. This is going to give you the host name. You're going to get the path name, API URL.pathname. And very important, you are also going to get your search string or query string. How? So you'll do API URL.search, and if you save all of these, and let's run all of these and see what you're getting. Okay, so you're getting this is your HTTPS, your protocol, then you're going to have your host name api.asdevhub.com, this is your path name, and this is your search or query string, right, and this is your complete one. Complete means your href. So this all the information you're going to get. Now what actually search param usually do, right, so there is a method called search param. One of the most important concept that you need to know whenever you will be working with, mostly you are going to work with filter, search, sort, all these things. Okay, so what is search param? So search param is going to give you the capacity to read query parameters. Okay, so query parameters means where it will start with normally with this. So you have your URL and then you have something starting with this question mark, and after right side whatever you are going to have, usually you will call this one as query parameters. Okay, so now let's say I wanted to get my page information. So what I can do, right, I will do API URL, and this is going to give me my search params, and this search param is going to give you this. See, we have get, append, delete, entries, blah blah, lot of things. You're going to get because I need to get the information of page. So this will be your key and this will be your value. So my page is the key, value will be 2, limit is key, 10 is value, sort is key, latest is value. So here I wanted to get page, so I'll do page here. So this is going to give me page information. Copy this, and now let's say I wanted to get my limit, so this will be my limit, and also I'm just going to get a sort, this will be my sort, and then if I just log all of this, and you're going to get page, limit and sort. Right, you save all of this. For now I'll comment it out, this one here, and then run it. So you're going to get 2, 10 and latest. So you're getting 2, 10 and latest. So this is where you're going to use called search params. Okay, you can also update these search params. How you're going to update? So let's say I wanted to update my page from 2 to 3, right? I can do that. So I'll do API URL dot search param, and then you're going to do set, and set will be your key value. So key is your page, value will be your, let's say 10. So from this will be string. Okay, so this from 2 it will be changed to 10. Let's say you wanted to change your limit from 10 to 20, so I can do like this. So I'll do API URL dot search params dot set, and this will be, what is that, limit will be maybe 20. Okay, so now what I can do, right, I can just log it here. So I'll do log, and I'll do API URL dot href and see what will happen. Okay, and if I just run it, so you'll see that previously you have 210 latest, now your page is 10, limit is 20, sort is latest. Means using this set you will be able to update these values also. Okay, now you have also another very important something called URL search params. This also you can use separately. Now when this is very helpful, let's say you wanted to build some query string, so in that case URL search param is very important concept, very important. I mean, like too important, because you are actually going to use this one in a real project. So how you can do this? So let's say I wanted to create some query params, so I'll do new URL search params, and this is where you can actually give, let's say my search value is Node.js, my page is 1, and my limit is let's say 5. And now what I can do, right, I can simply log this. So I'll do log, and you can do query params, and you can do toString, query params dot toString. Okay, so now let's save this, and if I just log it here, you'll see that what you're going to get. See, you're getting search Node.js and page equal to 1 and limit equal to 5. That means this is going to create a search param which you can also append in your URL. Okay, so this is all the things that you are going to or you can use from your URL module. Okay, so these all are very important, and whatever we have discussed in this particular module, right, actually you're going to use in a project. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so moving to the next one, so let's understand one more, and this will be, so we are going to understand event emitters. Okay, so let's do EventEmitter.ts. So first we'll understand that what actually event emitter is. Now event emitter will be, also event emitter you're going to use when, let's say you have consider this one, that you have one part of application that want to announce that something happened, and other part of that application, that part want to listen to that particular, that okay, this is something happened, and based on this I wanted to do something. Okay, so a simple example will be, let's say you are implementing a functionality. Okay, and the functionality is that user actually registered. So once user will comes to our application, they're going to give your email, password or whatever, right, name, blah blah. Once user registered, so consider this one as a one part of your app, so it's doing something, right? So once user will register, after this we are going to do something. Okay, so for example, let's say there can be possibility that okay, we have a feature that once user will register, we need to send a welcome email, correct? or maybe let's say we need to write a log, or maybe let's say we need to notify some other service that you have. Okay, notify some other service. So now if you see that this is like a two-way thing is happening. Two-way in the sense means I'm trying to explain in a simpler way that you are doing something. So this is what you are doing, and based on that you want to do something. So based on user registration you want to do some other activity. Okay, so this is where we have something called event, right? So this is like an event. So it's like I'm not sure if you're familiar with Kafka. So it's like you have a producer, so something is producing, right, something, and that producer is sending that information to a mediator, and then consumer is going to consume it. So it's like this, right? So you have a producer, consumer. So consider like this. So here what you have to do, right? So EventEmitter is going to, let's say, emit one particular event, and listener, what they're going to do, so listeners is going to handle that particular, listener is going to listen to that event, and based on this it's going to do something. So for example, let's say here we have something like this. So EventEmitter is going to emit one event, and then you have listeners is going to listen to this event, and then it's going to do something. It's going to do something based on this. So here we have some method that you need to know, which are very important. So first one will be .on. So what this is going to do, so this is going to register one listener. So this is the first thing. Okay, so every time, let's say there is an event and that event is emitted, it's going to register, it's going to run and register one listener. Okay, so .on method. Then you have something called .once. Now this is also important. Now what this is going to do, this is going to register a particular listener. So this is also register one listener, but the difference is it's going to run only once. That runs only one time. Okay, and then you have something called .emit. So .emit is going to do what? It's going to triggers an event, and it's going to send that event to the listeners. So mostly you need to master all these three things. Okay, so first of all, let's say we will create, so let's take const, and I'll do app events. Maybe let's do app events only, and then I'm simply going to do new, and here I'm just going to do EventEmitter. This EventEmitter you're going to import from node events. Okay, so this will be from node:events, and this EventEmitter, so this will be your EventEmitter, right? So here now what you're going to do, right? So let's say we are let's take this example only, user registration. So I'm just going to take one type, and I'll do user register payload, and here we're going to have a ID which will be number, and also you're going to have an email which will be string. Okay, now what I'm going to do, right? So here let's say I have a listener, first listener. So when this listener will run, whatever we are going to write, so whenever, let's say we have an event and that event is going to do something, so whenever user will register, we are going to emit one particular event, and once you're going to emit that event, listener is going to listen to that particular event, and listener is going to run. Okay, so in this case, in real example will be, once you'll see that once you register any particular website, you'll see that you are going to get some welcome email, correct? So it's something like this. So here what I'm going to do, right? So I will be having, so I'm just going to app events.on, and here I'm going to pass a event name. This event name will be once user will register. So this is my event name, consider. Okay, user registered. And once user will register, so whenever this particular we are going to emit this particular event, we are going to pass some event. Okay, so you pass some payload, and that payload we are going to receive here. But before doing this, what we are going to do, right? Maybe let's say what I'm going to do, right? Let's keep it like this. Okay, I'm just going to create one function, and let's do register user. So this is my actual function where you're going to do something. So here for now I'm just going to give void, and I'll do const user, and user is going to have an ID 1, and let's do user is going to have an email, and I'll take my email here, whatever you want to take. Now what I'm going to do, right? So first of all, I'm just going to do log, and I'll do user saved. So in actual application, what you're going to do, you're going to do some DB operation, and you're going to save the user to your DB, something like this, correct? And now this is where you are going to emit the event. See, remember, you need to emit. So once you emit the event, your listener is going to listen to that event. So here I'm just going to do app events.emit, and here you are going to give the event name. Okay, now remember, whatever you're emitting, the event name and the listener event name should remain same. So here we are actually emitting that okay, user is now registered, and then we are going to pass a user payload. So this will be my payload, or this will be my data. This particular event emitter is emitting, correct? So now what will happen, right, when I'm going to listen to this particular event, these data, whatever I'm sending here, these listener will be able to access, and based on this you can do whatever you want. For example, let's say you wanted to send a welcome email, you can do this, right? For example, in this user you have the email information, so you'll be able to send that email to that particular user. So this is how it will work. So now what you can do, right, when this listener is going to listen, it will actually match this particular event, whatever event we have, and now this is where we are going to get our payload. So here I'm just going to do user register payload, and here what I can do, you can see, let's say I'm just going to log here, and I'm just going to do email listener, and this email listener is going to do, let's say I'm just going to do a welcome email sent to this user, and here you're going to pass user.email. Okay, so this is going to do that. Now what you can do, right, this is a very important concept, that you can have multiple listener for the same event. Okay, so let's say I wanted to create one more listener here. Okay, so maybe I'm just going to do app events.on, and I'm going to give same event name, user register. Okay, and then let's say I'm just going to take the same thing, so I'll do user will be user payload, and this is where I'm simply going to do what, maybe let's say I'm just going to log a event, right? So something like this, and here I'm just going to do log listener, and then I'm just going to do user name is user.id, and email is, and here I'm just going to do user.email. Okay, so that means you can do what, right, you can actually register multiple listener for the same event also. Okay, so this is the first thing that we need to understand. Now also let's do one thing. After this, what we can do, right, I'm just going to do a log, and I'm simply going to do register user, and here I'll do event listener completed, something like this. Okay, and now let's say first of all I'm just going to log this register user here, and then we are going to understand one more concept, but this is how it will work. Okay, this is how actually in the project also you're going to implement. So at the end it's going to emit event, and on the other side the listener is going to listen to that event, and it's going to do a real job. Okay, so now let's go here. I'm just going to copy this, and I'll do 10 ts source / this, and if I go here, let's run this. So user saved, email listener welcome email sent to user Sangam, log listener. So that means you can see we emitted the event only once, but we have a 2 listeners, so both listener will work. Okay, and you have log listener and register user, event listener completed. So this is how it's going to work. So now we have one more concept, and that is that how you can use once. Once means this one, register one listener that run only one time. So now let's say what I can do, right, I can create one more here. So I'll go app events.on, let's say I have one more event here, and that is app.start, means once our app will start we wanted to do something. Okay, and here I'm simply going to do log, and let's do once listener. So I'll do once listener, and now app started, let's do here. So I'll do app started, something like this. So whenever our app will run, that time I wanted to run this. And now what I'm going to do, right, see, notice if I go here and I'll do app events.emit, and I have this app.started, this event. So I'm going to emit this, and then I'm also going to emit this one more time. But what will happen, right, because we are using once, even though we are emitting twice, listener will be registered with only once, because we have once here. Oh, we need to do once here, we need to do once. Okay, so this will be once, so it will only run first time. And if I go here, let's run this again. So you see that once listener, app started, user saved, email listener, and all this. So this will be the concept of event listener, that what actually event is, the very important method, how we are going to emit event, and how listener is going to listen to that event. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. So with the code modules, I think we are almost at the end, and now let's finish this particular section with, so I'm just going to be 11, and we are going to understand streams. Okay, streams are also very important. So first of all, you have to understand again, as usual, right, that when you are going to use stream and why actually you need it. So first of all, streams are used when the data you want to handle, so whatever data you're handling, piece by piece. Okay, so you want to handle the data piece by piece. Okay, now what I mean by this, so here what you're doing, right, you are not loading the data, like everything at once, everything at once. So this will be better way to put it. So you're not loading the data all at once, you are handling it piece by piece, right? Now the best example of stream using will be, let's say you wanted to read some large files, okay, or you want to upload files. This is also very, very important. This is where you can actually use streams. Okay, or same will be downloading. So you want to download files, let's say you're downloading very big files, so instead of downloading all at once, you're downloading piece by piece, right? Sometime you're also going to use, let's say you're including audio video processing, that also you can use. Now see, whatever these we are discussing, that all these use cases are actually real, and you are actually going to use these in projects. Also you need this one sometimes in compressions also. So this will be where you are going to use streams. Okay, now first of all, what will happen, right, the main idea or the core concept of stream will be that stream doesn't give you the data immediately. So it's not going to give you the data immediately, it's going to give you the data is in small, and we already know this particular term that we have discussed, and that is called chunk, right? So remember, I already mentioned this one, chunks. So here it's going to give you the data in small pieces that we call as chunks. Okay, so now how it's going to do, so let's say I have this, that okay, here is my full 500 MB file, something like this. Stream, what it's going to do, it's going to do this. Okay, so look, here is chunk 1, then it will do, here is chunk 2, 3, 4, 5, something like this. Okay, so it's going to give you in chunk. Why? Now first of all, one of the most advantage will be this will be memory efficient, because you can see, right, we are not handling all the data at once, so there will be not too much overloading on memory, right? So this will be memory efficient. Okay, now also you also need to understand some of the stream types. Okay, I forgot to mention this. So for example, let's say we have something called stream types. Stream types are actually important. So we have readable stream, right? So you have readable streams. I'm not sure if the spelling is wrong. If it is wrong, I think readable. Okay, so readable stream, readable streams will be, or readable stream will be like where you have some data, so you have some source of data, something like this. Okay, now here maybe let's say example will be maybe HTTP request body or file. You're going to read some data or read some data from a file, big file, right? So this will be readable. Then you have something called writable stream. Writable stream will be like there will be some place or some I don't know the English term, man. Destination. So there will be some destination where you are going to data, you want to write the data. So there will be destination where the data is written. Okay, and then you have something called transform stream. Now this is also very important. Transform means it's kind of a stream that's going to read your data, it's going to change it also. Okay, and then very important, it's going to pass that stream to forward. So pass it forward. So it's going to read the data, if needed it's going to change it. So it's going to change the data, and then it's going to pass the data, pass that forward. Okay, so example will be, let's say this one only, compression will be a proper example for this, right? Or maybe let's say you want to, the basic example, let's say you wanted to convert your text to uppercase. So we are going to see some example, but from a definition wise, right? So all these key points, whatever I have explained, are actually very important. So let's start with readable. Readable means I already mentioned, so there are some method you need to also understand. So let's create a readable stream. So I'm just going to do readable and I'll do stream. Okay, what are you going to do, right? You're going to use something called readable, and this readable, from where you're going to use this readable you're going to import from this node stream. So you can see that you have this one. So readable you're going to use from your stream package. So you have node : stream. Okay, so what this is going to do, right? So first of all, let's create this. So I'm just going to do readable, and you have to use this form. So here what this is going to do, this is going to create a readable stream, but it's going to create from an array. Each item that you're going to have in this particular array will become what? Will become chunks. Chunks are very important. Okay, so whatever array you are going to have, it will become chunks. How you're going to do this? So you're going to do like this. So every data, let's have a hello, give space, let's say maybe I'll do from, let's do Node.js, and I'm just going to do streams, something like this, right? So this will be a readable stream. So very simple one. Now let's understand transform one. So what you're going to do, right? Maybe let's take that example that we're going to convert some text to uppercase. So what I'll do, right? I'm just going to create a const, and I'll do uppercase transform. So here we are going to use something called new transform, and this transform we are going to import from node stream only. So what this is going to do, right? So here you are going to use a transform method. So you can see that you have a transform. Transform is going to take a chunk encoding, and there will be a callback. Okay. Chunk, what is chunk? Chunk is usually buffer. In the buffer concept we have discussed, right? So chunk will be buffer. What you are going to do right here, let's say we have some string, and then we are going to convert that chunk to a string. That also have discussed that you can directly do chunk.toString, and based on that you can do certain operation, and at the end what you can do, you can pass that result to the callback. Callback format also have discussed, the classic callback format, callback, and then you're going to have error, and then you're going to have a result. You remember this part I discussed. So consider, so here first of all let's take this on a transform. So in this transform, this is going to take chunk, this is also going to take the encoding, and this is also going to take a callback, which is very important. Okay, so now let's say I wanted to do something here. So first of all I will be having a text, and then I'm just going to do chunk.toString. Okay, and here, so let's take the callback. So error will be null, and I'm just going to do, so this is what I'm just going to do, text.toUppercase. So we're going to do text.toUppercase. So what we are doing, right, we are actually sending this transform data where, so it's going to send this data forward. Okay, null means we don't have any error. Okay, and this result is nothing but it will be the new chunk that is going to move to the next stream. Now I know that this might be a little tricky, but you need to understand all of this, right? That how readable, transform and writable, all these stream works, so that there is no point, because these are very basic concept. Now what we're going to do right now, let's write one writable stream. So writable stream is going to do, it's going to receive the chunk, and then it's going to do something. We don't know what is. Why? Because that is going to depend based on the project or based on the feature you are doing. Okay, so what this is going to do, right, simple way, just remember, or you can note it down. Writable is going to write data to a particular file, or it's possible it's going to send data to a HTTP server also, or maybe let's say it's going to upload data to some cloud. That is also possible. Okay, so now let's do writable stream. So how you can do, right, you are going to use something called writable. So you'll see that we have writable, this one. Okay, and now here you are going to do something called write. See, write also is going to receive what? Chunk encoding callback. So I'm just going to take write. So I'll do chunk, we have the encoding and the callback. So we'll do encoding and the callback. So first I'm just going to log something here, and let's do received chunk, and here I'm simply going to do chunk.toString. So this is the first thing. So now what you're going to do, right, we are simply going to call this callback. Now you have to understand, till this time we have already discussed that multiple times what actual callback is, but why we need this callback here. What this callback is going to do, so this callback is going to tell Node that okay, I already have handled this particular chunk, now you can send this one to next one. Simple. Okay, so this means this callback is simply telling that okay, I'm done with my job, now you do the rest, or move this one to next one. And now we are going to combine all of this to a certain, we are going to combine all this readable, transform, writable into one particular concept, and that we called as pipeline. Now pipeline is very important. What pipeline is going to do, now you see that each and everything is individual, right? So it's going to read something, it's going to create a readable stream, it's going to do some action here. It's going to convert this one text to uppercase, and it's going to write this data to some place, whatever it is. But all these are independent, there is no connection. So that means what we're going to do, we need to use something that is called pipeline. Pipeline is going to connect all these stream together. Okay, so now we are going to create a let's do a function, and I'm just going to do a main, and here I'm just going to have a promise. Let's do void. So how this will work, so first of all you're going to take a try catch. So in the catch we're going to do error. So first let's handle the error. So we'll do the same thing. So we'll do message if this error is instance of error. So we're going to do error dot message, or else I'm just going to do unknown error, and here I'm just going to do stream failed, and here I'll do message. Okay, now in the try, so we are going to use something called await, and we are going to use something called pipeline, and this pipeline we are going to import from node stream promises. Okay, so from here we are going to import, so from node stream slash promises you're going to have. So what this pipeline is going to do, now this is actually very important concept. Okay, and this can be, if you know all this, right, and let's see if you can answer all of this in the interview, you'll be like, okay, your interviewer will be actually impressed. Okay, if you know, because these are pure Node.js concept, we are not using any framework or anything like that. Pipeline is going to connect all your stream together. Okay, so we have first we have a readable stream, correct, and then readable stream we are going to do what, we are going to uppercase. So we are going to convert that text to uppercase, and then we are going to use the writable. So now what you can do, right, you can actually directly pass all your source here. Source means you can pass your readable, then I'm just going to do my uppercase. So this is my transform. So we are transforming something, we are doing some action, and then we are going to do a writable. That's it. And then what you can do, you can just do a log, and this stream, sorry, I'll do stream completed, something like this. That's it. And then what you're going to do, right, you're going to just not here, outside, we're going to call this main. So save this. Now let's copy this, go here. So we'll do tsx source slash this, and let's do here, we'll see what you're getting. So you're getting received chunk hello from Node.js streams and stream completed. So you can see that from where you are getting this one. Receipt chunk means, that means you are writing. Now if you notice one thing, when you have created the readable, we have this one in lowercase, but this transform stream is going to do what, is actually transforming this stream, and then it actually passing this one to a writable stream, and then it's going to simply saying that okay, now I have received it. For example, here we are simply logging, right, but in actual project maybe you're writing this one to a file system, or maybe you're sending this data to some place, we are storing the data to our cloud, whatever it is. But you can see that this is actually received the data, right? So chunk we are getting capital, and who is doing this capital, this uppercase transform this stream, and then we are simply telling that now this callback is telling okay, writable stream task is done, you go next. Now it will check here, we don't have any other stream, so now stream will be completed. So this is how you can make use of this stream. So couple of key points you have to understand, that stream work with chunks, streams work with chunks. Readable stream, what it's going to do, it's going to produce the data. Writable stream is going to consume the data and it's going to do something. And transform stream is actually very important. Transform stream actually doing something, it's actually modifying the data in the middle. See, it's actually converting this one to uppercase before it will pass to the writable. And pipeline is going to combine all your stream together. Okay, one thing, you don't have to use stream everywhere. This is also another important concept, and this is also a bad practice if you're using streams everywhere. So it's like, oh, I know stream and I have to show off my skill and then I'm using. Don't do like this. If your data is very large, then only you have to use streams. Okay, so with this, now our core module is completed. So I think we have almost covered most of the things, and some of the things are very important. I think in other videos you will not find in this much details. So with this, now let's move on to the next section. Alright, so till this part, what we have completed. So first section is completed, right? So we have learned that what actually Node.js is, setup, installation, and all the code modules and the concepts. And I think this is more than enough. See, whatever concept that I mentioned that are a little more advanced, so for that one I will be creating a part 3. Now you might be thinking that okay, I already have a part 3 that I have uploaded last year, but this is just to mention that part 3 is completely different, because in that part 3 we have discussed different tech, like I think if I'm able to recollect, I've discussed with something like Bun, Hono, and then I've covered Nest.js, but this part 3 will be completely different. Alright, so here we are only going to cover Node.js as advanced concept. Why part 3? Because in the part 2 we are going to have Node.js microservices. Okay, if you are following this channel, you already know what I'm talking about. So I think whatever we have discussed in the previous section, that is more than enough. Okay, but now the real concepts that we will start learning. So first of all, what we are going to learn, so first we'll start with learning Node HTTP module, because this is where it will become more and more practical. Okay, and from this particular section, whatever things I'm going to repeat, whatever things you are going to learn, you have to do this one practically properly, and you also have to learn that how you're going to apply all those concepts in a project where you're going to actually build production level API applications. Okay, so first we are going to target Node HTTP module. This is what we are going to do. After this, okay, extremely important, okay, I'm going to repeat once again, please note it down. There will be one section where I'm going to add a Postgres full course. Now this particular part that we will have before starting our actual Node.js project, this video is already uploaded on YouTube. Okay, but why I'm adding, because if I'm not wrong, I think most of the people haven't watched, because that video didn't get that much response. Now why I'm telling this is absolutely mandatory, this particular section, the reason is very simple, because in this particular section, I think this will be around 4 hours. Each and every topic I've discussed, that if you're a beginner, this will be absolutely perfect video for Postgres to start. So I'll highly recommend, like 100% recommend, to complete this particular section before you will jump to next part. Okay, so I just wanted to repeat once again, once we'll complete this Node HTTP module, we are going to have one complete dedicated Postgres section. Now if you recollect, right, if you watch my previous Node.js part 1 video, there also I have kept one section for MongoDB, because that project or that video was completely dedicated to MongoDB. Because this one we are going to cover Postgres, and also in Node.js microservices also we are going to have Postgres. Highly recommended, do not skip this particular section. Okay, if you skip, it's fine if you already know, but if you don't know like Postgres basic concept, then you have to watch this. So this will be prerequisite, this particular section is prerequisite for the next section. Once we'll cover this, right, we are going to have our actual practical project. Now you can see that I clearly mentioned this will be all in one, covers everything. So what I mean by this, so let's discuss, or else let's not directly jump to the practical part, because you need to know, right, that what are the things you have to learn. So what I mean by this all in one, so in this particular project you are going to understand how we are going to use Postgres with Docker. Okay, so I'm going to give you some, see, we are not going to have too many things around Docker. If you're thinking, okay, I don't know Docker, so we are going to have one single Docker Compose. If you want, you can also skip Docker, but I will highly suggest to use it, because it is very helpful, and it is also production oriented, right? So you will understand that how we can create Postgres pull or Postgres connection, how you are going to implement a proper folder structure when you're going to implement any production level Node.js application. Third, how you can implement CRUD. CRUD means create, read, update and delete, which is the pillar of each and every project. Whatever project you are going to build, whatever complexity of that project is, at the end everything will be CRUD. So CRUD we are going to cover. We are going to cover authentication, JWT authentication. We are not using any third-party packages. Okay, then we are also going to have file upload. So this project is going to cover everything. Now you might be thinking, okay, the same thing we have covered in the part 1 of the Node.js also, that I uploaded 2 years back. Actually yes, because see, when I'm uploading a new video, the only difference is that this is on Postgres, that one on MongoDB. And to be honest, I will be very honest, right, now in this particular time, right, learning Postgres will give you too much edge, because most of the production level application, you will see that they're not using MongoDB. So I just wanted to mention. So if you're thinking that, okay, what is the new thing in this particular video or on this particular project, to be honest, that is not much. At the end we are going to cover all the backend responsibilities only, but how you can create a proper folder structure, the coding standard, working with Postgres, all these things you are going to understand. After this, we are going to have one complete dedicated section on Redis. This also another video that I have uploaded. Same video, I already mentioned that will be prerequisite for Node.js video. Again, I didn't get proper response. I'm going to add this section. If you want to understand how to work with background jobs, BullMQ, then this is also prerequisite section. So why I'm mentioning all of this, so that you will be in track. So first we'll start with Node HTTP, then complete your Postgres section. Once complete, please do not jump directly from here to here. Please do not do this. Okay, I highly recommend, if you're serious, do this. First learn Postgres, then jump to this one. Once you'll do that, learn Redis, have some patience, and then go to the practical section. So this will be proper sequence. Okay, so with this, now let's get started. The first thing what I have done, I created a single folder. You can see that we don't have anything else here. I think we have already covered all these things, right? How you can create package.json and tsconfig in the previous section. So that is the reason I haven't, I'm not showing you all of this. So what we are going to do in this one, we are going to understand a couple of things. So first we have to understand the basic HTTP server and the concept, how you can implement routing, body, reading body, and also JSON response. These four will be main pillar. Why we are covering all of this? Because once you start Express, before that you need to know the core HTTP module, or else there is no point. And also we are going to cover one very important section where we are going to call one external API, because there is a possibility that some section will be not some section in some projects. Let's say you're working in a company, there is a possibility that you will have some third-party API that you need to call. So we also need to understand some of the concepts there also. So with this, now let's get started. So first we'll start with understanding the basic HTTP server concept from the next part. Okay, so let's start creating the first file. Okay, so for this one, what we are going to do, right? See, we don't have to create any proper folder structure or anything for now, because we need to understand the concept, right? So as usual, we will create a single file like this. So I'm just going to give this one as basic HTTP server.ts. So first, what are the things that we need to understand? First, we need to understand that from which package we are going to import HTTP, right? So first, let's do this, and I think you know very well, right? So I'm going to keep complete section practical only. There is no point of explaining only concept then do practical, but we are going to do vice versa. First, we are going to write the practical and then write the concept in this file only, just like we have done in the previous section. So to import HTTP from this module, so from which module I need to do? So I'm going to do node, and then you're going to give colon, and this will be your HTTP, right? You can also do something like this. So you'll do HTTP, okay? But I'll do like this. So we are getting from node HTTP module. So this will be my module. First, what I'm going to do, right? I'm going to take one port that I wanted to run this on 3000 port. So first we need to understand that how you can create a HTTP server. So to create a HTTP server, you need to use something called http.createServer. So this create server is a method that is going to do what? It's going to create a low level HTTP server. Okay, so first let's create the server, then we'll understand each and everything. So let's start with server. So I'm going to take HTTP, and this is going to give me this create server. Okay, now this create server is going to have something. Okay, so this is going to have something called request, and this is going to have response. So what this is all about, very important concept, like these are like core concept. Okay, you can't skip any of this. Request is your request object, response is your response object. So what actually this request object contains, right? So first you are going to have something called as request, and then you're going to have something called as response. Now you're going to get some error because this is going to not able to understand that what actually this is. So in this case, we need to import something from this particular module. So I'm going to import a type, and I'm going to tell that, okay, this is my incoming message, that the request I'm going to receive, and this is my outgoing, or this is my server response. Not outgoing, but this is my server response. So I'm going to import type, and here we're going to have something called as server response. So first I'm going to tell that, okay, this is my incoming request, and this is my server response. Okay, so now after this, what you're going to do, right? Also you have to take this one as a callback, and here now we are going to do something. So first we need to understand here that what is happening. So first we understand that, so let's write it like this. So I'll do http.createServer. This is going to create low level HTTP server, and second we have a callback, right? So this is our callback. Now this callback is going to run for every incoming HTTP request. So we have a callback, so callback is going to run for every incoming request that you are going to get, incoming HTTP request. What this request means, so this request is nothing but this is our request object. What this request object contains, now this is going to contain couple of things, right? So first, if I just do here something like this, I'll do request dot, and you can see that you are going to have a lot of things here, so many things are happening. So some of the very important point you have to understand. First, there will be a request method. Okay, now this request method is going to tell the type of method that or type of request that we are doing. So for example, this method can be your get, this can be your post, this can be your put, this can be your options, this can be your delete, something like this. Okay, so this is a request dot method. Then you are going to have something called request dot URL. What this is going to tell, this is actually your requested path. Okay, for example, we are calling to this path slash, or we are calling to this slash user, so this is your path, or so in this case this will be your request dot URL. Okay, then we have something called very important, we have request dot headers. So this is actually, these headers are nothing but, so these headers will be the actual metadata sent by the client. So what I mean by client is, so in this case your client can be, let's say you have a React.js application, so you're sending the headers. Okay, and next you have something called request body, right? The request body is nothing but, so this will be your data that will be sent by the client, right? Whenever you are going to do, let's say post or put type of request. So this will be your request object. Then we are going to have our response, so which is our response object, right? So this is nothing but, so this particular object will be used by our server to send something back to the client. Okay, so let's say you are doing some API call, and once you do the API call or whatever DB operations you are doing, so you're going to get some response back, and that response you need to render in your UI so that your user can see. Okay, so in that case, that particular response you have to send back. Okay, so because you are going to have your backend and front end, right? So until unless you're going to send the data back from your backend to front end, there is no way you can render the data, correct? So this response is going to help you in that particular case. So it's going to send something back to your client. So what are the things going to send? So you're going to have something called status code. So this status code is going to tell that, okay, if the response or if the operation that we are doing, if that is successful or not, then you're going to also pass the response headers, and then you're going to have your response body. Okay, so this is all about the main concept. Okay, so first you are going to have what? So HTTP create server is going to create your actual HTTP server. There will be a callback which is going to run every time there will be a HTTP request. This is your request object and this is your response object. Okay, so now first of all what we are going to do, right? So in this, so let's remove this. So first I'm just going to do const method. So this will be my request dot method. So this will be the first thing. Again, I think here we have, let's write it only once so that you remember. So here we are going to have request dot method can be get. Okay, so in this case get means you are reading data. Then you are going to have post. So post means you are going to creating some new data. So you are going to create data, or creating, or let's do create data. Then you are going to have put. So put will be you are actually replacing the data, replace data. Then you are going to have something called patch. So patch is you are updating, but you are updating partial data, or let's do update partial data. And then you are going to have delete. So delete is nothing but, I think this is very easy to understand, that delete is nothing but you are deleting the data. So delete data. So normally these are very important. This is what you're going to use most of the times. There are so many, but if you're learning Node.js in depth, okay, in depth, see again, in depth in the sense I'm not talking about you have to be like a Node.js master, okay, but if you're working in a company, right, let's say you're targeting for job, this is more than enough. Why I'm telling, because this is when you're going to implement some actual production level application even in your company, right? You'll see that most of the times you are going to use all of this. So this is about your request dot method. So then we are going to have our URL. So this will be my request dot URL. Okay, so I already mentioned this one. So this will be request.url is nothing but that in which path the client is actually requesting. So this will be in which path the client is actually requesting. Okay, so this will be your request.url, and then you are going to have what we are going to have something called headers. So for example, here let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do one user agent header. So how you can do this, you're going to do request and you're going to pass a header, and then here you can pass something called user agent. Okay, what actually headers are? See, headers are nothing but your metadata. Now how I will explain. So headers are nothing but extra information that we send along with our request. Okay, so this will be our extra information. For example, let's say what is our browser type, what is our token, authorization token, what is our content type, whether we are sending JSON content or we are sending text, normal text, all these things you are going to send in your request headers. Okay, and now once this is done, then we have something called our response. So let's say I'm just going to do response, and you can see that we are going to have response dot status code. If you do response dot write, you are going to get a lot of options here, right? You can see that. So we'll do something like request dot send date, set header, all of these. So for now let's do response dot status code, and I'm just going to do this one as 200. What this is going to do, this is going to set your HTTP status code. Okay, here 200 means request is successful or status is successful. Now here you can have so many. For example, 201, when you're going to create something, you're going to have 400, you'll have 500, you have 429, like there are so many. Okay, you're going to have 401. So all these, now each and every status code we use in a certain position or certain situation to represent something. So then you are going to have one more important, which is nothing but header. So let's say I'm adding some header here. So in this case, I'm going to add a content type. So what actually the content that I'm sending. So in this case, I have to mention that, okay, whether I'm sending a JSON format, we are sending in a text format, all this. So for example, let's say I wanted to send only text. So here, this set header, what this is going to tell, this is going to tell your client that what kind of response we are sending. Here it is normal text. Now one thing you have to understand, okay, that if you don't add this particular header, the browser, okay, still it can show the response, but here setting it always help, because for example, let's say we are sending a JSON, so you have to mention that the content type will be application/JSON, something like this. Now what I need to do, right, I have to, whatever this server that I created, I have to end this particular request. So how I'm going to do that, or not request, I'm going to tell we have to finish this particular response. And to finish this, what we have to do, right, we have something called response.end. What this response.end is going to do, this is going to finish this particular response. Now this is actually very, very important, because why? Because every request you are going to have, at the end you are going to have some kind of response, correct? That is the reason you are creating the request. What will happen if you don't add this on this particular thing? If you don't add, right, the browser or the client, it's going to wait, because it will think that, okay, you are sending something, but if you're not sending, it's going to wait. So now, for example, let's say maybe let's do like this. I'm just going to do basic HTTP node server. Okay, and maybe let's render the method. So I'm just going to render the method here. Let's render the URL also. Let's render the maybe user agent. I think these three is fine. Okay, so save this. So now, is this completed? No. Why? Because when we will start a particular request, or we are going to get any response back, so in that case, what we have to do, right, we have to listen, that server should listen to a certain port. Okay, so server.listen, we have a method that is going to do it, it's going to start the actual server. Okay, so first what we have to do, right, so we have to do server, and this is going to give you this listen. We are going to pass the port. Okay, you listen to this 3000 port. Now what will happen, right, before listen, this server exists, but this server exists in your memory. Okay, but it's not going to accept any request. Why? Because this is not running. Once you add this listen, right, what is going to do, right, so Node is going to process this, and it's going to wait for that HTTP request. So whenever you are going to do this request, it's going to run this particular method, and it's going to do its job, whatever it's going to do. So now in this case, this is going to get a callback, And here what you can do, right, so I'm just going to do here log, and maybe let's do server is now running on port, and let's give this on port here, right? So I'm just going to pass the port. That's it. Maybe let's change this one for, because I already have so many projects that I've created, right? Maybe some other things are running, so let's give 5000 only for now. So let's save this. So now what we're going to do, right, we will just add one script in our package.json, and let's go here, let's remove this. So I'm just going to do 01. So this will be tsx. So we'll go to source slash, and you have this, right? So I'm just going to rename, copy this, and then you run it, paste it here. That's it. So save this. So now what you can do, so just to check this one, so I'm just going to do npm run, and then you can do 01. Because why? Because we've given this one as 01, right? So in the script, this one. So now let's run this. You can see that server is now running on port 5000. So that means this is actually working fine. So now what you can do, right? So let's go here, and maybe let's do localhost, and I'm just going to do 5000 because we're running on 5000. What you're getting, we're getting basic HTTP node server. This is GET request, right? You're getting your user agent, right? And all the details that whatever you have added here. Okay. So now I think this is completed. So first of all, you understand some of the things, right? That what actually create server method is, what is request object, response object, okay, and then how you're going to set headers and all the things. Now remember this status code and everything, when we'll start our actual project implementation, this will be easier, because whatever you're seeing, all this status code we are going to anyways use in our Node.js project. So with this, now let's move on to the next concept. Okay, so now let's move on to the next one. So next one, let's understand some of the routing concepts. Okay, so I'll do routing.ts. So first of all, let's do one thing. Okay, let's close this one. Okay, clear this. So first let's do one thing. Let's import this because we need this. We have already discussed this one, we don't have to again discuss. So let's take the port as 5001 this time, and now what we will do, right, so let's create the server first. Now if you see that how I've actually created, see, remember whatever video that you are seeing, right, this particular course, you don't have any idea how much time I've actually spent while creating this video. The point is not about the video recording or the editing. The point is how I'm going to structure this particular curriculum. That is the most important part. See, structuring is very, very important. Means these particular concepts should come after that concept, and that is where the main teaching will come. You understand what I'm talking about? For example, let's say in the previous section we have already discussed that how you can create server using HTTP create server. Now when in the next part I'm going to use the same concept, I don't have to explain, because from the previous section you will be able to apply that particular concept in this one. Okay, and you'll notice this particular pattern throughout this video, okay, till the end. So let's do one thing. So we'll do http.create server. So this is going to give us a callback. So I'm just going to do request, which will be my incoming message. Then I'm going to have the response, which will be my server response. Okay. And here, first of all, what we are going to do, right? So let's take our method. So I'm just going to take the method, and this method will be, so I'm going to take either it will be the request.method, or by default I'm going to take this one as get. So this will be by default, it will be a get method. Okay. So now what we are going to do, right? So first you have to remember one thing, that what this okay, let's first do one thing, that I'll do request URL, and we already discussed that we have something called request.url, right? But what this request.url actually contains, now this contains the path that requested by the client. Okay, so let's say if I'm doing like this, so I have HTTP, and then I will do localhost, and then I'll do 3000, okay, slash users, something like this. So I'm taking 3000 only, that's fine, but let's take 5001 because we're going to run this. In this case, what will be your request.url? Your request.url will be slash users, okay, only this part. Similarly, let's say if I just do here slash user, and then here I'm just going to take only for the user ID 1. So in that case, this will be only of this user ID equal to 1. Okay, so request.url only this part. Okay, so now when we are going to implement routing, or we understand routing, we usually want only the path part, right? Only the path, this part. Okay, so now how we are going to get this? So in that case, what we have to do, right, we are going to convert this request.url into a URL object, and then we are going to read the path name. So first we have to convert. So how we are going to convert? So what you have to do, right, let's cut it. So you have something called new URL. Okay, and this is going to give you, so you can pass this request.url, or this will be, by default it will be like this. And then what we are going to pass, right, so let's take this one as HTTP, and here I'm simply going to do request.header, and then I'm going to get something called host. Okay, and now what we can do, right, we can simply read the path name. So I'm just going to do path name, and this will be a request URL dot, you have something called path name. So this is going to give you the actual path name. Okay, so now first of all, let's do one thing. Let's take res, and then I'm just going to do a set header, and for now I'm just going to pass the content type as text only. So the content type will be text /plain, and then what we have to do, right, so now what you can do, right, we can simply check that if the current method is get. So I'm simply going to check if the method is equal to get, and if the path name, if this path name is equal to, let's say I'm sending request from this path, from the health route. So this is our route. Okay, so you'll understand what I'm talking about. So in that case, what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to do res.status code will become 200. I'm just going to do res.end. So I have to end it, right, we have already discussed. So I'm just going to do server is now, or server is healthy, and then I'm simply going to do return. Okay, so if the path name is health, you are going to return this. Now you'll understand one thing, that even though if you don't have any third-party packages, sorry, not packages, framework like Express, or let's say you're using something else, still using only Node HTTP, you will be able to implement all of this. Okay, without using any framework also. So that is the reason you have to understand the basic concept. Similar way, what I can do, right, I can copy this, and then I can paste it here. Okay, if the method is get, and now if the route is, instead of health, if this is users, so I'm just simply going to pass here list of users. So I'm just going to do list of users, and then we are going to return. Similarly you can do for other also. For example, let's say if I copy this, and now I'm simply going to change this onto, if this is post, not get request. Okay, and the path name is users, so I'm just going to change this one to 201. So 201, we already explained this one, right? If you recollect, 201 is when we are going to create something. So that is the reason I'm taking this one as method is post, and in that case I'm simply going to do user created successfully, something like this. Now here you can also take one for delete also. Okay, and then what I have to do right now, see, there is a possible that when user is going to send one particular request, let's say user can send any random request also to any path, for example some blah blah. Now this path is not present. There is a possibility, right, that this route is not present in your backend. So in that case you have to inform the user, okay, this route is not found. So to do this, what you have to do, so we're going to pass res.status code will be 404. So 404 means this route is not present. 404 means not found. So something is not found here, right? And then in that case you're simply going to do res.end, and I'm simply going to do route not found. Okay, that's it. So now what we're going to do, let's go here, and then we're going to copy this, and I'm simply going to paste it here, save this. So let's go to package.json, copy, paste, and then we are going to simply copy this, paste here, and change this one to 2. So save this, and now what we're going to do, right, so let's run it. So I'll do npm run 02. I'll see that this is now running on 5001. So now what I can do, right, let's go here, and then I'm going to create new request, and then here I'm simply going to do what, right, so let's copy this from here, and then I'm simply going to do 501, and then I'm going to pass this one as health. Okay, see what will happen. So you can see that you are getting server is now healthy. Now the reason you are getting, because it's now matching here. Why? Because what we have done, right, this request URL is now going to give you /health, because this is the path name, right? This is the path name that you are going to get, and if the path name is matching, so in that case you're going to get server is healthy. If you're passing this one as users, so you're going to get that, okay, list of users. Okay, if you're passing what else, so if I change this one to post, and then if I send this one, user created successfully. But in case if I just change this one to get, and if I give a random route which is not present, so I'll do random route not present here, and then if you send this, right, you're going to get route not found, and you're going to get a 404. You're getting all of this. So this is where it is very important. You have to understand a couple of things here. First of all, what actually method is, what is path name, right, how you're going to get the path name, what is status code, what actually response you're sending, and also that you also understand one very important point, and that is if we don't have any route that is not present, so in that case we pass this one as 404. Okay, why these status code are extremely important? Because when you're going to implement actual code, right, let's say production level application you're going to build, you need to know which status code you need to use in which situation, and that is very important. Okay, so I think with this is now completed routing section or concept. Now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so moving to the next one, so let's understand that how we can read our request body in plain Node.js, because anyways in the next section we are going to introduce Express, so you're going to understand all this concept in better way, but still you have to understand that how you can do the same thing or do the same implementation without using any third-party frameworks. Okay, so first I'm just going to give 03. Let's give this one as maybe reading body.ts. So first let's close these two, and here also let's do one thing, let's rename this, copy this, and then let's add one more here. Okay, so I'll do 03, and this will be tsx source / this. Save this. Okay, so first of all we need to copy these two. From here I'll copy this. Let's keep this on 5002 so that you'll understand what is happening. Also let's close this, and here first we are going to do, so we'll create our server. So this will be http.create server, and here we're going to have the callback. So request will be your incoming message, response will be your server response, and here first of all we are going to get a couple of things. So first what we need to get, right, so we are going to get our method. So let's go here. So we'll get our method which will be request.method, or else let's keep this one as get. Next we are going to get our path name. I think this part we've already discussed, so let's copy this from here and then we'll paste it. So now also let's set the header as text only. Save this. So now what I'm going to do, right, so first of all I'm simply going to do if method is equal to get, and then what you're going to do, or else maybe let's do one thing. For get I think we've already discussed, so let's do this one as post only, because this is where we are going to do something. So here what I'll do, right, so I'm simply going to check if the path name is equal to users, then we are going to do something. Okay, so now this particular post is now a post request. Okay, this particular path, not post, this particular path is now a post request. Post means this is going to expect some kind of JSON request body. Okay, so for example, let's say when you are sending something from your UI, you are going to send your name and email, something like that. So in that case what I will do, right, so I'm going to create a type, and this give this one as maybe let's say create user body, that I'm actually creating some user. So where I'm going to keep the name as string, and also I'm going to pass the email which will be string, these two things. So now what I'm going to do, right, so first of all this particular data that I'm going to send from my UI side, I need to read it in my backend. Okay, so for now what we can do, right, so here we can make use of chunks. So here first of all I'm going to take chunks, and these will be buffer, and here what I'm going to do, let's take this one as empty array for now. What we are simply doing, right, we are actually storing our incoming chunks here. Now what these chunks will be, each and every chunk that we are going to store, that will be part of your request body. Okay, now what you're going to do, right, so first of all let's do one thing, let's take a request, and here we are going to take a on listener. Now what we are going to do, right, here we have a method, we have an event called data. What this data event is going to do, this data event is going to run every time Node is going to receive your body chunk or new body chunk. Let me write it or else it will be difficult. So this data event is going to run every time Node receives a new body chunk. So this event is going to be triggered. Okay, when you're going to send small JSON body, so maybe this will run only once. If you're sending larger body, these might run multiple times. So now what we are going to do, right, so this is going to receive chunk, and chunk type will be buffer. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right, so first I'm going to take the chunks that we have, and then I'm going to push this chunk that I'm receiving here. So I'm just pushing this one to this chunks array. Okay, now what I'm going to do, we are going to take an end here. So I'm just going to do request dot dot on, and this will be my end event. What this end event is going to do, so this is going to run when, very important, you can note it down, this end event is going to run when the full request body already arrived, means node already received the complete request body. Okay, now what will be the proper way to frame this? Alright everyone, so I just got a phone call. So okay, so what I was talking about, that when this particular event is going to run, that when the node is going to receive the complete request body. So this, the proper way to frame this one will be that combining all the chunks. Okay, so what this is going to happen, right, so until unless this particular event will run completely, node will not have the complete request body. You're getting? So once it will have the complete or full request body, that time this is going to run this particular event. So here what we are going to do, right, so let's take the callback. So first of all I'm going to get the raw body, and this will be, so first of all I'm going to take buffer dot concat. Here we are going to pass the chunks, because we are going to receive all the chunks here, because this is going to push all the every chunk to this array. And then I'm simply going to do a string. So let's do toString, and let's pass a UTF-8. Okay, so now what this buffer.concat is going to do, this is going to combine all the received chunks into one buffer. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now first of all let's give a check that if this body is not received, because there is a possibility that user haven't sent anything. So in that case what you're going to do, so I'm just simply going to do res.status code will now become 400, because there is an error, and message we are going to send that okay, your request body is required or empty, and then we are going to just do return. Okay, and now what we are going to do, right, we are going to actually parse this. So I'm just going to do body, and this will be json.parse, and here you're going to pass your raw body. And now what will be the type? Now this is very important. Okay, so the type will be create user body. Why? Because this is the format that you are actually expecting. Consider if the user is not sending name and email, so in that case let's say it's sending, instead of name it's sending address, or instead of email it's sending age. That is a possibility, right? So we need to properly type the body. So the body format will be this. So in that case now I can clearly check this. Okay, if the body.name is not present, or if the body.email is also not present, so in that case I'm simply going to do res.status code will be what, 400, because 400 is we are using for our error. Okay, not emit, man, this will be end. So in that case I'm simply going to do both name and email is required, and then I'm simply going to do return. So now in this point, if you notice in this particular point what will happen, right, everything is actually done. So you already check all the edge cases. Okay, so what I mean by edge cases, because this is very important when you are working with. Okay, one more thing, I think we missed it, so let's quickly do this one. After this, right, let's take a try catch block. So that is also good practice. So put all of this inside a try. Okay, so here what I was talking about, that when you're actually implementing any API, right, the first thing what you have to consider, that when you're doing the planning, that whether you're covering all the edge cases or not, because covering edge cases is very important. What I'm talking about edge cases, for example, this is one edge case, right? Edge case means the error can happen, so you are actually preventing the error. Similarly, this is another edge case here. Okay, so now this is the try, and here I'm just going to take a catch. Now in the catch, now this is not yet completed. Okay, try you need to do. So in the catch I'm simply going to do res.status code is maybe 400, and let's send res.end, and I'm simply going to do invalid JSON body, something like this. And now once we'll check all of this, right, what you can do right now, if there is no error, so in that case you simply do res.status code is 201, and then you're going to do res.end will be your user is now created. Now at the end, when you're creating actual implementation, what you're going to do, right, you are going to store all this in your DB. But for now, we'll do body.name and your email is body.email. Okay, that's it. So this is done. So now, so these will be your raise.end event. Here you can also take one more. So I'll do request.on, and here I'm just going to pass in case if there is any error happen. So in that case, what you're going to do, so you're going to pass a raise.status code will be 500, because this can be any error, right? So I'm sending a 500, and I'll do raise.end, and I'll simply do fail to create request body or something, or maybe let's do this, fail to read request body, read request body. Okay, so I think this is done, and then what we are going to do, right, we are going to return. That's it. So this will be if the method is post and if the path name is users. So in that case, we are going to do all of this. If this is not the case, so in that case, what I will do, we'll do raise.status code will be 404, because you are maybe sending to a route which doesn't exist. And here also I'm just going to do raise.end will be route not found. So this is done, and now what you're going to do, let's copy this one from here, save this, and this is done. Now I hope that this part is clear, right? So first what we are doing, we are taking a chunks, then we are taking a event. This will be the data event listener. So this is going to run every time Node is going to receive the body chunk. We are going to push that chunk into our chunks. In our end, first we are going to read the body, raw body from. So first what this is going to do, this is going to, I already mentioned, right, what buffer.concat is going to do. So buffer.concat is going to combine all the received chunks into one buffer. Now this is very important. Okay, and then you are simply checking two edge cases. If this is not present, that means you are not sending a request body. Then you are parsing the body. Then you are checking if the body don't have the name and email, because this is the format or data format we need, right? If this is the case, then also you're returning one error, and then you are sending request.status code 201, means this is now successful. Okay, there is no error. So now what I can do, right? So let's go here, clear this, and I'm simply going to do npm run 03. This is now running on 5002. So let's go here, 5002. Okay, /users, change this one to get, because see, if I change this one, right, now route not found, because this is not get, so this will be a post. Try to send, request body is required. Fantastic. So that means what happened, so this particular part is running because I'm not sending anything. Now let's go where, so you have to go to body, let's go to raw, and we have a JSON. Okay, so in that case, what I'm going to do, right, so first I'm just going to send the name. So name will be Sangam, comma, and I'm just going to pass an email, and email will be sangam@gmail.com. Okay, so now if I send this, user created with this, and try to give a different property, so I'll do name to email1. And if you send this, you can see that both name and email is required, because this is not the expected data that we need. We need name and email only here. So if you do John, and let's do here john1@gmail.com, send this. So now user is created. So that means we successfully actually read our request body without using any third-party framework. Okay, so this is, you are using pure Node. Okay, so we are not using anything rather than Node concept. This is very, very important to understand. You'll see that how things are happening behind the scenes. Okay, so with this, I think this part is completed. Now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so let's move on to the next one, which will be how you can work with JSON responses, right? Because when you're creating actual project, you will see that most of the times you're going to send the JSON responses, okay, back to your client. So here I'm simply going to do JSON, and let's do response.ts. Okay, so first of all, what you're going to do, right? Okay, let's create the, so let's copy this from here, and let's copy this also, paste it here, and change this one to 5003, so that we can understand what is happening. We can keep the same port also, that is also fine. So first I'll do http.create server. So I think this part we have already covered multiple times. So you have incoming request, response will be server response, and then we are going to have our callback. So first of all, what we are going to get, so we're going to get three things. We're going to get the method, we are going to get the request URL, and the path name. So copy these three, because at the end we have to check the path name, right? So first of all, what you're going to do, right? So here now we are going to create a helper, okay, and this helper will be let's create this one as send JSON. Okay, now first of all, let's do one thing. I have created some type. Okay, you'll understand what is happening here. So first, let's go here and paste this. So first, you can see that we have a user type, user as ID, name and email. This is our API response. So this is the API response format that we want to send back to our client. So we want to return that if the response is or the request is successful, so we're going to return success, true or false. We also want to return a message so that user will understand, okay, for example, let's say from the UI side, you are submitting one form, right? Or let's say you're creating one product data, or let's say you're creating okay, what to think. So let's say you're creating some admins creating some user information. Okay, so in that case, once that request is successful, so that admin or the end user should understand whether that is successful or not, right? So in that case, what we usually do, we'll render some kind of message in the toast, or let's say in a dialog, so that they will understand, okay, user is now created successfully. Why I'm repeating all of this multiple times? Because this is the format we are going to use in our next project also, and that time I'm not going to repeat the same thing again and again. And success will be true or false. What is the data? Data is the actual data that I want to send to our client. Okay, and in case there is any error, so in that case I'm going to return the error. So that is the reason you can see that both are optional. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a send JSON. Let's take a generic here, and in this one, what I'm going to do, so first of all, my response will be my server response. Then I'm also going to take a status code, and this status code will be number, and then I'm going to take a body, and this will be my API response, this one, and you're going to pass this T here. Okay, that's it. And let's return here void. So first of all, what we have to do, so first we have to set the status code. So first I'll do res.status code will be the actual status code we are receiving here, because when we are going to call this helper, the status code can be 200, it can be 201, it can be 400, it can be 401, it can be 500 also. So we don't know what actually the status code is, so we have to set it here. What this status code is going to tell, so is status code is going to tell the client that what actually happened. For example, 200 means it's successful, 201 means something we have created that is successful, 400 means some error happened, and that error happened from the client side, means client sent some invalid data, then only 400 error we are getting. For example, let's say in that form the client needs to send name, age and email, but client only send name and email, but client didn't send age. So in that case, we are going to render that, okay, age you have to send, age is a mandatory field. Then let's say you're getting 404, so in that case, route not found. 500 means some internal server had error happened. So all these things, this res.status code is going to mention. And then what you're going to do, right, I'm simply going to do res.setHeader. Now this set header will now be content type. Extremely important concept, because this is what we are going to use, and this will now be not plain text, this will be a JSON data. So in this case, we are simply telling that, okay, content type is going to tell the client that how we are going to understand your request body. So in this case, we are simply telling that your request body will be JSON, so that we can parse it. So this is done, and then what you're going to do, right, I'm just going to do res.end, and I'm just going to do json.stringify. This pop-up is extremely irritating, I don't like this. Okay, so this one, see, and this will be body. Okay, so we want to send this in the stringify format, JSON stringify format. So this will be my send JSON helper. Okay, so now what we can do, right, we can use this in every place. How? So now let's say if we go here that, okay, now if the method is equal to get, and the path name is equal to home path, so in that case I'm simply going to call the send JSON, and here I'm going to pass what response. So you're going to pass this response, then you're going to pass what, you have to pass the status code. So in this case this will be 200, and then you also have to pass the body will be your actual data. So in that case, let's say I'm going to pass a success, which will be true. I wanted to pass a message, this will be, let's say, server is running, something like this. And then we are going to pass a data, and this data will be, let's say, any data. Maybe let's say we are sending here routes, and then maybe I'm just going to do this one as get/user, something like this. Okay, so now let's save this, So it's simply calling this, and now this is going to send your JSON response back. Okay, so this is one. So now what you're going to do, right, let's say I wanted to get this user information also. So in that case, what I can do, I can create one more here. So I'm just going to do if method is equal to get, and if the path name is equal to /users. So in that case, what I'm going to do is I'll copy this from here, paste it. So this will be same, and here I'm going to pass message, and I will do user fetched successfully, and in the data I'm going to pass the users. This user is nothing but this data we are going to return. Okay, so now first of all let's check this, and also at the end what I have to do, right, here after this I'm simply going to take another send JSON, and I'm simply going to pass this one as null, and when we are sending any request which route is not present, so we're going to pass a 404, and in this case we're going to pass a success will be false, message will be route not found, and also you're going to do an error, and this will be, let's say, this method, and then you're going to pass this path name is not exist, and then we'll go here and then just run this. So copy this, paste it, save, and then we'll just add it here. So I'm going to add one more, so this will be 04, and this will be tsx source / this. So save this, and now close this, clear it, and now this will be 04. So server is now running. So now let's go here, and I'm simply going to do 5003. So this will be get, and let's see first of all which what we are using here, right? So we have this / this path. So in this case we should get server is now running. So send this, so you're getting true message, you're getting the data. And now let's do this on /users. So in this case we should get the user here. We're getting 500 error. Okay, something we are doing wrong here. Oh, we have to return from here, man. We have to return. Okay, this is what you have to do. So let's save this, clear it, and run once again, and now let's try to send, and you can see that you are getting the data here. So you're getting success 2, user is now fetched successfully, and you're getting the data. Okay, so now this is how you have to work with JSON. This is what we are going to use, because once we start Express, this will make our life much easier, because Express will give some of the out of the box features that we don't have to implement manually, right? So with this 4 very important topic that we have understood. First of all, basic HTTP server creation, routing concept, reading body, and then how you can work with JSON responses. So with this, now let's move to the next one, which will be our last concept for this particular section, which will be how you can call external APIs and what is the best way to do that. Okay, because calling external APIs is very simpler, but you have to do some of the concepts. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's end this particular section with another very important concept, that how you can work with external API calls, which is also one of the most frequent functionality that you can do. I will not say most frequent, but yeah, some of the times you are going to do this. Okay, so now, so one of the most practical example will be, let's say you are getting some task where you have to do some kind of web scraping. Okay, now in this case what you have to do, right? So let's say you are going to have some external API, and first of all you are going to get the content, so you have to call that API, right? And then let's say whatever content you are going to get, you have to scrap the data, something like this. I'm just giving a normal example, or there can be like what we are going to do now. So you're going to have normal API call, you're going to get the response back, and then let's say you're going to do something with that response, and then at the end you're going to send the data back to your client. Okay, so first of all what we are going to do, right, we will be using this JSON placeholder API. This is very famous. Okay, and now if you notice one thing, okay, here, so you'll notice that what are the format or things, not format, the properties that we are receiving here. So you have ID, name, username, address, phone, website, company, all these. So first of all what we are going to do, right, so let's say I have to actually call the data from this particular API only, or I have to get the data. So what are you going to do, right? So first I'm going to take this one as my API URL. Now one very important concept I'm going to explain now. Okay, and this is going to be a game changer for all of you. I'm not sure if some of you actually know this particular concept or not. So what I'm trying to do, right, so you notice one thing, right, when you are going to call the external API from a API source or from a URL or from a source, you notice that that particular is going to give you the data in a certain format. So what I mean by this, so in this case you have an ID, name, username, address, and then you are going to have street, that is inside address. Similarly, you have company and you see that you have name inside this company object. So that means this format actually provided by this particular API. But let's say in our application you need the data in a certain format, and this is what we called as, or I called as data transformation. Okay, so let's do this on with example, or else this will be a little tricky. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create one type and I'm just going to give this one as placeholder user. Why I'm giving placeholder user? Because this is the format that we are getting from this URL. So now in this one I'm going to get a number, sorry, ID, which will be a number. Okay, so we have an ID, then you are going to get a name, right? So I'm just going to get a name. This will be what? String. Then we are going to get an email, so this also will be string. And now you see that we are going to get a company, and then inside company you are going to get name, correct? So now I'm just going to take this one as company, and this particular company is going to have a name which will be string. Now this is only possible if you know the format of that external API, right, from where you are fetching the data. If you don't know, in that case you have to use some unknown type, and based on that you have to parse or get the data. You're getting that what I'm talking about, because in this case we actually know that, okay, this is the data format we are going to receive when we are going to call this particular API URL. But now what I'm going to do, right, we are not going to use this particular data set. Instead we are going to create our own data set. So here I'm just going to do this one as public user. Okay, and now what I need a number, sorry, ID, which will be a number. I need a name, which will be another string. I need an email, which also will be string, but in this case I don't need name inside company. Instead what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to get a company directly. So that means this is my data format. So this is the requirement of this application that I'm building, and this is the data format I'm receiving from that API. Okay, so that means once I'll get the data, I need to transfer this particular data to this particular format. So in this case I hope this is you're getting, right, so what I'm doing here. So now how we are going to do that? To do this, what we are going to do, right, we need to create a function always here. Okay, so I'm just going to create a function, and this is will be your transform data, or you can do transform user, because we are working with user here, right? In this case, now what will happen, right, this will be your raw data. Now this raw data is nothing but the data that you are receiving from this URL. So the type will be this, because this is the format you are receiving from that particular data source. So this will be my placeholder user. But when we are going to return it, I need to return this in this particular format. So that means we are actually transforming the data here. So that means when I'm going to do, I'll return an ID, which will be my raw data dot ID. Then I'm going to return a name, which will be my raw data dot name. Then I'm going to return a email, which will be raw data. Sorry if you're getting any noise, I think it's coming from outside, some bike. And then I'm going to return the company, which will be raw data dot company dot name. So what we have done, based on our application requirement, we are changing the raw data into a certain format. Now this format can be anything, and this format can be anything. In case you don't know this particular format, so in that case you have to use unknown type, right? So now I think this is done. So first of all, what we are going to do, so first let's see the best way that we can do a API call. So here we are going to do fetch external user, right? This is external API call. What will be the data so return type? So return type will be a promise, and this will be a void. So first of all, what we have to do here, now see, you can directly use fetch, okay, but we have to use certain functionality here, and that functionality we call as AbortController. So what actually AbortController is? So first let me write it, and then I'm going to explain. So this will be new AbortController. Now you have to understand this one in a proper way. Now first of all, this particular thing, right, whatever this is, we don't know what actually this is. So this is going to help us to cancel certain fetch request. So this will be, so let me put in a proper way. So this will be AbortController lets us cancel an in progress fetch request, in progress fetch request. Okay, Now when you directly use fetch, right, so let's see what directly using fetch, what will happen, right? Fetch actually doesn't automatically fail. Let's say what will happen, right? Maybe you are doing API call and that API call didn't give any response in first 10 seconds. That is possible, right? So in that case, fetch will not help you to cancel that particular request. Here what we are going to do, we are going to use something called this AbortController, and we'll see that how we are going to actually implement this one. When your external API will become very slow, in that case this can be very helpful. Okay, so now what we are going to do, right, so first of all what this is going to do, so this will give us a signal, okay, and we pass that signal to our fetch, and then we use some method. So this will give you some method, for example abort method, and using that method, that particular fetch that we are using, that gets cancelled. So how we are going to do that? So first of all, I'm going to take a set timeout here, and the no, not like this, you have to take a timer. So I'll just do a timer, and here I'm just going to do set timeout, and here what I'm going to do, right, I'll give a 5-second timeout here. So what I'm simply doing, right, so first of all this timer is going to do what, or set timeout is going to do what, this is going to start a timer. Now if your external API doesn't respond within 5 seconds, because we are giving 5 seconds here, this will happen, right, this timer is going to do something, but what actually it's going to do, so this is where we are going to use this controller.abort method. Now you will see that this will be very clear. So what we are doing, that okay, first we are starting this, then we are starting a timer, and we are simply checking that if my API is not giving any request or response or ping inside 5 seconds, I'm going to call this controller.abort method. So this is going to do what, it's going to cancel that particular request. Okay, so this will be the first thing. After this, what I'm going to do is I'll take a try, and here we are going to do actual call. So I'm just going to do const, and I'm simply going to do this one as response, and this is where I'll do await fetch. You're going to pass the API URL, and here we are going to pass a method. So method will be get, and here we are going to pass a signal, and these will be controller.signal. Okay, now first of all, what is happening here, what fetch is going to do, fetch is going to send an HTTP request to this API URL, right? Method is our get. I think this is very clear, because get means we are reading the data, right? What this signal is, so this is going to connect this particular request to this abort controller above. This is going to do that. I hope this is clear, right? Now what will happen, right, if you notice that we are using this controller.abort method also, right? In case this particular method controller.abort that we are using, that runs before this API response, in that case fetch is going to throw an abort error. Okay, so first what we have to do here, so first we are going to give a check, okay, that if this response.ok, if this is false, so I'm just going to log a error, and let's give this on as upstream API failed with HTTP, and then we can pass the response, right? So I'll do response dot status, and then we are going to return. So this will be the first thing. Then we are going to get our data. So how we are going to get the data, so I'll do raw user, and here we are going to do await, because this is async operation, right? I think we are using async here, if I'm not wrong. We are using async, so await, and this will be my response.json, but here you have to give your data format. So what will be your data format, how you are going to get the data in this particular format? So I'm just going to give as placeholder user, right? And then we are going to transform the data in the format that we want, means we want in this certain format. So that means we need to call this method. So now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm simply going to do const user, and this will be my transform user, and you're going to pass the raw user. That's it. And now what I'm going to do, right, I'll simply just do log, and I'm just going to log the user, and then we'll take a catch. Let's take an error. Now what we are going to do, first of all, so first I'm going to check if this error is an instance, if this instance of error, and if the error dot name is equal to, okay, we have to give equal to, and this we called as abort error. Okay, and let's just check this one here. So first of all, I'm just going to do what is abort error. This is a specific error thrown in JavaScript when an ongoing asynchronous operation is deliberately cancelled. Okay, so first of all, why does it happen? Most JavaScript APIs use AbortController, abort signal interfaces to manage cancellation. When you invoke this abort that we are doing here, right, simply we are calling this controller.abort. So that means what will happen, right, if your timeout, this particular timeout, if this is runs and this particular abort method is cancelled, sorry, not cancelled, if called, so in that case your fetch is going to do what, is going to throw an error, that error called as abort error. Okay, so this is the task of your fetch, but this will only throw in case if you are calling this and then you're passing the signal here. Okay, this is very, very important. So now what are you going to do, right? So first of all, I think this is clear, right? Or let's see if we are no. Okay, let's see. Common operation that trigger this: cancelling an ongoing fetch HTTP request, stopping and read or write operation on streams, and some interrupting in database query. But for now we are focusing only on this one, and this is what actually we are doing here, right? So we are simply telling that, okay, if this timeout fails, so in that case you're going to call the abort method. So in that case your fetch is going to throw that abort error. So now what are you going to do, right? So first of all, if this is the case, so in that case I'm just going to do error again, and I'm just going to do request failed or timeout, whatever you are going to do, because upstream API took so long, something like this, and we are going to return. Okay, so this is done, and then we are going to simply do, we are also going to take a message, and I'm simply going to do if the error is instance of error. So we are going to get the error dot message, or else I'm just simply going to pass an unknown error. Okay, and then also again we can log a error, and I'm simply going to do external API failed, and then we are going to pass this message here, and then we are also going to take a finally. So in the finally, what we have to do, we have to clear the timeout because we have a timeout here. So I'm just going to do clear timeout and pass the timer. Timer of what we are using here, we're using timer only, right? I think let's skip, maybe let's skip timeout. I think timeout is better, and we're going to clear this here. Okay, that's it. So now I think this is done. So what we have to do, right? So let's save this, and to call this we are simply going to call this method here. That's it. So this is done. So now let's save this, and I'm just going to close, let's clear, and I'll just copy this. Let's go to package.json, and I'll just paste it here. So this will be 05 tsx source slash this, and then we are going to just run this. I'll do npm run 05. That's it. So you're going to get error, not get error, you're going to get the data, because definitely it's going to pass. Now in this case, one thing you have to understand, that even though your response of this particular API is in this format, that you are having company, and inside company you are having name, but when you're getting the actual data, you're getting company as this directly. Okay, this is very important. Why? Because in our code we are actually formatting or transforming the data the way we want. You're getting. So this is what actually it's doing. So this is very, very helpful when you have some certain requirement in your project and you want to transform the data. So you can use this kind of features. So if this is clear, I think this is very important. So with this we have completed one very important, and I'm pretty much sure, see, if you're a beginner, or let's see even the intermediate level, this is more than enough in your Node HTTP module, right? Again, when I'm going to clear the part 3, in case if I'm getting good response, I always mention that, or else I'm not going to do that. I'll be very honest. If I get good response from part 1 and 2, and you'll see that there are certain concepts that normally you'll not find in most of the courses or videos, those I'm going to cover. But for now I think this is more than enough. So with this, what will be the next part? See, I'm going to repeat once again and again, and I'm telling you so that you find, or sorry, not you find, or you actually get the most advantage from this particular video. What I'm trying to say is very, very important, that I'm going to add my Postgres full course that I've already created. This is very recent course, like I think maybe 1 month ago I've uploaded. I'm going to add that in the next part. Please do not skip that particular section. Okay, you can skip the intro part. Why I'm telling, because that is a video part, right? You can skip the intro, like it will be 1 minute, or even you can watch the intro, because you'll understand that what are the things you're going to learn. Why this is very, very important, because these next 4 hours is going to give you exact idea of Postgres, every single thing you need. And remember, we are not going to use any packages in that. So we are not using any ORM, Prisma or Drizzle, okay, these kind of things. We are going to use raw PG, and this is going to be a game changer, because if you really want to learn Postgres and then you start the API project that we are going to have after that. So what I'm trying to say, I'm going to repeat once again, that do not skip this particular section, okay, this part, do not skip. First you learn this one, and after this you try to complete this whole section without skipping any concept, and then you do this, then you jump to this one. You already have the timestamp, right? You can directly jump. In case you already know Postgres, then you can directly jump to this particular section, but I'll suggest do not do this one. Okay, so with this, now let's move on to the next one, which will be Postgres complete course, and then we will start our actual practical project. And in this one you're going to learn each and everything that you need to know to start your practical journey with Node. Okay everyone, so now before we are going to proceed to our next section, which will be, so as I already mentioned that in the previous section we have completed HTTP, and then we are going to have a complete dedicated Postgres section. But before that, I thought that let's cover some of the very important concept, and now these will be a little bit advanced. If you want, you can watch this particular section, or else you can also skip. It's up to you, because this will be mostly concepts, and also we are going to understand some of the Node.js internals. Okay, so first of all, so how we are going to do this one, right? So we are going to create one file, and then we'll go to this flow, and then we are going to understand that what actually happening here, and most of the things you can also get in your interview also. So first let's start with, so let's create our first file, and let's give this one as Node.js internals. Okay, now in the previous part we have already covered that what actually Node.js is, right? So we already know that Node.js is a JavaScript runtime, but what we need to know that Node.js actually combines multiple components. So what I mean by multiple components, so we have something called V8, right? So we have something called V8 engine, right? So what actually V8 engine is actually going to do, so this is what actually executes your JavaScript, right? So this is the very basic things, right? But we have also covered in the previous section that Node.js also has some code modules also. For example, let's say Node.js has something called FS, file system, Node.js has networking, Node.js has timers, and all these things. What actually happens, right? So there are a couple of things you need to understand, that how actually Node.js run your code. That is the most important part here, which is what we are going to cover. So here we need to know first of all that Node.js actually more than V8 engine. Means there are a lot of things that is happening behind the scenes. So first of all, what you're going to cover it. So some of the things you need to know, that is first of all that what are the main Node.js runtime components that we have. So first we have something called very important, and that we call as main JavaScript. So I'm just going to give main.js thread. So what this is going to do, now first of all you need to know that whenever you're going to create a normal application, right, what JavaScript is going to do, JavaScript execute one particular main JavaScript thread, or JavaScript execute on one main JavaScript thread. Sorry, I was explaining that one wrong. So this will be, so normal applications, I'm just going to do like this, normal applications JavaScript executes on one main JavaScript thread. Okay, so what I mean by this, so what are the process actually? So here you have your top level JavaScript, right? So let's say you have a function, so you have your top level JavaScript, you have your function call, you have your request handlers, you are going to have your timers. So let's say you are using setTimeout, setInterval, all this. You have your promise callbacks, file system callbacks, and all these things, right? So that means only one normal JavaScript callback execute at a time on this particular thread, and this we call as main JavaScript thread, right? And then the second main component will be your V8 engine. So what actually this V8 engine does, okay? Now first of all you need to know that V8 is the JavaScript engine that is used by Node.js. Okay, so V8 will be your JavaScript engine that is used by Node.js. What this is going to do, or what are the main responsibilities? First of all, it is going to do parsing your JavaScript. So it is going to parse your JavaScript. So parsing JS, it's going to execute your JavaScript. This will be the second thing. This is going to manage your call stack. So managing call stack. Next will be, it's also going to manage your heap memory also, heap memory. Okay, and heap memory and performing garbage collection. Okay, and also sometimes it's going to do what, it's going to optimize your executed code also. But mostly you need to know that these three are very important. So first of all, it's actually going to parse your JavaScript, it's going to execute your JavaScript, and it's going to manage your call stack. Okay, so this is another main core component. So we have main JavaScript thread, and then we have your V8 engine. Now we have, right, so we have our Node.js core APIs. Now we might be thinking, okay, we have already covered, but this is still very important because now we are actually understanding what is happening behind the scenes, right? So we have your Node.js core APIs. When I'm talking about what actually Node.js core APIs are, the things that we have already covered. For example, our file system, we have our HTTP module, we have our path module, we have our streams, right? So all these things we have covered. Buffers, then you have process, right? Process also you have covered. Then you have timers, all these things. Now all these core APIs, right, whatever you're seeing, these actually written in JS only. Okay, now some of these, okay, some of these core APIs. Next you have something called C++. So I'm just going to give it comment. So we'll do C++ bindings. Okay, now what this is going to do, now first of all you have to understand that what this is going to do, this is going to connect your JavaScript facing Node.js APIs to native functionality. Okay, so that means here, so first of all let's write it. So it's going to connect JS facing APIs to native functionality. So here what this is going to do, right, it's going to allow your JavaScript code to communicate with, so we have something called libuv. Okay, then we have something called our operating system, so OS APIs, your native libraries. Okay, now if I try to cover this libuv only, right, so it's going to take more than 2 hours. Okay, so there are a lot of things. So that is the reason I'm just going to give you the overview. But when I'm going to upload the part 3, possible if I'm getting good response from this part 1, then I'm going to upload part 2 anyways I'm going to upload, but part 3 if I upload, so I'm going to cover all of this in details. Okay, now why actually we need all of this? Because what JavaScript is going to do, right, JavaScript doesn't directly call these operating system level kernels. Okay, here this is one of the most important JavaScript core component that you need to know if you want to learn a Node.js properly. Now this is actually a native library that is used by Node.js. Okay, so this is a native library that is used by Node.js, So what this is going to provide, right, so it's going to first of all provide your event loop, then it's going to provide your worker thread pull, your timers, your asynchronous async IO input output handling, and also sometimes cross platform abstractions, all these things, right, here. So first of all 4 things we have understood, right? So we have something called our main.js thread, our V8 engine, Node.js core APIs, we have C++ bindings, and one very important native library that we call as libuv. Okay, then we have our operating system. Now all these are actually Node.js internals. Okay, you'll understand why I'm explaining all of this. So your operating system, OS, what operating system is going to do, I think we have already covered the OS model. Remember, operating system is going to do your low level work. So low level work means, let's say, reading files, writing your files, maybe let's say tracking time, right? So all these things it's going to do. So now let's say if I go here and if you try to understand this one, right, so you have your JavaScript code, this is your V8 engine, and these all your core components. So you have your Node.js core APIs which interact with your C++ bindings, right? And this is actually C++ binding is going to do what? So C++ binding is going to connect your JavaScript facing Node.js core APIs, this one. So you have a JavaScript facing Node.js APIs to your native functionality. So these C++ binding is going to help to communicate these particular APIs to your libuv, this library, or your operating system library. Okay, so this is why this C++ binding is actually very important. So I'm just going to repeat once again why this is actually very important. So have your JavaScript code. So first of all you have to understand what V8 engine is going to do. So V8 engine actually going to parse your JavaScript. So that is the first thing. It's going to execute your JavaScript. It's going to manage your call stack. Okay, but then you have your some code APIs. I think we've already covered code modules, file system, HTTP, timers, all these things. But the problem is this code, some of these code APIs actually written in JavaScript. So it's actually it can't directly interact with your operating system, right? So that is the reason we need something called, or we need some mediator, and that we call as C++ bindings. So C++ bindings is going to connect your JavaScript facing Node.js APIs to the native functionality. So this native functionality will be your native libraries, libuv, and operating system. what libuv is going to do, so this is a native library that is used by Node.js. It's going to provide your event loop, worker thread, timers and all these things, and operating system is going to do your low level work. So low level work means it's going to do, let's say, reading your files or writing files, tracking time, let's say it needs to schedule some threads, and all these things is going to do. Okay, you need to know one very important thing, that Node.js is going to coordinate all this work, but at the end your operating system is going to process actual system operations. You are getting what I'm talking about. So these all are very, very important. So if I try to explain this one, let's say, so you have your JS code, right? So this is your JS code, then you have your V8 engine, right? And then you have your JavaScript code, so your JS code, then you have your Node.js core APIs. So to core APIs, you have your C++ bindings, then you have your libuv, and then you have your operating system. So this is how it's going to work. Okay, so this is the overall flow. Now this is very top level, but if someone asks you, okay, give me, or let's say they will ask you in the interview, okay, give me summary of that how actually Node.js internal flow works. So just explaining this way, that first, operating system is going to start your Node.js process, right? So Node.js is going to initialize your V8 engine. So it's going to initialize your V8 engine. Node.js also initialize your libuv and the event loop. Okay. Now let's say you have an entry file. I think we already know. So entry file is our, let's say, app.js, right? So what Node.js is going to do is going to load your app.js file, right? Then V8, what it's going to do? V8 is going to parse and execute your JavaScript, right? V8 is going to parse and execute your JavaScript. Then your top level JavaScript is going to run on your main thread. I already explained this main thread, right? Normal JavaScript is going to run on the main thread. Once this is done, then let's say you have some async operation. Maybe let's say you're doing some API call. So async operation will be registered or delegated, whatever it's going to do. Then the very important point, you have something called event loop. Now I'm not going to go into too much details into event loop because it's a very vast topic, and then probably I'm going to cover this one in the part 3. Okay, not this one, but event loop is going to continue until unless there is active work. Okay, and then let's say you have some callbacks. So all the callbacks will be completed, and those callbacks will be executed on your main thread. Okay, so main thread will be your active, and this process is going to exit when there is no active work remains. Means until unless there is active work, your main thread will remain active. Okay, so this will be your overall flow, or this is how your Node.js internal process works. So what are the things you need to know, right? Why I'm repeating all of this? So first you need to know the term called, we have something called main.js thread, we have something called V8 engine, we have our Node.js core APIs, we have C++ binding, what this is going to do, we have something called libuv, and then we have our operating system. So with this, now let's move on to the next concept. So let's move on to the next concept, and this will be, so let's understand V8 engine in details. Okay, so I'll do V8 engine.md. So I think we already know the basics, right? That what actually V8 engine does. So V8 will be your JavaScript engine. So V8 is your JavaScript engine that is used by Node.js, correct? So we already know the responsibility, not KS, it will be JS. Already know the responsibility. It's going to parse your JavaScript. It's going to, let's say, it's going to parse your JavaScript. So we are going to go into much more details now in this particular file. And then we understood in the previous section that it's going to parse your JavaScript. It's going to execute your code. It's going to handle your event loop and all these things. But how actually this whole process works, or means what actually happens behind the scenes. So first, let's understand that how V8 actually execute the JavaScript. Now this is very, very interesting concept. Okay, what this is going to do, right? So first of all, it's going to parse your JavaScript. Okay, so this is the first thing. Once it will parse your JavaScript, right? So what this is going to do, right? This is going to create an internal representation of your code. So what I mean by this, so basically it's going to produce something called bytecode. So it's going to produce bytecode. So it's going to produce bytecode. And then it's going to execute the code. So then it's going to execute the code, and then I'm just going to, let's write it here only. So first of all, you know that it's going to parse your JS. It's going to create an internal representation of your code, that what actually that code is doing. It's going to produce the bytecode. It's going to execute the code, right? And then as you already mentioned in the previous section also, sometimes it's going to optimize your frequent used code also. Then it's going to manage your call stack. So all these things it's going to do. This is not let's keep this on here in the new line. So it's going to manage your call stack. It's also manage your heap memory. all these things it's going to do, right? And also garbage collection also, it's going to perform garbage collection. So all these things your V8 engine is going to do. So now let's understand here that what actually it is doing. So first you have your JavaScript source, correct? So this is your JavaScript code, and then you have something called parser. So this is where your V8 is going to parse your JavaScript, right? So that means, see, first of all you need to know that what actually mean by parse the code. Parse mean V8 engine needs to understand the source code, right? That what actually you're writing. So sometimes consider that you have something like this. You have const total equal to price plus tax, something like that you have written. So V8 is going to read that and it's going to check the syntax. If the syntax is invalid, so it's not going to run the code, right? So for example, let's say you've written const total equals, and then you don't have anything on the right side. So this is wrong, correct? So that means this parser is going to check the syntax, and based on that it's going to give an error that if the statement is incomplete, right? After this it's going to create something called abstract syntax tree. Now you might be thinking from where I've actually learned all of this. So these all the things, right? What you can do, right? I'll give you the best of the best solution. So first option will be you search for V8 engine internals or how V8 engine works on Google, not on ChatGPT and everything, okay? And then read some blogs. The blogs I'm talking about, the old blogs. Old blogs means when this ChatGPT and all these things was not there, okay? And then read some 2-3 blogs and try to understand. And then you can ask for some AI tools and everything. So this is why I usually read multiple blogs, and then I came to know all these things, and based on this I actually created and try to simplify this particular flow. So what this is going to do, right, after parsing, it's going to create an abstract syntax tree, and this we call as AST in short, okay? So this is what it's going to do. That means this is going to represent that what actually you have written in the code, as simple as that. What actually you've written in the code means it's going to understand your structure and the meaning of the program. For example, let's say I have a const total is equal to price plus tax, so it's going to understand, okay, you are creating a total value from price and tax, so you're adding both, right? So here it's going to understand, okay, I have a variable declaration which is total, I have addition, so I'm adding both price and tax, so it's going to understand. So this particular part is going to understand that code, okay? So now what this is going to do, right, and also, okay, one very important point, when this is going to check, right, so it actually going to remove unnecessary formatting details and everything, okay? For example, let's say you have spaces, indentation, all this thing is going to remove. Once this is done, then it's going to create your bytecode, okay? So this will be a bytecode, or we also call as bytecode and the interpreter, okay? So V8 is going to create the bytecode. I already mentioned it's going to produce the bytecode. Why? First of all, you need to know what actually bytecode. So it's a low level or lower level internal format, and this is actually easier to understand actually for V8, because at the end V8 is going to execute your code, right? So that is the reason what this is going to do. It's going to actually produce a bytecode. Once this is done, then we have something called interpreter, okay? So interpreter, and then you have your optimize. I think this part you can understand easily. So optimize, I mentioned this one, right? So sometimes it's going to optimize your frequent written code, so it's going to optimize your machine code, and then at the end it's going to execute the code. But the main important part actually these 3 line here. So first you have a parser. What parser is going to do? Parser is going to check your syntax. That is very important. If you have a wrong syntax, it's going to give you error, right? So then you have something called abstract syntax tree or AST. So this is going to do what I already mentioned. So this is going to create, or this is going to represent the structure or the meaning of your actual code. Means this is going to understand, let's say I have a function, okay, this is a function, this is the name of the function, this function is adding 2 variables, and it's going to return the sum of these 2 variables. So this is going to understand that, and based on that it's going to produce a bytecode, and then it's going to it's going to execute your code, okay? So this will be the overall flow, or this is how V8 is going to execute your JavaScript code or Node.js code, okay? So I think that's all for this particular one. Now with this, now let's move on to the next one. So let's move on to the next one. I thought that I'm not going to cover, but let's give you some idea on this particular module, okay? So what actually this library does. Oh, I'm doing TS, man. Okay, so first of all, we already know that libuv is a native library that is used by Node.js, right? So this we already know. So first, what is the main purpose? So the main purpose will be, so you have to understand this one. So this is actually going to help Node.js to handle asynchronous or async operations, right, across different OS system. Also, this is very important. So what I mean by this. So first let's write it. So it's going to help. So it's going to help Node.js to handle async operations across different OS system. Okay, so here this is going to provide, first of all, in event loop, worker thread pool, in your timers, right, async IO operations. So now let's understand that why actually Node.js need this particular library. Now what we understood from the previous section, that what V8 actually going to do. So V8 is going to execute JavaScript, right? So it's going to execute your JavaScript code. It's going to create, it has some parser. It's going to parse your code. It's going to create AST, right? AST, we have already covered that one. Then based on that, it's going to produce the bytecode, and based on that, it's going to run your code. But V8 actually not going to provide all these operations. So it's not going to provide. So V8 does not provide file system operations. Then you have network socket handling, all these things, timers, right? And then also general event loop for Node APIs, Node.js APIs, right? So that means in this case Node.js needs something else to handle all this. So Node.js needs something else, correct? So this means Node.js need a separate layer, or Node.js needs another layer that will handle that will coordinate this runtime, because all these are runtime features, right? So all these runtime features, right, and all these features are provided by this libuv native library. Okay, so this is what it's going to do. If we try to explain understand this one, so before we'll explain this, so let's see this one. So you have something like this. You have your Node.js APIs. So I'll do Node.js APIs, right? And then you have your JavaScript code, you have Node.js APIs, you have your then you have your native binding, then you have your libuv, and then at the end you're going to have your OS, right? So this is how it's going to do. So first of all, let's see this particular flow, and then we understand the responsibility. So you see that we have JavaScript, then you have your Node.js core APIs. The core APIs means you have file system, HTTP, timers, and all these things. Then it will go through your C++ binding. I think this is the same flow I've covered. Then we have your libuv library, right? So it's going to provide all this thread pool, event loop, and everything, and at the end it's going to interact with your operating system. So this is what it's going to do. And what these main responsibilities will be. So first of all, event loop, right? So what actually event loop is going to do, I'll give you basic overview. So what event loop is going to check for? See, event loop is going to check for a couple of things. First, it's going to check for your completed IO operations. It's going to check for a timer. So let's say you are using some timers, and it's going to check whether there is any timer which is in ready state. It's also going to check for your pending callbacks, and also its socket activity. Okay, so socket means if let's say you're using socket, so event loop is also going to check the activity of that particular socket. So now I'm just going to write here. So what event loop is going to check? So it's going to check for your completed IO operations. It's also going to check for your timers. So if you have any timers, and if some timers are in ready state, then you're also going to check for your pending callbacks. Also it's going to check for your socket activity. So this is what event loop is going to check, or this will be one of the main responsibility of libuv, which will provide this particular feature. Then second will be we have something called thread pool, right? So we have something called thread pool. Why actually we need thread pool, or why libuv actually provide this particular thing? So first of all, you need to know that libuv provides a shared worker thread pool. And why actually you need this? Now if you go here, this particular thing I'm talking about, this thread pool, or this pool is used by those operations that cannot be handled efficiently. Now what I mean by this, so that means this pool that we have is used by only those operations that cannot be handled efficiently. Now the best example of this will be, let's say you have some project, you're building some project where you have multiple or many file system operations, okay? Then let's say you are doing some cryptographic operations. So this is also where it's needed, cryptographic operations. and then also let's say you're using some compression related work. Okay, so this is where we need this thread pool. And then also you have something called timers, right? So timer is nothing but, so what libuv is going to do, it's going to help Node.js to track all those timers, right? And then very important, it's going to determine when a particular timer is eligible to execute. Okay, so that means let's say you have a timer with a delay, what will happen, right? It doesn't going to block your JavaScript main thread. Okay, so I think this part we have already covered. What this runtime is going to do, right? Runtime is going to record that particular timer, and then it's going to continue processing the other task. Okay, so this is actually very important concept. Okay, so let's say you have a timer, so libuv is going to help Node.js to track those timers, and then this is important part. So this is the important here. So it's going to determine when the timer is become eligible to run, or no, not run, execute, right? So what will happen, right? So let's say you have a timer with 5-second delay, so a 5-second delay, so it not going to, or this doesn't mean, so it doesn't mean the JavaScript is going to slip on the main thread. It's not going to do that. So it's going to do what, right? So this timer, whatever you have, runtime is going to record this timer, that okay, I have a timer, so runtime is record the timer, and then it's going to continue working other tasks, so continue processing other task. And then once this timer is become eligible to execute, so that time libuv is going to determine, and based on that is going to run the timer on the main thread. Okay, so this is what it's going to do. And also libuv also communicate with your operating system APIs, right? So this part, let's say file related operations, handle process handling, timing, asynchronous notification, and all these things. So this is why we need this particular module which we call as libuv. So with this, now let's move on to the next concept. Okay, so let's move to the next one, and this will be, so let's understand what is blocking and non-blocking. Now you might be thinking, I'll tell you why actually I'm covering all this. This section will be very simple. So this section is going to do what, right? So whatever I've covered in these 4 files, it's going to set your base for the part 3, because what will be the part 3, right? Again, part 3 I'm going to only upload if I get good response from part 1 and 2, or else there is no point. Okay, so I just wanted to make this point very clear. So part 3 will be only Node.js pure concept we are going to cover, so there will not be any APIs and everything. Okay, so only Node.js internal code modules, worker threads, cluster module, then you have your child processes and all these things. Okay, so this is the reason we are covering very important section, so that you will be aware of the term. Okay, we have something called V8 engine, we have something called libuv, what is blocking, non-blocking. For example, in the part 3, the event loop section only will take 1 hour. Okay, so this is very huge. So that is the reason we are doing this particular section. So first you need to know what actually blocking means and what is non-blocking. First of all, you need to know blocking means the main JavaScript thread that you have, it can't continue with other JavaScript tasks until unless your current operation, that whatever you're doing, that finishes. So that means it needs to wait until the current work finishes. So that will be your blocking, right? So it's actually block your main thread. Okay, on the other side, what will be your non-blocking? Non-blocking means JavaScript can start operation and then it's going to retain, or it's going to regain the control before the final result is available. Okay, so now let's see some of the synchronous operation. I think these part we've already covered in the code module. So synchronous operation will be, these operation must finish before JavaScript continues. So you have something called, remember we have read file sync, right? This is we have done. So in that case, what will happen, right? So JavaScript, let's say consider this only. JavaScript is going to start the operations, your main thread is going to wait, this particular operation finishes, it's going to return the result, and then JavaScript is going to continue with the other task. So now let's say if I go here, right, so you have a blocking, it's going to start the operation, your main thread is going to wait until unless, let's say, this read file sync, this particular logic, whatever you've written, this code will execute. Once this is done, then it's going to complete that particular operation, and then JavaScript is going to continue with the other task. And this is where it's going to block this operation until unless your current task is completed, right? On the other side, we have a synchronous APIs, asynchronous API. So you have read file. Now this is an async operation. So in this case, what will happen, right? So very simple way, your work is delegated, right? So that means JavaScript can continue with other tasks right? Once it will complete the other task, let's say you have a callback and that callback becomes ready, and then callback is going to run on the main thread. So it's something like this. So you have your start operation, and this is the delegate work. Means this is non-blocking, means your main thread is continue doing other task at the same time, and then it's going to, once let's say you're using some callback, right? So your callback becomes ready. So in that case, these particular operations completed, and then your callbacks becomes ready, and then it's going to run the callback on the main thread. So that means it's not going to block your main thread. So this will be the very basic definition of non-blocking and the blocking. Okay, these can be interview questions also. Why? Because they can give you, okay, you have learned file system, give me some proper example or proper method to differentiate between blocking and non-blocking operation. Okay, so this is the reason I wanted to mention this one. So I think this will be simpler one, and I think with this we have covered almost 4 things I wanted to cover in this particular section. Let's do one thing. In the next section, I'm going to give a very basic overview of the cluster module, so that you'll be aware of what actually that module is, and try to cover that part also. And then we will start with our CRUD implementation, which will be Postgres section. So let's move on to the next one. Okay, so let's create the last file, and this I'll give you some very basic idea of cluster module, that what actually this module is. Okay, all right, so let's start understanding first that why actually we need this cluster module. So first, you know that normal Node.js process, right? So we have normal Node.js process, and these will always have one main JavaScript thread, correct? So it will have one main JS thread. So this is the first thing. This particular process, right? So this normal Node.js process that you have, it can handle multiple or many concurrent IO operations. But at the end, this is going to execute on one main thread only, right? So now let's say you're running this Node.js code on your machine, and that machine has multiple CPU cores. So in that case, one Node.js process cannot fully use all of them, correct? So in that case, you have something called cluster module. So what this cluster module is going to do, this is actually going to solve this particular problem by starting multiple Node.js worker processes. So by starting multiple Node.js worker processes. So what do we mean by this? So first of all, you need to know each and every worker process that we are going to have is going to have its own Node.js runtime, is going to have its own V8 engine, it's going to have its own event loop, and also very interesting and very important, it's also going to have its own main.js thread, right? And also its own memory. So all these things, each and every worker process is going to have. So what this is going to allow, this is going to allow several Node.js processes to run in parallel. You're getting, because we have multiple worker process, right? So this is how it's going to work. But how actually this is happening? So let's see. So you have your incoming request. The very key point you need to know, this cluster architecture, whatever you've seen, these will have at least one primary process. So it has to be there. And then it's going to have your multiple worker processes. So you have worker process 1, process 2, process 3, and process 4. Okay. Now, what this primary process is going to do, this primary process is going to manage all these worker processes. Okay, so this is going to manage all these worker processes. And what will be the responsibility of this primary process? So first, it's going to start all the worker processes. It's going to watch if all the worker processes are in the correct health or not. Health means if, let's say, something is down or if something is failing, so it's going to check. It's also going to restart the failed worker. So for example, let's say worker 2 is not working, it is in failed state. So in that case, it's going to restart this worker, in this particular worker process. Okay. Also, it's going to coordinate the process lifecycle. So this is how it's going to work. So that means you have your primary process, and it's going to have your worker process 1, process 2, process 3, and process 4, like this. Now, these workers, that whatever you're seeing, right? So you have your 4 workers. Each and every worker can share the same server port. So what I mean by this, so let's say I have port 3000, right? So in this port 3000, I can run this worker 1, worker 2, worker 3, and worker 4. Okay, you're getting. And then we have another concept called request distribution. And what I mean by request distribution, that means whatever incoming request that you are getting, that will be distributed among these 4 workers. So that means, let's say you have a 4 request coming, request A, request B, request C, request D. So request A will be handled by worker process 1, request B will be handled by worker process 2, 3, and 4, and so on, right? Now here you need to know one thing, because each and every workers are separate process, right? In that case, let's say you have two requests, request and request B. These request and request B can execute JavaScript at the same time on different CPU cores, and this is the advantage of using this cluster module. Okay, so I hope this is clear. Now this will be enough. I wanted to give you just very basic idea. These are very vast concept, right? So if you go to Node.js official documentation and just search for cluster module, child processes, worker threads, you are going to get huge so many things. So that is the reason I just wanted to cover these 5 very important concepts: Node.js internal, V8 engine, libuv, blocking, non-blocking, and cluster module. With this, now let's move to the next one. So next part will be so we are going to cover Postgres. So now this is actually mandatory section, so next section you need to do before we are going to start CRUD. Okay, so with this, now let's move on to the next one. Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, you are going to learn each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with Postgres. Now before I'm going to discuss the curriculum, one humble request that please like this video, comment, and also please share, and if possible, if you can hype this video, it will be very helpful. So I've given a lot of effort to create these kind of free videos for all of you so that you don't have to buy paid courses. Okay, so this video is a prerequisite of my upcoming Node.js masterclass video. So I just wanted to mention, in case if you're not aware, so I will be uploading a 20 hours free Node.js course on next month. So in that particular course, we are going to cover Postgres. So if you complete this particular video, it will be very helpful. So this video will be divided into 3 sections. So you're going to start with foundations, where we are going to cover the concept of how you can create your database, schemas, tables, data types, constant, and the concept of primary keys. Then we'll move to the second section, which will be very helpful. So you're going to understand queries and data operations, like how you're going to insert rows, select specific columns, basic filtering, the concept of like, I like patterns, null, not null, order by, limit, offset, and paginations, how you're going to update single row, how you can update multiple rows, and at the end we are going to finish with returning after insert concept. And then we're going to move to the last section, which will be relationship and advanced SQL. So you're going to understand the concept of foreign keys, one-to-many relationship, inner join, left join, many-to-many relationship, table aliases, aggregate functions, group by, count distinct, subqueries, indexes, and at the end we are going to finish this particular video with transactions. I'm pretty much sure that if you complete this video, you don't have to buy any paid courses. If you're a beginner, this will be a perfect start. I've added the source code that is completely free in the description. You can download from my website. So with that, now let's get started, and good luck. Alright everyone, so now we'll get started. So first of all, I wanted to mention, I think I already mentioned this one in the intro, that this is a practical course. So what I mean by this, now if you have already followed my TypeScript course that I've uploaded maybe 2-3 months back, so there what I've done, right, so I will create individual file for individual concepts, and then by writing the commands and the SQL queries, you are going to learn all those concepts. Okay, now this is actually very important, because I just wanted to make these things very clear that this is not only a conceptual course. Okay, for example, let's say I'm just going to spend time on what is PostgreSQL for 10 minutes. It's not going to work like that. Okay, so this is a completely practical course. For every concepts and commands, we are going to create an individual file, and then we are going to run those files, and we'll understand each and everything. Now second thing I wanted to mention, because I'm using Mac here, so I'm going to download this one for Mac. In case you're using Windows, maybe most of you are going to use Windows, what you can do, right, you can use watch these 2 videos. Both the videos are very good. Maybe you can watch the second one, right? Second one is the 2025 update. So follow this exact one. This is going to show you that each and everything that you need to install and set up Postgres. So for this one, we are going to use pgadmin, right? So here, first of all, what we are going to do, right, you come to this particular URL from here, right, and then whatever you're using, based on that you can just download it. So I'm just going to click here, and then it's going to download. So let's wait for some time. Okay, let's open this. Let's click here, open, and here I have to give my password. Okay, click on next. So this is where it's going to install. Next. So we are going to install all of these. So we have PostgreSQL Server, pgadmin4, Stack Builder, and the command line tools. Okay, so I'll do next, and this is actually very important. Why? This is where you need to set your password. Now try to give the password that you will be able to like recollect. So for this one I'm going to use admin. Okay, so I'm going to do admin, and here also I'm going to type admin. Next, this is the port that Postgres is going to listen, so just keep it like this. Go to next. This is also I'm going to click next, and this will be all your settings that we are going to use for our installation. Do next, and now it's going to install. Okay, alright, so I think this is done, so I'm just going to uncheck this one and I'm going to do finish. Okay, and this is completed. But now what you're going to do, right, so I'm just going to close this, and let's see if I just search here pgadmin. Okay, and you'll see that you are not going to get it so directly. Why? Because first of all you have to go to your application in case you're using Mac, and then here you are going to get PostgreSQL 18. So click here, and then from here you'll be able to open this. So just open this pgadmin 4. Alright, so now first of all we need to give the password. Okay, so I'm just going to give my password here. Okay, I'll do always allow. And now what we're going to do, right, so you can see that we have the servers. So here first of all we need to connect. So here, and this is where you have to give your password that you have given. So in my case I've given what, admin, so I'm just going to give this one admin, and then I'm going to do save password, and I'll do OK. And now you'll see that this will be now connected. Okay, and you can just open this, and this is where you are going to see all the things visually. Okay, but this is what I will suggest not to focus too much at the beginning. Why? The reason is, when you have something that you can learn visually, you will be able to understand once you know the concepts and the basics very clearly. So what I mean by this, so here you'll see that if I go to now databases, you are going to see, I think this is little slow. You'll see that we have one default database here. Now what you can do, right, you'll be able to create database from here. Let's say if I do right click, this is very slow. Okay, so you can do create database and all those things. What we are going to do, right, each and everything, that how we are going to create a table, how we are going to insert data, how we are going to read our data, how we are going to update our data, all those things via command line. So for this one we have something called PSQL. Okay, so why I'm actually focusing too much on this particular part, because here if I just focus too much on learning all those things, definitely we can also do that. But why I'm suggesting you, if you're a complete beginner, that try to master command line things a much better way. So what I'm telling, let's say you're working in a particular project where they're using Postgres, and someone asks you, okay, give me this particular data. So now you don't want to go to your DB, so you can go to your DB and then you can go to your tables, you can go to rows and you can see the data, that is fine. But if you are a master in PostgreSQL, what you can do, you can just simply run a particular query and you will be able to get all the data. You are getting what I mean. So this is where you have to focus. So these things we are going to discuss later. For now, you have to make your Postgres foundation very strong, and this is exactly how I have learned, the same thing that how I am teaching here. You believe me or not? Okay, so what we are going to do, right, first of all what we need to do, right, I already created one blank folder here. You can see that I don't have anything else. Now we are going to follow a certain process and the folder structure, so that sequentially you can learn all those concepts line by line. So what I mean by this, so first of all what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to create two folders here. So I will suggest that you also follow the exact same process. So one will be part 1, because I've given a lot of time deciding all those things, right? So don't think this is like very random that I'm creating. I will give a lot of time creating all those curriculum in what sequence you are going to learn, so that it will be easy for you to understand. So here I'm going to give part 1, and then there will be part 2. Okay, so part 1 we are going to learn very basic things. For example, how you can create database, how you're going to create schema, how you can create your table, what are the data types, what are the constants, primary keys, all those things. In part 2 we are going to go into little bit advanced level. Okay, so we're going to learn all the SQL concepts. For example, how you can insert a single row, how you are going to insert multiple rows. Okay, you are getting right. And then you are going to have part 3, but that we are going to do later. So now inside this part 1, what we are going to do, we will be creating each and every SQL file with a sequence. So what I mean by this, I'm just going to do 0 1 underscore, and then I'm going to do first database or DB or something. So that means this will be your initial thing that you need to understand. I hope this is clear. So this will be our folder structure that we are going to follow. Now before doing that, so let's understand very basic things, like although I mentioned that we are not going to cover some of the concept, but what actually Postgres is. So Postgres is a database system, right? Now why now if you're a complete beginner, what actually a database system? Now see, when we have some real application, we need to store our user information, let's say our product information or the app that you're creating. Based on that, Postgres is we are going to use to store this kind of application data in a structured way. Okay, so in a structured way. Why this is very popular, and it's extremely popular, and the reason is because it's actually give the developers, right, that we are developers, we are going to develop so many advantages that other DBs actually lacks. For example, first of all will be reliability. Okay, now first of all, when you're creating a product and application, you can't lose your data very easily, right? And that will be a disaster for your application. For example, let's say I'll give a practical example, that if you have a B2C application and your user is placing an order, pays real money, okay, and let's say, or maybe updating their profile. So what we need to do, your DB should be responsible for updating all those data properly. And PostgreSQL is trusted for this kind of data handling, like it's extremely popular. Second, it's give you the SQL support, right? So PostgreSQL is usually use SQL. What SQL means? Structured query language, right? You can also search all of this in Google also, right? So what actually structured query language is? So this is the language that we talk to relational databases. Okay, so that we are going to discuss later, that what are the commands and everything we have. And one very popular advantages of PostgreSQL will be, and that is the relationship between your data, right? So what will happen, right, whenever you have a backend application, your data, the real data will be connected. For example, one user can create multiple posts. One order belongs to one customer, so one order cannot belong to multiple customers, right? These things are very basic concepts, right? So this is where PostgreSQL is extremely strong. I repeat, extremely strong at storing and querying all those relations data. Okay, so these things will be the advantages, some of the very advanced features that your PostgreSQL is going to give you, that we are not going to cover that much here. Let's say we have indexes for faster queries, we have transactions, we have full text search, lot of things, views, triggers, stored function extension. If I'm getting good response from this particular video, I'm going to create one more part too. Okay, so this will be your PostgreSQL with the very definition, right? Now one thing you need to understand, and that is one of the most important concept that you can get, you can also note it down, that what is the relation, sorry, what is the not relation, what is the differences between a relational and non-relational DB. Okay, now if you're a student, you have maybe heard this particular term, that SQL database, NoSQL database, relational database, non-relational database, something like that, right? So what is the actual definition of a relational database? So relational databases actually stores data in a table format. Okay, so I'm just going to, let's do one readme.md. so here I'm just going to do that relational database. Relational DB is going to store the data in what? In tables format or in tables, right? And these tables can be connected using relationships. Okay, let's say you have a users table, you have a posts table, you have a comments table, or whatever, blah blah. Okay, so here what situation can happen, that a particular post is belong to one user. So one post belongs to one user, something like this. Okay, and let's say one comment belong to one particular post, something like this. And these connection that we have, this is called relationship. Okay, so now this is one more thing we can mention, that one user, okay, this is also important, that one user can have many posts, right? So this is called one-to-many relationship that we are going to discuss later. So this will be relational DB. Non-relational DB will be, it actually doesn't organize the data using connected tables, right? So we'll do non-relational non-relations DB. So it's normally doesn't organize data using connected tables. Okay, now here what actually this kind of DBs use, they use documents. So we have what, MongoDB, right? Or it also uses key value pairs. So this will be the very basic definition between a relational and non-relational DB. Okay, now this is another very important interview question, that when you're going to use relational DB or when relational DBs are a good choice. So you have to mention that we are going to use PostgreSQL when we have our data that has clear structure, that has proper relationship, right? You also need to implement transactions, you need joins, right? Also you also need strong validation at the database level. Okay, so these things, each and everything that I'm mentioning, very important. So first of all will be data has clear structure, so I'm just going to write in short. Second will be data has relationships. Then maybe let's say you need to implement transactions, also you need joins, and as I already mentioned that you also need strong validation at DB level. Now example will be, let's say you're creating a banking application, alright, and or maybe let's say you're creating a e-commerce, something like this, or let's say you're creating a CRM application. So here you can use relational. Non-relational you're going to use when your data shape or data is going to change very often, right? So non-relational will be when your data changes very often. Okay, documents that you have, I already mentioned that non-relational DB is going to store your documents in store your data in documents. So when your docs or documents are independent, so not that much relations are there. Okay, you don't need much joins, right? So in this case you have to use, or you can use, not you have to, you can use non-relational DB. Now why am I explaining all of this? Because this is actually very important. This is so important, right? I can't even explain. You go to any company, you'll see that whenever they are going to start a new product, there will be a lot of discussions with the product business or leadership, whatever, that what DB they are going to use. It's extremely important. Why? Because once you'll start the product, let's say you started one particular DB and that is a wrong choice, it can be a huge problem, because then again you need to migrate, and there can be a lot of things, right? Developer cost, timing, and all those things are matter. So that is the reason these things are very important. Now if I want to sum up that, when you are going to implement any kind of project, right, you have to first see the requirement, but in overall PostgreSQL is a very strong DB choice. Okay, so this is what I wanted to mention. So very basic concepts. So with this, now from the next part, what we're going to mention, as I already told, that for every concept we are going to create one file, and then we are going to see in the terminal. The same thing I'm also going to show you in the pgadmin, but we will focus more on the SQL queries. That will be our main object. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we'll start our journey of learning PostgreSQL concept wise but practically. Before that, as I already mentioned this particular term, in case you are not aware, and that is PSQL, which is the official terminal based command line interface for PostgreSQL, right? So what we are going to why we need this, or when we are going to use this, when we need to run our SQL queries. You can see that it allows to interactively type SQL queries, issue them to the database server, and you can also view the result directly in your terminal. And this is the thing I was talking about, that definitely whenever you are going to work with your DB, you can definitely see the result in your DB, right? But when you can run any kind of commands, and then you will be able to get the result in the command line. So that means what? You know your concepts very well, and that is very important thing that we are going to at least learn in this particular video. So first of all, let's start with, I think we have done enough talking. So let's start with first file, which will be 01 first database.sql. Okay, so this will be a first file. So first, what we are going to do it. So first we are going to understand that how you can create your first DB. Now here, what I'm going to do, right? So first I'm just going to write here that, okay, create, and then I'm just going to do here database, and let's give this one name as Postgres SQL. Okay, so we have let's do PostgreSQL underscore part1. So this is my DB name. So what actually this command is doing here, right? So this thing is doing, so this create a database is going to create a new DB. So this is going to create, so this is going to create new DB, right, where inside your Postgre I'm going to write insert Postgre server. So this is how you can create your first DB. So now one thing you need to understand that in Postgres server you can have multiple databases, right? For the part one, what you're going to do, you're going to use one single database so that we can understand and all the things will be in sync. Now when we are going to run this particular file, what will happen? So this file, once it will run successfully, it is going to connect to your new DB, right? And then what we can do from our PSQL command line, we can actually connect directly to this particular DB. But before that, I'm just going to give you one more command here that you need to know. But remember, I'm going to write it explicitly that this is actually not needed and you should never do it in your real production application. And that is, first I'm going to do the drop database if exists, and then I'm just going to give this name PostgreSQL part1. So what actually we are doing here, so you're simply telling that you are going to drop this particular DB if it is already present. Drop database is going to remove this database completely, and I'm just going to write it here that you should never do it in prod app, and this is, so I'm just going to write it here, so this is only for learning. Okay, so two things you have learned, one is how you can drop a database and how you can create a new database. Okay, so now let's see how we are going to connect to this particular and how we are going to run this particular file. That is also important. As I already mentioned that we are going to use command line, and for this one you can use a individual command line, but I'm going to use VS Code only because it will be easy for us to understand. So first of all, I'm going to run this particular command, okay, and I'm going to explain that what each and everything is doing here. This is each and everything, see, we are going to do from this particular point. You need to understand everything. You can't memorize these things. In case you are not able to do it, it will be very difficult for you to understand when you will actually build your backend applications. So here I'm just going to do PSQL-U, and I'm just going to do this one as Postgres space -d, and I'm just going to do Postgres, and here I'm just going to do -f, and then I will go to my part1, which is this particular folder, part1 / and then I'm just going to give this file name. So I'm just going to copy this here, and then I'm just going to paste it. So what actually this is doing here, so first of all, PSQL is our PostgreSQL command line tool. -u Postgres is nothing but we are simply telling that we are logging as our user, which is Postgres. -d Postgres means we are going to connect to our database Postgres, and -af this particular means we are going to run these SQL commands from this particular file. As simple as that. Okay, so in sum up, it's telling that use PSQL, login as PostgreSQL user, connect to your Postgres database, and run this particular SQL file. That's it, and you're going to do enter. You have to give a password, and I'm just going to give admin, enter, and you can see that what it's saying. So this is fine, so this doesn't exist, so it's going to skip, which is fine. Drop database and create database, so that means this is actually created. So now if I just go here, right, and let me just, I don't know why this is very slow, so let me refresh this. I think I get this particular thing in other places also, that this is little slow. This issue also reported by other users also, and you can see that we have this PostgreSQL part1, and I'm just going to do right click, not right click, I think let's open this, and you're going to see all the details and everything, schemas and everything. But for now, let's leave it here. So that means now you have your DB here. So what I will suggest, let me just move this on here. So what I'm actually suggesting, that try to understand each and every command very seriously, because this is what you need to work in your company also. When you'll be working as a backend developer, you have to work with your DB. You need to know each and everything like such a way, so that if someone asks you, okay, give me this particular command, SQL query or everything, you should be able to do it like this, right? So first of all we learn that how you can create a new DB and how we are going to run this. Okay, now I'm going to show you that how you can run your PSQL queries from your terminal. So first I'm just going to clear this. So first let's do here PSQL-u, so which will be our user, which is Postgres, and I'll do -d, and this is our DB, and then I'm just going to do enter, and you'll see that it's asking for this password every time. Okay, so you have to give the password every time. So what you're going to do, right, so let's cancel these, and I'm just going to add this password here. Okay, so now let's clear once again, and then we are going to just run once again here, and you can see that now this is connected. So now I'm going to show you that some of the things that you can directly check from here. So first of all, let's say you want to see which current database that you are using. So here what you can do, right, you're going to do select, and you're going to do current underscore, and you have to do database. Alright, and then you'll do enter, and you can see that this is our current database. And now remember, this is, we are actually writing inside our PSQL command line. Okay, now you want to see the current user, so you're going to do select, and you'll do current underscore user, enter. This is the current user, which is Postgres. Okay, now you can also see which version of PostgreSQL you are using. So I'm just going to do select, and here if I'm not wrong it will be version, and this will be the, this is going to give you the version. Okay, you can see that this is the version that we are using, right? So now let's say you want to see all your databases, that how many databases I have. So you have to give slash, I don't know which, what, but this particular icon called, so I think this is called backslash, I think, and then this will be L, and here you are going to get all this. Okay, all the databases. Now let's say you want to see all your tables. So for tables you have to do DT, and here you can see that we don't have any tables for now, which makes sense. Now you want to exit your PSQL command line, so you can also type here exit directly. So let's see, if I do exit, it will exit, or else you can also do like this. You can directly do slash, and then you have to do Q. So this is going to also do the exit. Okay, so both the things are very important, so you can use exit or this particular slash Q. So this will be the very first thing, basic things you have learned. So now let's move on to the next one, which will be how we are going to create our schema. So here I'm just going to create one more file, and let's do this one as 02 underscore, and I'm just going to do this one as first underscore schema.sql. Okay, let's bring it here. So first of all, how we are going to create your first schema. What actually is schema? A schema is like a folder inside your database. Okay, now there will be some default schema it's going to create, right? So you see that we have the schema. Let's expand this. See that there is a public schema that will be created, and inside this also you are going to have the tables. Okay, so this is your public or default schema that PostgreSQL always has. So now let's say we want to create our own schema, so we are going to have our DB. So it's like this. So I'm just going to give a comment. Okay, so here I'm just going to have the DB is going to have the schema is going to have the table is going to have the rows, something like that. So now I want to create my own schema. So how I can do that? And that is very, very simple. So I'm just going to do create schema, and then I'm just going to do if not exists, and then you have to give the name. So I'm just going to do basic, something like this, right? So create schema is going to create a namespace for your table and your other database objects. What actually if not exist means, so this is going to prevent an error, very, very important, if this schema is already created. So this is going to, this if not exists is going to prevent an error, right? If the schema is already created. Okay, so this is how you can create a schema. Alright, so this is how you can create a schema. Now here I'm also going to show you that how you can create an extension and why actually you need it. So I'm just going to do here create extension if not exist, and here I'm just going to use PG crypto. Okay, so what actually this extension is going to do, so in later part we are going to use something called get random UID, which will help us to create UID primary keys. And that is very important because in PostgreSQL what we can do, right, we can directly create or generate UID. So here this particular extension is needed because this is going to help us to create that particular UID. Okay, later we are going to discuss this particular thing in details. So now what I'm going to do, right, so this is going to create the schema and this is going to create the extension, right? I think extension spelling is also correct. All right, now what I'm going to do, right, now this is where I wanted to explain one more thing which is very important. So here what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to write a query. Okay, so here I'm just going to write a query. Now this query I can directly write from my PSQL command line also, but now you may ask me that why I'm writing this one here. The reason is this is for the teaching purpose. This is not mandatory, this is optional. Why I'm doing this? Because when you are going to download the source code, you will be able to directly see this query, or you can copy and you can run. Okay, so that is the reason I'm going to follow this particular process throughout this video, not for this particular file. So now let's say what I need to do, right, I want to write a particular query which is going to give me all the schemas that are available in my current DB. Okay, so to do that, what we are going to do, right, we are going to use a select, and here I'm just going to use a schema underscore name, and then I'm just going to do from, and this we have something called information underscore schema underscore schemata. So what actually this is doing, now this information.schema.schemata is a system view. What actually system view? So system view is a built-in view that is going to give you the information about your database structure. For example, let's say you want to see all your database schemas, that how many schemas are available. So in that case we can use this, and here I'm also going to do order by. For now let's skip this. We are going to have a separate section on what actually is order by. So I'm just going to do order by of schema name. That's it. So now what I can do, right, I can simply directly run this particular file which is going to create a schema, going to create this extension, and at the end it's going to run this particular query. All right, so now let's run this file, and what we can do, right, so let me just copy this and then we'll paste it here. So what you are doing, so you'll do PSQL -u Postgres -d. This is the DB that we have created in the first file, and part1/ now we need to run this file. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this and then let's paste it here, enter, and you can see that now we have the schema is created, extension is created, and you are getting so many schemas. Okay, now this might be a little confusing that from where these are coming. First one, so basic schema is your custom schema that you have created. What is the information schema? This is the Postgres standard metadata schema. Then you have the PG catalog. This is Postgres internal system schema. PG toast, if I'm not wrong, this is internal storage schema for large values, right? You can also check it once, I'm not exactly sure. So PG toast schema in Postgres, you can just search it. Okay, so you can see that this is the internal namespace used for the oversize attribute, right? So it's for large values. And then you have the public, which I already mentioned, that every Postgres is going to have a database is going to have a default schema which will be present in every database, right? Now why this is coming up? Because in this query I'm actually getting all my schemas at once, right? And this information schema.schemata is going to give me all the schemas that are available in my database. All right, so now if you go here, right, so this is our DB. So now let me just refresh this. This is very slow, man. In Windows it is fast. I don't know, I think that is the reason so many issues I think they have reported on this. I don't know why this is this much slow. Even I'm using the latest version of Mac, but still it is very slow. So if I go to schemas and let's see what we are getting here. So you can see that we are already getting 2 schema, and you can see that we have the basic schema. Fantastic. So that means this is now completed. So this is how we can create schemas and also extension. Now moving to the next one, which will be very, very important. So for now, what you're going to do, right, I'm just going to do 03 underscore, and let's do this one as first underscore table.sql. So now we are going to understand that how you can create table. Okay, so first of all, what actually table? So table is going to store your data, right, or store one type of data. So here let's create a simple students table. So now what you're going to do, right, your table is going to live inside your schema, and now we have created a basic schema here. So what I'm going to do, right, inside this particular schema I wanted to create a table. So first of all I'm just going to do drop table. Now again, don't do this in your real project, this is just for teaching purpose, that this is how you can also drop table. Okay, so this will be drop table, and here this will be if exists, and I'm just going to do basics dot, let's do students. Okay, so inside my basic schema I wanted to have a students table, simple, and then I'm going to create a table. So I'll do create table, and I'm just going to do basics dot students, and here now we have to have all our property. So let's start with the first one. First I need to have an ID which will be serial, and this will be my primary key. Now what actually we are doing here, now this ID is your unique value, right? So what this serial is going to do, this is going to create an auto incremental or auto incrementing integer. Okay, so that means if I'm inserting one particular student with ID 1, from next time when I'm going to insert it, it will be like 2, 3 like this, and so on, right? So on, so you're 4, 5, something like this, right? Primary key, very important concept, that this simply means, so primary key simply means that this column uniquely identifies each row. Okay, so this will be the first property that I wanted to have, or column. Then I'm going to have a name property which will be text, and I'm just going to make this one as not null. So what we are simply telling that this is my another property. So text is going to represent string data. Then I'm simply telling that not null means this column is required, right? So that means Postgres is going to reject if this name value is not present, as simple as that. Then I'm also going to take an email property. So I'm going to take an email which will be text. This also will be not null, and this will be a unique property. Okay, because every student is going to have their unique email, right? So unique means that no two student is going to have same email. Okay, then let's take one more property, and then I'm just going to take an age property. This will be integer. I'm just going to take a check. So check is going to add a rule that every student age has to be greater than or equal 18. So this is one check I wanted to give, and at the end I'm going to take a created at property. So I'll do created underscore at, which will be timestamp, and here I'm just going to do this one as default now. So what we are doing here, so simply telling that this timestamp is going to store your date and time format. So timestamp is going to store your date and time format. Default means if you don't give anything, it's going to take by default. Default means if you don't give any value, it will take by default. That's it. So now I think this is done. So first of all, let's create this table, and let's see if this is creating inside that particular schema or not. So first of all, let's go here. I'm going to clear this, and then I'm just going to run it here. So we are running inside this, and then I'm just going to copy this. Let's do rename, and then let's run it here. Enter, and you can see that it's created the table. So you can go here, and let me just refresh this. So if I go inside this, you will see that we'll be having the tables, and inside this you're going to have your table, one table which is my student table, and you can see the columns and everything here, right? So you can expand this, and you can see all your properties that we have added. So you have ID, integer, name, email, age, and created at. Okay, so that means this is working fine. So now what we are going to do, right? So we need to insert some values so that we can see that whether we have those values or not, correct? But before that, let's do one thing. Let's run some of the commands here, okay, inside PSQL, so that you can understand what is happening here. So first of all, inside this, so let's run this command. So I'm just going to open this. So do PSQL-u Postgres, and then I'm going to run this DB. So inside this, and then first of all, I wanted to see my tables. I'll do /dt. Okay, it's showing no tables. Oh, I think we need to do /dt, and we need to go to basics dot, and then we'll do star. Okay, so you can see that we have to do list of tables, schema basics, name students, this is table, owner is Postgres. Fantastic. Now first of all, before we'll do anything, right, we need to add some data so that you can check whether we have any student present or not, correct? So how we are going to do that? So see, this is what I was talking about, that these queries that I'm writing here, these direct queries I can directly run here also inside PSQL. The reason why I will be adding here, so that when you're going to download the source code, you can take the reference from here. I hope you're getting that. Don't get confused. These queries you don't have to write in the file. This is for the teaching purpose. So for now, I'm just going to exit from here, clear these, and then let's run the first query here. So I'm just going to do what? So I'm going to insert some data. So insert some data. So to do this one, we're going to do insert, and insert we need to do into. So you have basics dot students. So this is the table, and what are the things we need to insert? So first of all, ID will be automatically created. Then we have name, comma, we have email, comma, we have age. These three things, right? So this is the things we want to insert, but we need to tell, right, okay, what values we wanted to insert. So that means we need to give here values, and these values is going to tell me that, okay, these things I wanted to insert. So I'm just going to add Sangam. So let's give one more email. So I'll do sangam@gmail.com, and comma, I'm just going to give here 55, although I'm not 55, I'm just giving. So here I'm just going to copy this, paste it here. Let's do here John, and I'll do this one as John, and then let's do 23. Okay, and we need to give this one. So this will be the first data that I wanted to insert. So now what I'm going to do, right, so let's run once again, and we'll see that what is happening here. Okay, so first of all, I'm going to run this file again. You can see that we have insert, something is happening here, but we don't know what actually happened. So first we need to see that whether we have all this data present inside our table or not. So first I'm going to go inside this, and then what I'm going to do, right, so I'm just going to do select star, and I'm just going to do from. So I have to go to basics dot students. So it's simply telling that select is going to read your data from a table. This star means we need all the columns. Okay, so this is what we need. Enter, and you can see that we have two data, ID1 Sangam, email, this created at John, and this is the data. Fantastic. Now this is what I was talking about. Now same query I can write inside this file also, so that whenever you're going to run this file, you'll be able to get the result immediately. Okay, so let's see if I just wanted to write it here. So something like select underscore from, and then you're going to do basics.students. It's going to do the exact same thing. Okay, so now I think this is done. So this is how what you're going to do. You're going to create your table. You can drop table using drop table command. So create table, you have to take all your properties that you're going to take, and based on that, if you want to insert some data, you need to insert, and then if you want to read the data, you need to select, and then you have to tell that, okay, from which place I wanted to read the data. So in our case, this will be our basic schema dot students table. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now let's move on to the next one, which will be, we're going to understand some of the data types. Okay, so I'm just going to do 04 underscore data underscore types dot SQL. So I think some of the data types we have already covered, but still we need to understand some more. So first I'm just going to do drop table if exists, and I'm just going to create one more. So I'm just going to do here basics dot, let's give this one as maybe products underscore basic. Okay, and then let's create the table. So I'll do create table, and let's give this one as basics dot product basic, and then So we'll start with the first one, which we have already covered. So this will be ID, so you're going to take serial, and this will be primary key. Okay, then next we are going to take our let's take a name property, and here I'm just going to take one more thing here, and that is called varchar, and I'm just going to give this one as 100. Let's do this one as not null. Now what actually I mean by this varchar 100 that we have taken here, that means that we have a string with maximum length of 100 characters. Okay, so I'm just going to write here that we have a string that has a max length of 100 characters. Okay, you need to use varchar when you want to enforce a maximum length. Okay, so this is one more thing that you have learned. Now next thing, let's take a description, and for description I'm just going to take this one as text. Okay, so text is normally a string type. What else? So let's take maybe a stock count. So I'm just going to take this one as stock, and let's do this one as stock. Maybe let's give stock only, and I'll do this one as integer, and I'm just going to give a default value. Now you will be able to also give a default value, and this will be 0, right? So string integer is going to store a whole number, right? So that means if stock should be a whole number, 0, 1, 2, 300, like that. It should not be 10.5 or 5.5. Okay, this is actually important when you're using integer. Then we have something called big int. So I'm just going to take a total property here, or let's do total views or something like this, and I'm just going to give this one as big int, and then here also I'm just going to give this one as a default value, which will be 0. Now what this big int means, that we want to store larger whole number than integer. So we want to store larger whole number than integer, right? Or we have integer, something like this. So now in most of the times you'll see that your integer will be more than enough. Then we have one more property that you need to understand. Let's say we have a price property, and this is called numeric. Okay, so I'll do numeric, and here I'm just going to give 10,2. Now what actually this is telling here, this numeric is actually useful for your exact decimal values. So when you are going to use decimal values, you want to take 1 minute. Okay, so you want to take numeric here, so this will be your exact decimal values. So what I mean by exact, so here we have 10. So 10 is what? 10 means your total digits. So 10 means total digits, and then you have 2. So 2 means here digits after the decimal point, after the decimal point. Okay, so let's say you have 999 something like this dot 99. Okay, so this is where you can take numeric, and then at the end we have the boolean. So let's say I want to take is active, something like this, is active. Let's do is active, and here I'm just going to take this one as boolean, and here you can also take a default value, and default value will be true. So this will be my default value, and this will be a boolean property. Okay, so this is how you can create. Now here we don't have that much things to understand, because these are very straightforward, whatever things we have done. Now let's see, let's write the queries also. So I'm just going to write the queries that I want to add some rows in this particular table. So how we can do that, we have already learned. So we can do insert, and let's do into, and we are going to do basics dot product basic, and here let's say I wanted to enter name. Then we have what? Description. Then we have the stock, then we have the total views, right? So I think we have taken the total views. Then we have the price, and then at the end we have the is active. So these are all the things we want to render, and what we want to render, so we need to render the values, correct? And now let's say I wanted to add here, so let's add here something like this, product 1. Description, I'm just going to do product desk. Then we are going to give a stock count, which will be what? So this will be a whole number. Then we have the total views. So what is total views? Total views is a big int, so you can take anything like 100. Then you have the so after this, so let's take the price. So price will be numeric, right? So we can take something like 2455.65, and then we will take true. Okay, so these values I want to insert, and let's say now at the end you want to also get the values here, that how many rows or products that we have added. So to do this, what we can do, simply we can do a select, right, and then we'll do star. Now remember, I already mentioned all of this you can directly run from a PSQL command also, that I've already showed you all of this, but here I'm doing all of this at once. So I'll do basics.product basics. So I'm simply telling that, okay, first create this table, insert this particular data, and then I'm going to get the data information. Now let's say you get one more requirement, that you need to write a query where you are only going to get the active products. You have to get only the active products, not all the products. Okay, so how you can do that? Now here you will see that we have a boolean column that is active, right? This one, what you can do, right, you can directly use in our filters. So something like this, that where the field name, which is active, is equal to true, that is also valid. So let's see how we are going to do that. So here I'm simply going to do that. Okay, select ID, select name, select price, and select is active from. So you have to give from where, so place. So we'll do basics.product basics, this is the table name and this is the condition. Then you are going to tell where is active is true. That's it. So this is going to give you all this data where is active will be true. Now let's see if this is working or not. Okay, so I'm just going to clear this and let's run again. And here, so first I'm just going to rename, copy these, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, we are getting one error, insert into basic. Okay, something I think we have missed here, that is, okay, we have to give this, and also we have to give here also. So now let's clear this and let's run once again. Alright, so now it's drop table, create table, one product is added, and you can see that you're getting the information here that this is the one product. So this is from where you're getting, this is the query, and then you're getting only one product where it is active, because for now we have only one product. If you want, you can add one more product, that I will also give you as a homework. Do one thing, instead of adding one product here, you can add multiple products, right? What you have to do in these values, right, instead of this you have to just give comma and then paste it one more time, and then you just close with the semicolon. You'll see that. And for the second one, just make this one to false, and then when you're going to run this, right, so here you're still going to get only one result, because that is only one product which will be true. I hope you're getting it. So try to do this one by yourself. But for now, for the basic data types, this is more than enough. So we have learned the ID. One is the serial, which is our primary key. One is varchar, we have learned text, integer, big int, numeric, boolean. So with this, now let's move on to the next one, where we are going to understand some of the other data types that is also very important, that you can use in some situations based on your project requirements. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next. Alright, so moving to the next one, so let's create the next file, and this will be other data types.sql. okay, so let's first create it. So I'm just going to do drop table if exists, and I'm just going to do again basics. This is our schema, and let's give this one as app events or something, and I'm just going to do create table, and I'll do basics.app events. And here, first of all, what I will do, right, so we are going to create our ID as a UUID. Okay, so how we are going to do that? So what actually, first we need to understand what is UUID means. So it's a unique identifier type. Okay, and here, just like we have the serial, right, so this is not a simple 1 2 3, that you added 3 data and now you are adding the 4th data, so the ID will become 4. So what will happen, right, the values will look like a certain format. Okay, and how we are going to create it? So we have something called generate random UUID, okay, which will going to create your random UUID automatically. So how we are going to do that? So here we have ID, and I'm just going to give this one as UUID, and here, so you're going to give this one primary key, and now you have to give a default, and in this default you have to give this one as gen, and then this will be random, and then you're going to do UUID, and this is going to create a unique UUID for this particular column. Okay, now next let's take, maybe we have an app events, right, so let's take a event name. So I'll do event name, and this one I'm not explaining, so this is text, and I'm just going to do not null. And now what you're going to do, right, we'll understand one more new data type, which is called JSON-B. So what this JSON-B means, right? Now this is going to store your JSON data, and this is going to store, if I'm not wrong, it's going to store in a binary format or binary optimized format. Okay, when you need to have some flexible structured metadata for that particular column, you should take this particular type. Okay, now I'm just going to have a metadata, and this metadata will be my type of JSON-B, and you're going to give a default value, and in this default value I'm going to tell that, okay, this will be my default value for this particular metadata, and this will be of type JSON-B. I hope this is clear. Okay, so now next, also I think timestamp we have already discussed, still let's take it. So I'm just going to do create a at, and this will be a timestamp, and I'm just going to give a default, and this will be now, so it should be the current time, and I think this is done. So now this is going to create our table. So this will be our this app events table. So if I save this, and now let's go here, let's run this, and now let's copy this file name first, we'll do slowly, and then okay, so it's created the table. Now what I'll do, right, so let's go here, and then I'm just going to run this, and also I'm just going to move this one here, and then I'll be inside this, and here what I'll do, right, so we have the dt, and okay, so we need to, I think I always make this mistake, we need to do dt/dt, and we have to do basics because this is our schema dot star, and this is going to give you all the tables. So you can see that we have app events, just now we have created product, basics, and the student, and the same thing you can also check here also, right? If you go here, and let's see if I refresh this, I don't know why this is this much slow, man, it's very irritating. See, so if I refresh this, right, you'll be able to see all the updated tables. So you have app events, and you can go here and you can explore all of this, whatever columns that you have created. Okay, ID, event name, metadata, created it, that is fine. So now what I'm going to do, right, so first of all, let's insert one of maybe let's insert two data here. So what I'm going to do, simply here only I'm just going to do, again we can do the same thing from here also. I'm repeating the same thing again and again. The reason why I'm adding, so that it will be easy for you to copy paste, or else what you need to do, right, if I write all of this directly in command line, not in this file, so when you download the source code, these queries will not be present. You are getting what I'm explaining here. So that is the reason I'm just writing all of this here. So I'm just going to do insert into, and I'm just going to do basics.app events, and here I'm just going to do the event name, because we have the event name, and we have to add the metadata, correct? So you have the metadata, and here I'm just going to do values, and let's add. So here I'm just going to do maybe event, right? So maybe let's say sign up is one of the method, and here now you have to add a JSON, so this will be JSON property, and maybe let's say I'm just going to do sign up, and this user sign up from Chrome browser, something like this, and so this will be browser, and this will be Chrome. Okay, so this will be your format. This is how you need to take it. Now let's say I'm just going to copy this, and then comma paste, and then I'm just going to do sign in, and here I'm just going to do maybe browser. Instead of browser, I'm just going to do username or whatever you want to take, user, and then I'm just going to take this one as Sangam. Okay, it can be anything. So this is now going to insert that into that particular app event table. So now to check it, I'm just going to do a select query start, and then I'm just going to do from, and then I'll do basics.app event. This is the table name. So first let's do this, and let's run it once again. So here I'm just going to run this, and you can see that, so we have created this, inserted, and you can see that we are getting UID. This is the UID, this is the format that I'm talking about, this is the event name, sign up, and this is the metadata, and then you have the timestamp. Okay, and this is the second one for sign in. So what we are understanding, that whether it is creating the UID or not, it's actually successfully created this UID. Now what you can do, right, you can also query these JSON properties also, or JSON field also. How? So now let's say maybe what I'm going to do, right, I have this browser, correct? So now this browser, I wanted to check that what I wanted to do here, that I want to open my JSON-B column named metadata, right? So we have given the metadata, right? And now here, let's say I wanted to get the value of this browser as text. So how I'm going to do that? To do this, what you have to do, right, so you have to do select, and then I'm just going to give an event name, comma. Now this is the important part. So you have to give metadata, and here you are going to give like this. So now this metadata, I'm simply telling that okay, you have to find this browser property. Okay, so you're going to give this on browser, so it's going to find, and then I'm just going to do give me as browser. Then this is not it, because you have to always give your destination, that from where you are going to find this. So you have to give from table name, so we'll do basics.app events, and here you are going to simply mention where metadata is browser. Okay, that's it. So what we are simply telling here, this metadata, this arrow browser means that you have to open this JSON column named as metadata and get the value of the browser as text. Alright, so now let's test it. So first let's open this, and I'm going to clear this, and also in the meantime let's do one thing, let's comment out this one. Okay, so I only wanted to check this part. So here what I'll do, let's sorry, not clear, let's run it once again, and you can see that what you're getting, we are getting sign up and you're getting Chrome. Okay, so now what is happening here, you're getting this sign up and this is Chrome. Why? Because we are clearly telling here that you have to open the JSON column named metadata, and you have to get the value of browser as text. So this is how you can do this. Okay, so this is about the other data types. Now next we have another very important, and that is how we are going to work with null, empty, string and zero value. Okay, so we have null, empty, string and zero value, and all three are not same. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first of all, I'm just going to do 06 maybe, and let's do null, empty, string, something like this, or let's do 0 also, 0.sql. Okay, so first of all let's clear this. I'll close everything else. So first we have null, right? So null means unknown or missing value. Next we have empty string. Empty string will be what? Known string value but no characters, or but it contains no characters. And then at the end you have the 0. So 0 will be your actual numeric value, right? So actual numeric value of 0. Okay, so let's create one more here. So I'm just going to copy, right, instead of rewriting. So copy this, paste it here, and this I'm just going to do value examples, something like this, and then I'm simply going to create. So to create table basics dot value examples, and here I'm just going to do, so now I'm doing little faster, I'm not already you have done multiple times. So do serial, so do primary key, and then after this maybe let's take what we can take, let's take a nickname. So do nickname, which will be text, and then I'm also going to take a bio, which also will be text, and let's take a score, and this one I'm just going to do integer. Okay, so we have these three, that's it. So now let's do one thing. What we are going to do right here, you have to understand that when we are going to insert the value, then you can clearly understand what is happening here, and I'm going to make these things very simple and easy to understand. So I'm just going to do insert, I'll do into, and I'll do basics dot value examples. So we have nickname, we have bio, it should be in that order, okay, and then we have score, correct, and then we are going to add values. Now you see what we are doing here. So for the first one, notice for the nickname I'm passing explicitly as null, okay, and then I'm just going to do here bio learning React.js, or maybe learning Postgres, right, and then I'm passing the score, I'll pass in 10. So this is my first one. Now here clearly I'm mentioning that nickname is null, nickname is null, right. Also let's move it here. So this will be the first one, first condition. Next what I'm going to do, right, give comma, and I'm going to add one more property, row here. Here I'm explicitly mentioning that nickname is empty string. See, I'm giving here empty string, and I'm just going to do empty nickname, and let's give 20. And then at the end what I'm going to do, right, so let's do here some names. I'm just going to do Sangam, and for the second one I'm going to pass empty, and here for this score I'm giving explicitly 0. So here what this is, this means the score is 0, this is not missing. There is a huge difference. Missing means it's a null value, 0 means you are telling that okay, he got 0 in the exam, so it's a real number. Okay, so this is the difference. And then you can also pass multiple as a null also. Let's say you are passing here one more here, that this guy is John and his bio is null and his score is also null. This also you can do. Okay, and this is done. So now this is going to add these 4. Now what are you going to do, right? First of all, let's say from this point, right, we have already done all the queries and everything multiple times. You should be able to write some of the basic queries. For example, now I want to query all these values from my DB. How I'm going to do that, or from that column? So it's very simple, right? I'm just going to do select star, so star, and then I'm just going to do what, from, so to give basics dot value examples. So this will be the first thing. So if I save this and then let's say I'm just going to run it here, so this will be the null empty, sorry, and let's remove this, and you can see that these two null, this also, whenever you're getting empty or null, you're getting those columns are empty, right? So that means this is working fine. Now let's say you only want to check that maybe I want to check that give me the records where the nickname is only null. So how you can do that? So I'm going to comment it out here. So I'm just going to tell that okay, select star from basics dot app, sorry, not app, value examples, and then here I'm simply going to do that where nickname will be what, is null, simply. So this is going to give me that okay, give me from this table where the nickname is null. So this is going to give me all the examples where the nickname is null, and you can run it once again. So let's say if I just run it here, you can see that we have only one where the nickname is null. Okay, then you can also do, maybe let's say you want to see where the nickname is empty. So I'm just going to do, this will be a homework, that write one query to find where nickname is empty string. So this will be your homework. Okay, try to do it by yourself. Now let's say you want to check where the score is only 0. So to do this you can do select star, so I'll do from basics dot value examples, and then you're going to do where score will be equal to what, 0. That's it. So this is going to give you where the column the score is 0, and if you run this here once again, and you can see that you're getting this, right? So that means this is working fine, and this is how you have to use. Now you also can use a reverse way, that you want to check where the nickname is not null. Okay, I'm going to repeat once again. You want to check where the nickname is not null. So how you can do that? Copy this exact thing, paste it here, and you're going to do is not null. Okay, so this is where it's going to give you the reverse result. So here I'm just going to do clear, and let's run once again. You can see that you're getting nickname is not null. Okay, now here okay, first we are getting 3, but for the first one it is null, right? How many you have added? Let me just check. Okay, we have added 4, correct. So it should be getting 3, because first one is explicitly null, second was is not empty, so this is different. Okay, so here it's going to give you that where it is not null. I hope this is clear, right? So we are not going to use equal to null, we are going to use if not null, something like this. So I think this is all. What else? I think yeah. Okay, one more thing I wanted to mention. I think that part we have covered, right? The empty one we have covered, is null we have covered. Yeah, I think we have covered almost all the things. So try to practice this one, the reverse one, that when you want to check that if there is 10 products or 10 examples, that rows that are added in that particular table, so there can be 2 scenarios you can check. You want to check the products where it is null, so you're going to do where that particular key name is null. If you want to check the reverse, you have to give where the key name is not null. Okay, it's going to give you the reverse order. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Next one we are going to understand what is constants. Okay, and this is also very important. All right, so moving to the next one, another important concept which will be constants, right? let's do this one as .sql. All right, so close this. So you have different column constants. Okay, so we have something like, I think we have already discussed not null, then we have unique, then you have default, then you have check, all this, right? Now these all are database rules. Now why this is very powerful? Because it's going to protect your data and user will not be able to push wrong data to DB. You can do backend validation, because backend validation always you need to do it, but remember one thing, and this is also very important concept that you should know if you're a beginner. Let's say you are working in you are studying in college, that even though backend validations are good, but database constants are always stronger than backend validation. Why? Because that is going to directly protect the data. Even let's say you are writing a different app or a script or developer, whatever they are doing, so you're understanding what I'm saying. So you have a backend logic or backend validation logic in your backend code. Now let's say you don't have any constants in your DB. Now if we can write in our DB in different ways, right? So what I mean by this, we can write in a different ways. You can write from your app. So let's say you're doing some API call and API call is writing into your DB. You can also write data into DB using script, or directly developer can go to DB and they can write. Makes sense, right? Easily we can do it. But let's say if you have constant on the DB level, in all scenarios, if you're writing a wrong data, it's going to fail. So that is the reason backend validation, database constants are always stronger than backend validation. Doesn't mean that I'm telling that you don't have to write backend validations, you have to write, but both are equally important, but database constants are much stronger. Okay, whenever you'll be working with databases. So first let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do here, let me just copy from here. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and let's give this one name as basics. Let's create accounts, and here I'm just going to do create table, and I'm just going to do basics.accounts, and let's add ID. Let's give this one as primary. Let's add a full name. So I'm just going to do text, and this will be not null. Okay, so this is one of the constant. So not null means you're simply telling that full name is required, and Postgres is going to reject whenever you're going to insert, and we'll see that if the full name is missing. As simple as that. What else? I think unique we have already discussed, right? Still let's do it. So I'll do email, this will be text, and I'm just going to do not null, and this will be unique. And also we are going to give a default value, so I'm just going to do is_active, and I'm just going to do this one as boolean, and this will be default, and I'm just going to give this one as true. Okay, and check also we have discussed previously. So I'll do integer, and I'm just going to take a check, and here I'm just going to give age should be greater than or equal 18. Okay, and let's take the last one, which will be created at, and here I'll do this one as timestamp. We also have a timestamp z. There is one more property, and then we're going to take this one as now. Okay, so this is going to create our table. All right, now let's do some of the valid insert. Okay, so valid cases. So let's say I'm just going to do insert into so I'll do basics.accounts. So we have full name, we have email, and let's do age. Is active we don't have to do because it's given as default, and I'm just going to do values, and I'm just going to add my name here, and let's give the email, and I'm just going to give the age, let's do 11. Okay, that's it. So now let's save this, and we are going to run this file. Okay, so let's copy this, and we'll go here, and then I'm just going to replace this. Okay, what is telling that no new row for relation wireless check constant account. Oh, see, we are already getting error. Fantastic, because we have given this one as 11, right? So it should be greater than 18, so we have to give this one as 20. All right, so it's already working, you can see that, and I didn't give this one intentionally, so I missed it. So now it should be able to, so you can see that it's working, right? And if you want to get it, the data, what you can do, simply do select start from, and you'll do basics.accounts, accounts, right? And this is going to give you the information. Again, I'm repeating the same thing you can do from where? From your PSQL terminal also, right? So if you run this, you can see that you're getting one data. Fantastic, right? So now what you're going to do, right? So see what I mean, right? So you can directly do from your this PSQL also. So let's see if I clear this, and then I'm just going to go here, copy this. Okay, now inside this, let's say you want to get the data from this accounts table. So what you can do directly here, select star, and then you're going to do from, and you'll do basics, right? And then you'll do dot accounts. That's it. And if you enter here, you're going to get the same result. So now you're understanding why I'm not doing here all the things, because if I do here, you will not be able to get it from the source code. So here you will be able to see the exact queries, right? So that is the reason. But these are optional, these are not needed. I'm repeating this thing so many times because some of you can be quite confused that why he is writing these queries inside this file. That is actually intentional. So I'll clear this. So this is working fine. Now let's say I'm going to give some invalid scenarios now. So what I mean by invalid scenarios, so that we can check. So first one will be, let's say I will be adding the email and age. I'm not going to add the full name. But if you see the rule, right, full name is not null. So that means we need to add it. So this should fail, and you'll see that it is going to fail. So I'm just going to comment it out for now. Copy this, comment it out, and then let's paste it here. And then I'm just going to remove the full name. I'm going to keep the email, and I will just give here missing name @gmail.com 20. And then if you try to run this, and you'll see that this is going to fail for sure. And you can see that this full name, null value in the column full name, relation accounts violates not null constant. Correct? So this is another fail case scenario. What else? Alright, so let's add one more case. So what we can do, right? Maybe I'm just going to, okay, let's copy this, and I'm going to comment it here. Let's remove this comment, and I'm going to paste it one more time. Okay, and see what we are doing here. So I have sangammukherjee@gmail.com, and I'm going to take duplicate email user, and I'm going to keep the same email. Maybe let's do this one as 23. So this also should fail. Why? Because we have two users with same email. Okay, so let's run this, and you can see that we have duplicate key for this unique, so account email key, and this is also another constant. Okay, so similarly you can check multiple scenarios here. For example, let's say we have already checked, right? So if you give the age less than 18, so it's going to fail. For example, let's say I'm going to do Sangam 1, but at the same time I'm going to make this one as 3, or maybe let's say 5, whatever you want to do. This is also going to fail, right? So let's say clear this and try to push, and you can see that what you're getting, the account age check constant. So this is failing. Why? Because the age is 5, and in the constant we have clearly given the check the age should be greater than or equal to 18. So this is the concept of constant. So this is how you need to use, right? So I think we have covered all the things, and one thing we need to understand, and that is some more about primary keys that we are going to discuss in the next part, and then we'll move to the part 2. Why? Because for part 1 we have almost covered most of the things and in details, right? I'm pretty sure you will not find this kind of explanation in paid courses also, because I'm explaining each and everything slowly, and once we'll do the practice, right, you'll be able to understand. You're not going to forget. You're not going to believe me that when I usually learn all these things, right, I took things very, very seriously. Even if I learn all these things 5 years back, right, the way I've learned things, I never memorized these things, right? So maybe there is a possibility that I won't be able to recollect the let's say the syntax and everything, because it's not possible for everyone to remember everything, right? But once I'll see once, right, maybe let's say 5 years back I've done SQL, I'm just giving an example, and after 5 years I need 2-3 days, and I'll be able to again implement project from the next day. So this is how you need to learn all these things. So with this, now let's move to the next one. Alright, so let's finish our part 1 with a little more concept that we are going to cover, that is on primary keys. Okay, so let's create primary keys.sql. I think this one we've already discussed, that primary key is going to denote that it uniquely identifies each row in a table. Okay, now if you don't have any primary key, what are the things that will become difficult? Now these can be interview questions also. So if you don't have primary key, it becomes harder to update, delete, do any kind of reference, or even if you want to connect to a specific row to rows in other tables. All these things can be very tricky. Okay, so that means there has to be something unique in each and every row so that you'll be able to identify that particular row, which is what your primary keys is going to do. Okay, so here now let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do drop table. I'm just going to create a simple table, and I'm just going to do if exist. So let's do basics dot what you can do, maybe let's do courses, or maybe let's do sales. Then I'm just going to do create table, and I'm just going to do basics dot sales. And here I think we've already discussed, I'm not explaining because we've already covered. So we have an ID which is a serial, and this will be my primary key. Okay, and then let's say you want to do title, sales name, maybe let's do a title or whatever you want to take. So I'm going to take text, this will be not null. And what else you can take, maybe let's do one price property, sales price, and I'm just going to do this one as numeric. So let's do 10,2, and here I'm just going to do this one as not null, and also I'm going to give a default value of 0. And let's take one more which will be created at, so this will be timestamp, and I'm going to do default, and this will be now. Okay, now let's add some value here. So I'm just going to do insert into basics.sales. So what are the things we have? We have the title and the price, and let's add here some values. So let's add maybe sale 1, and I'm just going to do sale 200. Let's give comma, so I'll do sale 2, and let's give this one as 500, something like this. Okay, this is done. So save this and let's run it here. So I'm just going to clear, rename, copy this, and then I'm just going to run it. So it's going to create that table. All right, fantastic. So now let's say first of all I wanted to check that what I have here. So I'm just going to do select star from, so do basics.sales. Save this and let's run once again. So you have two data. Okay, so if ID 1 and ID 2. So till this part this is fine, right? Now what we can do, right, we can also query based on the ID. So now let's say you only wanted to see the data of ID 2. So I can simply do here select star, and you can do from, you'll do basics.sales, and here you have to give where your ID will be equal to 2. So this is going to give you the second information, second row information. So if you clear and run this, you're going to get only 1. Okay, now one thing is very important. Now let's say I'm going to give an invalid scenario here. So let's do one thing, right? What we are going to do, maybe okay, let's do one thing. Let's keep this one like this and let's comment it out, and I'm going to insert one more data here. Okay, so I'm just going to do here, let's copy this only from here, paste it, and I'm just going to do insert into basic dot code, sales, and here I'll do ID, title and price. All three things I'm adding. In the values, let's say I'm going to add only one value, but see what I'm doing. In the ID, I'm giving a duplicate ID. So here I'm giving 1. Why? Because see, if you notice here, this one ID will be automatically created before only. So here I'm just going to giving a duplicate ID, and you'll see that this is going to fail. Okay, so I'll do duplicate ID, something like this. And if you now save this, right, and see what will happen. So I'm just going to clear this, run it, and you can see that you have a duplicate key value violates unique constant sales primary key. Fantastic. Key ID equal to 1 is already exist. So this is a proof that your primary key will be always unique, and primary key is going to denote that okay, this is my unique identifier for each row in a certain table. So with this, the first basic things we have covered. I think we have learned a lot of things. These things are very, very important. Without these, we can't move to the next section. So with that, now let's move on to the part 2. Okay. Alright everyone, so now it's time to start on the part 2. So what actually you're going to cover in the part 2? So part 2 will be more SQL basics and the concepts we are going to cover. For example, let's say what is the concept of, so I think insert we have already covered. Still we are going to cover insert, single row, multiple rows, how you are going to select specific columns, where and basic filters, then you have and, or, not, right, like, I like, so many things are there. So all those things we are going to cover in this part 2. So for this one, what we are going to do, right, we'll be having a setup file. So what this setup file is going to do, this setup file is going to create the table, and based on this particular setup file, whatever concept that we are going to cover in the next section, we are going to use this particular table as a base table. Okay, and the reason is very simple. So I'm going to show you. If you search on Google, right, PostgreSQL, Mac and everything, you'll see that it has a lot of issues also, and it's extremely slow. I don't know why. I think if you're using Windows, right, you will not face this issue. So what I'm trying to explain, that if you want to visualize all those data from your Postgres also, you can easily do that. But as I already mentioned, that we are going to use a terminal only, or let's say our PSQL command line, which is much better. I will say which is better because it will give you much more better idea how we can write commands and everything. So first let's start with create. So I'm just going to do this one as 00, or let's do 01 underscore, and I'm just going to do SQL concepts base file. Okay, so I'll do base file dot SQL. Alright, so first let's create some of the tables and everything, and for this one I'm not going to explain each and everything because some of the things we have already covered. So let's start with first. I'm just going to do create extension spelling of it's correct. So I'll do if not exist, and I'm just going to take pg crypto. So after this I'm just going to do a drop table if exist. Let's give this one as products, and then let's create our table. So I'm just going to do create table, and I'll do this one as products. Okay, now let's see what are the things that we are going to take. So first let's take id, and remember all these properties that we are going to take, right, you have to recollect, because whenever we are going to cover the next concept, we are going to use this table as a base table. So I'm just repeating this thing multiple times. This is important. So we are going to take this one as uid, and I'll take primary key. Let's take default, and for this one I'm just going to do gen random uid. I think this we've already covered. Next let's take a name property. So name, I'm just going to take this one as text, not null. Next let's take a category. So these also I'm going to take as text, not null. Let's take a price. So for price I'm just going to do this one as numeric, and these I'll do 10,2, not null, and let's give a check. So for check I'm just going to do price has to be greater than or equal 0. Okay, so this is one check I'm giving. Then let's take a stock. I'm just going to do this one as integer, not null. I'll do default. Let's give default as 0, and check. So here also I'm just going to give the stock also has to be positive, so it should be greater than or equal 0. Then let's take a is active, which will be boolean, not null also, and then I'm just going to do a default, which will be true. Okay, let's take a skew property, and I'm just going to do this one as text, but for this one I'm going to take this one as unique. So for every product there has to be one skew which will be unique. Then let's take a description. This will be text, and at the end we are going to take created underscore at, and let's take this one as timestamp, not null, and I'll do default. Let's give the current time. Okay, so these all the properties that we are going to have, or all the columns for this particular table. Okay, so first let's save this and let's see if this is working or not. So first what I'm going to do, right, let's copy this. Alright, so now let's paste it here. So what we have done, the same command, we just had to go to part 2, and then this is the first file, and then run, and you see that this is going to create the table. And then I'll just do clear, and let's go here and let me quickly refresh this. See how much slow this is. I think they have created this one using Electron framework. This is what I'm thinking, and there must be some issue in the Mac especially. And if you go to public, and then let's go to table, so you can see that we have products, and if you go to columns, and you're going to see all these columns, right? So this is the columns that we have created. Fantastic. So now what I'll do, right, so let's insert some of the data first. So here I'm just going to do insert into products. So what are the things we have to do? So we have the name, we have category, we have price, we have stock, we have is active, skew, and also you have description. So these many things we need to add, and then I'm just going to take this one as values, and then I already have some data that I've created. Okay, this is the data that I wanted to add here. So copy this, and after this I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so this is what we are going to add. So now also let's do one thing. Let's run this command so that you can see that if these data are present or not. So this is just a simple select command. So do select star from products. Save this, and then we are going to run once again. See that we are already getting the data here, right? So this is all the data. So now what we need to do, right, using this data, now we are going to understand all the concepts one by one. So let's clear this, and let's start with the first one. So first will be, I'm just going to do 0 to, although with this one we have already done, but I just wanted to still do this one more time. So I'm just going to do insert single row dot SQL. So how we are going to do insert single row? I think this you have already know. So we just have to do insert into the table name. So you have products, correct? And then you have to give all the properties. So just now we have done. So you have name, we have category, we have price, we have stock, we have SKU, and also let's say I wanted to add description. Okay, so these many things we have, right? Why is active is not needed? Because we have a default value here. Okay, these also have, but let's say I wanted to. So what will happen, right? If you don't add this is active, it will automatically take that one as true. So this is done. So now what we need to do? So let's add values, and then let's add all the values that we wanted to add. So here also one more thing, that each value that we are going to add, that always should match or must match the column that we have added in the above. This is also very, very important. So I'm just going to do here laptop stand, comma, category, let's give this one as maybe electronics. Then I'll give comma, let's give a price of 5,000 dot 00. Then after this I'm just going to give stock of, let's say, 23. Then I'm just going to do SKU. Now this will be important. Okay, so let's see what are the SKU that we are using. You see all these SKU that we are using here, electronics key 001, like this. So here maybe I'm just going to do electronics, which one we can do, electronics key 002, something like this. If it is you're giving wrong, or if it is not unique, then it's going to fail. So here I'm just going to do electronics key 002. Then I'm just going to give a description. So let's give this one as laptop stand description. Okay, so this is done. So now first of all what are you going to do, right? So I'm just going to run this command. So first I'll copy this, rename this, sorry, not rename, I'm going to copy this, and then I'm going to run this here. Again, I already mentioned you can run the same thing in your PSQL also. Okay, we are getting no, why? Oh man, I have to put this one inside. So let's try once again. So you can see that inserting is done. So now this will be your homework from this part, because we have already covered. Now let's say I only wanted to check that if this data is present or not, right? So here what I need to do, so I'm just going to do select star, then I'm just going to do from, I have to give these products, and then I need to check. So I need to give a where the SKU will be what, the SKU that I have given here, because this is always unique. So this is going to give me the correct information always, right? And if I save this, and let's say if I run it here, so it should give me that particular result, right? What is syntax error? Oh, you have to give this, sorry, my bad. Save, clear, and let's run again. And you can see that what you are getting, duplicate key violates this one, this is already exist. Okay, this we have already added, my bad. So here we just have to comment it out, save it, and now let's run it again, and then you're going to get one result. Okay, so you can see that you're getting this result. So you have this UID laptop stand electronics 5023, this is true, this is your SKU 002 laptop stand description, this is your timestamp. So that means this is working fine. You're getting why you got that particular error, because we've already added this, and then we try to run this particular command, but in before it's try to execute this particular query once again, and then it check that okay, there is a key that is already present, because we've already done this one in the before, right? So that is the reason you have to comment it out, and then you have to do here. Now let's say you want to do like this. Let's say you want to check that I wanted to check if something is present with electronic key 003 or not, right? And let's say I'm just going to clear this, and you have to run it once again, and you will see that we don't have any row. But the moment I'm going to execute this one here once again, let's say I'm just going to change this one to 003, and let's do this on a laptop stand 03, and rest all let's keep it same, and we'll see that what will happen, right? It's going to do two things. First, it's going to execute this, and at the same time it will be giving me the updated data with this particular SKU. So let's say now I'm just going to run it once again. Okay, why you're getting 0 rows? Okay. Oh, you have to save this. See, this kind of mistake I'll do. You have to save this file, and let's run once again, and you can see that you are getting one data, and this is the SKU just now you have created. Okay, so this will be inserting a single row. Now inserting multiple rows. Now multiple rows are again very simple, but still I wanted to show one interesting thing, that how you can query multiple data when you're going to add multiple how you're going to query multiple data from DB when you're going to insert multiple data into DB. Okay, so here let's do one thing. I'm just going to do 03, and I'll do insert multiple rows dot SQL. Again, this will be the same thing, so you have to do insert into products, and here I'm just going to do this one as name, category, price, stock, then you have SKU, and then you have description, correct? And then I'm just going to take values, and here what I will do, right, I'm going to add multiple here. Okay, so I'm just going to do laptop stand 5. Let's give this one as electronics. Let's give some data. Let's give this one anything, and here I'm just going to do electronic laptop 100, something like this. And then I'm just going to do laptop stand 5 desk. So give comma, copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. This will be laptop. So copy once again, and then I'm just going to paste it 3 times, and let's do this one as 006. And then I'm just going to do 101, and this will be laptop 6. Let's do this one as laptop 7, and change this one 102, and I'm just going to do 7. Okay, I'm just keeping all the same, which is fine. And then I'm just going to close this, and now what I'm going to do, right, this is going to insert all these 3 data. Now I wanted to check all this data that I've added just now, multiple data. So how you can do that, right? So you do select. Let's say I'm just going to take name, I need category, I need price, I need stock, and also I need SKU. Now what you need to do, you have to always give the from destination, from where. And now I wanted to give, okay, where SKU. Now we have to give in. Okay, so in is going to give you the or allow you to add multiple points that you wanted to query. For example, I wanted to check where the SKU is this, so you can add it here. Then you have to give comma, and then you wanted to check this data also, and then you also wanted to give this 102 also. So what this is going to do, so this is going to insert all these 3, and at the same time this is going to give you the information back, right? So let's see if this is working or not. So I'm going to close this, clear this, run this here. So copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here, and you can see that you are getting all 3. So you're getting only name, category, price, and SKU, and here you're getting all 3. Now these 3 are the newly data. How this is giving? This is giving the based on SKU, because SKU is unique here. Okay, so this is the concept of inserting single row query, inserting multiple rows, and how you can query. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so moving to the next one, so let's create one more file, and I'm just going to give this one as select specific columns versus select start. That we have already done, right? So I'm just going to do versus select starts, select start.sql. Okay, so what I mean by this, so first of all, what is select star? Select stars is going to return every column for every product, as simple as that, right? Now if you're a beginner, I think we have already covered select star from this particular destination, and that is very easy. But when your application will grow, let's say you're creating actual production level application, what actually you should do, right? Or maybe there can be some specific scenarios where you only want to use specific columns, or you want to get specific columns, not you want to return each and every column. Consider it's possible, 100% possible, that there is a particular table that has 100 columns. I'm just giving an example, okay, and you don't want to return all the 100 columns every time. So this is where we have something called select specific columns concept. Okay, so how we are going to do that? So first of all, I'm just going to write comment here that okay, select star is going to return every column, so it returns every columns, and then we have something called select specific columns. So you have select specific columns is going to return the columns that I want. So first of all, we have select, so I'll do star from, and then I'm just going to do this one as products, right? So this is going to give me every single information or every single products that I have. So if I save this, now let's run it first. We'll do one by one, and let's copy this, paste it here, and then if I enter, so it's going to give me empty product, okay, whatever that we have added here, that's fine. Now what I need to do, right, I only want to get certain columns only, although this part we've already covered, so I'm just going to comment it out. Let's do select. So I only want to get name, I only want to get category, I only want to get price, and I only want to get the stock of this individual product. And then you have just to do from, and then you're going to give product. So this is going to give you only the 4 columns that you need, as simple as that, right? So again run it, and you can see that you are going to get only 4 columns, and it's very, very clean, right? You can see that. Now for example, that can be possibility that you only want price column, so you just have to pass price here, right? So for example, let's say you only want price, okay, so save this, and let's clear this and run it once again, and you're only going to get price. Makes sense, right? So this is how you have to select specific columns. Now what I need to do, right, you can also add aliases. Now aliases actually are very useful, and you'll see that in many applications developers will use aliases. So aliases is going to do this, right? So aliases is going to help you to understand the output column name much better way. So okay, so I'm just going to do aliases creates, no, I'm just going to do as. So this is, we have something called as, this is in sort as aliases. So I'm just going to do as creates and aliases, okay, for the output of that column name, right? And what is the advantage? No, definitely aliases will be makes the column name easier to read. How we can do that? Simply we are going to do select, and let's say I wanted to get name, but I wanted to get this name column as, you can give any name you want, product name. So now I'll be able to, now you might counter me, okay, when we have created this table, we can definitely give this one as product name. Absolutely yes, you can do that, but there can be situation where actually you want to use this as aliases, okay? That means so many situations can occur. Now let's say you want to give here price, I want to get the price, but I wanted to get the price as my selling price, okay, or I wanted to get my stock, and stock will be my how many available quantities are there. So I'll do available quantity, and then always you have to give your destination, so you have to give from products. So if I save this, also let's comment it off here, save this one, and see that what will happen. You are going to get the exact details. Or syntax error as okay, something we have done, or maybe I haven't given comma. See, so I have to give comma here. So save this, and then if I clear this, and let's run it once again, so you're going to get now product name, this column name is now changed, this is a selling price, and this is your available quantity, and you're going to get as many details, sorry, as many columns you have, that stays same. Only thing is your column name aliases now changed to the name that you want, okay? So this will be the concept of your select specific columns that you have already discussed here. and then also how you can use aliases. So with this, now let's move to the next one. So next one, maybe what we can do here, I think where we have already discussed, right? Where means I'm talking about this on this. So where is actually we usually use for our basic filtering, but still let's do one more time so that we will understand this one much better way. So I'm just going to do this one as where basic filter .sql. Okay, so first of all, let's say I wanted to get couple of things, that I wanted to get the products from one particular category. And now why this is helpful, and let's say you're creating an e-commerce website and you want to have a API call where these will be products, and let's say you have a category and this category will be electronics. You're getting what I mean? So I only wanted to get all the categories of this electronics, right? So all electronics category products. This is where your filter is very helpful. Okay, now what actually where helps, so this is going to reduce the rows returned by a particular query. Now let's how I'm going to do this. Now you have to try to do this all by your own. For example, let's say I wanted to get select, I wanted to get the name, I wanted to get the category, I wanted to get the price, and I wanted to get from products. Definitely this is the table, but now I'm just going to give okay where the category should be equal to electronics. So you don't want all these products, right? Only one products where the category is electronics, and this is going to give you all the electronics products. So let's copy this, the name, and let's run it here. Okay, so now you can see you're getting name, category, and these all are your electronics products. You may also confirm this just if I go here, let's say you have furniture, you can see the office chair, and you can see this office chair is not coming here. Okay, so that means this is working. Now I'm going to give you some of the homework, or maybe I'm going to do here also, but try to do by yourself, that you have to give you have to find some products where the price is greater than 1000, and it's very simple. So what you can do, you can again do select, I want to get the name of the product, I wanted to get the price of the product, I want to get from my products table, but I wanted to give a basic filter that where the product price has to be what, greater than 1000. That's it. And if you run this, you're going to get result, and you'll see that you're going to get where the price is greater than 1000. So this is another situation, right? And the same way you can do other also. Now let's say you only wanted to get where the is active is false, correct? So let's see if we have any is active false or not. So we have true, we have one false item. Okay, fine. Then so let's say I'm just going to comment it out, that I'll give that find products which are not active. So here I'm just going to do a select, you give name, give me is underscore active from products, and here you have to give what, you have to give where is active will be what, equal to false, right? And this is going to give you where it is false, and just run it here. Right, see, you're getting old monitor, and this is the product. So this is how you can make use of your where filter. So I think this will be more than enough. Now moving to the next one, let's understand one more. So I'm just going to do 06, and let's give this one as and or not. These all are very important. Okay, these all are also filters, all three. So let's close everything else. Okay, first one, what is and? I think this is universal concept, right? Ands mean every condition must be true, right? Then you have or, at least one condition must be true, and then you have not. So not will be your reverse condition, right? Reverse or exclude, I'm going to say a condition. So let's say how this will work. Now let's say I wanted to make a filter, or I wanted to create a filter which is going to return me electronics product. Okay, but if the price is greater than 100, so I'm going to repeat once again, that give me the products where it is electronics product, it is electronics product, but the price has to be greater than 1000. So this is the query that I need to write. So how I can do that? Here you have a AND condition. Why? Because both these condition has to be true. It has to be electronics, and at the same time it has to be price has to be greater than 1000. Makes sense, right? So that means if I try to do here select, give me name, give me category, price from products. Now I have to give where the category is equal to electronics, and now I have to give here a AND filter. Okay, so I'm just going to do AND, let's do this one as price has to be greater than 1000. Okay, so this is going to give you all the data that satisfy this condition. Now let's go one by one, I think, right? So you have electronics. So this USB-C cable, this should not come here. Why? Because this is electronics, but this is less than 1000. So let's see what is happening here. So I'm just going to save this, go top, let's clear this, copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here, and let's see how many data we are getting. Alright, so you can see that you are getting 5 rows. Now if I just do this one as, let's do this one as 100, and you'll see that this will increase for sure, because now the condition is separate, right? So I'm just going to run here, so you're getting 6 rows. So USB-C cable, this is also coming, right? So this is the concept of AND filter. Now how you can use OR filter. Now see, these things are right not that much difficult to understand, right? You can do only once. I can guarantee you'll be able to apply in a real project also, and that is the reason you'll think that why these kind of videos are very important. Like if you're watching this video, you can watch any kind of complicated project videos, but if your basics are clear, right, you don't have to watch those videos also. You'll be able to create project by yourself. For example, let's say you don't know the concept of where and PostgreSQL, and you started a AI project on YouTube that using PostgreSQL. You can do that, but learning concepts are very much important, and how you're going to apply those concepts in a real project, that is the main skill. So now here I'm just going to commit it out. Now let's give one more filter here, that what I'm going to do, right? Maybe let's do that you have to give me products, right, where category is electronics, and let's see what else we have. We have electronics, and let's do furniture, both. Sorry, category is electronics, or this can be furniture, right? So give me the products where the category is electronics, or it can be furniture. It can be either. So now I'm just going to do select. So I'll give name, category, price, and I'm just going to give from the destination products. Now what you will do? So you'll do where the category has to be either it is electronics, and now you have to give a OR condition here, right? So I'm just going to do, okay, this can be OR, so OR category can be furniture also. Okay, that's it. So now this is a OR condition. So now let's run it once again. So you're getting both electronics and furniture. Fantastic. So this is about the and OR. Now let's understand some NOT condition, right? NOT is going to exclude a particular condition. So now maybe let's do one thing, that I wanted to return some products that are not in a maybe let's say stationary category, something like that. So let's say how many categories we have. We have a stationary category here. You can see 2 products are there. So what I'm trying to do here, that I wanted to get all the products where it is not stationary, right? So it's exclude condition. So here I'm just going to do, okay, give me name, also give me only category. So you're using selective field column logic here that we have discussed here, select specific columns. Also, if you notice one thing, that every time we are going forward with different concept, we are trying to apply the previous concept that we have learned. For example, we have learned select specific columns, and you can see that we are applying that concept. This is the learning that I always mention in all my other videos, that when you are learning incrementally, right, or gradually, every time you're going to learn a new concept, see if any of the concept from the previous thing you can apply there or not. That is the real learning that you can do. Okay, so here this will be select name and category. So I'm just going to do from products, and here what you need to do, we have to do where, and then I'm just going to do what, not. Okay, so this is negate, it's a exclude condition, and I'm just going to do category is equal to, so let's say maybe let's do furniture only. So I'm simply telling that where the category is not furniture, you have to return me those products. So now let's run this again, and you can see that you're getting electronics stationery, but you're not getting furniture. If you change this one to stationery, you'll see that you're going to get, now you're not going to get stationery here. Okay, you see you're getting category and furniture. So this will be your not condition. Now maybe let's do one more, right? So let's do little complex. That what you can do, right? You can also use parentheses. Okay, now for example, let's say I want to do something like this. I wanted to write one query. Let's see if you're able to understand or not. So I'm just going to take that. Okay, I'm going to get name, I wanted to get category, I also wanted to get price, I also wanted to get stock also this time. From, I think this, you know, from products. Now I wanted to do, right? So give me where. Now I have to give a parenthesis. Parenthesis is nothing but it's going to, if you're writing a complex logic, it is much easier to understand, and it is also safe. So here I'm just going to give, okay, category is equal to electronics, and here I'm just going to, or this can be, so I'm just going to do category can be also furniture. Okay, and then I'm going to give another AND condition here. So I'm just going to do, okay, and let's give stock has to be greater than 0. That's it. Okay, so this is another we can apply here. So if I run this once again, and you can see that you're going to get all this, right? So you're going to get either it is electronics or it is furniture where the stock is greater than 0. Okay, now I think this is done. What else? So maybe I think this I'm thinking to write one more. No, I think this should be enough, or let's write one more here. So I'm just going to give one real world example. Okay, so let's do select, let's do name, price, stock, and I'll do is active. Now I wanted to give is active also. So I wanted to give from products, and now I'm just going to do where is active should be equal to true, right? So it will be true, and at the same time, so I'm just going to do and the price is less than 1000, or the stock can be greater than or equal to 100. See, I just wanted to explain what, you know, by writing all this, that you can do anything, any combination. You have to understand the concept. So first you tell me that you give me all the active products where the price can be less than 1000 or stock has to be greater than or equal to 100. So this is also going to give you the result here. So let's see if I run once again, and you can see that what you're getting. You notice in all here stock is actually greater than 100 and also it is less than 100. Why? Because you're using an OR condition. Here the price is actually 100, so it's actually satisfying this condition. Price has to be less than 1000. Okay, so that is the reason you're getting this particular combination. But what you need to see, you have to see that this is active is actually true for all. Okay, so this is how you can make use of this AND, OR and NOT filter. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. Okay, so I'm just going to create one more file, and let's give this one name as like, I like, and also let's give this one as patterns.sql. Okay, so let's understand these, some of the pattern matching that we can use. These are also very important. So one, we have like. Okay, so this like is nothing but this will be case sensitive pattern match. Okay, then you have something called I like. Okay, this will be case insensitive pattern match. Okay, then you have something called I don't know how to say, I think percentile. I think this will be percentile only. Percentile means this will be I think any number of characters. Yes, so this will be any number of chars, okay, or characters, whatever you want to write. And then you have we also have this, I think, underscore. Sorry, this underscore will be means exactly one character. So this will be exactly one character. Okay, so let's see. So first I wanted to do something like this. Okay, let me go here and I'll see that I have this wireless product. Okay, so I wanted to find some product where the name will start with wireless. Okay, so let's how we are going to do that, and then I'm going to explain. So I'm just going to do here select, and I wanted to get name and price both, and then first of all we need to do from products, and now I will give that where the name like. Okay, so the name like, so here I'm using a pattern and I wanted to give here that this will be wireless. Okay, and when I'm going to give this right here, so this means, so this after means anything can come after it. Okay, this percentile after wireless means this percentile we have, right? So this is after wireless text, so this means anything can come after that. Okay, I will just write it here. So the percentile, percentage whatever after wireless means anything can come after it. Okay, so let's see how this is happening. So save this and I'll go here, let's clear this, we'll do one by one, and then I'm just going to rename, copy this, let's remove this. Okay, so here you can see that what you are getting. Okay, something we are getting, oh, syntax error is there. Okay, got it. To give this, oh, we have to remove this, I've given in the wrong place. So let's run once again, clear. Okay, see, so now we are getting wireless mouse, and it makes sense, right? Because we have only one product. All right, now what this line, you understand that this anything can come after it, so this is what I'm talking about. So anything can come after wireless, but this is going to do that matching. Okay, next let's do one more example that, okay, let's see how many products we have. What else? Maybe let's do something with this desk. Okay, so I wanted to find some product where the name contains desk. Now what this I like is going to do, as I already mentioned, this is a case insensitive, means it's usually going to ignore any kind of uppercase or lowercase differences. So what I mean by this, what is like how we understand that this is going to ignore. So for example, let's say this is going to match with desk, this is also going to match with desk. So you can see that this is capital, this is small, and this is also going to match with desk. You're getting, right? So this is what we are talking about, case insensitive. So let's see how this is happening. So I'm just going to do name, let's also take category now, and I'm also going to do price, and here I'm just going to do again from products, and now I'm just going to do where name. Now you have to do I like. Okay, very important, and you just have to give, this will be desk. Okay, so this is going to do this particular match. So now let's save this and run once again, and we'll see what is happening here. Okay, so you're getting a standing desk, and I think we have only one, so this is the standing desk. Okay, so we have learned these two, I like, sorry, like and I like. Okay, so let's write one more here. So maybe you can do, right? So you can also search across multiple columns. So for example, let's say, let's go here and maybe we'll take this example. Okay, let me just check. Okay, so this is good. So we have chair in this name also, and let's see, you have chair in this description also. So you can check in both the columns. Okay, so for example, let me just comment it out here, this one and also this one. So we'll just do select, let's do name, category, and also I'm just going to take the description also. Okay, and here I'm just going to do from, and I'll do products, and now first of all I will do where the name. So here I'm just going to do I like, and I'm just going to give this one as, so I wanted to take chair, right? So I'll do chair, and then what you can do, right, you can give a or. Okay, now this one we have already discussed in the previous part. So you can do or the description I like, and then you have to give the pattern that you wanted to match. For example, I wanted to check the chair word only, so this is how you need to check with multiple columns. Okay, so let's save this and we'll go, let's run this, and you can see that you are getting office chair, and this is also comfortable chair. So this both you have. So this is how you can make use of like, I like, and percentile. Okay, so now maybe let's move on to the next one. What else we have? Let me think. Okay, we also do in, not. I think in we have already covered in some previous parts, but still let's do it. So I'm just going to create one more. So I'm just going to do 08. So let's do here, let's give in, we also have to not, and also, sorry, we have in, not in, and between this. So we'll do in, not in, and also let's do between. This also important, between also we have to understand. Okay, so first let's start with in. So in will be in simple way value, that value you want to check that must match one item from the list. Simple. So here value must match one item from the list. So this will be in. Next you have not in. So what actually not in? So this will be value must not match. By the name only you can understand, right? So this will be value must not match any item from the list. And then you have something called between. Okay, this is also important. So between will be value must be inside particular range, because from the name only you can understand. So this will be value must be between, or I'm just going to write in a better way, this will be inside a range. Okay, so now let's say what we are going to do, right? So in the previously we have done what, that we are checking, right, that if the category is electronics or the category is furniture. Here we can use in instead of doing that. How? So now let's say I'm just going to do select name, give me category, and also give me the price from products. Right now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to check where the category in. So previously we've done, okay, category is equal to these or category equal to that, like that. But here I'm just going to do give me in. So that means these value must be one of that value that I wanted to check. So value can be either electronics or the value can be either furniture. I hope this is clear. This is not that much difficult to understand. Simple. Okay, so this is where you can use this in. So clear this and let's run it here. Okay, right, so you're getting electronics and furniture. Stationery you are not getting. Okay, so now you can also double check this one. Maybe let's say I wanted to check this stationery and I wanted to remove this electronics, right? Save this and you're only going to get now stationery and furniture. So you're getting furniture and stationery. All right, so this will be in. Very easy to understand. Next, what else we have? We have not in. Not in is, again, it's going to exclude multiple values. Means I wanted to return all the products that are not electronics, not furniture. So that means what? If it is not electronics, not furniture, means it is only going to give me stationery products. So how we can do that? So we'll do name category from products, and now you have to give me where the category not in. Okay, and then you are going to give, okay, you want to check that, okay, this has not be has to be only stationery. I'm talking opposite, so it has to be only stationery. It don't have to be electronics, and also it should not be furniture. So you're excluding both. And here the part is important, that is not in. And if you run this, so you're only going to get the stationery product, right? See, so you're getting only stationery product. Simple. So this is about the not in. What else we have? We also have the between. Between, how we can check? Now let's say I wanted to check on the price, that give me all the products where the price is between 100 to 2000, something like that. So it will be in that bit range, right? So in that case we can check that. So now here you can also use and, that if it is greater than 100, less than this, like that. But these this in, not in, between are very useful once you'll start using all of these. So I'm just going to do this one as price. I'll do from products, and what you have to give, you have to give where you want to check the property. So I am to check the price property, and this will be between, and now you have to give, okay, 100 and, see, we are using and 2000. So it will give me in that range only. So now also this is also important, this is going to include 100 and 2000 if I'm not wrong. So let me just quickly check. So include means it's not like from 101 and 1999, it is also going to add 100 and 2000 also. So let me just check that, will this include 100 and 2000 also? I think yes, just confirm. Okay, right, so this is, see, it is like where, right, it is similar to where price is greater than equal to 100 and price is less than or equal to 2000. So that means this is also going to add, sorry, this is going to keep 100 and 2000 also. Makes sense, right? So now if you run this, you can see that you are getting 100, see, all three, 3999 and 1299. So it will be in that range, but again I'm repeating, this is also going to include 100 and 2000. Important. So I think this is done. Next, let's comment it out. What else is left? I think we have covered all three, right? Now we can, let's do one more combination. So let's say I'm just going to get name category price and stock from products. Now I'm just going to do where the category in, so give me electronics and maybe let's say stationery product, and then I'm also going to do here and price between 100 and 1500 or whatever you wanted to give, 1499, something like that. You're getting how we are combining all of this, all the concepts that we are learning so far. And if you run this, so clear this and run it here, you're going to get all this result here. Okay, so this is how you have to do it. In stationery, I think we don't have, let's see if stationery, if it is 100 and 1499, so this is 99 in stationery. So if I make this one to 10, so it should give me stationery also, if I'm not wrong. So clear this and run once again. Now you're getting stationery also because both are less than 100. Okay, so this is about in, not in, and between. All three that you have learned so far in this particular file are actually very important. So now what else we have? We also have something called null filtering, and I think we have already covered that, null and not null, but still it is important, so let's not skip this. So I'm just going to do this one as null. Let's do and what I'll do is not null, something like this, is not null dot SQL. So here first of all, null filtering means, again, null means very important, means missing value or unknown value, something like this. Okay, so here what we need to understand, right, that when you're going to check, you should not check with null, you should not check null using equal to null. So what I'm talking about, that you should not check null using equal to null, you should not do that. So correct is, what we need to do, either we need to check is null or we have to check is not null. Okay, so this is the important part here. Now let's say here what we need to check, that I wanted to get all the products where the description is missing. I'm just giving an example. Okay, now here we have to see that this doesn't mean the empty string, that means that no value is present for that particular description property. So here, so I'll do select, let's say select name comma description from products, and here I'm just going to do where the description is null. Okay, so simply telling that description is not present. So let's run this. Okay, so clear this and I'm just going to copy here and let's run it here. Okay, so you can see that USB-C cable and gel pen. So let's see what is happening here. So you can see that we have null here. Okay, and for this also we have null here. So you're directly checking that if this is equal to null, correct? Now you want to check that where the description is available. So how you're going to do that, is not null. Okay, so here you'll copy this and then you're going to do is not null. That's it. So this is the difference. And if you now run this, so you're going to get all the products where the description is available. Okay, so we need to understand, again I'm repeating this thing, that null means missing value or unknown value, but when you're going to check null using equal to null, you can't check, you should check with is null or is not null. Now let's see a practical example, right? Practical backend example. Let's say you're creating admin dashboard where admin wanted to check something like that. Okay, show me all the active products, right? These products are active, that means user can see the active products from their e-commerce website, but for these particular products the description is missing. So admin needs to query this. So how we can do that? So I'm just going to do, okay, give me name, give me the category of this product, give me is active, and also let's say give me description also. So from products where is active is equal to what? True. And here you have to give and description is null. That's it. So this is going to give you all the active products, but at the same time the description is missing. So let's see if we have, so these product both are active, so you can see that both are active but description is null. So this is how you can make use of null and is not null. Okay, so with this I think we have covered most of the things. Now still we have a lot of things to cover in this one. So what are the things still we need to cover? We need to cover order by, limit, offset, all these things. How we can update, right? We haven't started update yet, that how we are going to update a single row, how you can update multiple rows, how you can delete rows, and also the concept of returning So all these things we are going to understand in the next part. All right, so let's move on to the next one, which will be, so let's understand order by. Now this is one of the most used concept that you're going to use, because in projects sorting that you're going to use is everywhere, right? Almost in every functionality, or most of the functionality, I will say, you have to do some kind of sorting, right? So here so let's understand. So maybe let's say, let's do this one practically, that we wanted to sort our products from cheapest to expensive, right? So that means it will be in ascending order. Now these are very simple concepts. I'm just going to do select and give me name and the price of the product from my products collection, and you just have to use order by, okay? And then you have to give the property, and I wanted to do what? I wanted to sort based on this price property, right? So, and also what kind of sort you wanted to do, that also you need to give. So I wanted to give ascending order. So this will be my query. Very simple. And if I just run this, and you'll see that this is going to give me the name and the price in ascending order. So let's run this. Okay, and you can see that this is working fine. So from 25 to 15,999. all right, so I think this is done. The same thing you can do for descending order also. So I'm just going to do exact same. So I'll copy this, paste it here, and this will be descending order. Okay, nothing else. So it will be from expensive to cheapest. So I'll do clear, and now this will be opposite. That's it, nothing much to discuss here. Then what else you can do, right? You can also sort multiple columns. Okay, so what I mean by this, now let's say I wanted to do something like that. Okay, give me name, give me the, let's do category, and also give me the price from products. And now I'm just going to do order by. So I wanted to do category in ascending order, and I wanted to do price in descending order. So these also you can do. So if I now save this, and let's see what we are getting. So clear this and run it again. So you can see that for price, this will be in the ascending order, sorry, descending order, and the category will be in the ascending order. Okay, so now what else? I think for this one, this will be more than enough, right? We don't have anything else to discuss. Let's move on to the next one, which will be limit and offset that we need to discuss. So I'm just going to create one more here, and let's give this one as underscore limit offset example. Okay, and pagination, something like this. Now these all are very practical thing. Okay, now these you're going to use, let's say you're implementing pagination, so you have to implement all this logic, correct? Now also this is basic pagination. I'm not going to go into much complicated things. Now what actually limit and offset means, so that you need to understand. So limit means how many rows you want to return. Okay, so limit means how many rows you want to return. And what will be the offset? So offset will be controls. So offset is going to control how many rows we want to skip. So this will be how many rows we want to skip, right? So now let's say how it will work. So for example, you have a task that you only want to return the 5 products. Okay, so I wanted to return 5 products, and I wanted to sort the name of the product in ascending order. So this is the query you have to write. So how you can do that? So let's say I wanted to do name, give me the price of that product, right? And here I'm just going to do this one as from products. Now first I wanted to apply my order by name, and this will be ascending. And now what you have to do, you have to give a limit property. Sorry, this will be limit property. And then because I wanted to return only 5 products, so I wanted to give the limit as 5. So this is going to do what? It's going to give me selective columns, all the concept we have discussed previously. So this is the concept of selective columns. This is from where I wanted to get. This is going to order by, means it's going to do the sorting on name based on ascending order, and this will be the limit when these many products I wanted to fetch. And if I now clear this, let's run it here. I'll copy this, and you can see that you're getting only 5 products, right? Now remember, it's also going to do the this order by based on name, right? It's going to do the in ascending order, and you're only getting, now let's say if I wanted to do price here, price I wanted to do in ascending order. Now this will completely change. Now you can see that you are getting in ascending order. If you want to do in descending order, you can also do that. So you can, let's say, clear this and run it again. So you are going to get in descending order, but you are always going to get only 5 products because you are limiting the query by 5 products. Okay, so this is the use of limit. Now let's say normally what will happen in the pagination. So in the first page you are going to get, so this is page number 1, you are going to get 5 products. In page number 2 you are going to get 5 products, but let's say you're going to get the product from 6 to 10. Why? Because in first page you only get the 5 products, so you're going to skip. In third page again we are going to skip all 10 products because in the previous 2 pages we have already rendered those products, so we don't want to render. So this is where the concept of offset comes. Okay, so let's say what I need to do, right? I wanted to show one page 1 example that we wanted to do offset. How offset is going to work. So offset 0 means we don't want to skip anything. Offset 5 means we wanted to skip 5 products. You are getting what I mean. So let's do page 1 example. So consider you are implementing a pagination and I'm implementing the page 1 products, okay, or the query. So I'll do name, give me price from products. Let's do order by only. Okay, so I'm just going to do order by based on name, and I'll do ascending order only, and here I'm just going to do limit 5, and now I need to do offset. So offset I wanted to give 0. Why? Because when you're going to render the first page products, you are not going to skip anything, right? Because in the first page you need to render all the first products, so your offset will become 0. So now if you just do this one, right, first of all clear this, and if I just run this, so you're going to get 5 products, and these will be the 5 products, the first 5 products. Okay, now let's see how page 2 will look like. So I'm just going to copy exact same thing, and then I'm just going to paste it here. What will be the difference? In the page 2, what you have to do, right, you have to give an offset of 5. Why? Because for the page 1 you've already rendered the 5 product. When you're going to render the page 2, you want to skip those 5 products and you want to render the next set of products. Okay, so if I now save this, let's see how this is working, and you'll see that if I clear this, right, and next time if I render, you can see that both the page record is different, because this is your first page data, this is your second page data. In the second page we already skipped this one because we've already rendered this 5 in the first page. So this is the concept of offset. Now how the practical API example look like, right? So in the practical example what will happen, right, normally this is how it will look. So consider you have, if I'm not wrong, so it will be page -1 into limit. So let's say you are in the page 2, so it will become 2 -1, so into, let's say you are rendering 5 products, so 5. So that means how this will work. So let's say in the 0th page you are going to render 5, for the second page, so this will become 5, for the third page this will become 3 -1 into 5, so this will become 10. So when you are going to go to the third page, your offset will become 10, correct? Because in the first page you've already rendered 5 products, in the second page you already rendered 5 products, so total 10 products. So in the third page you want to skip 10 products, correct? Because you want to render from 11th product. So this is how it will look. So let's say if I just do same thing, right, so this will be my third page example here, so this will become 10. So I wanted to skip 10 products because I've already rendered, and you are going to get the last set of products. So this will be your concept of limit, offset and pagination. Okay, so now I'm going to pause here. It's not pause for you, but I'm going to pause, and then I'm going to start in the next part, the update part and delete part. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next section. Alright, so moving to the next one, so let's create the next file, which will be how we are going to update single row. Okay, so I'll do update single row .sql. So let's see how we are going to update data, because this is also very important. Okay, so first of all let's do one thing. Let's see that you can see that we have this particular product, right? So we have this mechanical keyboard, electronics, blah blah. So what I'm going to do, right, so first I'm going to see that whether this data is present or not. So I'm just going to do select name, let's take price, let's take stock, and also I'm going to take the SKU. So I'm just going to do from products, and then I'm simply going to do where SKU is equal to, so let's copy this, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and then I'm just going to paste it here. Okay, so this is the first thing. So now let's go here and let's say I'm just going to do clear, and let's run this file. Alright, so we have one data, fine. Now my task is that what I need to do, right? So let's say I wanted to update the price from 3499 to something else, and also I wanted to change the stock from 15 to 23. So how I can do that? So first of all, what we need to do, right? We need to do update, right? So we are simply telling that we need to update this particular product, but where we want to update? So we wanted to update in a table, right? So you always need to give the table name. So I want to update in the products table. Now next will be what you want to update. So this will be set, that okay, set means okay, this will be my new value, so I wanted to set some value. So set will be that okay, I wanted to make the price as 1199.00, comma, you can update multiple properties also, rows also, and I wanted to update stock from 15 to 23. That's it. But this is not the case. Why? Because this is a single row update. So you need to tell that okay, because your SQL doesn't know, right, that which product you wanted to update. You can have 100 product, 1000 product, lakhs of products. So here we need to use where clause, not where clause, where filter. So here I'm just going to do skew, and then I'm going to simply tell that okay, you are updating this particular product here. Okay, so I'm simply telling that update products table, change the price from that particular value to 1199.00 or 50, whatever you wanted to give. Stock I wanted to update to 23, where the skew is equal to this skew. I hope this is clear, right? So now what are you going to do, right? Let's copy this, and then I'm just going to run it here. So what I'm doing there, I'm first checking if that is present. I'm updating the data, and then I want to see the updated data, that whether the update is actually happened or not. So now let's run it once again, and we'll see that what is happening here. Okay, so I'm just going to run here. All right, now you can see that we are getting 3499. Now it's changed to 1199. Stock changed from 15 to 23. It's very simple to understand. The key that you need to know that how you're going to set the data. Set data means you need to use this set, whatever properties wanted to update, where. This is the important part, because you are updating a single row. Okay, so this is all about the single row updation. Now next will be let's take multiple rows. So I'm just going to take 13. Let's do update multiple rows .sql. Okay, now here first of all let's see what we can do. So first of all, let's do one thing. Let's see, we have some stationary product, right? So this is stationary product that we have. So first I wanted to see that okay, how many stationary product I have. Okay, so that will be my first step. So let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do select. So I'll do name, give me also category, also give me price, and let's say I wanted to also get the is active. From where? So from products table. And then I'm simply going to do where I wanted to check the category is equal to stationary. So I'm just going to copy this and let's paste it here. Okay, so this is the first thing. Copy this, sorry, save this, and then let's run it first. Let's copy here, and then I'm simply going to paste it. So we have two data, makes sense. What I need to do, right? So let's say you have some requirement that what you need to do, you need to update all the stationary products prices, these prices by 10%. So you have to increase that. Okay, so how we are going to do that? Now here definitely you don't want to do, let's say you have 1000 data, you are going to do single update, no, right? So there has to be some way that where you actually update all the products price by 10% at once. So to do this, what we can do, right, simply I'm just going to do update, and in this update, so we are going to simply, again this is same products, so I'm just going to do set, and I'm going to do okay, price now equal to, so I'm going to take a round, and I'm simply going to say that okay, this price will now become 10% more, or whatever you want to do. Let's say you want to increase by plus 10, whatever you want to do. For now I'm just going to increase by 10%, and I'm going to take this one comma 2, right? So round 2 means it's going to keep our 2 decimal places, sorry, this will be 2. And now the important part, how you are going to update also. Here you need to just pass that okay, where the category is stationary. So where the category is stationary, simply telling that take all the stationary products, increase the price by 10%, and then you can also check it once again, right? So I'm just going to copy this, and then you can run it here, save this, and you can see that what we are getting, right? So let's clear this, run it again, and you can see that this is increased by 10%, this is also increased by 10%, right? So 25 into 10 into 10%, 2.5, so this is 27.5, and you can see this is updated in both the rows. So this is how you can update multiple columns at once. you can also do, right? So let's say what you want to do, right? You want to mark out of stock products inactive. So how you can do that? So to do this one, what you can do, right? You can just do update, and let's say you want to do products, and then you want to do set is active equal to false. So you're changing all from true to false, where the stock is equal to 0. So this is going to do what? Whenever there will be any products that is out of stock, so 0 means it's out of stock, so you're setting that product as inactive. That's it. And then you can, if you want to check it, so you do select name stock, and let's say is active from products, and then I'm simply going to do where is active is equal to false. Okay, so this is where you're going to get this one. So I'm just going to comment it out here, save this, clear this, and let's run it again. So you have only one, so this is changed to false. So we have all monitor, let's see where we have all monitor, and this is the stock is 0, so we're changing this one to false. Okay, but this is how you can update multiple product at once. Okay, so let's move to the next one, which will be delete functionality. So for delete, what I will do, right, we are going to add one particular data, and then we are going to delete that data only. So we will not delete any of the existing all this data. So first let's insert one data here. So I'm just going to do insert into products, and what are the things? So we have name, we have category, we have price, let's add stock, so you have SKU, and also we are going to have the description. So here we will do values, and now let's do here temp product to be deleted, means we are going to delete the same product. Then take category, so I'm just going to take this one as electronics only. Let's do here price maybe 345.45, stock let's take 45, SKU I'm just going to do electronic temp 009 or 013, whatever you wanted to take. And what else? I'm just going to do temp product desk. So this is going to insert that product. And now what I wanted to do, first I wanted to check if the insertion is done or not. So I'm just going to select name, category, and SKU. So I'm just going to do from products, and here I'm just going to check where SKU is equal to this SKU that we have added, this one. So copy this, and then I'm going to paste it here. Okay, so this will be my first step. So now let's run it. So I'm just going to copy this. Okay, so we have one data that we have, one data that we are going to delete. So now we need to delete this. Now deleting is very simple. So first what we can do, right, so let's comment it out because we've already inserted that into our DB, and then I'm just going to do here delete. So delete word you have to use from where? From products. So this is the table, and then simply mention that okay, where the SKU is equal to this particular SKU. Simple, and this will delete. And then you want to check it, so just copy this and then just paste it here again. So simply we are first checking if this is present, then we are deleting, and then we are checking again if that is present. So in that case it should not give any result. Okay, so if I just go here and let's run it, so I'll do clear, run it again, and you can see that first time you have deleted one, and then you don't have anything else. Now there are nothing much to discuss here. These things are very simple, but this is how you need to delete. So moving to the next one, which will be the last one in this particular section, which will be you need to understand what is returning concept. So I'm just going to do 15, and let's do this one, returning after insert dot SQL. So here what returning is going to do, returning is going to gives back the affected rows after you will do anytime insert, update, or delete. So I'm just going to do returning usually returns back the rows, immediately after insert, or let's say you're doing update or whatever, when you are doing delete. So here this is actually extremely helpful, and you'll see that even if I created any videos previously on Postgres for our DBs, I've used this one in multiple places. Okay, so whenever I'm going to insert something, immediately I wanted to check that okay, return me that inserted data to see that whether it is done or not. As simple as that. So to do this, you have to do insert into, first you have to give the table name, and here again pass the name, category, then what we have the price, we have the stock, you have the SKU, and also you have the description. right? So all these things, and then let's say I wanted to do values, and then I'm just going to do, maybe let's take any random value, webcam camera. I'm just going to do this one as electronics. Let's give some price, stock, and also webcam camera description. Okay, so now what I need to do, I need to return back. So I wanted to see that if the insertion is done or not. So for this one we need to do returning. We have to use returning. So what I need to return, so once the product is now added, so what will happen, Postgres is going to create a UID, right? So that will be your unique ID. So I will be having the ID. Similarly in MongoDB you are going to have something called underscore ID. Remember, this is a document ID. So similarly we are going to have the ID. So I wanted to see that actually the product is created. If the product is created, I will be having some ID. I'll be having the name. I wanted to return the category. I wanted to return the price. I wanted to return the stock, and also let's say I wanted to return created underscore at. So this is what I wanted to do. Okay, so now let's save this, and let's say we are going to run this. So let's clear this, rename, copy this, and let's run it here. What you're getting, insert has more than name 1 2 3 4 5 6. Oh, SKU we haven't added, my bad man. So I have to do electronic, let's do webcam 009. So now let's save this, clear this, and now we are going to run it again, and we'll see what we're going to get. And you can see that we have ID, name, category, price, stock, created at. So you're getting the data, right? And you see that immediately it's returning, right? So this is your unique ID, it's created. So this is what returning usually does. So it's return back the result or the rows immediately after your insert. You can also use update, right? So let's say you've done insert, right? You can also use update, and then you can return the data also. For example, let's say I wanted to update products, and then I wanted to do set. I wanted to set the stock is equal to stock plus 10. So here it will become 56. Let's do 11. So 67. And then I'm just going to do where SKU is equal to this SKU just now I have created. Okay, so where the SKU is this, and then I wanted to use returning. So here also you can return ID, name, and then you also, let's say you want to return the stock. So what you are doing, you are updating the product where the SKU is this, and then at the end you are using returning. So returning clause you are using, which is going to return. So I'm just going to clear, and then if you run again, you can see that now this will become 67. Okay, so the stock. Alright, so I think this is done. Same also you can do for delete also. Let's say you want to delete this, you can use delete from products where SKU is equal to this, and then you are going to use returning. So you're going to return the ID, name, and the SKU. So this is going to delete. And if you want to see that if the delete is successful or not, you'll see that if I use select now, right, that product will not be present because that will be deleted. So I'm just going to do from, so this will become products where the SKU is equal to this. Save this and see what will happen. You can see, so this is deleted, so you're getting the ID, name, SKU, and once the deletion is successful, you don't have that product present. So this is how you can use the returning concept. Okay, so this is very helpful. So with this, I think we have completed the part 2, and now let's move on to the next one, which will be our last part. So there we are going to cover some of the little I'll not say advanced concept, but intermediate to advanced level of concept. We need to understand the concept of foreign keys, one-to-many relationship, many-to-many, inner join, left join, aggregate functions, group by the having all these things we're going to cover in the next section. Alright, so now we are almost at the end of section, which will be part 3. Not here, we have to create outside, and this also is very important. So we are going to cover relationship, joins, aggregate functions, group by, indexes, all these things. Okay, and first file will be, so for this one what you're going to do, right, we are going to create a reset and seed relationships. So we are going to first add our data, then only after that we'll be able to start understanding all the concepts. So first what we are going to do, right, so let's create the extension. I'm not going to explain most of the things because these things we have already covered in the previous part. Extension if not exist, and I'm just going to use pg crypto. Okay, now what we are going to do, right, see, these will be relationship sections, right? So what we need to do, we can't have one single table, we need to have multiple tables so that we can understand the relationship between tables, the properties and everything. So first I'm going to drop some of the tables in case we have all those tables so that we can start fresh. So I'm start with drop tables if exist. So we're going to have one post tags table, copy this. We're also going to have one more table that will be for comments. So comments table, we're also going to have one for post table, one will be for only tags, and at the end we are going to have one for users. Okay, so these many tables we are going to have. Now let's create all the tables one by one. It's very important to understand all these things, that what are the properties that we are taking. Why? Because our entire section, this part 3, will be dependent on these tables only. Okay, so let's start with the first table. So I'm just going to do create table, and I'm start with, maybe let's do users. Okay, so in the users, first I'm going to have an id, UID, and this will be my primary key, and here I'm just going to take a default property, and I'm just going to take here gen random UUID. Okay, so this will be the ID of that user. Alright, so now after this I'm simply going to take one more property. Let's take a name. So every user is going to have a name, and this will be not null. Okay, so these two things we are going to have for this particular table. I'm moving to the next one. Next will be our second table, which will be create table posts. Now this will become now very important. Okay, so first every post is going to have an ID, so I'm just going to copy this, and then we are going to paste it here. And now this is where we are going to start our relationship. So every user can create multiple posts, so that means there has to be some relation so that we can understand, okay, this particular post is created by which user. So we are going to have a user ID property, and this user ID will be my user ID of this particular table, right? So that let's say we have a post 5, fifth post is created by user number 2. So from this user ID I will be able to understand, okay, this is created by user number 2 whose ID is this. So here we are going to have UID, which will be not null. And now we are going to understand one very important concept, that is references. So how we are going to tell that, okay, this user IDs belongs to this particular users.id. So this is where we are going to have something called references. These references, now I'm going to tell, okay, this is my users table and this will be my ID. I hope this is clear. Next, let's take a title. For every post we are going to take a title. Sorry if you're getting any noise, I think it's some bike noise from outside, it's coming. These people are crazy. Okay, so title, I'm just going to take text, and this will be not null. And then I'm also going to take a status. For every post we're going to have a status, because later when we're going to understand the concept of where group by having all these things, this actually is needed, this particular property. So for this one you're going to take this one as text, and I'm just going to do not null. Let's take a default property, and for default I'm going to, maybe let's give this one as draft, and here I'm also give a check property. So let's give a check property for this. So I'm just going to do this one as status, and status I'm going to give in, so it can be either draft or it can be either published. Okay, so this is another property. Next, what else we can take? So let's take one views property. So here I'm just going to take a views property, which will be integer. I'm just going to take not null. Let's take a default. I'm going to do 0. Let's take a check property, and here I'm just going to take views. These views has to be greater than or equal 0. So this is the check that we are going to have. So these all the properties this post table is going to have. Then we are going to take our comments table. Now let's create again. So look, create table, and I'm going to do comments. For this one again we are going to have the ID. So copy this, paste it here. Now what else this is going to have? Every comment that you are going to have will be associated to some post, right? Let's say you're using Facebook or Insta. For a particular post there can be thousands of comments, but you need to identify that, okay, this comment is belongs to which post, correct? So that is the reason we need to have one more reference set, which will be post ID, and here you have to take UID, and this will be again not null, and here you have to take references, and then I'm just going to denote to my post reference to my post table, and it will reference to this post ID. So I'm just going to give this one as ID. Okay, and then also let's take a body which will be make actual comment. So this will be text, and I'm just going to give this one as not null. So these three things our comments table is going to have. Okay, so now next what else we have, we also need to take our tags table. So I'm just going to create one more table. Let's give this one as tags. Let's take our ID. Okay, and here I'm just going to take a name. I'll do text not null, and for every tag it has to be unique, so I'm going to take a unique property. Okay, and then at the end we are going to have our post tags. Now this is actually a junction table, and why actually you need it. Now let's say one particular post can have multiple tags, and one tag can belongs to many posts. Now I know that this might be little tricky for someone like if you're a beginner to understand, but if you give little bit of time you'll see that everything is actually connecting or connected with each other, and this is actually called many-to-many relationships. So I'm going to repeat once again this post tags. So one post, let's say you have one post that can have multiple tags, but one tag, let's say there is a tag React.js. Now you have one particular post, and that particular post has a tag React.js. And these particular React.js tag can belong to multiple posts, right? So let's say you have 10 posts, and this React.js tag can be present in 5 posts. So that means one post can have many tags, one tag can belong to multiple posts. So it's a many-to-many relations. So here what I'm going to do, I'm just going to create one more, create table, and let's give this one as post tags. And here what we need to do right now, remember here we need to have a post ID, because one post can have multiple many tags. So we need to understand that this is belongs to which post. This will be UID not null, and I have to give references, and this will be post table ID. And then I'm also going to have a tag ID. So I'm just going to do tag ID. This is also UID, so I'll do not null. Let's do references, and this will be this particular tags table that we have created. So this will be tags ID. Okay, so these will be the relations. And also let's take, we need to take a primary key here. So what actually we are doing here, we are going to take a composite primary key. That means this pair, that whatever we are taking, that must be unique. Okay, why? Now we might ask me why. Because if you have one particular post, the same post cannot be connected to same tag twice. You are getting what I'm telling. So let's say you have a particular post and there is a tag React.js. You can't add that same React.js tag 2 times. Okay, so how we can do that? So I'm just going to take a primary key here, and let's pass this post ID, right? And then you have the tag ID. So this is going to create a composite primary key. So these all the tables that we need. Okay, so we'll start with users ID and name, post ID, user ID, reference, title, status and views, comments ID, post ID, because every comment is belongs to a post. Tags, this is just a unique tag, and because this will be unique, right? Now this is important, this post tag, every post can belong to one tag, and if one tag can belong to multiple posts. Okay, with a composite primary key. So now what I've done, right, I actually have created all the data that we are going to seed. Now what is this? So these are the dummy data that I'm going to add, and based on this data we are going to understand all the concept one by one. But let's do this one in the next part. Till this part, this is all the tables. Do this, you can pause this particular part, I will highly suggest, and try to go through all the properties or all the rows that we have created for each and every table. It's very, very important to understand all the concepts that we are going to discuss in the next part. Alright, so let's add all the data one by one, and then we are going to run this particular file, because until unless we are going to seed our data in our DB and create the tables, we can't start all the concepts like foreign keys, one-to-many relations, many-to-many relations, inner join, left join, so many things are there. So first let's copy this one. So I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and see what we are doing. Simply we are inserting the 2 users. We have 2 users, Anana and Rahul, into our users table. Then add these 3. I'm going to copy, and you can clearly understand what we are doing here. It's not that much difficult to understand. So we are inserting into post table user ID, title, status and views, right? So here ID, how we are going to get? So from users, where the name is this particular name, because we've already added this in our users table. So we have added 2 posts here, and one is for Rahul user, 1 post. Okay, next let's copy these 2. We also need to add some comment, so I'm just going to paste it here. So what actually we're doing, we are inserting comment, post body. So id how we are going to get. So from a post, you can see that this PostgreSQL join explained, this is one of the posts that I have added here. So this id is belong because we already have the relations in the comments table. If you go to the comments table, you will see that there is a relations with post id, which is your post id. So that means when we are seeding this particular data, this id we are going to get from post, where the title is equal to this, and this will be for this particular title. Now you see backend APIs with PostgreSQL, this is created by Rahul user, and this is created by this particular post. PostgreSQL joint explain is created by Anonna user. Okay, and then I think let's add this tag. So I'm also going to add 2 unique tag. So let's add this into our tag. So you have SQL and backend. That's it. Next, we also need to add our post tag, and then at the end we are going to have our select message. So see what we are doing here. So for this one, what we are doing, right? So post id, we have the post id and the tag id, remember? So we are taking some aliases. So from post we are taking as a p, tags we are taking as a t. So you take the post id and the tag id, where the post title is PostgreSQL joint explained and the tag id is SQL, because we have already added the SQL here. Okay, and the one we have added for, I think, backend tag. Okay, so this is going to insert in our post tag collection, and then we are just logging this. Now save this, and then we need to run this. Okay, so first let's clear this, and I'm going to copy this. Let's run it here. Okay, so now this is going to create all of this. It's going to insert the data, and if you want, you can just see all of this here also. If I now refresh this, see how slow this is, man. I think this would solve this one very quickly. See, we have the comments, post tag, post, product, tags, and users. And if you right click here, so you can see that you can count rows and you can also view the data. If I do all rows, right, this will load forever. So for now I'm not going to do that. If you're using Windows, right, just do right click and do view data. You'll be able to see all the data that we have created here. Okay, or else you can also directly do from here, right? So for example, let's say I'll just do here only, right? Maybe let's do select star from, and then you're going to give all the tables and everything. For example, let's say post tags, right? Something like this, and then you'll be able to do that also. I think we have already done this one, part 1 and 2. I'm not going to do that one. It's just going to take some time. So what I mean by this, whatever data we have added, or we've done the seeding in our DB, you'll be able to see that easily in the DB. You can just do that, right click and do view data. So go here, any of the table, do right click. You see it's very slow for me, I don't know why. And then you do view, and then you'll be able to see the rows directly from here. Okay, so now we need to start all the concepts one by one, because you already have very good idea that how many tables we have, what is the relations. Okay, if you want, you can just go through one by one more time. It's very important to understand, right, that for example, user is has a relations with post has a relations with comments. These tags are unique, but when you have post tags, this has relations with both post and the tag. So now let's create our second file, which will be foreign keys .sql. Okay, now you know one thing, these particular sections that we are going to do, right, this you need to learn the concept more than doing unnecessary example. Why? Because if you can understand the relations, joins, all these things, you'll be able to do any kind of queries you will be able to write. But if you don't understand, let's say you do 10 example also, and you don't know the basics, it will be difficult for you to write in a real project. So what actually foreign keys are? So foreign key will be, you can consider that as a column that is going to point to the primary key of another table. Okay, so I'm just going to write once again. So foreign key is a column, in short, that points to the primary key of another table. Okay, so this will be the foreign key. Now just take one very simple example. So you have users.id, which is a parent key, and then you have post.user id. Now this is the reason I mentioned that this is important. So go to post and see that post has a user id. This is a foreign key. Why? Because what this is actually doing, this is pointing to the parent key here. This is pointing to the another table. So this is pointing to the another table. So another table is users, and this is pointing to the another table primary key. What is the primary key? ID. So ID is a primary key. So this is a proper example of a parent key and a primary key. Okay, and what actually this means? This means that every post that you are going to create, that must belong to one existing users. So that means every post you will create that belongs to a belong to an existing users. Okay, so this is what it will be. So now maybe let's do one thing, right? So let's see some simple example, but this is all about the concept. So first let's see our parent table. So I'm just going to do here select, let's do ID, let's do name, and I'm just going to do here from users table, because we have the users table. Okay, and then what we are going to do, right, then we are going to check our child table. So child table will select ID. Now we have the user ID, and then I'm just also going to take the title of that particular post. So this will be from my posts table. Okay, so save this and let's run it here. Okay, so let's remove this, and you can see that what you're getting. So you're getting 2 users, but if you notice one thing, you see this part here, this part, right? See, there is a match. So this actually belongs to this particular, so these 2 posts that we have belongs to user Ananya, and this particular post that we have belongs to user Rahul. So there is a match. So this is a foreign key which points to the primary key of a different table or another table. Very important. So foreign keys points to the primary key of another table. This is the concept that you need to understand, as simple as that. Okay, so I think that's all. I think we don't have anything much to discuss here. So let's move on to the next one, which now we are going into much more important concept, and that is, now this is also an important concept, because this is, you need to understand. Now see, if you go here, right, this particular file that we have created, and if you can understand this part, whatever we are doing, we are doing the differences and everything, this will be like a piece of cake, because it will be very simple for you to understand. But if you don't know how your table structure is, see, that is the reason you see my teaching process or style, right? I always focus the thing that is important. If you don't know this structure and someone will tell you this, it will be difficult for you to understand. I can 100% guarantee. Okay, so this is the thing that you need to understand. Now let's move on to the next one, which will be 03, and I'll do one to many relationship. Okay, so let's close. Now I'll close this file, I'll open this one. So what actually one-to-many relation? That means, in simple sentence, one parent row can have many child rows. Simple. So we'll do one parent rows can have many child rows. Okay, what will be our example? In our example, one user can write many posts. So one user, so user Rahul can have 10 posts, but one post belong to one user. So what I mean by this, let's see, user 1 is Ananya and user 2 is Rahul. So Rahul can have 10 posts, let's say 1, 2, 3, 4, like that, 10, but every post, this single post, always belong to one user. So this post also belong to Rahul, this post also belongs to Rahul. You're getting what I'm talking about. So that means one user can write many posts, but one post will always belongs to one user. Okay, so this is what it will be. So here, if I want to explain in much more detailed way, or much more simpler way, so users again is your parent table, and then posts will be your child table. Okay, so this is about the concept. Now here, although we haven't started our join yet, but this is all about the concept. Okay, this is one-to-many. Now one more thing I wanted to explain here, that is, let me just write here comment only. So you see this relationship, right? This is a relationship, correct? This is a one-to-many relationship. So here if I try to take post.user_id, so this actually relate to our user.id, right? This is what actually happening here, correct? So simple words that this user.id is your original user ID. This post.user.id stores this user ID inside the post table. Okay, this is also another very important concept. Okay, so here what I'm talking about, that this users.id, please note it down, this is actually important, is the original user ID. And what this post dot, I don't know, man. I'll make this control minus and then it will zoom out. Okay, so this posts dot user ID is nothing but it's the same user ID, but this post dot user ID is going to store that user ID only, that original user ID only, and that original user ID inside the posts table. So this is what is happening here. Okay, so now although we haven't started our join yet, right, because join is one of the most important concept, but I'm going to show you one example that let's say someone tell you that, okay, give me all the posts. So you have to give me all posts with their authors. But you might be thinking, okay, I can give all the posts very easily, but in my post table I only have the user ID. How I'm going to get the username, right? So this is the query can come here, because I can give the user ID, but I need to somehow get the username. So this is where the relations comes into picture, because this user ID is nothing but this user ID, correct? This ID. So if you know this user ID, you know this ID, and from this ID you'll be able to get this name. Simple. So now what you can do, right, although again I'm repeating, we haven't done the join yet, but this is also another join concept only. So here I'm just going to do users, okay, dot name. So I need the username as, I'm just going to do, remember we have done the aliases, so using as, and this I'm going to take as an author name and also give comma, and here I'm going to take the posts dot title as post underscore title. But now also let's take the posts dot status. I think we also have the status, right? But now how we are going to get this? So now we need to work with two tables, because this user dot name is not present in this post table. Post table only has the user ID, but to get the username I need to query this user table. So that means I need to get from users table, and at the same time I need to do an inner join. Okay, so this we are going to discuss later. For now just write it. So we are going to do an inner join with which table? Posts table. Why we can do that? Because there is a relation between this user ID and this user ID here. So this will be inner join, and then what we need to do, how we are going to do that? So we need to check on, so what we are asking, that we need to give me all posts, right? So we are doing that, so all post with their authors, right? This is what we are doing. So that means this user ID will be same as this ID. So when I'm going to do on, so I need to check this user.id has to be equal post.user ID. So you're getting, I'm repeating this thing, that what you're doing, simply you're checking that, okay, this user ID and both are same, that means this is a match. Okay, and then what you're going to do, simply you can also do a order by. So let's do a order by. So I'm just going to do order by, and I'll do users dot name comma posts dot title. Okay, so now what is happening here, I'm going to repeat once again. So we are simply telling that we are connecting user.id with post.id. So that means if on that user has written 2 posts, that user row will appear with 2 posts. You're getting what I'm talking about. So this proves our concept of one-to-many relations. So that means one user row can be connected with multiple post rows. Simple. And now why you are using inner join, now that we are going to discuss later, because inner join normally it will do, right, it will going to return only rows where the relationship exist on the both sides. Okay, all right, so now let's run it here, right? So I'm going to paste this, sorry, not this one. So I'll just paste it here, slash this, and then if I do enter, and you can see that what you're getting. So you're getting the post title, author name, but now you are able to get the author name also for that corresponding post. And why this is happening? because we are doing an inner join and there is a match that if the user id is equal to post.user id, then only I'm going to get. But this is where even though your post table don't have the username, still using this relation you are able to get this particular name. Okay, so this is, although this we have discussed about inner join, but this is the concept of one-to-many relationship. So with that, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so although we have to cover the many-to-many relations, right, but I thought that let's do the inner join first and left join, and then we are going to do that. Okay, it will be helpful. So I'll do inner join .sql. Let's close this one. Okay, so what actually inner join is, right? So remember, one thing is the key here, that is in interview questions. See, this particular video, right, whatever we are doing, everything can be interview questions, because this is a conceptual and practical Postgres course, right? So whenever you're going for any interview, let's say backend interview or whatever database interview you're giving, there is a possibility that you're going to get a lot of questions from this particular video, whatever we are learning. So inner join is going to returns, this is important, only the matching rows from both tables. So from both tables. Okay, this is the important part here. So in our case, I think we've already discussed that part, right? That in our post there is a user ID that points to our users table ID. This ID, again I'm going to repeat the same thing. This user ID points to this user ID. Simple, right? So what Postgres is going to do, so Postgres now will be able to match each post with the user, that user actually created the post. Why? Because there is some relations between these two. If there is no match, it's not going to return anything. Simple. Okay, so now let's create a simple example and you're going to understand everything that we are doing here. Okay, and then I'm going to explain that what actually this example is doing and why I've actually decided to take this as an example. So I'm just going to do select, I'll do users.name as, I'm going to take this one as author name, comma, you have to give comma here, and I'll do post.title as post_title. Then I'm also going to take the posts.status, and also let's take posts.views because we have the views also. So we have the views also. Okay, so these four things. Now from where, because you have to give the destination always, so from a post table. And now I need to see, I need the username, right? Because I already mentioned this thing multiple times that your post table don't have the username. So that means you have to get the username from your user table. So this is where you have to do inner join, as simple. So you're going to do inner join with the users table, and then you have to give a matching condition. So that is the reason I mentioned that it is going to return only the matching rows. So there has to be something, there is a match. So what is the match? Post.userid is a match with user.id. Simple. So here you're going to give that on, so you'll do on posts.userid is a match with users.id. So it's a matching condition. So now this is going to do the inner join successfully. So Postgres will be able to understand. And now what you can do, right, I'm just going to do a where. So let's do posts.status, because we have the post.status, right? See, and then while adding the post, I've added this one, right? So go here. So we have this published or draft. So I'm just going to get that where the post.status is equal to published. And let's do the order by also. So I'm just going to do order by, and I'll do post.views, and I'm just going to do this one. Maybe let's do descending order. Okay, so this will be a perfect example of an inner join. Now how you're going to read this if you're a beginner? So you start with the beginning, right? So first from the post table, what we are doing, we are doing inner joining our users table. So simply, in a simple way, we are connecting each post to that particular user, right? And this is the matching rule I already mentioned. This is the matching rule here. Sorry, this is the matching rule. So this is the matching rule. Without this it won't be possible. And then you're giving some condition that where it is published, and then we're going to do order by. And now if you run this, see what will happen. So you're going to do clear and see what we are going to get. Alright, so you're getting 0 result. Published spelling is wrong, I know that. Okay, so this is wrong. Save this and run again. Okay, So now you're getting author name, also you're getting post title, you're getting status published, and also views. This is also in descending order. So you're doing a lot of things, but the important part what we are doing here, we are doing inner join. So the interview questions that you might get, that what actually inner join is, what actually it will return, and how actually it will work. So the most important part you have to mention that it's return only the matching rows from both tables, but there has to be some matching condition, because if there is no matching condition, how Postgres is going to understand that okay, this particular post is written by this user? You're getting? So this is where it is very, very important. So now I think this is done. Let's move on to the next one, which will be our left join. Okay, so close this. Now what actually left join will do? Now left join is going to keeps all rows from the left table. Now this might be a little tricky to understand. Okay, so let's write all the things first. So I'm just going to do left join keeps all rows from the left table. Okay, now say that consider you have a left table and you have a right table. Now what this first condition is telling, that this statement that it is going to keep all your rows from the left side table, and if the right side table has the matching data, then Postgres is going to include that data. If not, what Postgres is going to do, it's going to return null for the right side column. These things are very, very important. So I'm just going to do, so consider you have a two table, left table, right table. If the right table has matching data, so in that case Postgres is going to include that. So Postgres is going to include that, includes that. If it's don't have any matching data, so in that case it's going to return null. It returns null. All right, so now what example we can take from our setup? Now here you can see that, consider we have our post table over here. So this is our post table, this is our left table. Okay, so I'm going to take this one as a left table, and let's take our comments table, and this I'm going to take as a right table. So this is my right table. So this post comments. Okay, now why we are taking this? Because every post can have comments or can't have, so it's a possibility. So that means simply telling that because not every post is going to have comments. You're getting what I'm talking about? So not every post is going to have comments. Let's say some post will have 100 comments and some will have 0. You're getting? So now we'll be able to see that how left join is going to show the difference very, very clearly. So now what you're going to do, right? Let's write one. So what we will do, we'll write a query which is going to show all our posts, including the posts that do not have any comments or don't have any comments. Okay, so see how we are going to do this. I'm going to do select, and here I'm just going to render the post.title, and I'm going to take aliases, and I'm just going to do post_title, comma, and also I'm going to take this comments is going to have the body, right? So I'm just going to do comments dot body, comments spelling is wrong, dot body as comment underscore body. Now we are going to do a from. So from my post table, this is my left table, and now you don't have to do inner join, you have to do a left join. Left join will be your right side table, so which is your comments table. Okay, and then I'm just simply going to give a check condition, matching condition. Why? Because there is a match, right? Because this post.id is similar to this post id, because every comment is going to have that post id associated, right? So that means there is a match. So here I can simply check if this post.id is equal to comments.post id. So here I'm just going to do comments.post id. Okay, and then I'm simply going to do a order by, and I'll do posts dot title. So I'm just going to do a order by title. So how we are doing this? So simply here left join comments, what this line is simply doing, that we try to connect each post with its comments simply, and this is the matching rule. If there is a post that has no comments, what it's going to do? The comment body will be what? This comment body, null. This is what I mentioned, right? If there is a no matching, so it's written null. You are getting what I'm talking about. And left join is going to keep all our post. Inner join, what it's going to do, right? It's going to hide the post that have no comments. There is a huge difference, big difference. Left join is going to keep all our post, but it's going to return the comment body as null. Inner join is going to hide the post that don't have any comments. So here you can simply see this, right? You can run it and see what is happening here. See. So now we have backend APIs with Postgres. Please add more example. Indexes for beginner. We don't have anything. Postgres explained. This is the comment. Now if you go here where we have added the data, go below. So you can see that for Postgres join explain, we have very clear explanation. This is the comment. Please add more example. Backend APIs with Postgres. For this one we have please add more example. But for indexes for beginner, this is another one. For this particular post, we don't have any comment. So that means right side there is no match. So what is going to return? It's going to return null. So that's why you're not getting anything. See, simple, right? Or not simple, but it's clear. If you're a beginner, it will be a little tricky, but see, with this explanation, I hope you are able to understand what we're talking about. This is the important part. The left join is going to always keep all the data from the left table. Right table has matching data, then only it will render, or else it's going to return null. So this is the concept of left join. Okay, so we have completed inner join and left join. Let's create the next file, which will be many-to-many relationship. So I'll do many-to-many relationships. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now let's move on to the next one, which will be now many-to-many relationship, right? So from our example, what will be the best way to explain this one? So I think this part we have already discussed, and that is that in our case, right, where we have added the data, that the many-to-many means one post can have multiple tags. You remember we have the tags. This one, right? I already mentioned that. Let's say you have one particular tag, this can have a one particular post, and that can have multiple tags. Let's say HTML is a tag, CSS is a tag, React.js is a tag, and one tag can belong to many posts. So that means this React.js tag can be associated with multiple posts. So this will be a proper many-to-many relationship example. So that means one post can have multiple tags, and one tag can be associated with multiple posts. I hope this is clear, right? So now in this example, in our example, what actually post is doing, so it's store post data, tags is going to store tags data, and then we have one more post tags. Now this is going to connect both post and tags. So if you see, so if you go here, right, so go to the post, so we'll do post.id. This post.id is similar to this post id that we have in this post tags table. Similarly, this tags.id is similar to this tags id that we have in this post tags.tags id in this particular table. So that means here in our case we have a post.id which is similar. So I'm just writing triple equals, which is equal to this post tags dot this post id, and similarly you have the tags.id, right? So we'll do tags.id is equal to this post tag.tag id. All right, so now let's see one simple example. So example will be, now your task is that you have to show every post with its tag. So that means show me every post with its tag. So how we can do that? Now let's see. So we'll do select. Now first of all, what we need to get, so I need to get the, see, when I wanted to show the post, I don't have the post title here, right? So that means if I want to get the post title, I need to query this particular table. So that means I need to get this post dot title, correct? So first I need to do what? So I need to get posts dot title as, let's do this one as post underscore title, and then also I need to get the tags name. So what I mean by tags name, these tags name, right? Because you don't have the tags name here, so I need to get the tags dot name. So I'm just going to do tags dot name as, let's do this one as tag name. Okay, so this will be my tag name, and this I'm going to get from my post table. And here what you have to do, so you have to do an inner join, because you need to check in both the sides, right? So I'm just going to do inner join. And also if you go to inner join, what I mentioned, inner join is going to return only the matching rows from both tables. Okay, there is a difference between inner join and the left join. So these I'm just going to do inner join, but inner join you have to do with what? You have to do with this post tag, this particular table. Okay, so I'm going to show you how we are going to do that. So first we need to do what? So I need to get post tag. So I'm doing what? So I'm doing an inner join from this post table with this post tag. Why? Because there is a relation with this post ID. This post ID is equal to this post.id. So that means what will be my matching criteria here? So I'm going to give here on. So I'll do post.id is equal to post tag dot post ID. You're getting, right? So this will be my matching criteria, and this is for the first one. Similarly, I also need to get the tags name. So that means there should be some matching criteria between this table and this table, and that is what? tags.id is equal to post tags.tag ID. So these two are matching, so that if there is a matching, so I'll be able to get the name. So that means again what you need to do, again you need to do another inner join here. Now this time this inner join will be not with the post tag, this will be from your tags table. So you have this tags table here, correct? And now what you're going to do, so you have to do the matching criteria. So what will be matching criteria? So matching criteria will be your post tag. So this will be post tag dot, and now you have what? Tag ID, and this will be equal to what? So this will be equal to your tags.id. You're getting what you're doing, so I'm explaining line by line. So this will be your tags.id. Okay, and then we are going to do what? We are going to do an order by. Let's do order by, and I'm just going to do here posts dot title comma tags dot name. So this is what we need to do. Now I think I don't have to explain here now, because I've already explained line by line. Still I'm just going to show you, explain one more time that what actually this is doing. So select, simply we are going to get this post title and the tag name, right? So here first of all what we are doing, so from the post table we are doing inner join with the post tag table, because there is a matching. So in the matching we need to give the matching criteria. So post.id, if there is a match with the post tag dot post ID, so that means there is a matching, so it's going to give me that particular data. Then we are going to do inner join with the tags, because there is also a matching criteria with the tags dot ID with the post tags dot tag ID. So this is going to give me the tags name. This is what we're simply doing here. Now let's run this and let's see what is happening here. Okay, so I'm going to just clear this. Let's copy the name. Syntax error, tags name at, okay, let me see what we are doing here. Oh, say I always do this mistake, we have to give comma here. So now let's run once again, and you can see that what you're getting the post title with the tag name. Okay, and now this is very important concept. Now this is not a simple Postgres concept. Okay, this is like I'm going to say this will be little bit intermediate side. So you need to know all of these things very clearly, so that it's like you don't have to go to any other resources to see how these things are working. So what I mean by this many to many, one to many, inner join, left join, you have to master all of this if you want to become good, if you want to become a good developer, I will say, in writing all these queries. Okay, so this is a very important concept that you have learned here. Okay, so with this I think that's all for this particular concept. Now let's move on to the next one. Next, I think what we can do, right, let's understand some of the table aliases. Now this is also another important concept. So what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to do 07. Let's do this one as table aliases. Now my spelling is wrong, I think. CS. Okay, so now let's close this. So what actually table aliases? Aliases, I think we have already discussed that aliases is going to make your join query shorter and easier to read, right? So aliases is going to make your queries shorter and easier to read. So this is the first thing. So simply I'm telling that, okay, if I want the title from the post table, so I'm just going to do what? Post.title. This is what we are doing, right? What we can do right now, I don't want to write this. Instead, I want to write like this. So instead of this I want to do p.title. Now this p I need to tell Postgres, okay, this p means I'm actually talking about the post table. Or let's say you want to get the what you can do, maybe users.name. Instead you want to do what? You want to do u.name, right? So these will be your aliases. So now let's say how we are going to do that. Now this will be a very simple one. So what you can do, right, maybe let's say I wanted to select something, so I wanted to get my, let's go here, so I wanted to get the post title, let's say, and also post status, and maybe let's do username also I'm going to get, and also let's go to the comment, and also let's say I want to get the comment body. So all these things I wanted to get. So first of all what I will do, right, so I'm just going to do p.title. Now notice one thing, we are not doing posts.title, and here I'm just going to take aliases and I'm just going to do this one as post_title. We have to give comma here. Let's, I'm just going to give p.status, and also let's take the post views also. So I think we have the views, right? So I'm just going to do p.views. So this is what I'm talking about. So I'll do p.views. Also let's take the username, so I'm just going to do u.name as, let's do this one as author name, and also I'm going to get the comment body, so I'm just going to do c.body as comment_body. Now this is where you have to do the aliases, because till this part your Postgres doesn't know what actually this p.title means. Very important, because there is no table that named exactly as p. So that means when I'm going to do here from posts, so now I'm simply telling that, okay, this is the table I'm talking about. I need to give a aliases here, and that aliases will be that aliases that you're using here. So you're simply telling that, okay, I'm actually querying from the post table, but I want to rename this post from posts to p, so that I don't have to write the post word multiple times, as simple as that. And now let's say I wanted to do inner join here, so I need to do inner join. Maybe let's do the user, because we also need to get the inner join of that, we also need to get the username, right? So we need to do inner join on the users table, but you have to give another aliases as u, because you are not using users.name here, you are using u.name. Okay, so this is one more. Now what we need to do, I think this part already discussed, so there will be a relations. Why? Because your user.id will be similar to your post.user.id. So that means now what you can do, right, you don't have to do post.user.id. Instead you can take only these aliases here. So you'll do p.user.id, you're getting, so you'll do p.user.id, and this will be equal to your user.id. So user.id, this id, so that means user will now become u, so you have to do u.id, right? And then what I need to do, right, I also wanted to get the comments, so I'm just going to do a left join, and I'll do comments, because comments is the comments table that I'm actually querying this one. But now this time I wanted to do aliases of c, so comments will be as c, and then I'm just going to do here on, so there will be another match. Why? Because comments.id, right, sorry, comments.postid will be equal to your post.id. So that means here the matching condition will be your p.id, because you are taking the post as p, which will be equal to c, which is here c for comments, and these comments will have the post id, so this will be c.post id, you're getting. So this will be a matching condition. And let's do a order by, maybe let's do, which one we can do order by, let's do p.views as order by. Okay, so I'm just going to do disk. So this is one more query. Now remember, it's this particular concept is not about the query, because these all the things we've already discussed. This is about how you're writing these aliases. So here post we are talking as a p or writing as a p, users table we are writing as a u, comments table we are writing as a c. Okay, so now if I just, let's say, clear this and let's run it once again. And you can see that you are going to get the result. So you're getting post title, status, views, author name, and comment body, and this is also in the descending order. But again, I already mentioned this is about how you're going to write the aliases. Okay, so I think that's all for this particular concept. Now in the next part, what we can do, what else? Okay, we had to do aggregate also, right? I already mentioned. So let's create one more file here, and I'm going to do aggregate functions.sql. So now what we are talking about, the aggregate function. So simply, in a simple definition, aggregate functions will be, it always calculates, right? So it's always going to calculate one result from many rows. These will be your aggregate function. Now there can be so many aggregate functions, so I'm just going to give some of the examples. So we have the count. What count is going to do? Count is going to give you the number of rows, if I'm not wrong. Then you have something called sum. I think by the name you can understand, this will be total value. Then also you have average. So do average, and this will be give the average value. Okay, then what else? We also have the mean. So this mean will be the smallest value, and then also we have the max, which will be maximum value. Okay, or let's do largest or max value. Okay, all right. Now where actually you can use all of this, very helpful, and that will be, I'm going to give you some real life example. For example, let's say you're creating some admin dashboard where you have to calculate your sales. Let's say you're creating some reports, you're creating some analytics dashboard. There also mostly it will be around your admin panels and those related work, and you'll see that you're going to use this one lot of time. Now let's say I wanted to write a very simple example, that what I wanted to do, right, I wanted to count all the rows from my post table. Okay, so let's do one by one, then I'm going to explain. So I'm just going to do select. Now let's say you want to read all the rows from a certain table. Okay, so how you're going to do that? So for now we are only going to use the post table only. To read all the rows from a certain table, you have to use a count here, and this count you're simply going to tell, okay, these here I'm just going to count everything, and this I'm just going to also give a aliases. So this will be my total underscore posts. Okay, and here what you're going to do, so I'm just going to give it from posts table. So I'm simply telling, we'll do one by one. Okay, so this is the first one. So it's simply telling that give me or count all the rows from this post table, because this is the table that we are using. Now let's run this. Okay, so you're getting 3. Fantastic. Now let's say what I need to do, right, I wanted to now count, but I wanted to give a filter. So what filter I wanted to give? I wanted to give a filter where the status is published. If I'm not wrong, we have a published status, see, published or draft. So I only wanted to count all the rows where the status is published. So that means now you can't directly use count, you have to use a filter. So how you can do that? So you have to do count, and then you have to use a filter here. Okay, and this filter will be, now I think we have already used this on multiple times, where keyword, where status will be equal to whatever status you wanted to check. So now I wanted to check about the published, and then let's give a aliases, and I'm just going to do this one as published posts. So what this is going to give, this is going to count all the rows, but it's going to apply a filter now. Okay, now let's run it and let's see what you're getting. So if I go here, but I'm telling syntax run in the count. Again, I will forgot to give comma, man. Okay, so let's do. So you can see that we have 3 post, published post 2. Change this one to draft, and you will see that you are going to get 1, because we have only one draft post, right? So if I just go here, run it again, see that we are getting only 1. Fantastic. Now let's undo here. Next, what we wanted to do, we'll give comma here. So now let's say sum, I want to do sum, or what I will do, right, maybe let's do this one. Go to post, we have these views, right? So I wanted to do a sum of all these views of all rows. You're getting what I'm talking about. So when you're going to do that, this is very simple. So views is, I'm talking about these views, I wanted to sum. So you have to use sum, and then you're going to tell that, okay, calculate all the sum of what. So you have to give here which column. So this will be my views column, simple. And then you're going to give as, and let's give aliases. So this will be my total underscore views. Okay, so that means now this is going to do what? This is going to add all your view counts together from this table. Okay, from this particular table. So now if I just run it, and you'll see that you're going to get 320, and you can also like reconfirm. So you have what? 140 plus 180, so 320. What else? Let's do the average views also. So for average it will be simple, just use average, pass the views, and you're going to do here average views. Also you have to give comma here. Save this and now run again. So this will be your average views. So I think this is done. What else? I think minimum and maximum, let's do that also. So minimum, again it will be simple, so we'll do minimum views as lowest views, and also you're going to do a maximum, so I'll do max of views as highest views. So this is going to give you the minimum and the maximum. So here let's clear this and run it here again. So we can see that you're going to get the lowest views here. So let me just do one thing, I'm just going to remove some of these here. Let's comment it out. This. Okay, so you have the lowest views which is 40 and highest view which is 180. So you can go here and can confirm 40 and 180. Okay, so with this I think we have covered the many-to-many table aliases aggregate. Now let's move to the next one. So let's understand group by, having, count, distinct, and some of the basics of indexes. Okay, so moving to the next one, which will be group by. Okay, so let's create a group by .sql file. So what actually group by is, right? So in simple way to explain, group by will be, or group by creates groups of rows. Okay, in the previous section we discussed aggregate functions, right? Count, sum, average, mean, max, all this. Now let's say what we are going to do, right? These functions calculates values inside each group, right? So here what we are going to understand in this particular section, in the previous multiple times we have used something called where. So where actually do what? Where actually filters, very important, normal rows before grouping. Okay, so this will be where keyword, I'm just talking about I'm just telling keyword only so that you can understand where actually filters normal rows before grouping. What having will do, having filters, right? We have having filters. So having filters groups after grouping. Now this might be a little tricky until unless we are going to understand the concept. Okay, now when you're going to use having, so you're going to use having when the condition is going to depend, or condition depends on an aggregate function. So now the best option will be, I've already created one proper example for this, that you have to find the authors. Okay, so to find the authors who have written at least 2 posts. Okay, so you have to find the authors who have written at least 2 posts. Okay, now here you also have to do what? You have to use some kind of aggregate functions, correct? Because you have to get the count, right? Count of the post. So let's how we can do that. So I'm going to do select. Now first of all, when I'm talking about find authors, so that means what? I need to get what? The author name. So what actually author name? So author name here is either this is Ananya or Rahul. So author name is nothing but your username, right? So this is where, so what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do eu.name as author name, comma, and now what I need to do, I already mentioned that we need to have the count. Why? Because we need to see who written at least 2 posts. So that means I need to use the aggregate function here, and how I can see that whether this particular author already created 2 posts or not, and that is from this post ID. So we have this post ID, right? So I'm just going to do here p.id as total underscore posts. And now what I need to do, right? I'll also give you the sum, and let's do the p.views as total views. Okay, so now first of all we need to get the table. So first table will be my user table because I need to get the username. So I'm just going to do user, but very important, whenever you're going to use the table aliases, you have to use aliases here, or else I already mentioned that Postgres will not be able to understand that this u means the user table. Okay, and then what we need to do, right? We need to do a left join. So I'll do left join with the post table as p because we're using the p here. Okay, so this is a small p, where So here what will be the matching condition? Multiple times I will discuss, because your u.id user.id is similar to your post.user.id. So that means here I'm just going to do u.id will be equal to p.user.id. Correct? So this will be my matching condition. And now here what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to do a group by u.id, and let's do a what else we can do, maybe let's do u.name. Okay, user.id user.name. Now what I mentioned here, so let's go here. What I mentioned, having filters groups after grouping, where's filter normal rows before grouping. So now we need to use a having, because we already have done the already used the grouping. So here what you have to do, you have to use having. So this having is simply going to tell that okay, now I need to see if the count of that post, so count of p.id is greater than or equal to 2 or not, because that is my criteria here, that user at least have written 2 posts. So that means now I'm going to see having count of p.id should be greater than or equal to 2. Simple. And then I'm also going to do order by simply, and let's do order by of total post. Let's do this one as descending order. So now let's see what actually this is doing. So first of all, we have what from user as you. Start with the user table. Left join post as p means connect each user with their post. What actually this group by is doing now? So this group by, I already mentioned, this group by is going to create one group for each user. So group by creates group of rows. So this group by is going to do what? Is going to create a group of each user. Why? Now you might ask me, okay, why it will create? So whatever post, let's say we have two users, Ananya and Rahul. So all posts written by Ananya become one group, and all posts written by Rahul become another group. Okay, so this is very important. So this line is actually doing that. So it's going to create one group for each user. Count is going to do what? So it's simply going to do, check the count, that how many posts exist inside each user group, right? This what I'm talking about. Then we have the sum is going to give you the sum. And this having, what actually having is doing now, this is a criteria. This is simply telling that keep only those user group where the post count is greater than or equal to 2. You're getting? So first we are using group by, then we are using having. Very important. That is the reason I mentioned that having filter groups after grouping. So first we created the group, and then we are simply telling, first we have created the group, then we counted all the posts, then we created the sum also, then we created one group for Ananya, one group for Rahul, and now I am doing what? Now I am doing the filtering on that count, that you are going to only keep those user group where the count is more than 2. You're getting? So if the count is less, so it's not going to give you that result. And then we're simply doing an order by. So now let's run this and see what you're getting. Okay, that's it. So now you're getting Ananya, total post is 2 and total views is 140. Why? Because Ananya created 2 posts, as much as I remember. I added, let me just check. Okay, see this one, right? So this is how you need to do. Let's say you want to do that. Okay, I wanted to check whether the count is exactly equal to 1. So now if you run this, what will happen? So you're going to get Rahul, because Rahul created only 1 post. So this is how you have to use group by and having. Okay, so I think that's all for this particular one. Let's do one more concept here, which is also important, and that is count distinct. This will not take much time, but let's do this, and I'll do .sql. So what this count distinct is going to do, right? So this is going to count unique values, right? So it's going to count unique values. So what I mean by this? Okay, now first of all, also another thing I need to mention, and that is when this is useful. Now let's say you're using some joins, right? And this is useful when joins create repeated rows. Now example will be, okay, let me think. So okay, so let's say you have one post, right? I already mentioned that one post is going to have multiple tags, right? You have one post, that post has React.js tag, Next.js tag, SQL tag, DB tag, HTML tag. Now when we are going to join this post with post tags and the tags table that we have, the same post can appear multiple times, right? It's possible. So this is where what we are going to do, right? We are going to use something called count distinct and the property which is going to count only the unique post. So the best example will be, let's say I wanted to count how many unique posts are connected to each tag. Very good example, that how many unique posts are connected to each tag. This is what I wanted to see. Now let's see how we are going to do that. If you notice that whenever we are going to write this particular query, right, you'll notice that how many previous concept we are applying here. So what I mean by this, so previously you've understand the concept of select, the concept of aliases, the concept of left join, concept of inner join, concept of group by, order by. So basically what I'm telling, that the more we are progressing in this particular video, the more we are applying the previous concept. So here, for example, what I need to get the tag. So first I'm just going to get the tag name. So I'm just going to do this one as tag name. Next, give comma, and now what I'm going to do, right, I need to count how many unique posts. I'm going to give count, and here you have to give distinct. Okay, distinct p.id. Okay, so post.id as total unique posts. And now what I'm going to do, first of all, what I need to get the tags table. So tag, the aliases I've given t, so this will be as t, and then we are going to do a left join. So I'm going to do a left join with my post tags table, because that is a relations with the post tag table also. So here I'm just going to take this one as, let's do post tag, so pt, and then I'm simply pt. Then I'm simply going to check the matching condition, that the tag.id should be equal to pt, which is the post tag dot tag id, because there is a matching here, right? So your post tag has the tag id which is similar to this tags.id, correct? So I'm simply going to do this t.id, which is tag.id, is equal to post tag dot tag id. Okay, so this is the first one. Then I'm going to give another left join, and this left join will be on my post as p. This is what I have given here, p, and here also you do the same logic. So now this time this will become t.id will be your what, let's do pt dot post id, I think pt dot post id, this one. So pt dot post id will be equal to p.id, and now I'm going to do a group by. So do group by t.id, tag id, and t.name, and maybe let's do a order by also. So I'll do order by total unique post in descending order. The main part that we are simply doing for this particular section, which is this one. So it's simply getting the unique posts that are connected to each tag. Now you might be thinking, okay, how I'm writing all of this? Believe me, I've written all of this so many times previously. So for me it will be easy. For you it can be difficult. If you're a beginner, if you're a student, if you have very less experience, you need to do a lot of practice. These things will not come very easily. You can be very honest that where you have to apply left join, where you're going to apply group by, where you're going to apply having. Okay, these things, where you're going to use where. So you need to do a lot of practice, but this is exactly what this query is doing. See, whenever you're going to work with relationships, right, you have to see the table, that what actually your table structure is and what are the properties in two tables that are connected with each other. For example, tag id is similar to your tag id here, post id for this table is similar to your post.id. So this is what I'm talking about. So now let's run this. If I run here, right, so let's see what you're getting. And you're going to get the unique post, that how many tag. So this SQL is associated with 2 unique posts. Backend is associated with 1 post. And if you want, we can also verify. So let's see what you're getting here. We have SQL 2 times and backend 1 time. All right, so that means this is working fine. So with this, I think we have covered the group by and also count distinct. So now let's move on to the next one. All right, so moving to the next one, let's understand another very, very interesting concept, and that is called subqueries. Okay, .sql. So let's see what actually this is, right? So I'll do subqueries in Postgres. Let me rephrase this. in Postgres. Query is nested inside another SQL statement. Okay, all right. So I just wanted to show you because I'm going to explain this one in a very simple way. So what I mean by this, so this is simply we are running one query inside another query. So we are running one query inside another query, as simple as that. Okay, so what Postgres is going to do? Postgres is going to run the inner query first. So I'll do runs the inner query first, and then it's going to run the outer query. Okay, so it's going to run the outer query. Alright, so now let's understand this one in a simple example. So your task is what we need to do, right? Maybe let's do one thing, that first we are going to have two queries. Okay, in the inner query we are going to calculate some average values, and that value your outer query is going to use. So that means when your inner query is going to calculate something, right? I'm just giving as part of this example because we are using this file as our data source, but for your project it can be anything. So for this one I'm just doing, right, let's say I'm going to calculate my average views, and that average views I wanted to return. So that is going to return some value, and that value I'm going to use in my outer query. So that will be two query. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So now okay, what will be the question? The question will be, maybe let's do this one in this way, that which posts are performing better than average, something like this. So here how I can do that, right? So I'm just going to do select. So give me the title of that post, comma, give me the status of that post, and also give me the views. But this one you wanted to give me from my post table. Now here what I'm going to do, where the views, now we have our inner query. So where the views is what? So views is greater than the average value. So that means here now I'm going to write my inner query. So now I'm just going to do a select. So how you can calculate average views? What thing you have to use here? Means what are the things you have learned so far? So to calculate average views, you have to use an aggregate function, right? So what will be my aggregate function? I have to use average. So average will be on what? On views. And then you have to give what? So from where you have to do this? From your post table. So now this is your inner query. So this is going to give you the average views. This is going to return the data, and then you are going to use or run this outer query. So that means you're simply telling select title, status, views from post where views is greater than 100, sorry, views is greater than 20. So why I'm talking about this? So consider this particular query result is, this particular query's result is 20, right? So this block is going to return 20, so it will become this. So that means I'm simply telling that where the views is greater than 20. You're getting? So this is about the subqueries. And then you can also do order by. So do order by views, and then I'm going to do descending order. So if you save this and run this, it's going to work. So let's run it again. Okay, so this is what you're getting, right? But the point is you have to understand this one, that how you're running queries. And you can also see some example. Give me one example, see what it's telling here. Select name query where the price is select average price from products. This is almost the same example, but this is also doing the same thing. This is a subquery, right? This is one subquery. The point you have to understand that it's going to run the subquery first, it's going to return the result, and then the outer query is going to use that result. Okay, so I think that's all for this particular concept. I think we don't have much here. Now also I thought that I'm not going to explain or cover the indexes, but let's give you some idea, so that if this, I already mentioned, if the video, this video will do good, I'm going to create anyways one more part 2 for this particular video, but that will happen only if this one will do good. Okay, so I'm going to cover some of the very advanced level of database concept that you have to pay to watch those courses. Okay, so I'm going to do this one for free. So alright, so first of all, let's understand what are indexes. Okay, simply indexes help you, or indexes helps not me, indexes helps Postgres find rows faster. So I'm just going to do index helps Postgres find rows faster. This will be the best example. What will happen without an index? Now let's say you have 1000 data. You have to find something. So if there is no index, Postgres is going to scan many rows to find your matching data. With an index, what it usually do, right? It's going to jump closer to the data it needs. So what will be the how to frame mental model? Now consider there is a book. Now you have a book index, right? So book index means number. What that will help you? So that is going to help you find a particular topic without reading every page. This is the best example, correct? Similarly, if you have a database index, it's going to find rows without checking every data. So I'm going to repeat once again. Your book index, right? Book will always have the index, right? In the first page, let's say you have some indexes, you can go to a certain page. Similarly, in Postgres or in any DB, if you have indexes or database index, is going to help find rows without checking every row. So that means what? It's going to do what? It's going to speed up your query reading process. For example, let's say your query reading process is select, right? So it's going to speed it up, this process, this particular process, right? So I'll do this particular process. So now what I will do, right? Maybe let's do one thing. So first I will just see my data. So I'm just going to do select. Let's take the ID. I'll do a title. Let's do a status. I'm going to do a views, and also we have the user ID, correct? And I'm just going to do this one from posts. So this is my post table data, correct? So now I have one requirement that I need to filter the post by status. So something like this, right? So you have /posts, and then you are going to do status equal to published, correct? So this is one filter. So here how you can do that? So what we'll do select, give me ID, give me my title, give me my status, and here I'm just going to do from posts table, and then I'm simply going to do where the status is equal to published, correct? So status will be published. So this will be my query, simple. So now the problem will occur when this post table will become very large. So it always needs to do what? Postgres needs to find each and every rows to find this particular criteria here, that okay, give me these many posts. Maybe there are 500 posts where it is the status is published. Now this is where what we can do, right? We can create an index. So let's see how we are going to do that. So first I'm going to do create. So to create an index, you have to do index. Again, first you have to check that if not exist, okay, and let's give this one as idx underscore posts. And now see, because we need to write index for these status columns, I'm just giving this one as underscore status, okay. And what you have to do, you have to give on post, and you have to tell that okay, in which column you want to do. So we want to do on the status column. So now this is actually very important, okay. And you will see that if you are working in a company or let's say any open source, you will see that they try to use this particular structure, and this is the naming style. Now what this idx means, this is the index, this is the table name, and this is the column name. Very important, okay. So these will be very important. So here, so this idx is simply telling this is the ID, or maybe this is the index. Posts simply telling this is the table name, and status will be your what? Column name, okay. So now what we are going to do, right? So let's say we want to now filter and sort together. So now I wanted to write a query that is going to, maybe let's do something like this. It's going to find the published post. Also at the same time, it's going to show you the most viewed post first. Okay, so something like this. Now here I want to do very important, okay. See what you are doing. So I'm just going to do here title, give me title, give me my status, and give me the views. From which table? So from posts table. Now I'm just going to do where. So we already using status is equal to published, and I'm just going to do order by, and I'll do on views and descending order. Now here this query, although it may look very simple, it's easy to understand, but it has two important parts, okay. And this part we haven't discussed before. this where status equal to published, right? This is going to do what? It's going to filter by status, and order by views descending, it's going to do what? It's going to sort by views from highest to lowest. Okay, now here what we can do right now, let's say I'm just talking about various way of writing indexes only for now. So this is one way. Now here this is a composite thing we are doing. So we are doing two things. You're getting what I'm talking about. So that means we are using what? We are doing two things together. So that means this is a concept of a composite index. So we are first filtering, and also we are doing a order by. So this will be a composite index. So how you can create the index? So you can create the index like this. So you're going to do create index if not exists. Now I'm just going to do idx for index, post will be my table, status is one of the column that I'm doing, and then also I have a views column. And then what you have to do, you have to do on posts, because that is the table name. And now you have to give what? You have to give status, and you have to give views in descending order. So this is one of your index. You're getting what I'm talking about. So this is how you can write a composite index. Okay, so now maybe let's do one thing. I'll give you some little intermediate level of concept, or how you can write indexes on foreign key columns. Now we already have discussed the concept of foreign key, right? For example, let's say if I go here, your post.user_id is referencing the user.id, this one, right? So means every post is belong to a valid user, correct? Now this is the concept of foreign keys. So something like this, let's say you have one get request users, and then I'm just going to do id and then give me posts. So that means your backend needs to find all posts written by one particular user. You're getting all these things what I'm talking about, very important thing. So that means this is a very valid scenario, right? Let's say you are creating one particular user profile where you need to render all the post that is written by that particular user. So that means how you can do that. So you have to do like this, right? So you're going to do select and give me title, give me status, give me views. Now what I have to do first from posts, because this is the table, and then what I'm going to do here, I'm just going to do where user id is equal to, so I'm going to write an inner query here. User id is going to what? Select id from where? From users table. And then I'm simply going to do, okay, give me where name is equal to Anonna. Now this Anonna name can be dynamic value, because you're not going to write a hard-coded value, but this Anonna name will be this ID that you're getting, correct? So this will be, let's say this can be also Rahul. I'm just giving one example. Now here how you can write a index for this. Here if you notice, the post.user_id actually using to find post for a particular user. So that is the reason this will be a good column to write an index. So that means if I want to write an index for this, so I'm just going to do create index if not exist, and here I'm do again same format. I'll do idx, post is the table name, and I'm just going to do user_id, because this is what we're doing, and this will be on post table. And what will be your property? Your property will be on user ID, because this is a foreign key relations, right? So this is how you can create. So I think we have covered most of the things, and this now here we don't have anything that much to run, but this is how you can write indexes. The point is you can't write indexes blindly. You have to see the requirement that where you're going to write, but the format has to be very important, and it is also very easier to understand also that why you are writing all this. Okay. So with this, I think we have almost covered all the things. Let me just think that what else we can cover, that we are going to cover in the next part, and with that we'll end this particular video. So let's move on to the next one. Alright, so let's end this particular video with transactions, although I thought that I'm not going to cover, but let me give you some of the very little glimpse what actually it is, because it's very important concept. And then if I'm creating any next part anytime soon, then I'll be also covering this one later. So these will be transactions. Okay, so what actually transaction does is, so it lets you multiple, or it give you the opportunity to run multiple, so do multiple SQL statements run as one save unit. Okay, so simply we are telling that whatever we are running, either all thing or everything is going to succeed or everything will be cancelled. So now okay, this will be very helpful. Now this is very helpful. Let's say we're creating an e-commerce website where user is placing an order. At the same time, when you're placing an order, right, so what are the things you're going to do? So you place an order. At the same time, if the order is successful, you need to reduce the stock count of that particular product, right? So reduce the stock of that product. So this is also comes under transaction. At the same time, you need to do creating payment records, transferring money, right? Also you need to do what? You need to also do creating user records with related profile data, right? So that means what actually we are doing here, if I ask you to sum up in one single sentence. So this is simply we are using a transaction where multiple database changes must succeed together. So we have to do all these things. Okay, so now let's see how we are going to do this in our example. So now first of all, what we need to do, right, how we are going to start a transaction. So that is the first thing you have to understand. So first, whenever you are going to start a transaction, you have to do begin. So begin is going to start a transaction. Now what will happen, right, once you write begin, Postgres is not going to save the changes permanently until unless we are going to do something called commit. So that we are going to discuss later. Now let's say we start a transaction. Now in the first step, what we wanted to do, right, we wanted to update our draft post. So we have a draft post, right? You search here, we have a draft post, correct? So which one is that? This is the draft one, correct? So this is a draft post. So here we have what indexes for beginner. This is the title. Maybe let's do one thing, let's change the status from draft to published. So this will be my first change. So I'm just going to do update. So update my post table, set the status to published, where title is equal to what? This one, title is indexes for beginner, correct? And then I'm also going to give a and, because see, there can be two title also with the same, so you always have to give status is draft. So these small things you have to understand. So this is the first thing that we are doing. What we are doing right now in the step 2, this is not, the transaction is not yet completed. I wanted to increase the views for the same post. Okay, so let's say how many views I have, 40. So now I wanted to increase the views of this post. So again I'm just going to do update posts, set views equal to views plus 50, where title is equal to indexes for beginners. Okay, so this is the third one. And then what I'll do, right, maybe let's do, I wanted to check the result that if this is done or not. So I'm just going to do, give me the title, give me the status, give me the views from posts table, where title is equal to indexes for beginners. Okay, and then at the end what you have to do, as I already mentioned, very important, you have to do commit. So what commit is going to do? Commit is going to permanently save all these changes inside the transaction, because this is whatever we are doing, this is a transaction. Okay, now there is a concept called rollback also, right? Rollback is going to cancel all the changes, but for now if you are understanding these things, it is more than enough. Okay, so now let's run this first and see what is happening here. Run. Again I'm doing some mistake, man. Update post, we're doing update post, something we are doing wrong. Let me just check. There might be some places I haven't given. Okay, this is where I have to give this. Okay, so let's run again, and you can see that we do begin, update 1. This is the result, this is now published, the views are also changed, and this is commit. Okay, why you're seeing for 140? Because the previous time also we have already updated one time, that's the reason. But you can see that from begin to commit, this transaction is now completed. So overall you have to understand the concept that what you're doing when we are doing multiple DB queries at the same time, transactions are extremely helpful. So I think that's all for this particular video. I think we have covered almost most of the things. This is more than enough, believe me or not. If you can understand all these things and do right, you will be in a very good position. So if you like this video, give a like, and I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace. Alright everyone, so now this is the time that we are going to build our actual project. So this will be a complete practical section, and in this project we are going to apply all the concepts that we have learned so far, right? And I'm pretty much sure that you've already covered the previous Postgres section. I already mentioned multiple times that that is actually mandatory and prerequisite, and it's going to give you a proper idea that how you can write SQL queries, right? How what are the concept of Postgres and all these things. So what are the things we are going to understand in this particular project, and why this project is very important, even though I'm pretty much sure some of you already know CRUD, JWT Auth, Google OAuth, all those things. But still this project, whatever you are going to build, will be a complete game changer for all of you. Why? Because what are the things that we are going to learn? First of all, you have to understand that this project is going to give you a complete idea on how you can create a proper Node.js project, how you can work with the Node Express Postgres with Docker, what is or what usually a proper Node.js project folder structure looks like, what will be the proper and best practices, how you can do proper error handling, form validation, each and everything we are going to cover. Why I've taken this particular project little basic to intermediate level, because this is going to help you. Even though you know a lot of things in Node, still I can guarantee this is going to give you a complete different idea that how you can create a proper full Node.js project. So first what we will do, right, so you can see that I have a package.json, and now this is, I think we have done multiple times, so that is the reason I've already created a package.json with 3 dev dependencies. We have the node types, TSX and TypeScript. That's it. And in the tsconfig I've created a tsconfig.json file. Now here you will see that one thing that we are using source folder. So source will be where we are going to write all our source code, and also we are going to have our main env file where we are going to add all our env variables. Okay, but first let's understand that what actually we are going to build in this particular project. Okay, so now consider like this. So what we will do, right, so let's say this is our main capstone project, or whatever project you are building. You are working in a freelance project, or maybe let's say you are working in a company. At the end you have to understand one thing is very important, that everything whatever you are going to build is nothing but a CRUD. Now this is I usually mention in all my videos. What I mean by this, CRUD is nothing but when you are going to create something, when you are going to read something, when you are going to update something, and when you are going to delete something. So how this particular project looks like. So here we are going to have main two roles. Okay, one will be normal user and one will be our super admin or admin. And in this project we are going to have only one admin. Why? When you'll work with one admin and you'll create a project, right, you will see that no matter how complicated the project is, even though let's say some project you're building, you're going to have a separate role. Let's say you're going to have a user, you're going to have an admin, you're going to have a support role. Still it will be much easier for you to do all of this. So you have to make your basics very strong. So that is the reason, again, in my previous Node.js project also, although that was little basic, like we have used MongoDB and all, and also that project we haven't used TypeScript and Postgres, but still in that video also that I uploaded maybe 2 years back, I also taken the same role, user and admin. I'll see that that video also got pretty good response. Why? Because we'll try to make things simpler, and then we'll try to implement this one without using any AI tools. Okay, so that is another good practice. If you try to complete this particular project without making use of any AI tools, it will be much better. So you're going to have a normal user and admin. User is going to do what? User is going to create support task. Okay, so I'm just going to take as short as ST, support task. So user will be able to create support task. User will be able to see all the support task that is created by this user only. Means let's say if I have a user A and user B, and user A created two support tasks, user B created 5 support tasks, user A will be able to see only task created by him. User B will be able to see the support task created by user B. But what about the admin? So what admin will be able to see? Admin will be able to see both user A and user B tasks. So admin will be able to see 7 tasks. So admin has the capacity to view all the tasks. So that will be one feature. Then so user will be able to create task, user will be able to see task, user will be able to update their task. What I mean by this, user A only will be update his task, user B only will be able to update his task. Same for delete also. Okay, so this what will happen, right? When you create this particular part, this is going to give a proper clear understanding of how this creation means CRUD usually works. Okay, but this is not that much simple. Why? Because before this we will have an authentication layer. So something like this, let's say you have your user, you have your admin, and here you are doing some activity, but in middle you are going to have authentications. Authentication means until unless this user is logged in, they will not be able to create anything, right? So how we are going to do the authentication? So here what I've decided, right, this is, I'm going to make little complex. So here we are going to have both email and password login. Okay, and at the same time we are also going to have a Google login. Okay, so both together. So if you want, user will be able to log in using or register using email and password. At the same time, if they want, they will be able to log in using Google. But if this particular user is already logged in, okay, using that particular email, and they try to log in with the same Google email, so in that case they will not be able to log in. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. So this will be our authentication. So this is going to give you a proper understanding of how JWT works, how we are going to implement middleware, right? Middleware means, let's say user A try to see user B task. It will not happen, right? So in that case we have to have some protection. So we're going to have some kind of middleware, so that middleware is going to check whether that particular user has that permission or not. If that user don't have the permission, so it will not give that user to do that particular task. So for example, let's say admin will be able to see all his tasks. So in that case we have to see whether that particular user is actually admin user or not. If that user is admin user, so in that case only we are going to give that user permission, or else we'll simply say that okay, you are not admin, you will not be able to do this particular task. Okay, so these things we are going to build. Third, what you are going to do right, for admin will be able to do a file upload feature. So we are going to have a file upload feature. Okay, this file upload feature, what we are going to do, admin will be able to upload some banners. Okay, so we are going to have some banners feature. We are going to use Multer, and we are going to use Cloudinary both along with our PostgreSDB. Okay, so admin will be able to upload assets. Okay, that assets we are going to store in our Cloudinary, as well as that asset URL, means the image URL, we are going to store in our PostgreSDB. Okay, so this is what we are going to do, and then at the end we are going to have our background job feature. But remember, before we are going to do background job functionality, we need to also have a Redis section. So that video also I have in my channel. I'm pretty much sure, I think most of you haven't watched that video because that video didn't get proper response. What I'm going to do, again, this will be a mandatory section, so this video also I'm going to add, and then we are going to do the background job feature. So this will be a big one, okay, because there are a lot of things you are going to understand in this particular project. It's going to give you an overall idea how you can create a proper Node.js project. So with this, now let's get started. The first thing what we are going to do, right, so first we need to install some of the packages. Okay, so first what we are going to install, so first let's do one thing. If I go to package.json, right, you will see that we have TypeScript, TSX, and types/node, correct? And now what are you going to do, right, in the source we are going to have a entry file. Now as I already mentioned, what actually entry file is, this entry file or this server.ts simply will be our first entry file, where it will simply check that okay, whatever code we have written, each and everything should be combined, and we are going to add all those logic in this server.ts file. So what I mean by this, let's say in this particular project we are going to have 10 API endpoints. So now when we are going to build this particular project, right, so this, when this code will run, right, so code needs to understand, right, what is our first file that I need to see. So in this server.ts file, this will be an entry file. So whenever code we are going to run, it will check this file, then it will say, oh, now all these 10 routes we have added here. So then it can go to that each and every file, and it can see that whatever logic we have written, and based on that it's going to do that. So what I simply mean by this, that this is an entry file which is mandatory. This is where we are going to run our main code, or this is where we are going to run our Express server. Okay, but before that, let's not go into too much too much concept, but let's see what actually Express is. So I'll do what is Express.js, okay, because anyways we are going to understand all of this practically. So Express is nothing but it's a framework. Whatever you have learned so far, you see that in the beginning section you have understand all the code Node.js concept and also the very important HTTP section, right? So what Express is going to give you, right? So this is a simple way, this is going to give you some of the features. If you don't use Express, those things you have to manually write and you have to implement. Again, without Express also you'll be able to do this, but this is actually going to give you some of your see, if you notice, right, it's a lightweight wrapper on top of Node.js built networking features. As simple as that. Means it is using Node.js in the background, it's using Node.js features only, but this is going to help you, or it's going to give you some of the out of the box features that is going to simplify the code that's needed to build web server, web application and RESTful APIs. As simple as that. So in definition wise, Express will be a minimal open source framework that built on top of Node.js networking or Node.js built-in features, and that is going to give you some out of the box features that you need to build web servers, web application and RESTful APIs. Means it's going to give you some extra advantage that if you don't use it, you have to write manually all those things. But again, if you don't use this one, still you will be able to implement those things also. So this is what Express is. So first what we are going to do, right? So first we'll do npm install Express. Okay, so I'm going to install Express first. So that will be our first. So I'll do npm install Express. So let's install this. If you go to package.json, you can see that we have added the Express, and also let's install the types also. So I'll do npm install -d, and here I'm simply going to do @types/express. Okay, so types also we need because we are using TypeScript. So this is the first thing. Second, what actually .env is. I think in the core module we have already discussed about the env variables, right? So .env is, again, it's a package, right? I think we have already discussed this one. So it's a package that will help us to read out env variables, because when we are going to have all these variables that we need for this particular project, we can't directly hard code all those things in our code. So that is the reason we need to keep all of this in a separate env file. Second, when we are going to use some sensitive information, let's say you're using some password, or you are using some Google credentials, secrets, so that you just can't expose in your code. Consider this particular project is a public source project, means you are going to push this one to your GitHub, anyone can see. Now let's say you added your Google secret directly in your code, anyone can copy and can misuse, right? So that is the reason we need a separate file where we are going to add all of this. So this is where we need .env file. Okay, so now here we are going to do npm install .env. That's it. And then also we need something called chords. Okay, so these we are going to discuss later. For now I think this is fine. So first we have installed Express types, node types, tsx, that is going to help us to run our TypeScript project. And then we have TypeScript, .env and Express. These two we have installed as a dependency, and these all are dev dependency. We have already know the difference between dependencies and the dev dependencies. Okay, so now first of all what we're going to do, right? So first we need to go to our source. So let's create our basic folder structure. Now this folder structure, whatever we are going to create, will be extremely important. Why this is extremely important? Because you need to know that why we are creating each and every folder, and what is the reason or what is the responsibility behind creating each and every folder. So first we are going to create a config folder. So this config is going to hold all our config related information. Then I'm going to create a lib folder. So lib folder is going to handle all our utils related. So let's say we are creating some helpers. Okay, config folder is going to do what? Configuration related things. Okay, for example, let's say we are going to manage our env here. Then we are going to have our middleware. Now middleware's concept can be little tricky. We are going to understand what actually middlewares are, but for now let's create one middleware folder. And then we are going to create a routes folder. This is where we are going to create all our routes. So for now these four are fine, but before we go forward, right, let's understand what middleware is, because you don't have to know coding for this. Let's try to simplify this one. Consider like this, that you have your user here, okay, and then you are doing some task, but these tasks you have to do it only if this user is a logged in user. Logged in user means until the user is actually logged in, we don't know that actually this user is a user or this user is a scammer. You don't know, right? So that means you need something to understand this one. So this is where we have something called, there is a barrier, right? So it's like a middleware. So this middleware is going to check that if this user has certain permission or not. If this user don't have permission, so first of all it's going to check it has a permission. If it has permission, it's going to give you, so it's going to give you, okay, you can go and do this. If it don't have permission, it's going to block the request here. So this is the task of a middleware. Middleware is like a middle person. It's going to do something. Now it's don't have to about always this user and permissions. It can be anything, right? But the important part is that in the Node middleware, you have to understand that we have something called next concept. Now you need to know what actually this next is, until unless we are going to implement in the code. But you need to understand in a very simple way, middleware is like a middle person that's going to do some task, or it's going to check something, and based on that it's going to move on to the next task. So in this case the next task is this one, or else it's going to move on to the next route handler. So either it will move on to the next task or it will move to the next route handler, and these you'll understand once you'll implement the code, right? So for now, first let's do one thing. Let's go here, and then first let's go to env. Okay, and in the env what I'm going to do, so first I'm going to take that, okay, this is my env file where we're going to have all our variables. So first of all we need to understand where we want to run this particular code. So now let's say I wanted to run this on port, and I'm just going to I'll give some random okay, because I already have maybe some other port that are already occupied. So I'm just going to give this one as 5010. Now this is the port I wanted to run this particular project, as simple as that. You can use any port you want. For example, you can use 3000, you can use 3001, you can use 4000, okay, or maybe let's use 4000 here. So I'm going to use port 4000 for this, okay. And then I'm just going to use here node env, and in this case we are using development because we are doing development now. So we are going to have two env now, okay. So now what we are going to do, right, we will go to our config, and this is where we are going to create our base structure first. So we'll create env.ts, and here what we are going to do, right, so first of all we need to load all our env variables, right, because until unless we are going to load the env variables, we'll not be able to read it. So this is where we need the .env package. So I'm just going to do .env from .env, and then how we are going to load it, okay, I'll minimize this one. So to load this one, we are going to use something called .env.config. Now this config is going to do it, it's going to load your env file containing into process.default. You have discussed, remember, process.default, process.not-default, process.env by default, okay. If .env key is present, it simply attempts to load encrypted, okay, fine. First you understand this one. Load.env file contents whatever you have inside this, it's going to load into process.env by default, okay. Now this is very important because you are going to use this one a lot. And then I'm just going to use export const, and I'll do env. And now here I'm just going to add all this whatever I have. So first I have a port, correct? So the port will be, so I'm going to take a number, and here I'm just going to take process.env dot, so a port here. So I'll do port, and always give this value here, okay, default. That's it. Then I'm simply going to check that if this is the production environment or not. So I'll do is production. Here I'm just going to do process.env dot, so we have the node env, or else I'm just going to keep this one as development by default. So when this will be is production, when this node env will be equal to production, that time it will be production. If this is not, that means we are doing a development, okay. So that's it, I think these two. And also let's do node env also. So here also I'm just going to do process.env.node-env, and or else this will be development, and then I'm just going to keep this one as const. That's it. So this will be my env.ts file. You will understand one concept. Remember, I already mentioned the idea of this project is to give you the proper understanding of how you can create Node.js project, right? Now let's say you added two more env. You'll come here and you'll add two more env in this file. Now what will happen, right, when you're going to do env dot, you're going to get this env.port, env.env, sorry, node env is production, and you can directly use this one like this, okay. So this is the idea of this particular file. So this is first one. Now what we're going to do, right, so first when we need Express, so Express is going to help us to create our web server. So that means we need to run our server, correct? So that means first what we're going to do, right, so let's go to this app.ts file. I'm going to create an entry file. So this will be my entry file for Express. So means all Express related logic I'm going to add here, and this express related or this app.ts I'm going to add in this server.ts. So this is our main root file, okay, and this will be entry file for express. So first of all, what we need to do here, so first I'm going to do export function, and I just do create app or create application, whatever you're going to do. And then first of all I need to create my express application, right? Because how we are going to use express features until unless you're going to create the express instance, correct? So in this case we need to first import express from express, and then we are going to simply do express. That's it. So what this is going to do, create an express application. The express function is a top level function exported by the express module. So this is the root, and now if you do app dot, and this is where you're going to get all of this, each and every feature you're getting. So this is where this app is now holding each and every feature provided by express. So now we are keeping this one in a variable, and now what we are going to do, right, we are simply going to do app.use, and I'm simply going to do express.json. okay, this is actually middleware. Again, middleware we are going to understand once we'll create little more logic, or once we'll go little further, because you need to understand that how this middleware work, and it will be much easier to explain this one practically. For now you understand this is actually a middleware that parses JSON, and it's only look at the request where the content type header matches the type option. You'll understand what we are doing in this particular case. I'm going to explain. And then I'm going to simply do, now let's say here what I can do, right, in this particular file. Now what I mentioned, that when you are going to have your root file, when this code will compile, this particular file will be read at first. So it's going to check each and everything. Now let's say you are using this create app method here, so then it will go to this particular file, and this is where you have to add all your routes, all your middleware and everything. What I need to do, right, first of all I need to have some feature in this particular project, so that whenever there is any error happens, or let's say something crashes, these particular applications should automatically pick that error and it will notify the user, okay, there is a problem, you try after something. So that means we need to have a global error handler. You're getting global error handler we need to have. Okay, what this error handler is going to do, this error handler is simply going to give you one information, okay, something happened, there is an internal server error, there is a network error, whatever, not network but internal server error happened. So that middleware we need to create. Every time that something breaks, so that middleware will get executed and then that user will be notified. Okay, but for this, before that also we are going to use one more package that is called Pino. Okay, so let's see what actually Pino is. So what is Pino? So it's a logger. Okay, you can see that it's a highly popular open source logging utility. Means here whenever we want to notify the user, okay, let's say, or maybe let's say, consider from a developer point of view, when you're developing, let's say you're running the code, you want to check your logger. This is going to generate the logs in a structured JSON format. Okay, now this is also very fast. You see that this is also very fast. We are going to use this Pino package. Okay, so here we will use this Pino, and then I'm just going to show you. I think it's called Pino Pretty. Okay, so let's see this one, Pino Pretty, these two. Okay, so we can directly, so this is actually how we are going to do this. So you can see that we have a logger, we have to set a label, and then you can use some transport here. Okay, so colorize means it's going to enable your color tags. This is the transfer, so human readable timestamp, so it's going to create human readable timestamp, and also it's going to ignore if you want to ignore something, but for now these two I think more than enough. And also I think we also need to take the target also. I think target is also I think optional. So what we will do, right, label we need to take, and transport we are going to check if this is production, we are going to do this. No, sorry, if this is not production, we are going to do this, or else we are going to do undefined. In production, fall back to raw alter first JSON string. Okay, so this is what we are going to build. Now remember one thing I wanted to mention. See, whenever I'll create these videos, right, so you can see that I'm doing this on real time, means I don't have all of this created, so I'm just checking and writing. What I mean by this, whenever I'm going to do, let's say there is some mistake or some slowness in the explanation, it's your responsibility. You have to do your own research and you have to learn. You're getting what I'm talking about. For example, let's say there are something I'm not explaining, You have to go, or in this case you can make use of some AI tools also. That will be much easier. So in this case what you're going to do, right, so first let's do npm install. So I'll go here and I'll do npm install pino, and then we have pino pretty. That's it. Now where you are going to add this pino file, this you are going to add in your lib file. Okay, so this will be a logger.ts. so first what I'm going to do, I'll do import pino from pino, and then also I'm just going to, okay, I think let's do export const logger, and here I'm simply going to take pino. So first I'm going to take the label. So label will be where, okay, also one very important point, let's do one thing. Let's go to env, see what we are doing, each and everything you have to understand. So instead of adding directly hard coding there, I'm just going to do log label here, and I'm just going to keep by default info. Okay, so log label will be info. So now if I'm adding a new one, so I need to go to env, and then I'm just going to add a log label, and this will be process.env dot, so log label, or else this will be info. Okay, so now we'll go here, and then I'm just going to use env that I need to import, and I can use this log label here. You're getting? So this is how you're going to do this. So once this is done, now we are going to also add a transport. So here I'm going to add a transport. So I'm going to check if this env.is production. So in that case I'm going to keep undefined, and for dev I'm just going to keep a target, and here we are simply going to take, let's take this one target as pino pretty. Also you're going to take options, and here I'm just going to take colorize. Let me just copy from here. Colorize will be true, and also you need this one, translate time, we're going to keep, so that we'll get human readable timestamp. I think this is done. Why are you getting error? Oh, we have to do this. Okay, so I think this is done. So we are taking a label which will be log label. By default it will be info, because that is what we have added here. Transport, target, we are targeting pino pretty, options colorize true, and translate time SY standard. Okay, so this is what I need. So now what we can do, right, we can use this. So maybe let's do one thing, we need to use this one in all the places. First let's go to middleware, and then I'm going to create a global error handler. Okay, so I'm just going to do error handler.ts file. Now this I already mentioned it, this is going to give you a general idea. Whenever there is something goes wrong, we are going to trigger this middleware, and this we are going to use in our app.ts file. So here I'm simply going to do export function, and I'll do error handler. So first of all here I'm going to take error, this will be error, then I'm going to take a request, and this will be, okay, this particular request is the request object from Express. Okay, so this will be, now you consider this one as, you remember in the HTTP module we have discussed about the request and response. You consider this one similar to this. Okay, I think now this will be easier to understand, and this is the reason in the HTTP module we have explained all of this in details, that if you don't use any third-party framework, how this will look. So this is consider this one as that only. So this is your request object, this is your response object. So here I'm going to take this one as request, then I'm going to take a response because I need to return the response. And now you have this next function here. Okay, now this next function is extremely important concept. This we are going to understand little later. So for now let's take this one as next function from your Express. Okay, let me explain what this next function is. So what happened, right, when you are doing, let's say you have a middleware, okay, and you are doing, one user is doing a task, and this task is here. So this is task 1. Now you have, or maybe let's take this one task 1, let's take this one task 2. So this is task 2, this is task 1, and then in middle you have a middleware. What this middleware is going to do, let's say user already completed the task 1, so this task is completed. Before it will go to T2, which is task 2, you have a middleware in between. So this middleware is going to check something. I already mentioned it, it's going to do something. If this condition satisfies, means this condition whatever you've given, if this satisfies, it's going to move to next one, right? But how it's going to move, This is where this next is actually important. So when you're going to use middleware, we are going to call this next function. So next means now we are simply telling middleware, oh, your task is completed, now you have to go to next task. So that is the reason once we'll move to once we'll call the next, it will go to task 2. What will happen if you don't use this next function? Consider user completed task 1. Task 1 now call middleware. Middleware already check. Condition satisfies. Now it should go to task 2, but you haven't called the next function. What will happen? It will be stuck here forever. It will never go to the next part. You're getting? So this is where this next function is very important. So whenever you're going to do some functionality or using middleware, you need to call the next function only if that needed. Only if that functionality is needed. Okay. So now this is our next function. What are you going to do, right? Okay, let's take this one. We are going to return void. We're not doing anything here, and then I'm simply going to take my logger from the logger that I've created, and here this logger is going to give you some label. For example, you can use logger.error, logger.fatal, logger.info. Now because we're creating an error handler, so what will happen? We need to do logger.error, correct? And this is where you're going to pass the error, this error, okay, whatever error will happen. And then I'm just going to give a general message that unhandled error. Okay, now what we have to do, right? We need to return a response back to user, correct? See, whenever you're going to create an application, you're going to have your backend, you're going to have your UI, correct? So when your backend will do some task, it's going to return the response back. This is where this response object is helpful. So now this is where what you can do, right? You can do res.status. Now all these things now you're seeing, this is actually provided, some of the things provided by Express out of the box. So this is why we need some framework to make our life much easier. You can do the exact same thing using Node HTTP package also. I think we have already discussed this one previously. So here I'm going to return a 500, and now I'm going to return a JSON response back. Okay, this JSON response is going to return a success. This will be false because something goes wrong, and then I'm also going to return a message, and this will tell that okay, there is an internal server error. Okay, so this will be our global error handler. But how we are going to use this? So to use this one, we have to tell Express that okay, you are going to use this error handler. So to do this one, we are going to do app dot, and you have something called use, which is very important, right? So this use is going to use something. So what you're simply telling that okay, whenever something goes wrong, you're going to use this error handler. So it will automatically check that, and it's going to give you the error. It's going to throw error. So this is the first thing. Now next we need to create one more middleware. What actually that middleware? And that is not found. Consider you are creating some APIs, right? User is hitting this login endpoint, correct? Now let's say user, it's possible, right? User can give some random value. For example, let's see if I go here and I give some random value here, whatever we can do here, it will not work. Okay, here they have added the logic that whatever you'll put, it will always go to here, but normally in your application, let's say this route is not even present. So what we have to do, right, you have to tell user okay, this is not found, this route that you are trying to access is not found. You're getting? So this is a generic message that you should always implement before even starting your logic. So that is the reason we need one more middleware, and this will be not found.ts. And this is very simple. Okay, so I'll do export function and I'll do not found, and this is where we also need the request and response. So we're going to get request and response. So I'll do not found, so I'll have the request, and this will be my request. I'm going to have the response, this will be my response. It's going to return void, and what I'll do, right, I'll simply do res.status 404.json, and here also I'm simply going to do success will be false, and message will be route not found. So save this, and now we'll go here again, we'll do app.use not found. That's it. So it's going to use these two middleware. Okay, now this is, see, whatever you're doing at extremely mode, these are the base concept that you need to do. Now let's do one thing. Let's go here and understand what actually this is. So I'll do express.url encoded. Okay, so you can see that express.url encoded is a built-in middleware. Again, this is also another middleware that parses incoming request with URL encoded payloads. Okay, now how we are going to understand this one? These we will understand once we'll implement our CRUD. Remember, I already mentioned the concept of CRUD, create react, because that time when you are going to pass some form data from your UI side, so in that case the browser encoded the data into long query string format, the middle intercept blah blah, and then it's accessible in your request.body. Now for now this will be a little tricky to understand, but we need to use this one in our main entry file. So for now what we are going to do, right, we are simply going to use this. So we'll do app.use express.url encoded, and then we are going to pass extended will be true. So this is going to middleware that is going to parse your incoming HTML form submission. So whenever you are going to have some kind of form, you are going to pass some form data, this is where you need this particular middleware. Okay, so now we'll go here, and after this I'm simply going to do app.use and I'll do express.url encoded, and you're going to pass a extended will be true. I hope this is clear. So with this part is completed. So in the next session what we are going to understand, we'll understand what actually course is, and then we'll create our first route. We are going to create our entry file. This is not yet created. We are going to run our express server and we'll test in Postman that if this is working or not. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so what actually course is, right? So course is nothing but cross-origin resource sharing. Now you understand this one with practical way. So consider you have a front-end URL, you have a back-end URL, correct? Now what usually happen, right? So first of all, let's understand how you can do this. So we're going to install this course package, and then we're simply tell our express. So app.use means what? App is your express app. So you're going to tell express, okay, you are going to use course. That means you're going to allow all cross-origin requests. But what will happen? Let's say you have a certain front-end URL, and here in this case you can see this is actually very dangerous, right? So you should restrict access to your specific front-end domain only. So that means you have a front-end domain and you want that particular domain only can call your backend URL, or that particular domain only can call your backend endpoint or backend APIs. So in that case what you have to do, right, you have to explicitly set, okay, whenever you're going to set this course in your backend code, something like this, that in my course option I have a origin, this is my front end URL, this is the method that I want, or this is the allowed HTTP action, and then you can use some other options also here. Okay, maybe let's see, if you're using cookies, you can from your you have to pass credentials equal to true, all these things. But first you have to understand that this is how you can use a filtered course options. Means now this particular origin only can do a request to your backend APIs. But in our case what we're going to do, right, so for now let's do one thing. I think we haven't installed the course package. I think let's do this. So I'll do npm install course clear, and then npm install -d. We also need the course types. That's it. And then first of all what we're going to do, right, so let's go to our app.ts, and I'm going to import here. So I'll do import course from course, and then we'll directly use it here. So for now I'll just do app.use, and then I'll do course. If I get time, so I'm just going to give you some advanced level of or maybe let's do this one. Let's keep this one for your Node.js part 2, because anyways we are going to create our microservices and all. But here you can directly use all of this, right? So you can pass an option, and then let's say you can give this. Let's say we're going to pass an origin. You can add all of this, all these allowed headers. So many options are there. So for now I think this is fine. So this is going to handle your course. Now what you're going to do, right? So let's go to routes. And then I'm just going to do health.routes.ts. okay, so this will be our first route that we wanted to create. So first of all you have to understand now how you can create a express route. So here we have something called router, so that you are going to import. So we are going to import this one from express, and this will be my router. So now whenever I'm going to create a router, I need to use this router, just like in my app.ts. When I'm creating an express application, I need to use this, correct? So that's why first of all I'm just going to do export const, and I'll do health route or router, and then again I need to use this. So that means now this health router is going to give me all the information that I need. For example, all this method, each and every property you can use. So what you're doing, that you're taking all the functionality or feature that this particular thing will give, and you're assigning this one to a variable. Now what I can do, right, I can do a health router, and let's say I wanted to create a get request. Okay, so I can do like this, get. If I wanted to create a post request, I can do post. If I wanted to create a put, I can do put. If I wanted to delete you have options, so many things. So here I'm just going to do a get. This, first of all, you have to give the path. So this will be your API path. Okay, this will be your API path. Now this is important concept. So whenever, let's say, you have a front-end URL that is running on localhost 3000, correct? Now from your front end, when you're going to call this API endpoint, how you're going to call, where your backend is running. Your backend is running on localhost 4000. So now this will become localhost 4000 / health. Now let's say what I wanted to do, right? I don't want to do like this. For all my API endpoints, I wanted to add a prefix API. So in that case, what you can do, so you have to do /API /health /API /users /API /product, something like this. Okay, so now here what I'll do, right? So for now I'm going to take a health, and now here what I have to do, right? You have to create the handler. Okay, so here I'm going to have my request object, I'm going to have my response object, and then what I need to do, I need to return a response back to the user. You think always like this, you have to return back something to the user, because at the end your user is going to see something on UI, correct? So you're going to do res.status. This will be what, 200, because this is a success, and this will be JSON, and here you're going to pass a success will be true, and then I'm going to pass a message, and I'll do health route is working. So this will be the first route that I have created. Okay, now what will be best approach here? You can directly use this in app.ts, but I will not suggest. What you should do, right, you should always create an entry file here. So this will be your root route file. Okay, so this is where you are going to combine all your routes of application, means every route. Let's say you're having a 1000 route also, you're going to add it here. Okay, so now again we need to create our routers. I'll do import something from Express. So I'm just going to take router, and now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm just going to do export const, I'll do API router, and this will be router. So now what I need to do, right, I need to tell that, okay, this API router now needs to use this health router. Okay, how we are going to do this? So it's simply going to do, okay, API router, you have to use this health router. That's it. So now what you have done, you have actually plugged this health router in this component. So you're plugging all routes in one place. Okay, so later let's say I created a user router. So you can do API router dot use, and you'll do user router. So you can have user router. I'm just showing, okay, these things are very important. Let's say you're creating a post router, you're creating a admin router, you're creating, let's say, a dashboard router, whatever. So you're going to combine all of these here in this component, something like this. So I think this is done. Save this. So now what you have to do, right, you have to use this in this app.ts. Now this is one of the most important concept that we are going to understand. So now what I have to do, right, see, this is why we created this, so we don't have to use all this individual route in this component. What I can do, right, you can simply tell, okay, app.use, and this will be our base API endpoint. Now this is very, very important. App.use, this starts with API. So that means when we are going to call this one from our front end, it will understand, okay, this is the API that we are calling, and here we are going to simply pass API router. That's it. So now if you go here, what will be the final endpoint here? Final endpoint will be your backend URL, which is localhost 4000 /API, because you are actually adding a prefix here. Okay, this is a prefix API. Okay, and then you're going to have /health like this. So this will be your actual route. So health, first API will come, and then health will come here like this. So I think this is completed, and I think this is done. Now what you're going to do, and at the end you're going to return the app here, this app. That's it. So now this is completed, and then we'll go to our server.ts. This will be our entry file. This is where we are going to do what? We are going to call this create app. Call this create app means we are going to call this method, and we are going to run our server, because we haven't run the server yet. Okay, so I'm just going to do const app will be create app. This is the first thing, and then I'm simply going to do app.listen. So it will listen to a port, right? Which port? We have the port 4000. So we are going to do env dot port, and then we're going to take a callback, and here I'm simply going to do logger. We already have the logger, right? And we'll do logger.info, and now I'll do server is now running on port, and here let's do like this, on port HTTP localhost, and then here I'm just going to pass the env.port. That's it. Now you'll see that how much cleaner this particular file is, and that is the reason we mentioned that this is our entry file. So what will happen when the code will run? It will come here, it will check this, it will go here, it will check all of this, it will check, okay, this route we have, it will go here, it will check again, we have the health route, it will go to this particular file. You're getting? So simply we are plugging each and everything and we are keeping in a single file. So now we have to go to package.json, and then I'm just going to add some script here. Okay, let's remove this. What are the script we need? So let's take a dev script. So here I'm just going to take a tsx watch. I think this you already know. We have the source/server.ts file. So this is our entry file. Okay, then I'm just going to do a build. Build will be our tsc, and then also I'm just going to take a start, and start will be our node dist folder, because if you go to tsconfig we have the dist folder that where we are going to compile and we are going to keep the code. So here we will be having dist/server.js file. Save this, and now let's go here, and to run this what you have to do, we have to run the script, correct? And also here we can do like this. So we will do dist/server.js. Save this, and I'm just going to do npm run dev. That's it. Server is now running on, and this is the reason we're using coloring. So you can see that it's coming as a color. So localhost 4000, correct? Now we'll go here, copy this, and then I'll just paste it here, and I'll do /health. Let's see what is happening, and I'll send here. Route not found. Fantastic. Now from where it is coming, I'll see that each and every middleware that we have created that are getting executed. So now this health route is not present, correct? Because what you have to do, you have to do /API/health. So that is the reason you're getting route not found, but this is actually coming from here, not found. So this middleware is getting executed. You're getting? So now this will automatically check that, okay, this route is not found, I need to run this one. But if I just do localhost 4000 /API/health, send this, you're getting health route is working. Fantastic. So in this case now it will go check here, it will go and okay, there is a health route is present, so that means this is working. So this will be the base setup that we have done. So we've understood about the course and how we can create express route and then express server. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Okay, so what will be our next step? Now remember, for this particular project we are going to use Docker, and database will be definitely Postgres, right? Now what I wanted to mention, right, if you are not aware, because see, for me it's not possible to again cover Docker and Docker Compose, all of these, what I'll suggest, you just go to YouTube and just search with my name and just type DevOps, and you'll see that you are going to get multiple DevOps videos, and I also have multiple Docker videos also. So if you want, you can watch this video also, DevOps Full Course Part 2. So here I have covered the Docker in details. Same you can also, if you want to learn with GitLab CI/CD, you can watch this one, or the best will be you can watch the first one. Okay, so if you click here, and you'll see that there will be timestamp, and where you will be able to see Docker and Docker Compose. So only these part you can watch from this timestamp. Okay, why I'm saying this one, because see, when we are going to use, or whenever we are going to create any production level Node.js application, right, especially in the part 2 we are going to cover microservices, in part 3 we are going to have some more advanced topic. Docker is one of the best, absolutely best thing that you can use. Okay, there is no competition, because whenever you'll go to any product based company, service based company, doesn't matter, you'll see that almost all the company, more than I will say 80 to 90% of the projects they are using Docker. Okay, and also it's industry standard, and that is the main reason I've decided to use Docker for this particular project also. And this is very simple. What you're going to do, right, we are not going to have multiple services. For now we are going to have only one service, and if needed later we are going to add more. So we are going to have only one service, and that will be Postgres. And you can see that, maybe let's first of all let's copy this, and then I'm just going to change a couple of things. So what you're going to do, right, in this project root we are going to create our Docker Compose file. Okay, so in the project root you create Docker Compose, .yml. The reason is very simple, because in this particular section we are going to create all our SQL schemas, migration, and also we are going to create our own custom migration script. We are not going to use any third-party packages. Okay, so here just paste it, and then I'm just going to change this one from support desk Postgres to, let's do this one as Node.js capstone project. Okay, that's it. And I think we don't have to make any other changes. So what we are doing, that we are using port. So if you want, you can use a different port. Maybe let's say I'll use 5440. And then we are using Postgres image. This is our container name. This will be our Postgres user, Postgres password, and also Postgres DB. You can also change this one to something else. Maybe let's do this one as Node.js capstone. Okay, so this is the first thing that we are going to use. Okay, once we'll do that, what we are going to do, right? Also, I'm pretty much sure that you should have Docker desktop installed on your device. You can see that I already have this one. So what you have to do, you have to start this particular service, and also we need to go to our env and we need to add our DB URL also. But before this, first let's do one thing. Let's start our Docker service. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to do Docker Compose up-d. And let's see what you're getting. Alright, so you can see that this is now created, and you're going to have this capstone project. And if I go here, you can see that this is running on this particular port. So that's it. We don't have to make any other changes for now, because we are going to understand each and everything manual way. What I mean by manual way, so if I want, I thought that I'm going to use some some packages for migration and everything, but I think some of you also commented that no, we want to learn our own manual migration. So that is the reason we are going to create our own SQL migration logic. Okay, before this, what we are going to do, right, we are going to add one database URL here. So I'm just going to do database URL, and let's give this one as, so we'll have to do Postgres, because we'll do PostgreSQL, and this will be like this. So Postgres, and then you have to give Postgres, your username, your password, and then you have to give your port. So we'll do localhost, and this is running on 5440, right? So you're running on 5440. If you are using some different port, you can use that. And then we are going to give that what is that name. So you're using Node.js capstone, so you're going to use this one. Okay, that's it. So now let's save this, and also it's I think you can also do this, right? You can also use underscore here if you don't want to use this one. I think that will be better, but it's fine. So for now, I think that's all we have to do these particular. So I wanted to mention a couple of things. So the prerequisite for this particular section will be, better if you already know Docker, that's fine, then you can just continue, or else watch that video that I mentioned. Second, install Docker desktop, and then you just have to create Docker Compose file and start the container. That's it. Now what you're going to do, right? So first let's go to our okay, we are already here. So we need to understand that, okay, how many users we how many tables we need. First of all, I'm pretty much sure you've already completed the Postgres section, right, in the previous, because if you don't do this one, it will be tricky. Okay, I'll highly recommend you watch that complete section. Do not skip. That will be a game changer for you, because in the whoever completed, you will agree with me that I actually covered almost all the concepts. If you haven't covered, I'll suggest watch all the Postgres topic, and you'll see that how much easier it will be to complete this particular project. So what we're going to do, right, we are going to have one user table. Okay, second, we are going to have our support task table, where we are going to store our support related task, and then we are going to have our banners table. Banner means where we are going to do our upload, we are going to upload our images. Okay, what your this particular image user table is going to consist. User table is going to have your ID, so ID of that user. It's going to have the email of that user. It's going to have password hash. We are going to store password hash. We are also going to have our Google ID, right, because we also going to implement our Google login for this. And also we are going to have our role. Now role is very important, because for this one we are going to have user as a role, or this can be admin. Okay, so these two will be role, and then we are going to have created and updated it. So created it will be when this user is created, if we are updating that user information, when the user will be updated. So these all the things we are going to have in our user table. What our support table is going to consist, this also will have the ID. So ID will be your primary key for this particular table. Then you're going to have the title of that support. Then you're going to have a status, right? And then we are also going to have, very important, we are going to have the user ID of that particular, so means which user actually creating this particular support. So this will be what? This will be a, I think we have already covered this one. So we have primary key and foreign key. So this means this particular support task is created by this particular user. So that is the reason I mentioned, if you completed the previous Postgres section, it will be way easier to understand each and everything. Okay, so these all the things we are going to have in this support table. Next, we are going to have our banners. Banners means where we are going to store our ID. Now you might be thinking why we are doing all of these schemas at once. There is a huge reason, and this is how you actually going to implement your own project, because this is, you take this one kind of a system design, means before implementing the project you are actually checking your project scope, how many tables, what will be your relation, all these things. Okay, so that is the reason. Or else if we can also do this on step by step, but I think this will be much easier. Okay, so for banners we are also going to have the banner ID. We are going to have the image URL. Image URL will be what? So we are going to store the image to our Cloudinary, right? So that we are going to discuss later. And then Cloudinary cloud is going to give you one particular URL, and that URL we are going to store in our Postgres. We are also going to store one Cloudinary unique ID, and that particular thing we call as Cloudinary public ID, and you'll understand why actually we need this one. And then we're going to have created it and updated it. So these all the tables we are going to create. So first what we will do, right? So let's go to our code base and let's create so let's do outside only. So I'm just going to do migrations. Okay, now from this point everything will be very important, whatever we are going to do. So first, what will be the first file? So first we are going to create our, so let's give this one sequentially. So I'll do enable, and here we are going to enable our pg-crypto extension. So I'll do enable pg. So let me check the spelling. So it's CRYPTY, I think this is correct, pg-crypto. And then we are going to do, let's do this one as maybe let's do pg-crypto.sql. okay, here what we are going to do, so we are going to do create extension. Extension spelling is wrong, I think extension will be this, if not exists, right? And here we are going to do what? So we'll do pg-crypto. If those who have already completed my Postgres, they already know why actually we need this one. Okay, so I'm not going to explain again. So we'll do create extension if not exist pg-crypto. Next we are going to create our user table. So I'm just going to do 002 underscore, and I'll do create underscore, I'll do users underscore table dot SQL. So let's create. So I'm just going to do create table, and here we are going to do users. Now first of all what we are going to have, so we're going to have our ID. ID will be UUID, and here this will be your primary key, and then we are going to have a default. And what will be your default? Default will be generate random ID. Remember we have actually covered this one also. That's it. Then we are going to have email. So email will be varchar. So let's give this one as 255, not null, and this also will be unique. Very important. Next we are also going to have a password hash. So I'm just going to take this one as password. I'm taking capital man. So I'll do password hash, and this will be text. Now very important here, when we are going to implement our Google login, that time we don't need password hash because Google is going to handle all of this. So that is the reason we are keeping this one as nullable. Okay, next we are also going to have our Google ID. So I'm just going to do Google underscore ID. So I'll do varchar 255, and I'm also going to do unique. Next we are going to do a role, and I'll do varchar, and let's do 20, and I'll do not null. So let's take a default. So what will be the default? By default we are going to create this one as user. So I'll do user. I'm just going to give a check, and check, let's give this one role. So I'll do role in, and here I'm just going to give 2. So one will be either user or else this will be admin. Okay, so either it will be user or it will be admin, but by default this will be user. Then we are also going to have our created at. So I'll do created at underscore created at timestamp. Let's do not null, and what will be default? Default will be now. And the same thing we are going to do for updated also. So do updated at. So the updated at, this is also same. So this will be our first table. So you have ID, email of that user, password has, Google ID, role, created at and updated at. Okay. Next we are going to have our third table, which will be our support table. So I'll do 003 underscore. So I'm just going to do create maybe let's do support, let's do tasks, and then I'm just going to do table.sql. So here we are going to do again, so I'll do create table, let's do support tasks, and here I'm simply going to do id, UUID. This will be primary key, this will be default, and here we are also going to do generate random key. So I'll go here and copy this. Next, title varchar, how much, maybe let's do 150, and let's do not null. Then we are going to have a status. Now status, we are going to take a varchar, so this will be 20, not null. Default, let's keep a couple of status. Maybe default will keep open, or else we are going to give a check property here. So I'll do check, and here what I'll do, right, I'll do status in, let's give maybe open, let's give one in progress, in underscore progress, and also I'm just going to give result. So you have 3 status. Okay, what else, very important, so you're going to have our foreign key, which will be our user ID, UUID. So here this will be not null definitely. And what do you have to use? You have to use references. Remember, these we have actually discussed clearly in that Postgres. See, I already mentioned everything whatever I'm mentioning, that that whatever you're seeing here, right, all are covered in the previous section. Okay, so now here what I have to do is you have to give the user, because see, we are using user. So user will be, what will be your primary key? Primary key is ID. Now this is user ID. Okay, so this will be your ID. Now we are going to do on delete cascade, and then let's create created underscore add timestamp not null, and I'll do now, and then we are going to have updated underscore add timestamp not null now. That's it. So I think this is what we need. And at the end we need our banners. So now we will create one more. So I'll do 004 underscore create banners table.sql. So here let's create table, and here I'm just going to do banners. So first of all, let's copy a couple of things, right? So this will be same. Then we are going to have our image underscore URL. This will be text, and this also will be not null. You can't have empty image URL. Then we are going to have Cloudinary public ID. Don't worry, we are going to actually cover all of this. Even I will discuss the flow, that how all of this is working. For now, you consider this one as a unique ID that you need to interact with Cloudinary, something like this. And this will be Cloudinary public ID, and this will be text not null. Then we are also going to take these two and then paste it here. That's it. So these 4 tables we need. First of all, not 4, 3 tables. One is our users, one is our support tasks, and one is our create banner table. Now what important thing you are going to understand, right? Because if you completed the Postgres video, you understand all of this, what is happening. The thing that we are going to understand in the next part, which will be how you can create your own custom migration, and we are going to migrate this particular schema in our Postgres. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now let's understand properly that how you can create your own custom migration script. So for this one, what I'll do, right, go to source and create one more folder here, and this I'm going to give this one as scripts, and let's give this one as migrate.ts. Now if you want, you can also keep this one in db folder, like db, then you can also do migrate.ts, that is fine, but we will use this only. Let's close everything else for now. Also, before that, we need to install one very important package, and that is we need to use something called PG. So PG package we are going to actually use to create our DB connection pool. Okay, now you consider this one if you are familiar with Mongo, right? So for Mongo, what we usually use, you use something called mongoose, right? And then you will do mongoose.connect, and then you will give your mongoose MongoDB DB connection. It will connect to your DB. Remember, in your code you need some medium, right, so that you will be able to query from your DB. So this is where we need one particular package, and that package called PG. Okay, because we're using raw Postgres, right? Raw PG. We are not using any like Prisma, all these things, right? So if you want, let me just quickly show you what I mean by this. Where is Chrome? Okay, so if I go here, right, so let's refresh this. So I'll do explain what's PG package is for Postgres. So it's a official most popular low-level Postgres client for your Node.js, right? Postgres client is, as I mentioned, that you will be able to create your connection pooling, right? You will be able to query all these things, whatever you need to do related to your Postgres, you'll be able to do that, right? So this is nothing but your client for your Postgres in Node.js. Similarly, just like you have Kafka.js for your Kafka client for Node.js, something like that. So what you're going to do, right? You're going to install PG. So copy this, and then we will go here, clear this, and let's install this one first. Okay, so this is added. What are you going to do, right? So first of all, now you will understand another folder structure pattern. Now I already mentioned that how we are going to create the folder structure. Remember that whenever you will work with any config related thing, you are going to keep this one inside your config folder. When you are going to do, let's say, any DB related thing, you can also keep this one inside your lib folder, or the better will be you can create DB folder, and inside this you can create pool.ts, something like that. But you can also keep this one inside lib folder only. Middleware and all these things we are going to discuss later. So for now, what I'll do, right, so for now let's create here only. So I'll do db.ts, and then first of all, what we have to do, so first I'm going to create one pool here, const pool, and this will be, so first we need to do new, and we are going to use this pool, and this pool we are going to import from PG package. So let's go here, and then I'm going to import something from PG, and this is going to give me, I think we have to install the types. I think I always miss this. We need to also install the PG types also. Let's install this. Okay, so this is going to, now I think it will not give you error. So just import pool, and here what you have to pass, right, you have to pass the connection string. Okay, now before that we also need to do one very important point. I'm not sure if you can recollect or if you can remember, I mentioned whenever you are going to add a new env, we also need to update our env.ts file that we have created inside config. So here what I'm going to do, right, we are going to create a helper function, and let's do this one as check required env, maybe let's do variables, something env values, or variables is better. And here I'm going to check the string, and let's return this one as string. So what I'll do, right, I'm just going to check the value, and this will be process.env of this key. So this is going to give me value. If there is not value present, so I'm just going to throw a new error. Okay, so I'll do throw new error, and here we are going to do missing env variables for this variable for, or then pass this key, that this key is not present. And then what you have to do, you have to, not here, outside return value. That's it. And then what you can do, right, because we need to add one more, remember, so we are going to add our database URL. So I'll do database URL. This database URL is the one that we have added just now, this one. So I'll do database URL, and this will be, now you can pass this, and then here what you have to do, you have to pass the value. So this will be our database URL. So this is going to check this. Okay, so set this. Now we'll go to our db.ts, and what you have to do, right, very simple, just import your env, right? So you have env and then dot database URL. That's it. So this is going to create your pool or connection pool, and this is where this pool we can basically use to interact with our db. Just think like that. So this is the first thing we have to do. Now we need to go to our migrate.ts, and here you need to understand quite a few things, and it's not that much simple. Okay, so let's see how much simpler I can do. So first of all, what you have to do, right, when you're creating a custom migration, right, because when you are a beginner, I think this is more than enough. Also, I think that you should understand the custom migration first, then you should use the third-party packages, because you have something called node pg migrate, if I'm not wrong. Let me just show you, right? So we'll do node pg migrate. You'll see we have something like this. says we have this node pg migrator, so this is going to help you to migrate this one. You can do this one, right? And also see here whatever blah blah, but it's fine. So you can pass this migrate, you will do node pg bracket and it's going to do the migration, but we don't want to do this. Okay, what we'll do, right, we are going to migrate custom way. So how we are going to do that? First of all, when you're going to do migration, you need to understand where your migration folder stays, right? So here now I'm going to pause this video and you have to understand that whether you can reply all the concepts that we have learned so far. Remember, in the path module, in the core module, we have understood that how you're going to join your path, how you're going to get your current working directory. Remember, so that will be your first step. So I'm just going to do const migration directory, and this will be equal to your path. You're going to import from path node path dot join, and you're going to get process dot cwd. Remember, and then what you have to do? You have to do migration. So this is going to give you the current working directory, and then you have to go to migration. So here this is going to give you what? So this will give you your migration directory. So now this particular script will understand, okay, this is where all my table stays. Okay, next what you're going to do, right, we are also going to create one particular table. This migration table is going to track that which all file we have already migrated. So for example, we now have 3 tables. Consider later, let's say we have added 7 more tables. So this particular table will understand that, okay, these 3 tables we have already migrated, so these 3 you don't have to do anything. Next 7 new files we have to migrate. So for this one, what you're going to do, you're going to create a new migrations table. Okay, so this is where we're going to do the tracking. Now, so you can directly just use raw SQL here. So I'll do create table if not exists, right, and I'm going to give migrations, right, this is the name, and inside this what you're going to do, so I'm just going to use ID. Let's give this one as serial. This will be my primary key. As I already mentioned, see, I've done all of this. You might be thinking how I'm writing first or this is first. You can pause or you can reverse the same thing. I've done this all these things 100 times. Once you'll do, right, you'll understand all of this is nothing. It's very, very simple. Okay, so here we're going to take name, and I'm just going to do varchar, and I'll do 255 not null, and this name will be unique. Okay, so this name will be unique, and I'm also going to track that when this particular table is already migrated, means when this is already executed. So to executed at, so we'll take this one as timestamp not null, and let's take a default value, and default will be now. I'm not sure if there is a spelling mistake. If I'm doing a spelling mistake, don't blindly write, just do, if there is any mistake, right, just do it properly, but I think it's correct only. So I'll create table if not exist migration ID name executed. That's it. So now what we're going to do, right, so first of all, let's do one thing. Let's create a function one by one we need to do. So I'm just going to create an async function, and here I'll do migrate. This one is going to return me a promise of void. So first of all, what I need to do, so first I need to create our migration table first, because we need to create this table, right, then only we'll be able to track that which all migration we've already done. How you can do that? So first you're going to do like this. First I'll do await. So you pull this we have just now created, so you can do query, and then you're going to pass this create migration table SQL just now we have created. Once we'll do that, now we have to find all the files inside this particular folder that are not yet executed. So that means if we can understand, okay, let's say this particular table is not executed, so we need to find this particular file. Okay, so that means what you're going to do, right, so I'm just going to do const, let's do executed, and I'm just going to do new. So I'll take a set, just normal concept, JavaScript concept. So I'll do set, and then I'm just going to get all my executed migration that are already executed. So I'll do get executed migrations. You're getting what we are doing here. See, everything we are doing, I'm doing in that particular sequence so that it will be easier. So this get executed migration is going to give me all the migration that I've already done. So I'm simply going to do async function get executed migration. Let's do a promise, and maybe let's return a string. So I'll do a string and of array, and what I'll do, right, so I'm just going to do const result. So this will be await. So I'll do pull dot query, and here what I can do, right, we can also create a type. So just create a type directly here, and I'm just going to do migration row, and this will be, so I'm going to take the name which will be string, because I'm returning string, so here I can pass this type. So I'll do migration row. Now what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to actually query. So how you're going to query, you have to write a SQL query. So I'll do select name, we already have name here, see we have name here. So if select name from, what is the table name, so table name is migration, so I'll do select name from migration, and I'll do order by, and order by name. Very simple. We are not doing any like very complicated thing, but simply getting the name from the migration table. And then what we'll do, right, it's going to give you a row. So I'll do result dot rows, see you're going to get rows dot map, so you're going to get current row, which will be your migration row. This will only have name, right, because you're getting name here. And then what we're going to do, simply going to return the row dot name. So this is going to already give me, let's consider this, that this migration table that you created already have this create user table. So that means by this particular function we'll understand that, okay, this particular table is already executed. So that will be our second step. Now if we found that, okay, these are executed, so we'll be able to see which all are pending. So I'll do get what I'll do, right, we need to create one more file here. So let's do one thing, we also need to get all the migration file. So first I'm just going to create one more function, and I'll do get all migration file that I need to migrate. So I'll do get migration files, and this will be string of array. And what I'll do, right, I'm going to return, so I'll import fs I'm going to return from node.fs. So I'll do import fs from node.fs. So what I can do, right, so I'll do fs dot read directory sync, and here what I'll do, right, I already have my migration directory, so it will go to this particular path. So I'm telling that, okay, go to this particular path, no, not migration directory. Then you're going to filter. So here I'm simply going to take the file, and this will be file dot, and if you go here, every file is ending with .sql. So what I can do, right, I'm just going to tell that, okay, if the file actually ends with .sql, so do .sql. So that means now we'll understand, okay, for now, because we haven't migrated anything, so it will understand, okay, these 1 2 3 4 files I have, correct. And then what you can do, right, you can just do a sort here, you can do sort. So save this. So this is going to give you all the migration file that you need to migrate. Now what you can do, right, you can just use this, so to get migration files dot filter, and this is going to give you the file, and then you are going to check, let's say we have 4, correct, out of these 2 are already executed. So now pending will be what, 4 minus 2, correct, so it will be 2. So you can filter it. So it's simply going to do if this executed dot has this particular file, means if this particular executed don't have this particular file, that means that is not executed yet, correct. So that is pending. It's normal JavaScript, there is nothing related to any complicated thing we are doing. If this pending dot length, if this is 0, so that means we don't have to do anything. So we are going to get the logger dot info. So I'm going to do no pending migration, and then we are going to return. Then we are going to do, right, now we are going to actually run the migrations. Consider 2 are already pending, so I'm going to do for, so I'll do const item, no, not item, let's take file name of pending. And then what we are going to do, right, here we are going to create our actual migration file. So I'll do run migration, and here we are going to pass the file name. So this migration actually will be our main function where we are going to run the migration. So we'll go here and let's do this will be async function, and I'll do run migration. So this is going to give me the file name, which will be string, and here this is also going to return a promise of void. Okay, all right, so I'm going to pause this. I'm doing recording from a long time, and then we'll resume from here. All right, so now let's implement the actual migration logic. Okay, so first of all, what we're going to do, right, so first we'll get our SQL. So let's take a variable SQL, and then we are going to first read. So I'll do fs, sorry, this will be fs dot, and I'll do read file sync. And what we're going to do, we need to do path dot join, and this is where our migration directory will come, and then we're going to pass our file name. Okay, so this file name, and then also you have to give the type, which will be UTF-8. So now what I'm going to do, right, so let's connect to our client. So I'll do Event. So you have our pool, right, so you created our pool and this will be pool.connect. And now we are going to start. So we'll do try catch. In the catch we'll take an error. So here what I'm going to do, right, I'll do Event client, and then here you can do a query, and we're just going to pass a rollback here. And here I'm just going to throw the error. So I'll do throw error. Finally, so once everything is done, so we are simply going to do what? So I'll do client.release. Now in the try, now first of all let's start. So I'll do Event. So I'll do client.query and I'll do begin. Now we are going to query the SQL. So I'll do client.query, query this SQL. We'll do Event client.query, and then we are going to insert. So I'll do insert. So we need to insert each and every file once in this migration table so that we can keep a track. I think this part we've already discussed, right? So we are going to do insert into migrations, and then we're going to do what? We're going to pass the name, and here we're going to pass the values. So what will be values? So values here I'm just going to give, so the values will be this file name. Okay, so here you're going to pass the file name. So now this, every time we are going to run a migration, this is going to actually push that particular file name into our migration table. Okay, and then we're going to just do commit. So do Event client.query and we'll do commit. That's it. And let's take a logger.info, and I'm simply going to do migration completed, and let's pass the file name. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. So this is going to actually run your migration, right? So what we are doing, so first we are checking what all are already executed, what all are pending. If nothing is pending, we don't have any pending migration, and then we are going to just check get or pending count for every file we are going to run the migration. And at the end what we can do, right, we'll do logger.info, and I'm simply going to do all migrations completed. And then here we are going to run the migration. So this migrate, this one, so this is going to what? Return a promise, right? So you can take a catch here. So I'll do a error. So if there is any error, so what I'm going to do is I'll do logger.error, and here we can pass a error, and let's pass this error here. Okay, and also let's do a migration failed, something like this, migrations failed. And then what we can do, we can take a process.exit, and we can do a process.exit of 1. This also we have already discussed. And let's take a finally, and the finally we just have to call this pool.end. That's it. So this will be what actually we are going to implement our migration script. This is completely manual, right? We are not using any third-party packages or anything. And I'll go to package.json, and then here we can add one more script. So I'll do migrate, and then I'm simply going to do tsx source slash, so you have scripts, right? So you have scripts slash migrate.ts. Also, if you want, you can add some more script here. For example, let's say you wanted to add a docker up, so you can simply do docker compose up -d. You want to take a docker down, so you can do a docker down, and I'm just going to do docker compose down. So you can just do all of this. So save this. Now let's see what is happening, right? So we are going to do, all right, so we'll run simply npm run migrate. Okay, so let's do this. I'll do npm run migrate. Okay, we're getting some error, syntax error near end. All right, oh, we have to pass default here. We have to pass default here, and also let's give semicolon, and also I've checked one more issue is there. So this will be gen random id, okay, not get. This is also wrong. Default we are using here, so you need to use default. Let's see here. Okay, see here also you are not using default, so you have to use a default here, default value. And also this will be gen. So now let's run it once again. Clear this. Fantastic. So migration is now completed, migration completed, all migrations are completed. So that means now this is migrated, this particular schemas and whatever table we have, this is migrated to our Postgres. So with this, what you have understood till this part, that you can also implement your own script, or you can create your own script for migration. You don't have to always use your third-party packages, right? But again, all this whatever you have written, right, these has to be prerequisite, means you need to know all of this, or else if you don't have any idea, right, why I'm mentioning all this point, because don't learn any tech blindly. For example, let's say you don't have that much patience, that okay, you haven't watched the Postgres part in the previous section and you directly watching this video, some of the things will be very tricky. For example, let's say here only I made this mistake, right, I missed this one while writing. But I can guarantee some of you already was that part, you have already catch it. Okay, there is default part is missing. You're getting what I'm talking about. Or maybe let's say this one also, gen random ID, right? For example, let's say if I wanted to ask you, okay, what actually this gen random ID is. Let me just refresh this. So I'll do random ID in SQL. Now these whatever line that we are writing, so gen random ID is going to build in Postgres function generate UUID, right? Here this also can be an interview question. Now if you don't have any idea and blindly writing all of this, then it will be difficult for you to understand. So that is the reason first prerequisite will be Postgres, and then we also understood that we are using Docker Compose. We created one simple service where we are using Postgres. This is our env variables, this is the port where we are running. We have added this one in our env, right? We have our database URL, we added the config, this database URL, we have created our db pool, and this is what we are going to use to query everything. So with this, our base structure is now completed. What will be next step? Next step will be we are going to actually start our CRUD and authentication. Each and every flow we are going to understand in very details. So let's get started. And also for this particular project, we are going to use our own error handling. We are not going to use any third-party packages like Zod and everything. That I will keep that particular part for our microservices video. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. All right. So first, let's create one more folder here, and here I'm just going to give this one as errors. Okay. And inside this, let's create one app error.ts. So this is where we are going to actually handle our error. So I'm just going to do export class. This will be simply app error, and this is going to extend our error. Okay, error interface. What we are going to do, we are going to have a status code, and this status code will be number. And now I'll simply take a constructor, and here what we are going to do, right, we are going to take our status code, which will be number. And also there is a possibility that we are also going to send one message whenever it's needed. So now we are going to take a super, pass the message, and then I'm simply going to do this dot status code will be equal to the status code that we have. That's it. And we don't have to do anything. Where we are going to use this particular error class, so we're going to use this one in our error handler. Remember, we have created this error handler. This is what we are going to do. Now if you notice, what we are simply doing, we have an error here, request response blah blah whatever, and at the end we are sending this response back. What we need to check, that if this particular error that we have, if this is an instance of this app error, so in that case what we can do, right, we don't have to pass always some success false and message whatever it is. Why? Because in this case what we can do, right, we can directly get our error.status code also. Okay, and also we are going to get our message. So what we are going to do, right, simply to use this, I'm simply going to do if this error, whatever error that we have, if this error is instance of the app error that we have created, our custom error, so in that case I'm simply going to do res.status, and this will be error.status code. So you can see that you are getting error.status code .json, and then you can do a success will be false, and we are going to pass message, which will be error.message, right? So now this will be a custom way that we are handling the error. Okay, so now what you can do, right, whenever we need to use this, let's say I'm going to pass a new app error, and then we are going to pass a status code, correct, and the message. So it's going to let's say something breaks, so it will check, okay, currently the error is the instance of app error, so it's going to send this one, and this error handler we are actually using in our app.ts. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. So this is the first thing we have to do. Now what will be the second step? Second step will be, now before we will start writing, let's understand that how that actual flow will work. It will be easier. Let's use this one. See, first of all, we have to understand that, okay, how this flow will work. So let's say you have a register and you have a login, right? So how register will work? So let's say you have an email, right? Consider you have a UI, you have an email, you have a password, correct? So this is your password, and then you have a one more button, and this is like continue with Google. Now you'll see that this particular thing you are going to see so many places. So that means we are giving user options that either you can register using email and password, or, so here I'm going to do, or you can register directly using Google. Now this Google part we are not going to do now, okay? And there is a reason for this, because this will be little tricky, because you need to know the concept of auth, redirect URI, callback, and all those things. This one we are going to do later, okay? First we have to understand that how this flow will work. So when we are going to do email and password, so user will enter an email. So first of all, we need to check if the email format is correct or not, if this is a valid email or not. So that is the first thing. Second, we also going to check whether user entered the password or not. So that is the very basic validation. If user don't enter email or password, we are going to send an error back, okay? So that is the first thing. Second, we need to check if the email is a valid password, email is a valid email. Second, if the password format is valid or not. So let's say I need at least 6 characters in the password, but when user is giving 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 characters. So that means this condition is not satisfying. So in that case, we are also going to throw an error. Now once registration is completed, so once this is completed, we will not redirect the user to our application. Now this is actually very important. Why? What we are going to do, right? Once registration is done, we will simply mention user, okay, registration is completed, okay? Now what we have to do, you have to log in to enter into application. Why? Because directly we are not going to do that. And now remember one thing, there is so many things we can do here. You can implement a two-step verification, you can send email and all those things, but I'm not going to do all of this. I already have a separate video for that also. If you want, you can check all of this. I think there is no point of adding each and everything in this particular project. So if you're not sure, okay, you can go to my channel and just search for Sangam Mukherjee Node.js security and those things, and you will see that you are going to get all of this, okay? But what I'm trying to say, that after register, we will not allow the user to enter into our application. Once registration is done, user needs to log in, and once you're going to do login, what will happen? So user will again give email, user will again give password. If user is giving wrong email or wrong password, we'll simply say that, okay, your email is wrong, password is wrong. Once they will give correct credential, what we're going to do, right? We're going to create a token, and this token we call as JWT, right? So this will be our JWT token. What this JWT token is going to hold? This token is going to hold this particular user information. So user information. What user information? So here in this, using this JWT token, we will be able to verify whether this user is a correct user or not. So consider we have a user A and user B. So the JWT information of this user A will be different. The JWT token of this user B will be different. This user JWT will be holding user A information. This user B JWT is going to hold user B JWT information, right? So that means when, let's say, if user B try to access user A account, it's not going to happen, correct? You're getting what I'm talking, until unless this user know the password of this particular user. So that is the reason we have something called JWT, right? JWT is going to give our capability to check whether that particular user is a valid user or not. So first of all, what we're going to do is we'll be implementing our register flow. Once user will register, user will go to login. Once user will log in, then we are going to create our JWT token. Once they will create the token, then we are going to create our middleware. Now this is where you are actually going to implement or understand one very important concept, that is middleware. So now what we are going to do, right? So first let's start with the register first, and then we'll go to middleware, because this is one of the most important thing you have to understand, right? How you can implement protect routes, or how you can protect routes. So one will be protection of routes, and second something called role-based access control. Now this is actually role-based access control. So this is actually very important, okay? So let's start with the register logic in the next part. Okay, so we'll start implementing our register and login flow, correct? So first let's go here, and now here also you are going to understand now how you can create proper folder structure practically, right? We will have now more practical code implementation rather than only concepts. So let's create our first folder, which will be types. Types will be one folder where you are going to keep all your TypeScript types, as simple as that. In our case, because in register and login flow we are working with user, so we are going to create our first type, which will be user.ts. So now let's close everything else. So what this is going to have, this is only going to have your user type. So we'll do export type, and I'm just going to give user. So user is going to have your ID, which will be string. User is going to have your email, which will be string. User will be having your role, which will be string, and also it's going to have your created at. Now remember, these all we already have here, right? So ID, this ID, email, created at, all this. So here also we're going to take created underscore at, and this will be date. Okay, so this is the first thing we are going to do. Now you have to understand one very important point, that how the actual folder structure works. So you need to understand this one in three parts. Okay, so first one, or let's do like this. So this is, consider this is your root file. This is your root file. I'm going to keep r root. What I mean by root file is your app.ts. Consider like this one, correct? Now this root file is going to hold all the information of your code, correct? What you're going to do, right? Normally we usually divide this one in three main files. One file we called as repository, so I'm going to call this one as repo. Second one we call as our services. So services is our where business logic we're going to keep, and third will be our actual routes. And these routes file, so this will be your routes, and then there will be your root routes file, root routes file. Now this might be a little tricky, so let's understand first of all what actually repository is. Repository is going to hold, or repository will be responsible for writing all your DB related logic. DB related logic means whenever you need to interact with your Postgres DB, so in that case you are going to write all those logic in your repo. You are not going to write your service logic in your repository file. Okay, repository means you will only interact with your DB. What your service logic is, service logic is going to actually hold your business logic. For example, let's say you want to implement some validation, you want to implement some extra logic, you are using some helper function, you're creating your JWT token, all these things. Okay, that is going to hold your service logic. And this is not about only register or login flow, this will be for all the logic that you're going to write. And what your route information is going to hold, route information is going to hold your actual routes based on that particular feature. What I mean by based on that particular feature, let's say you have a auth feature and you have a CRUD feature. So there will be two files. One route file will be for auth, one route file will be for CRUD. And then these two routes you are going to combine. So these two routes you're going to combine in your root route file, correct? So root route, I think we have already created. Root route means this route. So this is where you are going to have all your routes, and this route file you are going to use in your main entry file, right? So this will be the flow. So that means now in our case, what you have to create, you have to create a couple of folders. So first I'm going to create repository, then we are going to create services, then we have routes, which we already have, correct? So first let's start with our repository. So here I'll go to repository. Where is repository? So here I'm just going to create user dot, so I'll do repository dot ts. Okay, so this is where we are going to actually have all your DB logic in this particular file. Then you're going to have a services. Services means where we are going to add our actual services logic. Okay, all right, sorry, I need to pause because of some noise. Okay, so what I was talking about, right? So in the services we're going to write actual business logic. Okay, so first of all let's create our auth service. So I'm just going to do auth.service.ts. Now normally in my other videos what I do, right, I usually come from like a reverse way, means I'll implement the repository and services and then routes. But let's do in this particular video, I'm going to do much better way. So what you're going to do, right, you are going to understand these concepts very clearly. So now, so we already have used the repository, auth service, and now we'll go to our routes and let's create our auth routes, and you'll see that how much easier it will be for you to understand all this. So what you're going to do, right, first of all let's import routes. Okay, so sorry, router. So I'm going to import router. I think this we have already discussed. And now I'll do export const auth router, and this will be about this router. Makes sense? What you're going to do, right? So if you go here, right, you see this part. This particular file is going to hold all your routes I already mentioned. So what you're going to do, first of all, let's do reverse way. So I'm simply going to do here, okay, API router.use, and then I'm simply going to tell that whenever I will go to this auth route, so this will be my parent route, okay, /auth will be the parent route for all our auth related routes. Now this might be little tricky. So what I mean by this, let's say in your auth routes file you have 5 routes. One is /register, one is /login, right, like this. So what will happen when I'm using /auth, so now this will become /auth/register, /auth/login, /auth/me, whatever, right? So this is my parent route. This is my parent route for my auth, and this is where I'm going to use my auth router. Now for now this is not going to work, okay? Even if I save this, this is going to give me error that okay, something is breaking and whatever, that's fine. But now let's go here. So first of all, we created our auth router. We have plugged this auth router in our root router. That's it. Now what I have to do, right? So in this auth router, first we have to decide that how many routes we need to have. So for now, let's start with register only first. Okay, we'll do one at a time. So the auth route dot post. So now this will be my register. So this will be my register route. This will be my path that I need to give, and then I'm going to have my async. So I'll do request response, and here I'm simply going to have next. And inside this, now first of all you need to do always try and catch. The first thing what you have to understand here, so I'm just going to take catch error, and then whenever there is error, what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to call this next, and I'm going to pass this error to our next middleware. Okay, so this is always going to check it because we are already using it, using this in our app.ts, right? You see that we have this error handler and all of this. You remember that part, you check that even if you try to send any route which is not present, so this not found is always going to catch it, and it's going to understand, okay, this route is not present, so I need to return a 404, something like this. So this will be the first thing. In this try, what I need to do, now here we have to understand some of the very important thing, that when user is going to send your email, right, and password, so this will be where, this will be in your UI, correct? UI means where user will be actually typing these values, but in your backend, how we are going to get these values? So this is where we have something called request. So this request is going to give you this body. So request.body. So this request.body is going to hold your email and password information that you are going to receive here. So I'm just going to do const, and this will be my request.body. So you'll see that we have this request.body. This is going to have all your information that you're going to pass because you're using a post request, and this is where I'm going to get email and password, right? Because for now we have only email and password. Now let's say you have name also. So in this case you also take name. Let's say you have age also, you're going to take this. You have address also. So whatever you're going to send from your UI side, you're going to get it from your request.body. So for now we have only email and password. That's it. And now what we're going to do, right? We are not going to write, so do not or not writing service logic here, right? Service logic here. So service logic will be in service logic in service file, right? So service file, and now this is where I'm going to create. So I'm going to create our first service, and this will be my register user, and this is where I'm going to pass this email and the password. Okay, and then once this service logic is completed, what we need to do, we need to send back the response back to our UI, right? Because if you don't send back, how your user is going to understand that, okay, if my register is successful or something goes wrong? So that means always you need to send your status back. So what will be status? Because you are creating something, remember you are creating user, so in this case you can't use 200, you have to use 201. To 201 status code we usually use for create. Okay, and then you will do .json. If you just do, right, see 200 what says 201 status code. 200 okay means request succeeded, 201 created means and request succeeded and brand new resource was successfully generated on the server. So in this case we are creating a new user, correct? So it's a create, so that's why you're using 201, and this will be JSON. So we are going to pass a success. We'll keep this one very simple. Main idea is to so that every student, every level of student can understand what we are doing here. So it's simply going to do registration successful, and then we are going to do like this. See, please log in to continue. That means you can't get into our application yet, you have to log in, then only you can continue. So this is done. Save this. Now this is going to give you error, that is fine. Now we'll go to our service file. So go to service file, and this is where we're going to create our first service. So what will be our first service? So I'm just going to do export async function, and we're going to use this register. See, I'm going to repeat one thing, only the registered user I'm doing very slowly. From the next time I'm not going to explain each and every line. This video will be already very long, right? Because some of the things will be repetitive, you will see that. So we have email, and this will be string, and then we have a password, this also will be a string, right? Because these two are receiving, correct? Where is that? We're receiving email and password. What this is going to return? So we're going to return a promise, and this will be void. Now first of all, what we are going to do, we are going to check simple validation. Will do if email is not present or if password is not present. Now you see what we are doing, throwing new app error. This is very important, because now everything you're creating manually, you're not using any third-party package. So what I'm doing, I'm simply using this app error here. So I'm calling this app error, and simply I'm telling that, okay, I have to pass a status code. So my status code will be 400 because it's something goes wrong, and then I'm going to pass a message that either email and password are required. Email and password are required. Now what will happen, this app error is going to catch it, and then in your error handler you are simply telling that if this error is an instance of app error, so you're going to return this. You're getting what I'm doing. So this message, error.message, is nothing but this message that we are going to receive. So this is the first thing. Then I'm simply going to check if my password dot length, right, if this is less than mean password length. So for example, let's say I'm just going to keep mean password length as 6. Okay, now here I'm going to give a homework. Now this is not a homework but simpler. What you can do, right, create one more folder called constants, and keep this 6 value 616 in a constant, and use this here. You're getting what I'm talking about. So that means we'll create one more folder here, constant, keep this one in a constant, like maybe minimum password length, something like this, and then use it here, so that you will also you will be also able to understand that, okay, what we are doing. And when next time you're going to create project, you will know that, okay, what each and every folder means. So here also I'm going to throw new app error. So I'll give a 400, and I'll simply do password must be at least 6 characters long. That's it. And then what you're going to do, right, I'm going to do const, and I'm just going to do normalize email. So I'm just going to do email, whatever email, and I'm just going to do 2 lowercase. So 2 lowercase, and then I'm going to do a trim here. This is normal concept. Now what do you have to do? First of all, you'll see that when you are registering a particular user, let's say one user email is john@gmail.com. This user is already registered. Okay, next time let's say there is one more user is coming, B, and this user is using same email, this john@gmail.com. So what will happen? Should not happen, right? Because there will be only one user with unique email. Next time if you allow user to register with the same email, so there will be 2 users with same email, and you don't even know whether that is a user A or that is a user B, right? So that means first of all, we have to check that if this current email, that whatever user is sending, if this email is already present in our DB or not. So that means you have to find the user, if it's present, if it's already present in DB or not. If it is present, if yes, then will not allow to register with same email again. That's it, right? That's it. So this is actually very important, especially for beginners, right? So this you have to know. So first we need to know here existing user, correct? So we'll do existing user, and now I'm just going to do await, and this is where now we have to use our repository. Because how you're going to understand if this is existing user, you need to check in your DB, correct? So that means what I mentioned, that whenever you need to do something with DB, so that means you have to write that particular logic in your user repository, means in your repository file. So first of all, what are you going to do, right? So let's go to our types, and I'm just going to do export type, and I'm just going to do DB user row. So DB user row is nothing but in which format you are actually storing the user in your DB. So this will be same only with this. Okay, so this DB user row is nothing but what all properties that you have in your DB. Okay, so we'll go here, and also we need one more type here that we are going to use later. So I'm just going to do export type, and let's do DB user with password row, and this will be your DB user row. And here we are going to have what, when you are going to have password, so you're also going to have this password hash. This we are going to use later, so this will be either a string or null, but for now I think this is fine. So now what you can do, right, we'll go to our user repository, and this is where I'm just going to first check that find user by email, because in our auth service we need to check that if this user is present or not. You are getting? So first I'm simply going to check that find user, let's keep by email. What you have to pass? You have to pass this normalized email, this one. So this method now we are going to create in our user repository. So I'm simply going to do export async function find user by email. So here we are going to get the email, which will be string, and here what we are going to do, right, we are simply going to get promise. What will be the return type? Return type will be user. This user will be in our type. Now, okay, one thing I think I should mention, don't get confused with this. So you might be thinking, if both are same, why you are creating two separate? This is the format how you are storing the user in your DB. This is the format how you want to return the data. For example, let's say you have one more, something like this, first name, and this first name you want to return like this, but in your DB this first name is present like this. You're getting? So these both are different, so that is the reason we are taking different type, so that for now it is same, but in some cases this will not be same. So now there will be some snake case, camel case, all those things, right? So this is how we are going to return. So either it will be user or it will be null. And now what I'm going to do, right, I'm simply going to do const get the result. So result will be await. We need to get our pool, because this is where you are going to query. So pool.query, and now this is where you have to give the type. This type will be your DB user row. This is how we are storing. You're getting? And now we are going to write our SQL query. So I'm simply going to do select ID, and believe me or not, I usually like writing these raw queries so much, okay, because I always believe that these all are much easier to understand, and also to give you very strong foundation. So I need ID, email, also sorry, this will be role, and created at from where? From my user table. So I'm just going to do from my user table, where what, where the email is this, right? So where email is equal to $1, and this is where I'm going to just simply pass our email. So this is now is going to return this, whether this user is present or not. And then I'm just going to do result.rows. I only need the first one, or else it will be null. That's it. So now this is going to tell if this user is already present or not. So I'm going to import this. That's it. So what will be our next step? Once this is done, first we also have to give that if this existing user is already present. So in that case we're going to throw a new error. I think I already mentioned that we're going to throw a new app error, and I'm simply going to do 409, and I'll say that email already present. You're getting what you're doing, that you can't use same email again. Once we'll do that, now next time when we're going to give email and password, right? So let's say user given password 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 like that. You never store this raw password in your DB. Okay, should not do that. What you have to do, you have to create an encryption, or we usually call that one as hash. I think this part we've already discussed in the crypto module. So we need to create a password hash. We are not going to store raw password in our DB, correct? But how we are going to do that? This is where we need to install our bcrypt package. So bcrypt is a package that will give you that feature to hash your password. Okay, so I'll just give this one. Give me npm install bcrypt. Give me types npm also, types bcrypt also. Okay, so these two things we need. So let's install npm install bcrypt.js. You can use something called argon. So there is argon, but bcrypt is actually very popular, so that is the reason we are going to use this. So do npm install bcrypt, and also you need the types. So we'll copy this, and I'm simply going to do types. So now what you're going to do, right? So here I'm going to create a password hash. So I'm just going to do const password hash, and this will be await. So here what I'm going to do, right? We have to import our bcrypt. So I'll do import bcrypt from bcrypt.js, and here I'm just going to do bcrypt, and this is going to give you hash, and here you have to pass the password. So password will be which password? The password that you are receiving, this password. So you're going to pass the password here, and then you have to pass a salt. Okay, now in this case, again, what you can do, right? For now I'm just going to give direct s10, but what you can do, you can move this one to a constant file, just like I mentioned here. Okay, and this is done. And then what you're going to do right now, we are going to simply create the user. Now this create user is going to do what? It's going to actually store your user in your DB. So I'm simply going to do await, and I'm simply going to do create user, right? Create user, and this is where what you have to pass. You have to pass the normalized email and your password hash, both. And this create user, where you have to do it, pause it and try to guess. Again, you are doing something with your DB, so that means you have to do in your repository. So now if we go here and let's create one more, so I'm simply going to do export async function, and I'll do create user. This is where you're going to get the email, which will be string. We are going to get the password hash, this also will be string, and now we are going to simply this will be type will be promise of user. So now I'm simply going to do const result, this will be await pool.query password db user row, and this is where you're going to write our query. Okay, so I'm simply going to do insert into what is the table users. What you have to insert? You have to insert email and password hash, right? So your password hash, so you have got values, and then we are also going to do a returning here, email role, and also let's return the created underscore at. That's it. And what will be the values? Values will be your email and your password hash, right? Because you're passing email and password hash. That's it. And then you're going to simply return result dot rows of 0, and this is done. Okay, so this will be your query. I think there is an extra word, that's fine. Let's remove this line. Okay, let's keep it like this only. Save this. So now, oh no, I don't like this one. Let's keep it like this. And we can move this one here like this. Okay, so this is fine. And now what we can do, right, we'll go to our auth service and we'll just import it. Done. Go to auth routes and then import your registered user. That's it. And now save this, and you'll see that now you should not get any error here. Okay, let's save this. Okay, let's run it once again. I'll clear this and I'll do npm run dev. It's running. Okay, so now let's go to our Postman. So I'm just going to copy this and let's run it, right? So you have 4000/API/auth/ we have register, correct? Now let's go to our body and we have to select raw and we have JSON. So now let's send email. So I'll send this email sangam@gmail.com, and then here also what you're going to do, right? Maybe let's only keep email for now and let's send this. Okay, we are getting route not found. Oh, okay, we have to do post, my bad. So we'll do send. You'll see that we are getting email and password are required. Let's see what you're getting here. So getting app error, email and password unrequired. Okay, we're getting cannot set headers after they say. Okay, this means we are sending the response 2 times, sending back. So something we are doing wrong here. So let's go to our service. So we are doing email and password are required, app error. Okay, so go to error handler. We'll see what you're doing. you have to return here. That is the reason. So when you're doing response, sending this response, right, so you have to return from this. So now let's save this. So now let's try once again. I think that error should not come. So you'll send, we'll see that you are not getting that, right? So you're getting email and password are required, comma, and here we are going to do password. And now what you're going to do, right, so for this one 1 2 3 4, let's keep it like this. Send this, you'll see that we're getting password at least 6 characters long. Fantastic. So now let's do 5 6, and then I'm just going to do send. You can see the registration is successful, and please log in to continue. That means this user is now present in our DB. Okay, so that means this particular code is now ran, this create user. Okay, so with this part is completed, the only basic register flow. Now you might be thinking one very important point, I'm not sure if you can actually check this particular thing, that in our user table we also have some what is that, where is that user table, man? This one, role. So you have by default this is as user, correct? But how you're going to create admin then? And you notice that we are not sending like this, role equal to user. Actually, you should not do like this, and this is not a good practice. So the point is there are multiple ways you can create an admin user. Okay, so I'm just going to give you some very basic overview, and some of the things are actually very important. You'll see that in companies also they usually use. First one is when you are going to create any admin user. First of all, you can directly update in your DB. That is absolutely fine. There is no reason, no wrong in this particular process also. So let's say you are creating one particular SaaS application and you are the owner and you want you to be admin, right? So you'll be admin. So what you can go to your DB, you can directly update that particular row. You can change your role from user to admin. Second, you can have an admin script. Just like we created a migration script, we can also have an admin script, right? Third is like this is little more production level. So what companies are using, they use different tool. Okay, now they have their internal tool also. Now in this internal tool they have some configuration management, and there they can do, right, they can have some admin emails, consider like this. And once they will change that admin email and update the configuration, automatically in your DB, these values will be also updated. So they have some mechanism. So there are multiple ways we can actually create an admin user, because I'm pretty much sure so this question can come to your mind, that how we are going to create an admin user then, because most of the user, whatever we're going to create, by default it will be created as a normal user, and that makes sense. So that is the reason I just wanted to mention this point. So with this, so our register flow is completed. So in the register flow, we don't have to do anything, just save the user and save the password hash. That's it. Okay, also this one also very important. Okay, so just add a return here. I think this part we have missed. So with this, now let's move on to the next one, which will be our login flow. Okay, so now let's create our login flow, and we are going to use exact same flow that what we have done. So let's close everything. We'll start with our auth routes. Okay, so first let's create one more route here, and this will be, so I'm just going to auth router.post, and this will be path will be login. So it will be /API/auth/login. Here also you're going to do async. So do request response next, and here let's take a try catch. So in the catch we'll get error, and then we're going to call out next and pass the error. So in the try, first of all, what you have to do, again, when you're going to log in, user is going to type email and password only. So I'm not repeating the same thing, it's same only. So we'll do email, password, and you're going to get from request.body. Okay, now first of all, what we have to do here, right? See, remember, once user will log in, now this time we are not only going to redirect the user to our application, we also need to store something related to that particular information, right? And what that's something we called as access token. Now by the name only you can understand access means this token is going to give user access, right? Without this particular token, you will not be able to understand whether this particular user is actually an authenticated user or not. So that means this access token is that token that we are going to store in our local storage, session storage, or in our cookies. That is like front end side logic, right? Once we are going to send this, but because this is a backend tutorial, you have to understand that as a backend developer, your task is to create access token or refresh token. Refresh token is a separate concept, but let's understand access token because this is very important. Also, this token is going to have some lifetime. Lifetime means, let's say you are creating very sensitive application. There you want your access token to be only lived till 15 minutes. Means after 15 minutes, if user don't do any kind of activity or not doing any kind of activity, you are going to auto log out that particular user from the application. Or maybe let's say you are creating some e-commerce application. In that case, 15 minutes is not fine, so you can keep the access token as maybe let's say 7 days. I'm just giving example, or 1 day, 24 hours. Okay, so at the end you have to understand these access token, whatever you are going to create, is going to hold that user information, and based on this we are going to check if the user is a authenticated user or not. So first what are you going to do, right? So let's do one thing. So for now I'm just going to do XYZ. Okay, later we'll change this one, you'll understand why I'm doing like this. And for now let's create a login user. So I'll do login user, and here I'm going to pass the email and the password. Okay, we are not doing anything. This login user will be our service logic. So we'll go here and let's create another here. So I'm just going to do not here. We have to do export async function. This will be login user. So here also I'm going to get email. This will be string, password, this will be string, and here what this is going to return. So this is going to return promise. But now what we're going to return, right? We are going to return one access token here. So I'm just going to return an access token. Okay, and this access token will be string. So that means this access token we are going to receive here. So now if I just do import, and let's see if I just do access token, here I'm going to get the access token. So for now I'm not returning, let's keep it like this. Okay, I'm also going to remove the import. Let's keep it like this only for now. So first of all we are going to simply give a condition, and also remember, because we are doing a custom validation, right? If I get some more, like if I have time, like if this video is not crossing like maybe 16 hours or 18 hours, something like that, then it will be tricky. Or else I'm going to give you some idea that how you can use Zod and everything to implement this validation. But you might be thinking, why I'm not using Zod? Absolutely, Zod is industry standard. You can use other packages, but again, because when I create this video, right, I have to think from a beginner point of view also. Let's see if a student is watching this video and then they don't have any idea that how they can create a custom error class and directly jumping learning in Zod, that doesn't make any sense. You're getting, so you have to go from level 1 to level 5, not directly to level 5. So first of all let's copy this, and then we are going to first keep it like this, simple. Now what we have to do, so again we have to do normalize email, and then I'm simply going to do email.toLowercase.trim. okay, now what you have to do here, now this is actually very important concept. Now what will happen, right, when you are actually giving your email and also you're giving your password, so now this time you are not registering, you are actually doing a login activity. So you have to check if this email is present. So that is the first thing. You also have to check if this password is present, and also if this is not a valid password. If this is not a valid password, so we will not allow user to log in. So let's say during registration I have given here 1 2 3 4 5 6, but while login I'm giving 1 2 3 4 6 5, and this is wrong, correct? So that means we need to validate the password also when we are going to log in. So that means here what I'm going to do, first I'm going to check this user is present or not. So I'm just going to do await find user by email with password, email with password. Okay, and here we're going to pass the normalized email. Now this method again, when we are where we are going to create this we are going to create in our repository. So we'll go to our repository. First let's copy this, and then I'm simply going to do export async function. So this will find user email with password. Here we're going to get the email, which will be string, and here we are going to return a promise. So here we have this db user with password row. Remember you created this in our types or null. So now you can simply take our result. So result will be await pull.query. So here we're going to pass db user with password row, and here we can simply write, so I'll do select id, select email, also we need the role, also role password has, and also let's take the created at. Okay, so these we are going to get from, so I'll do from, so your users where email will be this. Okay, and then we are going to simply pass our email, and then at the end we are going to return result.rows of 0 or else null. So this is going to give me that particular information. Okay, so now we can go back to our auth service. So we're going to check. So first what you have to check, right? So here I'm just going to check if this user dot, and this is where I'm going to have this password has, oh, first I have to import that, so you're not getting that right. You have to import this. So user dot password has, if this is not present, so I'm just going to do no. So in that case I'm simply going to throw new app error, and we are going to give a 401. Okay, and I'm just going to do invalid email or password. Okay, that's it. What else? Now we are going to check if this password is a valid password or not. So I'm just going to do const is password valid. So then we are going to use await, and we are going to use this bcrypt. I think we have to use bcrypt. We are using it. Bcrypt dot, we have compare. So how you are going to compare? Now this is one of the most important concept. How you are going to compare? So you are going to compare with this password. This password is the password that you are sending from the UI side. Okay, means this is the actual password user is going to type, but then this password you are going to compare with which one? So you're going to compare with the one that is stored in your DB. Okay, so this password has is stored in your DB, correct? So that means if this password and user dot password has both are same, that means this user given correct password 123456. But if this user given 123465, so that means this password is wrong. Okay, so that means there will be no match. You are getting? So if this is the case, so now we can simply check that if this password valid is false, so is password valid is false, so in that case I'm just going to throw new app error, and I'm just simply going to do 401, and I'll do invalid email or password. And you notice one thing, we are simply not directly telling that whether your email is invalid or password is invalid. Let user guess, because there is a possibility that let's say some hackers are trying to access, right? So they don't know that whether the email is invalid or password is invalid. So giving a general message here. So if this is not invalid, so you're going to throw error. If this is invalid, so now we are going to do what? We are going to create an access token. Now this is one of the most important concept. Okay, so we'll do an access token, and then we are going to create a sign access token. And then what we're going to pass, right? We're going to pass some information. But before that, let's create one more file here, and that we are going to create in our lib, and I'm just going to do jwt.ts. okay, so this is where we are going to create our token. Now what actually token will consist? Now this is what you have to understand. See, your token is going to have, let's say you have a user A. Okay, this token is going to have a user ID. Why? This user ID will be unique. This token is going to have an email information of that user, and this token also going to have the role of that user. Either this user is a normal user or this user is an admin user, correct? Now when we are going to create a token, and that particular token is going to hold all this information, so we will be able to understand, right, that okay, this is which user from the user ID, what is the user email from this email, and what is the user role from this role, correct? So that means first of all we have to create a type here. So I'm just going to do export type, and I'm just going to do token payload. Okay, or maybe I'm doing wrong. Let's go to our types, and then we'll keep it here only, token payload. And this is where I'm just going to use a user ID. This will be string. This also is going to have an email, which also will be string. This is also going to have a role, which will be string. So save this. Now we'll go here and we're going to create our access token. So I'm just going to export function. I'll do sign access token, and this is where I'm going to get my payload. Why you need payload? Because you need to get the user ID, email and password, correct? And this is what you're going to do, token payload, and this is going to return a string. So now what we're going to do, right, we're going to create some options, but before that we need a particular package. So which package we need? So now let's search here JSON. What is JSON web token, right? So JSON web token is a security blah blah between a code structure. JSON is a single string split into dots, headers, payload, that we are going to discuss. So first you can see that we have to install JSON web token, and we have this user payload, and then based on this you have to create a token here. Okay, first what we are going to do, right, so we'll go here, install this. So I'm just going to install this one here. So go to this, I'm just going to do clear install, and also install the types. Okay, now what I have to do, right? So this is going to need your secret, JWT secret. Okay, so here I'm going to copy this. You go to your env, and then we are going to add one more here. So I'll do JWT secret, and this will be super secret JWT key. Okay, now you can change this one. For now we're going to keep it like this, and this one first where do we have to add this? So we're going to add this in our env. So we'll go here and go to our env, and then I'm simply going to take JWT access secret. Okay, and this is where I'm just going to use this check required variables, and I'm going to pass this JWT secret. Okay, then I'm also going to take very important, I'm also going to add one more here, that okay, what will be the time, that till what time this particular secret will be accessible. So I'm just going to do here, so let's do JWT access expires in, and let's give this one as 15 minutes. Okay, so till 15 minutes this will be, this particular one will be available, or maybe let's do this one 30 for now. You can change this one. So now what I can do, right, I can go here and then add one more. So I'll do JWT access expires in. So this will be check this, and then we are going to pass the JWT access expires in. Okay, this is done. So now we can create our options. So how we are going to create options? So first of all, we need to import something from JWT package. So I'm just going to do import JWT comma from JSON web token, and what we need sign in options. So it's called sign options. Okay, so now this will be my type. So I'm just going to do sign options, and here what I have to pass it, you have to pass it expires in, when this will be expired. So here I'm going to get my env dot, you'll see that we have this JSON access expires in, and here you have to pass it, this is going to give you error. Okay, TypeScript error. So here you're going to give as, and you're going to give sign in options, and then you have to pass the expires in here. Okay, and then you are not going to get the error. And then how you're going to create actual token? So to create actual token, you're going to return JWT, and this is going to give you the sign method. Here what you have to pass, very important, this is where you're going to actually pass the payload, and this payload is going to hold your user information. You're going to pass the payload. You also need to pass your JWT secret. So I'll do JWT secret, and then you're going to pass the options. So these options now is going to hold your expiry, this is going to hold your token. So based on this token and based on this user information, it's going to create a JWT token. Okay, so now let's save this. So we'll go to auth service. You see how much sound is it's coming right from outside. Can't do anything. How many times I'm going to pause and redo? It's very difficult. Okay, so now we're going to create sign in. So this is going to receive the token, correct? This one we are going to import first, and this is going to receive a payload. In this payload, now we are going to pass the user ID. See, we are getting, now from where you are going to get the user ID? These user IDs you are going to get from this user information, because this information is going to give you this user information right here. Select all of this. So now you can go here, and then I can simply pass user. User is going to have your ID, email user.email, and then role user.role. You notice we are not adding the password here. Okay, and then at the end we are going to now return the access token. That's it. So that means in the end we are doing the login and we're returning the access token. Save this, and now if you go here and import this, and now you can get the access token directly here. So we'll do access token. Okay, we're getting error, man. Oh, value is not used. That's correct. So now what we can do, right, simply we are going to return. So I'll do res.status. So I'll do 200.json, and here let's pass the success will be true, and here we are going to pass a data, and here I'm going to pass this access token. Okay, still we are getting error. Access token doesn't exist on promise access token. This, how come? I'm doing some silly mistake only. Oh, I have to take await man here. See, that's what. So now this is done. So that means we are going to get the access token, and this flow is now completed. Okay, so now what will be the next step? Next step, we have to create our what is that called, middleware. But before that, let's do one thing. Let's check this login flow first. So I'm going to go here and let's do post, and I'll do login, and let's do here email. So I'll do sangam @1, but I'll change this on this and send this. Email and password are required. So here I'm just going to take the password, and I'll give correct password, but I'll give in wrong email. You can see here, right? So the email is wrong. Send this invalid email or password. So now I'm going to give correct email but wrong password. Send this invalid email or password. Now I'm going to give correct one, 3456. Okay, send this, and you're going to get your success data, and this is your access token. Okay, this token is actually holding all your information. This is holding your user ID, user email, and user role. Okay, so this will be the overall flow. Okay, so what you should do, right, instead of directly jumping to middleware, try to understand that what you have done. We are getting the data from our UI, we're going to services. Okay, we are then checking this one. This is very basic validation, that's okay. Then we are checking the email, and then we are checking if the email is present, user is present. If user is not present, throw error. If password is not matching, throw error. If this is not the case, then we are going to create the token, and we are going to returning the token here. Okay, so with this, now let's move to the next one, which will be, now we are going to create our middleware, and also how you are going to get your current user information. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so now let's create our middleware. So we have to create two middleware. One will be our authentication middleware, and second one will be our admin middleware, and both are very important. Okay, so first let's do one thing. Let's go here and let's create the first one. I'm just going to do auth.middleware.ts, and also we're going to create admin.middleware.ts. So first, in this auth middleware, what we have to do? So first you have to see that when we are going to send the token, right? Let's say you have a UI, correct? Now let's say you are doing an API request, something like this. So how you usually send your token, right? So you are going to send your token in your request headers. Now if you remember, in the HTTP module we have discussed about the headers. So in these headers, one of the headers property will be called authorization. Okay, and in this authorization we are going to send our token. But how we usually send our token? We send this particular token as a bearer token. So it's like this. So you have bearer, B-E-A-R-E-R, and then there will be a space, and then there will be your token. So it will be bearer space token. Now this bearer is going to hold your token. So it's like it's bearing your token. So it's like taking your token, and this token we are going to send from our UI side to our backend side, and backend is going to validate this token, and based on that we are going to understand whether this user is a normal user or admin user, whether this user is an authenticated user or non-unauthenticated user, all these things. So if you go here and you'll see that bearer token. So let's see what it's telling, right? So first you'll see that it's a security grant the bearer industry standard to handle your JSON web token or JWT, right? So you have your authorization, you have your bearer, and then your actual token, and you see that there is a space. Now this space is important because what you're going to do, right, when we'll split it, so we are going to split it with space. So left side will be bearer, right side will be your token. So how we are going to get the token? So once we are going to split and take the right side of it, we will be getting our actual token. Okay, so this is how you're going to send. So you have authorization, bearer, and this is your token. So first what you're going to do, right, so I'm just going to do export function, and I'll do authentication or authenticate. I think let's keep authenticate. Here we're going to get our request. Now this request will be, so I'm just going to do import from express. So here we're going to get request, we're going to get response, and we are also going to get next function. So request will be our request, then we are going to get our response, which will be our response, and then we are going to have our next, very important, which will be our next function. And here we are going to have a void. So first we are going to get our header. So I'm just going to do auth header, and this will be your request dot headers, and then you're going to have your authentication. So your request dot header dot authentication. So you can see that, right? So not authentication, authorization. Request dot header dot authorization. This is what actually it's telling here. Okay. Now what I'm going to do? So I'm simply going to do if not equals this auth header dot starts with if this is not started with bearer, so that means there is a wrong, because it will always start with bearer. So you can see that. So it's simply checking that if this token is not started with bearer, that means you're sending a wrong format from your UI side. And also this will be space, right? So bearer space. So in that case, what you're going to do, you're going to call next middleware, then you're going to pass a new app error, and then you're going to pass a 401. So whenever there is an authentication related thing, you're going to send a 401, and this will be access code token is required. So this is the first thing, and then you're going to return. Then we are going to get our actual token. Okay, so how you're going to get our actual token? So you're going to do token, and this will be, so you're going to get auth header, and now you're going to do, I already mentioned you're going to split. So you're going to split with what? Space, and then you're going to take the right side, right? So split means 0th, and this is first one. So we're going to do split, and then we are going to do with space, and then I'm going to take the first one. So this is going to give me my actual token, the right side of it. And now what do you have to do? Now this is actually very important. Okay, now this is extremely important. I'm going to show you one very interesting thing. You'll see that if I just do request.user, right? And now you'll see that this user is not present, and this makes sense because this request, which is a type of request, this is not holding any user information. So that means we need to somehow inform Express that okay, in my request object I also need to include this user object here. But how you're going to do this? You're getting what I'm talking about, means this will give you a TypeScript error because this user doesn't exist. So that means to inform Express that okay, you need to add or you need to append this user information in your request object. So how you're going to do this? So we'll go to types, and then I'm just going to create a express dot d.ts. So I'm going to create a global express, and so first I'm going to declare express, and here I'm simply going to append that one, that particular, sorry, not express, we are going to declare global, and here inside this I'm going to take a namespace which will be express, and inside this we're going to take our interface, and in our interface will be our interface of this request, right? So we have this request. So simply we're telling Express that you take your request object, and in this request object also append this user so that I can access this request.user. So now here we are going to simply tell okay, in this request interface I am going to add a user here, and this will be optional, and this user will be the token payload that we have created. This token payload is going to hold your user ID, email and role, and you'll see that now you're not getting this error because this express is now holding. So express.request.user equal to token payload you're getting. So that means this user is now appended in your request object, and then you're going to just do export this. That's it. So now this request.user, what this value will be, so this will be, so this request.user will be nothing but here we are now going to verify our access token. So I'm just going to do verify access token, and you're going to pass this token here because you need to verify it. You just can't use any random token and then you can give user access. So we'll go to our JWT, and then I'm just simply going to do export function, and I'll do verify access token. You're going to get the token which will be string, and here we're going to get our token payload. And now to do this, you're simply going to do a try catch. So here I'm simply going to throw a new app error 401, and I'll do invalid or expired access token. And in this try, now I'm simply going to do return. So we'll do JWT dot, I think it's called verify, and here you're going to pass the token. But how you're going to verify? So you have, remember in the env you have this JWT access secret, and based on it it's going to verify. Okay, and here you're going to simply pass as, so do token payload, and this is done. So now this method is going to verify your JWT token, and this is what you're actually verifying here. Okay, and then what you have to do, can you guess what you have to do here? Extremely important concept, extremely important. So you have to always call your next middleware. Remember, I already explained this one. If you don't call this next middleware, it will always stuck in middle. Okay, it will never call your next handler, or it will never call your next middleware. So that means now this particular authenticate is a middleware which is going to check every request whenever you're going to use this middleware, that whether the user is an authenticated user or not. Now to check the admin middleware, how you're going to do this one? So first of all, let's do one thing. Go here, I'm going to just copy this, paste it here. So I'm simply going to do export function require admin, So I'm going to take request, which will be request, response, which will be response, next, which will be next function, and this will be void. So simply I'm just going to check if this request.user, I'm going to have user dot role. If this is not admin, right, if this user is not admin user, so that means we're simply going to return next, and this will be new app error, and I'm going to return 403, and I'm simply do that admin access required, you do not have admin access, it seems, something like this. And then I'm simply going to return this. And then what you have to do here, again you have to call the next, okay, always you have to call the next, or else it will be stuck. Now I think this is done. So what will be the next? Next will be, now let's do one thing, let's go to our auth routes, and then I'm going to create one more route here. So what I need to do, right, I wanted to get my current user information. How you're going to get current user information? Until unless you log in, you don't have the token, and from that token you'll be able to get the user information. So I'm simply going to do auth router dot get, and then I'm simply going to do me, okay. And here for now I'm just going to take request response. Now this is not correct, it's not going to work, but I wanted to show you that only. So Node.js.status, and I'm simply going to pass 200.json, and here what I'm going to do, right, I'm simply going to do success will be true, and here I'm going to pass a data, and here I'm going to do user, and this will be request, and you are going to have this user, correct. Save this, and you'll see that this is not going to work, and this is where you're going to understand one very important concept, and that is how you can protect your routes. Save this. So now I think we don't have any error, so let's go here, copy this, get, and this will be /API/auth/me, and I'm going to just do send here. You're not getting any error, sorry, not getting any error, but you're not getting any data. Why? First of all, until unless you have the token, so here we don't know, right, if the user is logged in user or not. So how you're going to get user information? So that means what you have to do, right, in your authorization you have to actually pass your token. So let's say I'm going to pass a bearer token, here I have to pass the token, and then I also need to protect this particular router. How I'm going to protect? So this is where I need to use middleware. So middleware here is going to protect, so it's going to check if the user is an authenticated user or not. So now to check this, what you have to do in middle, you just have to call that authenticate middleware. That's it. Now this is going to work as a barrier. So that means when it's going to do here, it's going to check this middleware. If this is passed, then it's going to run this. If this is fail, so it's going to return error. For example, if you go here, right, let's say first of all save this, and now let's say if I run that particular from the postman, you will see that you're not going to get this response. What you'll get, right, you'll get bearer token is needed or access token is needed. Now see what will happen. If I go here and send this, see, access token is required. So that means now this particular route is protected, okay. Protected by whom? Protected by this middleware. So if I go to middleware, it's checking, okay, you don't have any bearer token, so it's going to return this. If it will have bearer token, then it's going to verify the token, and then you're going to get your user information. I hope this is clear. So now what I'll do, right, I'll go here, login, I'm going to send this, I'm going to get the token, copy this token, go to this, go to headers, and then I'm going to add one header. Okay, so let's add here authorization, and here I'm just going to do bearer, right, so bearer, and then paste this, and then if I send this, that's it. So now you're getting your user ID, email, role, and the rest of the expiry and blah blah. But this is the important. So you're getting user, you're getting what I'm talking about. So this is how you're going to implement the middleware. Now this token is actually hold this information here. Why? Because when you're doing verifying, right, it's actually doing the verification here, correct, and based on it, it's going to return. Also another very important concept, where is that? Let's go to that auth routes, not routes, service. See, this is where we are actually said, not this one, man. This part only I'm talking about. So request.user equal to verify access token, right? And here what you're doing, we're returning this return verify. This is what I'm talking about. So actually what you're doing, first we are verifying the token. If that is correct, then only we are doing what? We are attaching that user information in our request object. So this one, in our request object. So that is the reason you're getting this information. The moment you will just change this token, let's say if I do maybe let's do P to A, okay, and send this invalid or expired access token, see, it will work, right? And then if you let's say copy this again from here, let's say I'm going to copy this and then again replace here, you'll see that you're going to get the result. So send this, that's it. So this is how you're going to protect. Okay, now we haven't used this admin middleware because this we're going to use later, but for now let's keep it like this. With this, now let's move to the next one. What will be the next part? Next part will be we are going to implement CRUD, right? CRUD means how you're going to create, update, delete and all those things. And remember one thing here I wanted to mention before. I know some of you are going to comment that okay, in the auth routes or auth service we haven't implemented cookies, where is logout and all of this. We're not going to have all of this in this particular video, and the reason is very simple. If you want to learn all of this, I already have a video for this, or else wait for the next part. In the next part we are going to have the rest of the topics that I've already mentioned, some of the things that I already mentioned in the previous core modules, that we are going to have child process, worker threads, then some of the advanced topics. Here we are going to implement some advanced level of middleware means login flow, email verification, all those things. It's not possible to include each and everything here, so I wanted to mention, but for a beginner or even to complete a project, this is more than enough. So first let's implement our CRUD. We are going to understand RBAC means role based access control. We are going to implement our admin side logic, and then we'll move to file upload because there are still so many things are left. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now what we're going to do, right, so we start implementing our CRUD. CRUD means create, read, update and delete. Okay, now first of all let's go to types, and we will start with creating our task type. So do task.ts. let's do this one as export type. Let's do task. So for your task you're going to have an ID, so this will be string. You're also going to have task title, which also will be string. You're also going to have a status, this will be string. And also let's see what else we have. Title, status, user ID, created at and updated at, right? So we'll copy these. So here we are going to have user underscore ID, this also will be string. Created at, this will be date, and then we are also going to have the updated at, which also will be date. So this will be our type. So now first of all let's close everything. So let's see how many files first of all we need, because we need to first check the flow and everything, right? So first of all, as a user, the first requirement will be this user has to be logged in user. So that means if you haven't logged in, you will not be able to create any task. So that is the first requirement. Then user will be able to create task. So this will be first requirement. User can only see the task created by that user only. I think that part we have already covered previously. User can update their task and user can delete their task. So 4 routes. Okay. From admin side, what you're going to do, right, admin will be able to see all the tasks created by all the users. So that means let's say I have 2 users. First user created 10 tasks, second user created 5 tasks. So admin will be able to see all these 15 tasks together. Okay, and second, admin only will be able to update task status. So admin can update task status, user can update their task title, something like this. So first of all, what we're going to do, right, so we need to see how many repository file we need. So first let's start with repository. So here I'm just going to create, maybe let's do this one as, either we can create only, let's do user.task.repository.ts, and then I'm also going to create one more. So this will be admin.task.repository.ts. So one for user, one for admin, correct? Then we are also going to need our task services. So we'll go to our services. I'm going to create user.task.service.ts. Then I'll do admin.task.service.ts. Then we need our routes, correct? So in the routes we are going to have 2 routes only. The first one will be same. So we'll do user.task.routes.ts, and I'll do admin.task.routes.ts. So then first of all let's start with again from our routes file. So let's close everything else, go to index, and let's create our first route, which will be our task route for user. So here the first of all let's import. Okay, then we are going to do, so first import something from express, and here we are going to first take, so I'll do export const, and this will be our user task router. Okay, and this will be our router. Now first what we have to see, right, that all the task, whatever operation that user is going to do, so that user has to be logged in user. So that means whatever routes we are going to have in this particular file, all routes has to be protected by our authenticated middleware, you're getting. So this one we are going to understand in a minute. First let's do one thing. So I'm just going to do here, let's go here, right, so we'll go to our index.ts, and here what are you going to do? So first of all you have to use this one. So I'll do API router dot use, and here let's give this one as let's do tasks, and here I'm just going to do user task router. So that is the first thing. Now I'll go here. First of all we are going to create our first route, which will be how we are going to create one particular task. So I'm just going to do task user task router dot post, let's give this one slash, so this will be our home route, and here we're going to get async, so I'll do request response and next, and here so let's take our try catch, so do error, and then we are going to call the next without error, so that is fine. But here what we are going to do, right, so first I'm just going to do const task, and I'm just going to do await. So now we are going to create our service, so we'll go to our user service, and here we are going to have our first service, which will be create user task. And what we are going to pass here, so first of all we are going to pass two things. Now you need to understand a couple of things here. Okay, as I already mentioned that this route has to be protected. So here there are two ways you can do this. Now this is one of the most important concepts you have to understand. First of all, let's understand you have two routes here. One route has to be protected and other routes not. So in that case what you can do, right, you can use this authenticate middleware that we have on the route level only. Why? Because you can't use this one on the page level, sorry, on the file level, because let's say you have one more here, right, you have one more, and this particular route don't need this authenticate. So in that case what you can do, you can use this one individually, you're getting. But let's say now you have one more route, and this route also need authenticate middleware. So in that case, instead of doing this one two times, so one time here again one time here, we can do something like this. We can use this one on the file level. Okay, so what I mean by this, now if I go here and I'm simply going to tell, okay, user task router dot use this authenticate. So simply we are telling that whatever routes I'm going to have in this particular file, it can be 2 routes, 10 routes, 20 routes, all the routes will be now protected by the middleware. So now what you have to do, right, you have to use this one on the page level, top file, so not top file, on the file on the top you have to use. So whatever you are going to use after this, all these routes, so for example this route, and you have let's say 50 more routes, all will be protected by authenticate middleware. Okay, so that means all these routes are now protected. So all the routes below are now protected, as simple as that. So this is how you can use or you can protect routes. As I already mentioned, I'm going to repeat once again. Let's say the requirement is you have to protect this one, you don't have to protect, then you can't use this one, because this will apply for all the routes. So in that case you have to use this one on the route level, something like this. So for this one you need this, for this you don't, and then you have to remove this one. Okay, so for now, because we need this particular authenticate middleware for all the routes, we are not going to use this one on the route level. Okay, so now let's remove this. So first of all we are going to create our user task, correct? So now we'll go to our service file and let's create our first service. So here I'm just going to do export async function, and this will be create user task. What we need, right, so first of all we need to know that which user actually creating this particular task, and that is the reason we have this user ID, right? So we have this user ID, so that means this one needs to have the user ID, correct? So we are going to need our user ID. So user ID will be string, and also we need the title, so title, and this will be unknown. Now here what this is going to return, so this is going to return promise, and it's going to return task type that we have created in our task in the types file. Okay, remember we have created this one. So now what we are going to do, right, so first of all let's do validation. So first we are going to do const, and let's do valid title. We are only checking the title here, and this will be, let's create one function. So I'm just going to do function, and I'll do validate or valid title. No, let's do validate title, and this is going to receive your title. This will be unknown, and here you are going to use string. Now as I already mentioned, we are actually going to use Zod only, but here you also need to know how you can implement all of this manually. So first I'm going to use this validate title. We are going to pass this user ID, right? Not user ID, title. So here what I'm going to do, simply I'm going to check that if this type of title, if this is not equal to string, or if this is false, so that means if title.trim, in that case we are going to throw new app error, and we are going to tell that okay, this is 400, and I'm simply going to do title is required. Okay, and now I'm simply going to do const trimmed title, and this will be title.trim. And then what you can do, right, you can also give some condition. For example, let's say I wanted to check if this trimmed title.length, if this is greater than, maybe let's give a max title length of, let's say 150 or 100, something like this. So in that case also you can throw one more error. So I'll do throw new app error, and I'm simply going to do 400, and I'll do title must be 100 characters or less, right? Now this also you can put this one in a constant file. Remember I told you to keep this one as a homework, so that you can do. And then we are going to return the streamed title. Okay, so now this is going to validate our title. Now what we are going to do, right, we are simply going to return, and we are actually going to now interact with our DB. Now when I'm talking about interact with our DB, so that means we need to at the end save this particular support task in our DB, correct? So now we have to go to our repository file. So we'll go to user.task.repository, and we'll create our first function. So I'll do export async function, and I'll do create task, and here we are going to do user ID. We need the user ID, that which user is actually creating, so this will be string. We also need the title of that task, and this also will be string. And here what will be the return type? Return type will be promise of this task. So now we are going to use this here. So this will be our return, and you can do create task, and what this is going to receive, first of all let's import this, and this is going to receive your user ID and title. So I'm just going to pass the user ID, and I'm going to pass the valid title. Okay, so save this. So now what we have to do here, so simply going to create our SQL, we have to write our query. So I'll do pull dot query, and here you can do this one as task only. If you want, you can also do like this. So you can do a type, and let's do task row, and this will be equal to this task, and you can pass this also. Remember I've told you that the DB format and the actual format that you want to return, that can be different, but in this case it's same. So I'm just simply taking this only, and here now I'm just going to write. So what we have to write, so we are going to insert. So I'm just going to do insert into, and let's check our so this will be support task. This is where we are inserting. This is our table. What we are going to insert, we are going to insert title, and also we are going to insert user ID, correct? Then I'm just going to do values. So values will be 1 and 2, and then I wanted to do a returning. So I'll return ID, I wanted to return the title, I wanted to return the status. Why we are not taking the status? Because by default status will be open. Okay, so you take status, then I wanted to return the user ID, then I want to return the created date and updated date. That's it. And then what you have to do, so here after this I'm going to pass the title and the user ID. So I think this is done, and at the end we are going to return result.rows of 0. So save this. So I think this is done. So now if we go here, so what I have to use, you have to use this create task user task here. So I'm going to import from our service, and this is going to receive the user ID and the title. Now from where you are going to pass this user ID. Now this is where you have to understand, from this request, remember we have this request, and this request is going to have your user information, and this is going to give you the user ID. Now this we are going to actually get, remember when we have validated the token, right, that time we are attaching this user information in our request object. So from where we will be able to get this user ID, and then this will be request.body.title. And now what you can do, you can simply pass a res.status of 201.json, and here I'm just going to do success will be true, and let's pass a data. So data will be this task that we have created. Save this. Now let's run it once again. See that this is running. So now first of all, let's go here. Okay, so I'm just going to copy this. So I'll do post and I'll paste here. So this will be app API slash, what is the route name that we are using? So let's check routes index. So I'll do slash task. So slash API slash task. Why? Because if you go to user task, we are using only slash, right? So this will be slash task and this will be post request. We'll go to body JSON and I'm going to pass the title, right? So you have the title and this will be first support task, correct? Let's try to send this. You can see access token is required. Now from where you are actually getting, you have to understand all this. See, because of this line you are getting this authenticate is going to protect all the routes. So if you go to this authenticate, you'll see that it's simply checking whether you have the access token or not. So this is going to block the request, correct? So now what you have to do, right, you have to go to our login. Let's send this. We're going to get the token. So we'll copy this token. Let's copy this one from here. And now if I go to authorization, or let's go to headers, add one more. So I'm just going to add authorization and let's add a bearer, right, space. So now let's try to send, and that's it. So now you have your ID, a title is created, status is open by default. This is your user ID, the user ID that created. Now you see this user ID, and if you go to this user ID, that particular user ID, both will be same, right? So for example, if you go check this one B0A and check this one B0A, so that means this user actually created this particular task. So we'll be able to actually track that which support task is created by which user. You're getting this user ID and this particular user ID, both are same. So this about the creating. So creating is actually simple. Now remember, you might be thinking, I know that some of you will be thinking, oh, this is very simple, just adding one particular title. It doesn't like that. What you can do, you don't have to exactly do like this. Now I'm adding only title. What will be your homework? Instead of adding only title, you can add 10 more properties here. But at the end, you have to understand this one, that the process will remain same. Doesn't matter how many properties you are going to have here. At the end, the process or the flow will remain same. If you understand this flow, you will be able to create any kind of project. Okay. So with this, now let's move to the next one, which will be our next will be fetching all the tasks. So for this one, we are going to do user task router.get. So this will be slash, and I'll do async. Let me just copy this one from here. And then we are simply going to take a try catch. And then we are going to simply pass the error. And here, what we are going to get? We are simply going to get all our tasks, right? So I'm just going to do const tasks, and I'll do await, and I'll do get user tasks. Okay, so now first of all, when we are going to create this service, so let's go to service and let's create this. So I'm just going to do export async function, and I'm simply going to do get user tasks. What actually you need. Now here you have to understand all of this. When you are going to get the task, you need to pass this user ID, because let's say there are two users A and B. A created 5 tasks, B created 10 tasks, and you only need the task that is created by A. So in that case, you need to know this user ID, then only you'll be able to get it, correct? So that means these get user tasks now need the user ID. So you are going to get the user ID, which will be string. What this is going to return, it is going to return a promise of task, and this will be array, because user can create multiple tasks also. And here now we are going to return what? So we are going to create one more repository function here, right here, because we need to get the task from our DB only, correct? So I'm just going to do export async function, and I'm just going to do fetch task by user ID, okay? So you need the user ID. This will be string, and here what you're going to do, you're going to do promise, and this will be, so we are going to get task. So now what you're going to do, right, simply is will do const result. So this will be await pull dot query. So we're going to so this will be task row, and now we are going to write our query. So I'll do select. So I'll do select ID title user ID. No, we have status user ID created at and updated at. So all this I need from where? from our table. The table name is support task, so we'll do support tasks, correct? So from this table, where based on what we are checking, based on user ID, so where this user ID will be equal to this, right? And then I'm also going to do a order by. So let's do order by of created at, let's do disk. Oh no, this will be wrong. Created at, and this will be disk, and here you are going to simply pass the user ID. That's it. And then what you can do, you have to return result dot rows. Why? Because there can be multiple tasks also. So save this. So now what you're going to do, right, we'll go to our task service. So here we're going to call this fetch task by user ID, and you're going to pass the user ID. This is done. So now we'll go to our routes, and then we'll import this one from our service, and what this is going to receive, this is going to receive the user ID. So we'll do request dot user ID. That's it. And then you're going to simply return, so we'll do res dot status of 200.json, and here now you're going to return success will be true, and we're going to return the data, which will be these tasks, and this is done. So now this particular route also will be protected. Okay, so let's see this one, whether this is working or not. So let's go here, and then I'm going to just copy this, create one more, and this will be get. And now let's do, first of all, let's do one thing. Let's try to send. Access token is required, correct? So we'll go to our login. Let's create one token. We're going to copy this. We'll go here. Let's go to headers. Let's add a authorization. Let's add bearer. Paste this, and now see what will happen. If I send this, that's it. So you're getting the task created. Now you might be thinking how it is getting the user ID, correct? Remember, this is actually getting the user ID from a request object, and this request object from where you are actually getting from this token, because at the end you are validating the JWT token, right? So we will go to post here, and let's say if I try to add one more, so let's do second. So it's created one, and if you try to go and send this, now you're getting two tasks, right? So your first support task and second support task. Fantastic, right? So that means fetching all the fetching all the task is also working. So now what you're going to do, right, we'll create our third one, which is how you're going to fetch a single task, because now what is happening, right, we are getting all the tasks, so we need to fetch one single task. Okay, so now let's go here and let's see how we are going to do that. So first of all, let's do one thing. I'm just going to do user task router dot get. Now what you have to do, right, remember here you are going to understand how you can create a dynamic API route. Dynamic API route we have to create like this. So you have to do task ID. Now what actually we're doing here, we're simply telling this is a dynamic param. Why? Because when this particular user, let's say, created 10 tasks, each and every task will have separate ID. So that means this task ID will be different. For example, your first task ID is 1, second task ID is 3, 2, 3, 4, like this, right? So when I wanted to get only 5th task, I need to replace this one with /5, something like this. So that is the reason I'm sending a colon and then the param or query, parameter name here. That will be dynamic, right? So here now what I can do, right, I'll simply do async, and this will be request response next. And now I'll just do try catch. So I'll do next, call the error, and in this try, so first of all I'm just going to do const task, because we are fetching single task. So I'll do await, so I'll do get user task by ID. Okay, so what all we have to pass here. So first of all, before this also, let's do one thing. Let's return this. I'll do res.status of 200.json. So here I'm just going to do success will be true, and data I'm just going to pass this task here, but this is not yet completed. So first you have to go and fetch the single task, correct? So go to service file, and then we are going to create one more. So I'm just going to do export async function, and I'm simply going to do get user task by ID. Okay, get user task or fetch user task, what we are using here, get user task, I think it is fine. Get user task, that's fine. Get user task by ID, it's okay. Now here, what are the things you need? Can you guess? First of all, you need to get the user ID. Second, you need to get the task ID, because let's say if I try to get this particular task, you need this ID Also you need which user actually created this, because it's actually better. Okay, you can actually face this using this also, but you need the user ID here also. Okay, so that means you need two things. So first you need the task ID, which will be string, and also you need the user ID, which also will be string. What this is going to return? So it's going to return a promise of the single task, so it will be task. And now what I can do, right, I can do const, and this will be task, and here I'm just going to do await, and I'll do find task by ID, find task by ID and user ID. Okay, and here we're going to pass the task ID, and we are also going to pass the user ID. So this one now you're going to create where? Again in our repository file, because we at the end we need to fetch this one from our DB. So I'll do export async function. So I'll do fetch task by ID and user ID. So you need the task ID, this will be string, and also you need the user ID, this also will be string. So what this is going to return? This is going to return a promise of task, or it can return null, because it's possible that you are giving some random ID and that data is not present. Okay, so now I'm just going to do const result. So this will be await pull.query. So we're going to pass the task row, and here we are going to now write our query. So we'll do select ID, title, status, user ID, created at, and updated at. So all these things we need from where? From our support task table. So we'll do from support task, and then we are going to do where ID will be this. Okay, ID means your actual ID, the task ID, and you also need the user ID, where user ID is equal to this. And then you are going to simply pass your ID, means this will be your task ID, and then you are going to have your user ID. Very simple. And then you are simply going to return result.rows of 0, but here it is possible, so you can also return null here. Okay, if that is not present. That's it you have to do here. So now we are going to import this in our service file, and then we are going to give a very important check, because if this task is not present, so in that case what I'm going to do, right, will throw new app error, and I'm just going to do a 404, and I'll do task not found. Okay, and at the end we are going to return the task. That's it. So this about our service. Now we'll go to here. So we need to first import this from our service, and then what we need to pass the task ID and the user ID. So task ID will be your this ID, but how you're going to get this ID now? So this ID you're going to get from request, and request is going to give you these params, and these params is going to have your task ID. See, this is going to have your task ID, and these depend on what you're giving here. For example, if I do the ID, see you're getting error. Why? Because now you have to give task ID. You're getting, so that's the reason. I'll just change this on to task ID, and here I'm simply going to do user ID. You already know, so we'll do request.user.user ID, and this is done. So now let's save this, and let's say if I just go here and let's create one more. So what I'll do, right, so let's copy this. First let's go here, so we're going to do this, and now what I have to do, you have to pass the dynamic value, right? So slash task ID. So maybe let's take this task one, first one. Okay, so this ID I wanted to take, and I'll do slash this, and now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to send here, and you can see that you are getting access token is required, which is expected because we need to pass our token. So we'll go to our login, get our token, and let's go to headers, add authorization, and I'm simply going to add a bearer and paste, and now let's try to send, and that's it. So you're getting success and you're getting this data. Okay, so now let's see, go here, and maybe let's say try to add this, copy this, and if I go here, let's change this one to this, send, and you're getting second task. And let's say if I just change this ID to a different ID, send this, you're getting task not found. That means you're getting 404, and that is coming from your service, from this line. Okay, so this is completed. So now next one will be update, right? So let's say how we are going to do update. So I'm going to create one more, and this time we are going to use not get, not post, we are going to use patch, because we are only going to update a certain portion or certain property in your DB, so you don't have to update all the properties, right? So in this case, when you're going to patch something, let's say if I go here, let's say you have 1 task, 2 tasks, 3 tasks, and in this particular task you wanted to update some property. Let's say you wanted to change the name from Sangam to John. So in that case, you need to also know the which ID you wanted to update, right? So that means these also will be a dynamic value. So in this case also, what we're going to do, we are actually going to tell that, okay, these ID we wanted to update, right? So this task ID will be what? Again, dynamic value you're getting. And then we are going to take async. So we're going to get request response next, and here we are going to do a try catch error, and then we're going to do next, and we're going to call out error. So first of all, what we have to do, so first let's do a const, and we're going to take task, and I'll do await, and I'll do update user task. Okay, so what are the things that you need here? So this is the first thing. See, first of all, you need to know which task you wanted to update, so that means you need the task ID. Second, you need which user actually created that particular task, so that means you also need the user ID, and that makes sense, correct? Let's say you wanted to update this task from second support task to second support task edited, so that means I need to change this title, correct? So that means I need sorry, I need this title, I need this user ID, and also I need this title also. Why? Because consider you are having a UI, and from this UI user is going to update, right? So that means this title value you need, the updated title value. Consider I wanted to change this second support task to Sangam, something like this. So that means I need that updated value, correct? Then only you'll be able to understand, okay, I need to update the title, but what will be the value? That you don't know. So that you're going to get from your UI side, right? From your front end side. So that means in this one we need 3 things, but before that let's go to our service, and let's first create this. So here what I'm going to do, right, I'm simply going to do export async function, and here I'm just going to do update user task. So we need the task ID, which will be string. We also need the user ID, which will be string, and also we need the title, that will be also string. What this is going to return, again it's going to return promise of the task. So first of all, I wanted to valid, right? So I wanted to do valid title, and this will be our validated title, and I'm going to pass the title. And now what I'm going to do, first I'm going to do const task, and I'll do update task title, and this one we are going to do where? We are going to write in our repository, because at the end you have to remember you have to interact with your DB only, right? So if you go here, and let's create one more. So I'm just going to do export async function, and I'm simply going to do update task title. This is also going to receive these 3 things. I'm not going to write, let's copy and paste, and then here we are going to do promise, and I'm simply going to do, this will be either task or else this will be null. Again, why? Because let's say you are updating one particular task, that task is not even present, so in that case this will return null, correct? So I'm simply going to do const result, so I'll do await pull.query. So you're going to pass the task row, and then try to write the query by yourself, because by this time I hope that you completed the Postgres section, and also you have written multiple query also, so I think you should do all of this. How you're going to update? So here you can't use select, correct? So you have to do update. Where you wanted to update? We wanted to update our support task table, right? So now what you have to update? So you have to update the title property. So I'm going to do set which property? Title, which will be equal to 1, and then I'm just going to do updated at, this will be equal to what? Now, because when you're updating that time also you need, right, that timestamp. Now what you're going to do, where now you're going to tell, okay, because your DB doesn't know, right, okay, which item I need to update. Let's say you have 10 tasks and you wanted to update the 5th one, so you need to tell, right, okay, where the ID will be this and user ID will be this. So simply I'm telling that, okay, you wanted to update these particular, first of all you wanted to update support task table, you wanted to update the title property, you wanted to update the updated property, but how we are going to understand which title? Where the ID is this and user ID is this. This means user ID means this task is created by that particular user, and this is the title ID where I wanted to update. And now what I'm going to do, I'm going to do a returning, and this will be ID title status user ID create, or let's write it and copy this from here, created and updated it, these two things. So here I need this, that's it. And then you're going to pass what? So first of all, what is our first variable, so which is title. So this will be your title. Then next is your ID, so this will be your task ID. Don't make this mistake, okay, all of this. And last one is your user ID, and this will be your user ID. And then at the end you're going to return result.rows of 0 or else this will be null. So save this. I think this is done. So now we'll go to our service, means task service. And now here what are you going to do? So first of all, let's import this, and we're going to pass the, so we have task ID, user ID and title. So first I'm going to pass the task ID, user ID and the title. And then I'm going to give a check that if this task is not present, or we have to pass a valid title, not this one. Task is not present, so I'm just going to throw new app error. So I'll do 404 and I'll do task not found, and also this is going to return null also. So in that case I'm simply going to return the task here. So save this. So now I'll go here and then we are going to import this first, and this update task is going to receive your task ID. So how you are going to get the task ID? Task ID will be your request.params.task ID. Next you are going to pass the user ID. User ID will be request.user.user ID, and then you are going to pass the title. Title will be from where you are going to get. So title you are going to get from request.body.title. That's it. Save this, and then at the end what you are going to do, you are going to return res.status of 200. So in this case also you are going to return 200.json, and we are going to do success will be true and data will be task, this task. Save this. So now if we go here, right, so let's say maybe I wanted to update this task only. So I'm just going to copy this, add one more, paste it here. This will be patch, and let's say try to, okay, first of all I'm just going to add one here I'm just going to update the title. So title I have second support task, correct? So let's change this one to second support task title edited. Okay, try to send first. You're getting access token is needed. So first let's log in, get the token, and then I'll go to headers, add a authorization, and I'm going to do bearer, and then try to send. And you can see that now you're getting second support task is edited. Okay, so that means this is working fine. Now try to fetch all the tasks. Okay, so I'll go here, send this. So it's invalid. So okay, let's change the token first, paste here, and then try to send. And you can see that now you're getting second support task edited. So that means this is working fine. If you go here, try to send this, you're getting second support task edited. Alright, so I think this is completed. So the last step, the last one that is left, and that will be delete. Okay, so with this CRUD will be completed. So create, update, read and delete. So let's do the delete in the next part. Okay, so now let's implement our delete one, right? So for delete, what we'll do user task router, and we are going to use the delete method. Here also when you're going to delete, so you are going to delete a certain support task, correct? So in this case also this will be dynamic. So here task ID, and then let's take async, and let's copy this. And here we are going to take a try catch. So we'll call next with error, and here in the try, so simply we're going to do await. So we'll do delete user task. So what are the things we need? So first of all, let's create our service, right? So this will be simpler. So what I can do, so I'll do export async function, and this will be delete user task. So first of all, you need the task ID, and also you need the user ID, both you need. And what this is going to return, it's going to return a promise, and it's going to return void, nothing. So here I'm simply going to do const deleted. So do await delete task. So here let's go to our repository first, and let's delete the task. So first I'm just going to do export async function. So do delete task. So you need the task ID, which will be string, and also you need the user ID. These also will be string. And here, so let's do a promise, and because we are deleting this one from our DB, so I'm going to return a boolean here. Okay, so we'll do const result. So this will have it pull.query. So what are you going to do? Simply, so you're going to tell that you are going to delete something. So you'll do delete from where? So from your support task table here. Okay, so you'll do delete from support task where id equal to this and user underscore id is equal to this, and then you're going to simply pass your task id and user id. That's it. What do you have to return? So you're going to return your result dot row count or else 0, and these we are going to simply do if this is greater than 0, so then it will be true. Okay, so that means this particular row will be deleted. Alright, so now let's import this. So we're going to import delete task here. So I'll do delete task, and we're going to pass the task id and the user id. Okay, so I'm simply going to check if not equal to deleted, so just throw one error here. So I'll do new error, sorry, app error 404. I'll do task not found. Sorry, this will be not deleted. Save this. So now we'll go to here, and what we're going to do, right, so we can directly call this delete user task, this one, this particular service from a route, but we have to send a response back. So I'm simply going to do res.status 200, and let's do a JSON, and we are simply going to do success will be true, and let's pass a message that task deleted successfully from DB. Okay, so save this. So now I'll go here, maybe let's do one thing. I'm going to copy this only, create one more, paste this one, let's do this one delete, and we have this ID, right, this one. So let's copy the, I think this only we are using here, that's fine. So let's try to send. So access token is needed, which is correct. So let's get one token now. So I'm going to take this, we'll go here, we'll go to headers. So let's do authorization, and here I'm going to do bearer, and then let's see, send task deleted successfully, right? And if you try to send one more time, task not found. Fantastic. So let's go here and let's try to send. You're getting only one task, means that is created, sorry, that is deleted. Okay, so these will be our CRUD. So create, read, update and delete. What you have to understand or what you have to practice, right, this page. Why this page is very important? Because this is where you are actually going to do, and believe me, one thing I'm going to mention, that whatever project you are going to create, any project I'm talking now, there can be some exception, that is fine. Whatever project, whatever complexity, at the end you are going to do something, create something you're going to do like reading or fetching, updating or delete. So that is the reason this part is very important. What you can do, right, you go to support task, instead of title and status, try to add some 3 or 4 more properties and then try to implement the same thing again and again. Okay, so to do more practice. So with this, now let's move on to the next one. So next will be our admin side feature. So admin side feature, so what admin will be able to do? So for now, user can only fetch their own task, correct? But admin, as an admin, you will be able to fetch your fetch all the tasks. Alright, so with this, now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we are going to create our admin side routes, correct? So as I already mentioned, that admin will be able to do what? Will be able to fetch all the tasks. Second, admin will be able to update the status. But before that, you remember that we only have one particular user, correct? So we need to create an admin user. So how we can do that? We can directly query our DB and then we can update one particular user role from normal user to admin user. Okay, so let's see how we are going to do that. So first of all, what I'll do, right? So let's increase this one, and then okay, we'll go here, let's clear, and then first of all we are going to run a couple of commands. So we're going to run this docker execute, and then this will be what? So this is our container name, right? So you go to Docker Compose, you'll see that we have container name, and then you have your PostgreSDB. So this is your PostgreSDB, right? So we are going to just copy this, and then we are going to just run it. Okay, so now here we can directly query. So I need the ID, email and role from my user table, normal query. Okay, so just paste it. So to paste, enter, and see that we have only one, right? what I'm going to do, so first let's go to our user, right? So I have register. So here I'm just going to create an admin user. So I'm just going to do john@gmail.com. I'll keep the same password and I'm going to send registration successful, correct? So now what I'll do, right? So I'm just going to exit from this. So I'll do Q. So let's clear, let's run once again. And then what I'm going to do, I'm just going to copy this and paste it here, enter, and now you have two user. So what I'll do, right? I'm going to change this john@gmail.com from normal user, or let's say this user also, or let's do this only, from normal user to admin user. So how we can do that? So to update user, right? So we are updating the user table. Set role will be admin, where email is what? Email is this email. So john@gmail.com. Makes sense. Now this we are going to just paste it. So now what I'll do, right? I'll copy this and then I'm just going to execute this, enter, and you can see that this is done. So now what you can do, right? If you check this, you'll see that now this is a admin user, correct? And this is what actually we need. So now we have one super admin, which is john@gmail.com, correct? So this is what we are going to do first of all. Now let's do one thing. Let's go to our admin routes first. So we'll go to our admin routes. So we have routes, we have admin routes. So okay, so here first let's start with creating. So how many routes we need? First we need mainly two routes. One where we are going to fetch all the tasks. Second, we are going to update the status. But before that, one very important thing you are going to understand now, and that is, so first let's import something from we are to do express, and I'm simply going to do export const admin task router, and this will be router. And here first let's do one thing. Let's go to our index, and I'm just going to do copy this, and let's do /admin/task, and here I'm just going to do admin task router. Okay, save this. So now first of all, what we have to do here, we have to protect the routes. Now this is important. Now this is where this particular page or these routes, whatever we are going to create in this particular file, only admin can access. So that means if you directly just do admin task router, why I'm doing no, let's do this on capital, man. This is not correct. Let's keep capital, and I'm going to import this, and then I'm just going to do, if I do admin.router.use, let's say I'm just going to do authenticate. Now what will happen? Now this is actually normal user authentication, right? But we need to add one more layer. That means first we have to check if this user is a normal user and if this user is an admin user. Second, we also have to check if this user is a logged in user or not. So that means what I mean by this, so let's say we have a user, we have an admin, correct? For normal user, we are simply checking if the user is logged in or not. So if the user is logged in, so this is fine. But for the admin user, we have to check two things. So first we have to check if the user is logged in, plus we also have to check if the user role is admin user or not. So that is two check we need to do. So that means this is only one check. So this is only going to check if the user is logged in. So how we are going to check if the user is an admin user or not? This is where we have this admin middleware. So this admin middleware is actually going to check if this user is an admin user or not. So that means what you can do, right? We can use multiple middleware together. So to use multiple middleware together, we have to give comma, and we are going to use require admin. That's it. So that means we are simply telling that there are two levels of check. First, you check if the user is logged in user, plus if the user is an admin user or not. Both has to be satisfied. Then only we will allow user, or will allow this particular code to go to the next middleware or go to the next route handler. So now what I can do, right? I'll do admin task router dot get. Now let's do slash, and here I'll do async request response next. So I'll do try catch, and we're going to call the next with error. So now first of all, let's do a const, and I'll do data, and I'll do await get admin task. Okay, so first what we have to do here, so first of all, let's do one thing. Let's go to our admin service, right? So let's go to admin task service, because this is where we are going to write our service logic. So first of all, here we are going to do couple of changes. Okay, before that, we also, let's do one thing, right? So let's also implement some of the search and filter patterns so that you'll understand. So because in the previous section we have understood, right, that how you can do create, update, fetch and everything, but in this one let's not only do normal fetching but as well as let's include search query, that how you can implement search and how also you can implement filter. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright, so let's create our services. So first we have our first one, which will be to fetch all the tasks, correct? So what are we going to do, right? So let's create the function here. So I'll do export async function. Let's do this one as get admin task. So here what we are going to receive, right? So remember, now we are actually going to implement a search feature also. So what will happen, right? Whenever you are going to do the API call, so let's say I can pass a query parameter. So what I mean by query parameter, so something like, let's say I wanted to search all those title of that of those tasks where the title starts with first, something like this. So when I'll do this, so let's say I wanted to call this API with localhost whatever 3000 or something, and then I have an API, and then what I'm going to do, right, I wanted to pass a query params here. These query params will be my search param, and here what I can do, right, I can pass a value. So that means what I'm simply doing, that I'm actually implementing a search functionality where this is my key and this is my value. So simply I'm telling that, okay, whenever I wanted to do a search, I wanted to see all those support tasks where the title starts with this title, or maybe it starts with first, whatever it is. Okay, so for this one what I'm going to do, right, so let's create the type here only. So I'm going to create one type. So I'm just going to do this one as admin task list, and this will be my query. Okay, and here what I'm going to do, right, let's do a search, and this search will be string, and also I want to do search with my status. This also will be optional, and this will be string. Now why optional is actually important, because there is a possibility that sometime user want to search or they don't want to search. Okay, and then I'm also going to take one more type, and this will be my admin task list response, and this will be task, and we are going to import task of this array. Okay, so what this is going to receive, right, so this is going to receive query. The query will be type of this admin task query, and what this is going to return, so it is going to return promise, and this will be admin task query response. Okay, so this is what you are going to return. So first of all, what you have to do, right, see, now let's understand that how you can implement a proper search or filter functionality, right? Whenever you are going to do any search functionality, right, you need to actually first trim that input that you are receiving. Okay, trim means we have to remove some unnecessary spaces from our query parameters. So first let's start with search. So I'm just simply going to do search, and this will be, so I'll do search query dot search. So you can see that we are getting dot trim. Okay, so this is what you're going to do, or else I'm just going to do this one as undefined. Same I wanted to do for my status also. So this will be query dot search dot trim, and then I'm simply going to do, or else this will be undefined. So this is the first thing I need to do. Now very important, now when we are actually going to do a filter with status, let's say I wanted to filter all those tasks where the status is open, right? So in that case what we have to do, right, because in our status logic, so you can see that this particular property has fixed status here, right? So fixed means either it will be open, or it will be in progress, or it will be resolved, right? It will not be something else. Maybe let's say failed is not there. So now let's see if user try to give some different value, which value is not present, so you have to actually return a error back. So you're getting, so now to do this one, what you're going to do, right, I'm simply going to do, okay, if this status is true, and now what you're going to do, right, so let's maybe we are going to create one, let's do here only. So I'm just going to do a const, let's do task status, and this will be either open, right? So we have either open, or it will be either in progress, or it will be after either resolved, and then I'm simply going to do as const, right? So these statuses has to be between these three options, and if it is not that, so that means we have to mention that, and then I'm simply going to do if not equal task status dot includes the current status that we have, right, as task status, what is that name, task status, right? task. Oh, we have to create one more here, my bad. So let's create one type here. So I'm just going to do type and I'll do task status, and this will be, so I'm simply going to do a type of this task status, and this will be number. Okay, and this one we can use here, that if this is not as task status, so in that case what you're going to do, we are simply going to throw new error. So I'll throw new app error, and I'm simply going to tell 400, and I'll do status must be between open, in progress, or result. Okay, so this is the first thing. So now what you're going to do, right? So first here, after this, we are simply going to create our task, and let's do await, and I'm simply going to do find all task. Now this is where we are actually going to implement our DB properties. So not DB properties, our repository logic, and here we are going to pass the search and we are going to pass the status, and at the end what we are going to do, we are going to return this task here, this task. Okay, this is fine. So now we are going to create our actual logic where we have to do a couple of things. So first let's go to our admin task repository, and here first let's create this. I'm simply going to do export async function, and this will be find all task, and here we are going to receive what? We are going to receive filters. So what will be the filters? So we are getting search and status, right? So we need to create a type. So simply I'm going to do type, let's do admin task list filters, and this will be, so either it will be search or it will be status, correct? So copy this, and here we are going to do this, and now this will be type will be this, and then what we are going to return, we are going to return a promise of task of array. So first we need to do a couple of things, right? And also let's see one thing. Now you have to return in this one, not query, we have to return the response here. So now what you have to do first? So first we have to create one condition. So I'll do conditions, and this will be string of array, and this will be equal to array. Also we need the values. I'm just going to do values. We don't know what is the value, so I'm just going to do unknown of array, and this will be equal to array. Now what I'm going to do, right? So first of all, what we have to do, so we have to check that if currently in our URL search is present, so we are going to push this search into our condition, and also we are going to push the value into our values array. If status is present, then we are going to also push the status into our condition, and also we are going to push our values here also. So to do this one, first what we will do, so I'll take a param index, and this will be equal to 1, and I'm simply going to check that if filter.search, if this is actually present, so in that case I'm going to do condition.push, and here we are going to write a query, right? So I'll do title I like, right? And this part also I have covered in my Postgres video, if you have watched that particular section, and we are going to pass the param index, and then we are also going to push the values. So values will be what? So values will be here our filters.search. So I'll do filter.search, that's it, and then we are going to increase the param index by 1 like this. Similarly we have to do the same thing for our status also. So I'll do if filter.status, if this is present, so in that case I'm simply going to do condition.push, and here we are going to check the status property. So I'll do status is equal to, and this will be our param index, and here we are going to pass value.push, and this will be filters.status. Okay, so now based on whatever is present, it's going to push in the values are important also, and also in the condition you have to check that which property actually we are filtering. So here we are checking our title, for status we are checking our status, and from where it is coming, this is actually from our DB properties that we are checking. So now we can simply create a where clause. So I'll do const, and I'll do where clause, and this will be the condition.length if this is greater than 0. So I'm simply going to do where, and here we are going to simply pass conditions dot join, because if both are present, what you have to do, we are going to join with and. Okay, like this. So this is done, or else this will be empty, and then at the end you can return the result. So do result, and this will be await. So you pull dot query, and here we're going to pass the task. And now, okay, let's do one thing, maybe it will be confusing, so let's create like this. We have done, remember, task row, and this will be equal to our task like this, and this task row we are going to use here, task row. And now what I'm going to do, so we'll do select, so we'll do select id, title, status, user id, created at, and updated at. So all this I need. And now I'm simply going to do from support underscore tasks, this is my table name, and you have to pass the where clause here. And also now let's do order by created underscore at desk, and we are going to pass the values. So values will be, so this is your condition and this will be your actual values, the values that we have, this one. So I think this is done, and then at the end we are going to return result.rows. So this is completed. So this is what we are going to do. Based on whatever is present, we add the condition that okay, based on what you are going to filter, right? And then we are also going to push the values, created a where clause, and then just create the query. So this is done. So now we can go towards services. So here let's import this first. So we're passing, this will find all task, search and status, and then it's going to return the task return. So this is done. Now what you have to do, right? So you have to go to our task route. So first of all, these get admin routes we are going to import from our service. This is our get admin, and here you see that you have to pass a query. So how you are going to pass the query? Now to pass the query, what you do, right? You are going to pass a request, and request is going to give you this query. That's it. And then you can simply do res.status 200 JSON, and then you'll pass the success, which will be true, and then you're going to pass the data. So this is done. So now this is actually the important part here. Okay, so now what you're going to do, right? We need to do the check here, or we are going to test. So first let's go to our okay, let me just move this one here. Okay, so first let's go to our login, and then first I'll try to log in. Okay, I'm not running, maybe. Okay, I got it, because I'm actually recording after some time, so I have to start again. So now let's check what we are passing. We are passing body sangam@gmail.com. Send this, you're getting the token. So first check this. Okay, so I'll go here, and then in the headers I'll just check that okay, what is this user. Send this. Okay, this is a normal user. I think we have created one more user, right? I mean that is John, I remember. Let's send. I think this is the admin user, because we need to check the admin user also. And then now let's try to send this one. Okay, so this is admin, right? So now first of all what I'll do, right? So let's create one here. So this will be get, right? So I'll go here, copy this API till this part. So /API. Now let's go to our index. So we have /API /admin /task, correct? So /admin /tasks. Okay, so now first of all I try to send. Access token is required. Now what I'll do, right? I'll go to login, and I'll try to log in with my normal user. Okay, this is very important. So try to send, and you'll see that I'm just going to copy this, and let's go to our headers. So I'll add authorization. Let's add our bearer. And then you see what will happen. Try to send. Admin access is required, and you do not have admin access, it seems. Fantastic, right? So that means this particular line now is actually able to understand that okay, these actually need admin access, because these also need authenticate as well as require admin. So now if I go to login and try to log in with my admin user, get the token, and now I try to go here and try to replace this and try to send. That's it. So you're getting this one. Now what I'll do, right? So maybe let's do one thing. We have a title first, open task, and status is open, correct? So maybe I'm just going to log in with a normal user. Okay, so I'll try to send. I'll get the token, and then go to our where is that post, right? So your body second support task. Let's try to add one more here. Try to create. So it's created. So now if I go here and try to send, so you're getting 2, right? So now let's see how you're going to test. So first of all, let's say I wanted to check the title of the second one only. So what I can do, right, I can pass a query here. So see, I'll do this and I'll see here we have a query param added, and I'm just going to do a search. So you can see that the key is value is search, and search is equal to, I'm going to do second. Okay, and now try to send. Okay, status must be, okay, why this is coming? Status must be between open, in progress and result. This should not come. Oh, this will be status. See, this is the problem because you've given for both same. So now try to send, and you can see that you are only getting the second support. Now I'll do first. Try to send. You're getting only first, right? And also you can do with status also. Let's say I'm just going to do status and I wanted to check the open status. So I'll do status and this will be open like this. Okay, try to send. You're going to get both. And now change this one to maybe result, right? And try to send. You're getting empty, right? If you try to send in progress, try to send, you're getting empty. Okay, now let's say you can send both. So how you're going to send both? Let's say I wanted to add search. Search will be second, and then if you want to add both, you have to give an and here, and see that one more will be added here, and this will be status equal to open. So basically I'm telling that give me all that support tasks where the title is second and status is open. Try to send, you're getting only one. Fantastic, right? So with this, now easily you will be able to implement search and filter logic also. Okay, so with this, now let's move on to the next one. So next one will be how admin can update task status. So that we are going to do in the next part. All right, so now next one will be, so we need one more route here that admins will be able to update the update task status. Okay, so first let's do admin task router dot patch. I think I'm not explaining again because you I hope that you know that when we are updating only a certain portion, we don't have to do post and everything, right? So we need only patch. So here I'm simply going to take the task ID because we need to know which task we are updating, and then we have to tell, okay, this will be my status update. So here I'm simply going to do async. So I'll do request response and next. Correct. So now let's take a try catch, call the next with error. So in this try first, now this will be simpler. Okay, so it will be a const, and then I'm simply going to have it. Let's give this one as update admin task status. Okay, and we are going to send something here. So you'll understand what actually we need to send. But first, let's create our services. So I'm simply going to do export async function, and I'm simply going to do update admin task status. So what do you need? So first of all, you need the task ID, correct? Which will be what? String. And then you also need to know status. Why I'm keeping unknown? Extremely important because we don't know what value user is sending from the UI side. Let's say in the UI side you have a drop down, then user don't have any other option, they needs to select those. But let's say in the UI side they have an input text and they can put any value, right? So that should not happen. So in that case we have to give a check here. So I'm just going to give a promise of task. So I'm going to give this check, this one. Okay, so copy this, paste it here. Somebody is simply going to tell that if this type of status is not equal to string, and if not equal to task status includes status as task status, so I'm simply going to tell that status must be between open, in progress or result, right? So this is the first thing. Now after this I'm simply going to do const task, and this will be await update task status. And this will be our task state ID and status, both you have to pass. Okay, if this task is not present, so in that case we are going to throw new app error 404, and I'll do task not found, and then I'm simply going to return the task. So here now first let's go, because from our routes we need to import this. So import this here, and then what you have to pass? So first you have to pass the task ID. So how you are going to get the task ID? So you are going to get from request.params.task ID, and then what you have to pass? You have to pass the actual status. This actual status from where you are going to get. see this part we've already done multiple times, so you're going to get from your request body. So you request body dot status. Okay, and now what you can do, right, you can simply return the response. So res dot status of 200 dot JSON, and I'm simply going to do success will be true, data will be the task that we are getting. So this is fine. Now we have to create our repository. Repository means we have to create our actual task to update the task, right? So first let's go here and then we'll do export function this. So we'll get the task ID, which will be string, and status, and this will be string. Why? Because here we are already checking if it is not string. So that means if it is not string in this case, so we can actually like take this one as a string here, because we already have a check. So that is the reason giving all or adding all these checks are very important. So now what you have to do, so you have to return a promise of task, or this can return null also, it's possible. So now just write the query, right? So we'll do const result, so we'll do await pull dot query, and here I'm simply going to pass the task row, and now we can simply create it. So I'm simply going to do select, sorry, what I'm doing, man, update. So the update support tasks. So here we are simply going to tell set, because we are updating status property, right? So status will be equal to 1. Now also I think you already know we need to update the updated at property also, which will be now current time. And then what are we going to do, where the ID is equal to this, because based on the ID only you have to understand that what actually we have to update. So we'll do returning, we need that ID, title, status, user ID, created at, and updated at. Okay, and then you can simply pass out. So first one will be your status, status will be the status, and ID will be your task ID. And then we are going to return result dot rows of I think I have to do, let's keep result only. So do result dot rows of 0, or else this will be null. So save this, and now we can do just import this from here. What I'm doing, man, we're getting status. But we are already giving check here if type of status is not equal to string, or we have to give or. That is the reason. So if it is not equal to string, or if this is the case. So now I think this should work. Okay, so to check this, what we can do, so first of all let's do one by one. Okay, so first I will go to my let's go here, let's try to get all the tasks. So we're getting 2 tasks, let's create one more. So this will be patch, and now what I'm going to do, right, I'll copy this, and let's say I wanted to update this particular second task status from open to in progress or resolved. So I'm going to copy this, paste it, then I'll do status. But see what I'll do, I'll go to body and I'll try to send the status as random value. Okay, let's do one by one. So first we'll be getting what token is required, access token is needed. Fantastic. Now let's go to login and try to log in with the normal user. Send this, get the token, go here, go to headers, add authorization, add bearer, and now see that you're going to get admin access is required. Fantastic. Now we'll go here, and then I'm just going to log in with my admin user, get the token, go here and change the token. So I'll do bearer and see what will happen. Send this, status must be between open, in progress and result. So that means you just can't pass any random value. So now I'm just simply going to do in progress. Let's say I wanted to do in progress. Send this, update it, this is in progress. Now you'll go to get and try to send this again, and you're going to get in progress. Fantastic. So that means update is now working. See, the main idea of creating this project, right, you have to understand how you can implement CRUD, especially what is the authentication middleware, what is RBAC, means role-based access control, for example, just now we have done, right? So see, if you're a normal user, you can't update the status, only admin can update status. Okay, so now see, with this we actually have completed our CRUD section. I think we have done almost all the things. enough thing that you should know. Okay, I know that we haven't covered so many complicated things like pagination and so many other logic other, but I think it's not possible to include each and everything in a single video. But with this, so what will be the next step? Now this is actually, now things will be very interesting. Okay, so listen carefully what I'm going to say. Next part, what I'm going to do, right, I will be adding my I think recently I created, I think 2-3 weeks back, I created a Redis video. That particular video that I'm going to add in the next part, so it will be around 2 hours. It is very important. Again, if you really want to learn Node.js properly, I will highly recommend, just like I mentioned in the Postgres, right, please watch the Redis video also, because in that particular video you are going to understand Redis concept, Redis basics, and also how you can use Redis in a real Node.js project. Now why this is very important, because in this particular project now we are going to implement our file upload feature. Now in the file upload feature, we are not going to only have file upload, we are going to have file upload plus Redis, plus we are going to have background job, we are going to use BullMQ, right? So this is the reason you need to watch the next section, and there is a reason why I'm adding all of this. Okay, so don't think like this is just like I'm randomly adding all this video. If that is the case, I already have, let's say, 5 or 6 Node.js videos. I think I should have added each and everything, and this video will be 50 hours long. It doesn't work like that. So that is the reason I decided to add only Postgres and the Redis part, because it's actually important. If you don't cover or don't watch that section, you will not be able to understand, because I'm not going to cover basics in this one. Okay, this will be only practical, and I'm going to give you the basic idea that how you can implement Redis and BullMQ and implement background job and background workers. So I'm repeating once again, next part will be Redis complete dedicated section. Watch that particular section, and then you can directly jump to the timestamp and you can implement this particular project, the rest whatever is left. So what are the things you have to do? You have to do file upload, Redis implementation, and BullMQ in the next part. Hey everyone, welcome back. So in this particular video, we are going to cover each and everything that you need to know to start your journey with Redis. Now this is a completely practical project based video, and for this one we are going to use a Node.js and Express application, and we are going to use Docker and Postgres as our DB. Now before I'm going to discuss the curriculum, as usual I wanted to mention one important point, and that is, you can see that I clearly mentioned that if this particular video gets more than 2000 likes, because I'm getting so many requests, I'm going to create another video on Postgres that will be advanced part 2, and also Redis part 2, where I'm going to cover some of the more advanced topics like sessions, queues, background jobs, and all the other production level patterns that you need to know. And also please like this video, comment, and if possible if you can share with your friends, it will be very helpful. So what are the things that we are going to cover? So first we'll start with what is Redis, why actually we need it, and if I go to the details, you can see that I added all the details, that why Redis is used as fast in-memory data store, where Redis fits in a real backend project, right, the difference between Redis and the normal database, and all the other things. Then we are going to start with adding Redis to our backend project. As I already mentioned, we are going to use a Node.js project, so we are going to understand how you can start Redis locally with Docker, install Redis client package, create reusable Redis connection file, and also we are going to understand very important thing, that Redis as the first in-memory layer that we are going to use in this backend project. And then we are going to understand a complete dedicated section on Redis data types. So you're going to understand hashes, list, sets, sorted list at the beginner level, how you are going to use counters using Redis commands, and then all these concepts we are going to apply in our backend project. Okay, so that will be another dedicated section where we are going to add Redis caching to our product APIs. Moving to the next one, which will be another important section, you are going to understand cache invalidation, stale cache problem, right? So here we are going to use cache aside pattern, understand cache issue, invalidate patterns, right? So there will be a lot of things. We are also going to understand, or we are going to have a dedicated section on TTL. Okay, then we are going to have another section on how you can implement rate limiting with Redis, and at the end we are going to end this particular video with PubSub, or how you can actually implement publish and subscriber pattern using Redis. So this is what we are going to understand in this particular video. I'm pretty sure you're going to learn a lot of things, and as usual the source code will be added in the description, so you can download from free from my website. And also I wanted to mention, I think most of you already aware that I'm I'm planning to launch a huge course on my website that is not yet live. So if you want, you can join the waitlist. That is completely free. So you can see that almost more than 4,000 people already joined. So with that, now let's get started and good luck. Alright everyone, so now let's get started. See, the first thing I wanted to mention that this video is not for complete beginners. So what I mean by this, you should have at least some idea on Node Express, okay, and also some basic idea how usually Docker works, how we can create Docker Compose file, and some of the very basic concepts like how you can create controllers, services, express routes, some of the Postgres queries. Now why this is important, so first I wanted to mention, because see, if you don't have all of this, right, it will be very difficult for you to understand this particular project. Why? Because this is a completely practical project. So what I mean by practical, so as you can see that I have a project created, okay. So here we already have all the routes and everything, so we're not going to write each and every logic, because this course is going to only on Redis. So what you're going to do, we are only going to apply the Redis related concepts practically, and by implementing practically we are going to learn the concepts. I hope you're getting. And also before we'll implement the concepts, we are going to have some kind of conceptual and some very small examples, so that you can understand that okay, what that particular concept is and where you are going to apply that particular concept in a real project. So first, before we will jump into Redis concept, first you have to understand the project structure, that what actually we are using here, okay. So as you can see that we have a simple Node Express project. So for this one we're using Docker with Postgres. So for our DB, so you can see that in the Docker Compose we just have a service. So this is our image, container name, the username, password, and blah blah, all the other things, right. So we have the port, volumes, and you can see that all these details also have added in the env, right. So you have a database host, database port, database user, database password, database name, okay. Now what I'm going to do, right, I'm going to add this starter code in the attachment. Very important. First you have to download this, and then on top of this starter code you are going to implement all the logic that we are going to do. Now next will be, so let's start with the first one. So you can see that we have a db folder, we have a pool.ts. so here we're just creating the connection pool, right. So we have the new pool from the pg package, we have a .env package, and before that also I wanted to mention, if you go to package.json you can see that we have quads, .env, express, and pg, and we have a start script, db migrate, that I'm going to explain, and the db seed. So what this is going to do, this is going to do the migration, right, this script, and then we have a simple dummy data that I have created that we are going to use. So we have a demo products, and this is going to seed this particular data in our Postgres DB. Next, let's move on to the services. So what services is going to do, services is actually going to interact with your Postgres DB. So that is the reason first we have a get all products, which is going to fetch all the products. Then you have get product by ID, and then create product and update product. So if you go to the Postman, so you can see that we have all these routes. So we have a health route, products, to fetch the products, right, and then we have the products filter, products by ID, creating a product and updating a particular product. Next, move on to the controllers. Controller is nothing but your logic where we are going to actually return our response back. Let's say we are having some front end. So I'm not explaining all of this. If you have some idea, you'll understand what actually this thing is doing, and this is also going to call the product service, right. Then we have a simple middleware, and then the routes file. So routes file is going to have your products related routes file, and one index.ts file, which is your root route file, and this root route file we are going to use where we are going to use in the app.ts file, right. So you can see that we are using creating the express application, using the course, using the express JSON middleware, using the routes, and then exporting the app, and this app we are going to use in our main file. So this is our main root file, right, server.ts. We are starting the server, we are creating or testing the DB connection, and then you can see that we are listening to this particular port. So this is very important to understand this project structure, or else it will be difficult for you to understand that what actually we are going to do in the next section. Now remember, as I already mentioned, this is a Redis course. We are not going to write too many logic and everything, and we're not going to go into too much advanced details for now, but the information that I'm going to give you is going to give you enough information to get started with Redis. So what will be the next step and what structure we are going to follow? So first of all, what we need to do, right? So let's do one thing. Let's install the Redis package. First we have to do that. So what I'm going to do, right? So let's go here, and then I'm just going to do, we haven't started anything, that what is Redis and everything that we're going to do. So first, download the starter code, very important. Okay, if you don't do it, it will be difficult. I'm repeating again and again. Download it, and then we are just going to do npm install Redis, and this you have to do on the root. That's it. Okay, so this is going to install the Redis package. This is done. So now first of all, we have to understand that what actually Redis is and why actually we need Redis, right? So this is important because this is a very important interview questions also. Why? Because when you have something called Postgres, or let's say you're using some different DB, why actually you need Redis? So first of all, you are going to write that Redis is nothing but your in-memory data store, right? So this will be your in-memory data store. Okay, now what is the meaning of this? So if you go to here, right, so let's always try to use this AI mode, okay, side by side, or you can use some ChatGPT and everything. It's very helpful. Okay, so if you are watching a video and at the same time make use of these tools, it will be very easy. So here you can see that what's telling the, okay, it's a in-memory NoSQL data structure, something like that, but we have to understand that what actually in-memory means. So that simply means the Redis that we have, right, it's going to keeps your data in RAM. Okay, you're getting, so it's going to keeps data mainly in RAM. So what will happen if we have something in RAM? So in a simple way, the read and write operation will be extremely fast or very fast, right? So read and write operations will be very fast. So this is one of the main reasons. Now why actually you need Redis, or what are the best use cases? Interview questions, right? So for example, let's say we want to implement some kind of cache. So here, okay, let me just see here. So we want to implement some kind of cache. It's very important, right? Let's see, we have to implement some kind of rate limiter. I'm giving very basic example. Okay, there are so many advanced use cases Redis can have. Let's say we want to implement some kind of message broker, right? Or maybe, okay, let's say you have a normal database, right? So in our case, we are using Postgres. Now we want to implement, or we want to keep some kind of temporary fast layer in front of our existing database. So it's like something like this. So we have a temp fast layer in front of our normal database or main database, right? So these all will be the use cases. Now the next question will be why Redis is used even though we have a normal backend, right? For example, in our case, we are using Postgres, right? Extremely important concept. You can't skip all of this. So even though our normal database is what? It's actually for your permanent structured data. So whatever database you are using, that is for your permanent structured data, right? What Redis is going to do, right? So there can be some task that whatever application that we are building, that we need to have some kind of speed or some kind of temporary data, and this is where Redis can be helpful, right? So this is where Redis can be helpful. How? So it can be, for example, let's say we have a product list and I want to cache that product list. So caching product list. So this is where you need Redis. Or let's say you want to count some kind of product views, how many views are there for that particular product, or you want to limit that how many requests a particular user can do, right, or can make. Or you can do running background checks, background jobs also, running background jobs. So this is where you need Redis. What Redis is going to help? So it's going to help with this particular kind of task. Why? As I already mentioned, it's going to store the data in your RAM. It will be much faster for your short-lived, okay, this is not permanent data, or your frequent accessed data. So this will be the main reason why we need this. Okay, now what is the difference between so as I already mentioned, right, it is a in-memory data store, but what Postgres usually do? So Postgres is our normal DB, right? Postgres is going to store the data. It's going to store the data where? On disk. Okay, why? Because this is a long-term storage versus Redis is going to store in memory. Okay, so in RAM, so it will be much faster. So if someone asks, okay, what is the one single reason of using Redis? Now remember, there can be so many reasons, but number one reason will be the speed, right? So the accessing of data will be much faster. So this will be the very basic definition. What is Redis? Why actually we need Redis even though we have a normal database, right? Very important concept, all this. So now what are we going to do, right? So first of all, let's do one thing. We are going to do in a different way. So first we are going to understand some of the very basic things. For example, some of the Redis data types we have to understand. So what we can do, right? So directly you can create a examples folder. So that is the reason I mentioned that please create this please download the starter project. It's very helpful. Okay, so here I'm just going to do this one as Redis data types. I'm not going to spend too much time on explaining so many things. Let's keep this whole video very practical, and we'll see that it will be very easier for you to understand. Alright, so first of all, what we need to do, right? So we need to do something. We need to add our Redis image in our Docker Compose, correct? So first of all, what are you going to do? So let's add it here. So let's add one more here. So I'm just going to do this one as Redis. And here what I'm going to do, so this will be, so I'm just going to add an image. So what will be the image? So for this one, I'm just going to do Redis :7. So let's use Redis 7. And here I'm just going to use the container name. So let's give this one as Redis course, Redis something like this, whatever you want to give. I'm going to do restart, and this will be unless stopped. Okay, let's use the port. So normally Redis uses the 6379 port. Okay, so this is what we are going to map, and then we are also going to have a volumes. So for volumes, this will be my Redis _data, and here I'm just going to do /data, and here we are going to have the Redis data. Okay, so this is what we need. Okay, so this will be the first thing. So what are you going to do, right? So let's go here. So I'm just going to do Docker Compose down, and then I'll do Docker Compose up -d. Okay, so what you're getting, networking, this is already in used. Okay, so you're already using this. Maybe let's use this one, change this one to some different port, and then run 1 second. Okay, so it's running. So let's verify once. Go to image. Okay, we have Redis, this is running. So now what we need to do, right, we also need to add this in our env. So in our env we don't have. So what are we going to do, right, I'm just going to add one more. So let's do this one as Redis _URL, and this will be Redis, and this is running on localhost :6380, right? Whatever port you are using, that you have to use it. So you're using 6380. So now I think this is done. So first of all, what we are going to do, first we will understand the basic Redis data types, or else we can't directly jump to the practical part. Okay, very important. Alright, so I'm just going to explain that what are the things we are going to learn. Okay, so first I'm just going to, so here I'm just going to write, so we're going to learn about string. Let's do hash. Also I'm just going to, let's do list, set, there are so many. Okay, then you have something called sorted set, and then you have TTL. Okay, so these all the things we are going to understand. At the same time, I'm also going to give you the basic concept side by side, and you'll see that how much easier it will be for you to understand all of this. So let's do this one in the next part. Okay, so let's start with string, right? So we have strings. So what is a Redis string? The definition will be Redis string stores one value under one key. Okay, so this usually stores one value under one key. Okay, what are the things that it can store, right? So for example, first of all, plain text if you want to store. Next, it can also store numbers stored as text. Okay, so these two, and also something like counters. So this will be very simple definition. Now what will be the example? Let's say you have a key, right? So your key is something like, we are let's say you're counting some page views, that how many views this particular page gets, something like that. Very simple example. So there will be some key. Okay, so let's say this key is your page views, and then there will be one value, very simple to understand, and this value will be, let's say it's 100, something like this. Okay, so that is the reason I mentioned that it's going to store one value under one key. Okay, so now let's understand this one with a very simple example. So first of all, what you're going to do, we already have .env installed, so I'm just going to do .env from .env, and also we are going to import something from our Redis package. So just now we have installed Redis. So what are the thing, what actually we need here? So we need to create a connection, so we need to import create client. Okay, so first what you're going to do, right, in our env you have this Redis URL, whatever port that you are running, and then what you're going to do first, so first you need to load the config. So I'll do .env.config, so this will be the first thing. And now we need our Redis connection URL that we are going to use to create the connection. So I'm just going to do const, so I'll do Redis URL, and this will be equal to, so I'll do process.env dot, and we have our Redis URL, right, or else you can just simply directly pass this on here also. So copy this and then you're going to pass it here. So now what we need to do, we're going to create one Redis client. Okay, why you actually need Redis client if someone asks you? So Redis client will be our main connection that we need, so that we will be able to connect to Redis. So I'm just going to do const Redis, so this will be your create client, and this actually you need the URL. Okay, so this is going to do the connection, and what will be your URL? Your URL will be your Redis URL. So this is going to create the connection. So first of all, what are you going to do? First I'm just going to do async function, and this will be run, and here first we need to see that if we are able to open the connection to our Redis server or not. So I'll do open connection to Redis server, right? So how we are going to do that? So this will be Abbott, and this Redis instance that we have created, this one, right? So here this is going to give you a connect method, and this is going to do the connection, and then I'm simply going to do a console.log, and I'm simply going to do connected to Redis, because this we need to see, and also I'm just going to do console.log, and let's say I'm just going to check the ping, and this ping will be Abbott. So you have the Redis.ping, right? So this is going to explain us, sorry, not explain, this is going to tell us that okay, if the connection is successful or not. So now what are you going to do? So this will be a promise. So do run.catch in case any error. So we're going to get the error, and then I'm simply going to do console.error, and I'm just going to do demo, or maybe let's do demo failed, because we are doing the demo, right? So demo failed, and this will be error, and we are just going to exit from this process. So the process.exit will be 1. So let's save this. So we are not doing anything else here. Okay, we're not adding the example of string that we are going to do. So go to package.json, and then I'm just going to, maybe let's do an example colon, and I'll do Redis types. So how we are going to run it? So this will be tsx, and I'm just going to do, so we have to do example, right? So you have to go to examples, because this is what you are using, slash the Redis data type.ts. So I'll do Redis data type, not types.ts. So this will be our command that we are going to use directly in the terminal. So if I now open this, let's clear it, and I'll do npm run, enter, and you can see that it's now connected to Redis, and you're getting ping, and this is the pong. So that means the connection is now successful. And see, this is the reason when I usually teach, right, I use Docker, because Docker is, if you have idea on Docker, it's very easy to use, and also using Docker you can do a lot of things. Okay, see how much easier it is to understand that whether the connection is successful and if it is working or not. But one thing you have to make sure that you are using correct Redis URL here. If you're doing any mistake, it's going to fail. So this is done. So now let's start with what we have to do. Okay, so let's start with some very basic string example, right? So we'll go here, and then I'm just going to do strings, and first let's do one thing. What I usually mention, that there will be one key, and for one particular key it's going to hold one particular value, right? So we're going to take a string key. Okay, so I'm just going to do string key, and this will be, maybe let's say I wanted to get some page views. So I'm just going to do demo underscore page views, something like this. And then what I'm going to do, right, I'm just going to do Abbott, And now we are going to use some methods that you have to understand. So what method we are going to use? We are going to use a set method. So set method is going to store that particular value under this key. Okay, so how we are going to do that? So it's very simple. So we'll do redis.set, and here you have to give what you have to give the key, which is the Redis argument. So key is this, and then we'll give the value, right? So let's give this one as 100. So this is how you can set a particular value based on one key. Okay, I'm repeating this thing again and again, that set is going to do what? It's going to store one value under one key. Okay, now let's say I wanted to get this value, or I wanted to read this value. So how I can do that? So now I'm simply going to do, okay, let's take the page views. So this will be Avid. Now I'll do redis.get, and what you have to pass? You have to pass the key. It's very simple. So I'll do strings key, and then let's do a log. So I'll do console.log, and let's take the page views. So now let's save this. Now what we can do, right? Let's close this, and I'll clear it, and then run once again, and we'll see what you're getting. So you're getting 100. Okay, now what you can do, right? You can use another property on strings, and that is called increment. In short, something like incr. Okay, so what it's going to do, it's going to increase the number by 1. But here you might be thinking, okay, this is a string, but what happens, right, in Redis, or normally the Redis strings can also work like counters. So I'm just going to write it. So Redis strings can also work like counters. So now let's say if I wanted to do const after increment, and I'll do Avid, and I'll do Redis, and then you'll do incr. So here what you have to pass? So you have to pass a string key, right? So this will be the key that you have to pass, and then you'll just log it once again, right? We'll save and run it again. So you can see that you are getting 101. Okay, so this is all about the strings. Now what will be that next step? Next will be hash. Now hash is going to do what, right? So let's understand here only. So hash is going to, so I'm just going to take this one as hash. Alright, so now let's understand hash, right? So what actually Redis hash is? So Redis hash is going to store many small fields under one key. So it's going to store many small fields under one key. Now what will be a good example for this? So one good example for this will be, so let's say we have a small object, right? So this will be a good example, or something like map inside Redis. So this will be your hash, right? So now let's say there can be any key, right? So there is any key. So this is your key name, and then you're going to have some fields here for that particular key. So now let's say you have a field which is name, and the name is something like this, and you also can be having a email, and this is your email, something like this. So let's understand this one with an example. So what I'll do, right? So let's do this one as const, and I'll do hash key, and what I can do, maybe let's do demo :user : profile. Okay, so now what I can do simply, so I'm just going to do Avid, and here we have a Redis, and we need to understand one method, and that is called hset. So what this is going to do, this is going to store the many fields that we wanted to have under this particular key. It's going to store that. Okay, so it's like a hash, like a small object inside Redis. So this is the method we need to do. How the structure will be? So here you have to pass the key. So this will be your key, and then you can pass the properties. So let's say I'm going to take a name, and this will be, I think this is wrong, this will be capital, right? So here this will be key, and then we have to take the property. So now let's say I'm here just going to take this one as Sangam, and I'm also going to take a city, and let's say I'll do something like USA. Okay, and then what you can do, right? So here let's say I wanted to get this value now. Okay, so this is how we are going to set some certain fields inside a key using hash concept, right? So we are using hset. Now to get this, I'm just going to do extract profile info for whatever you wanted to give here. So this will be equal to Avid. So we'll do Redis, and you're going to use get all. So this is what you have to use, and here also you have to pass the key. So I'm just going to pass this one as hash key. Now let's go here, and then I'm just going to copy this, and I'll paste it here, and let's see what you're getting, right? So I'll just run this once again. So I'm getting a name and city. Okay, so this is how you're going to make use of hash. Now, although you might be thinking, okay, these are very small, simple concepts, but these simple concepts are actually important. Why? Because when you are going to learn all of these, and then you are going to, let's say you're creating a practical project, there you have to understand whether you actually can apply all these concepts inside your real project you're getting. So let's say you have a particular endpoint and you wanted to use Redis in that. Now the requirement is in such a way that you have to use string concept and hash concept both. So this is the knowledge that you have to acquire, that okay, in that particular scenario you will be able to understand that okay, which all properties I need to apply or what are the concepts. So what I mean by this, it's not like we are blindly doing all of this. At the end, when we are going to do practical, you will see that some of the things that we are doing here we will be applying in a real project, and that will be your final outcome. Okay, next, what else we have? Okay, let's understand list. So list will be, so I'm just going to do list. So Redis list will be ordered. Okay, so this will be ordered collection of values. Okay, so again here also you're going to have a key and then there will be some values. Okay, so this is the simplest example, that these will be some collections of values, but it will be ordered. So now let's see one simple example. So I'll just do here const, I will do list key, and here I'm just going to do maybe demo. Let's say I'm just going to take some messages in order, and here what I will do, simply first I'm just going to have it. So I'll do list key, and you're going to use dot l push, no, not l push man. So here we are going to use await Redis dot l push. Okay, so this is what you're going to use. You have to pass a key which will be your list key, and let's say I wanted to give hello. Okay, and again let's say I wanted to add some more, so maybe I'll do hi Redis. Alright, so now let's say we wanted to extract. So what I'll do, right, I'm just going to do extract messages, and this will be await, and here we're going to have Redis dot, we have to use something called l range. Here we're going to pass the list key, and then we're going to give the start and the stop. And now let's log this, right? So I'm just going to do extract messages, save this, and now let's clear, and then I'm just going to run it again. Okay, so you can see that first you're getting a hi Redis and then hello. This is why, because we are using l push. Okay, now if you're getting confused, let me just quickly show you that diff between l push and r push. So you can see that now l push is going to do what? Is going to insert the x at the left side. Okay, r push is going to insert this one on the right side. So now if I'm first adding this one, so this will be added. When I'm going to add hi Redis, it will be added on the left side. So that's why you're getting this, you're getting this one, and that is the reason you're getting hello on the at the end. Okay, because we are using l push. If you want to get in the reverse order, what you have to use? You have to use r push. Okay, so I'm just going to give this one as a homework to all of you. So this is about the list. Next, what we have, I think we also have to discuss about, so let's discuss about set. So now I'm just going to do this one as set. So what actually set? So set will be, or okay, let me just quickly write it here, it will be easy. So l push, right? So l push will be adds a new item at beginning. Then you're going to have l range. L range is going to do what? It's going to reads items from the list, simple. And then we are going to have we also going to have what? L r push. So we also have the r push. R push is going to will be what? Adds the item at end. Okay, we also have something called l trim, right? These all are very important ones. So it's going to do what? It's going to keeps only part of the list. You can also verify. So if you go here and let's do l trim. So ltrim is a command to trim an existing list, so it contains only the specific range of elements. Okay, so you have to give the key, the start and the stop. So this is about the list. So now let's move to the set. So what will be set? Set is like, if you have some idea on JavaScript sets, how it usually works. So set is usually stores unique values only. Okay, so it's going to set unique sets of values only. Okay, so now what will happen, this can be interview questions, but this will be very beginner level of questions. What will happen if I try to add same element multiple times? So it's going to ignore the one that you have already added. Very simple concept. So how it will work? So let's go here, and then I'm just going to do const, let's do a set key, and I'm just going to, let's say I have some tags and I wanted to get the tags only, and here I'm just simply going to do await, and you're going to do Redis, and now this will be not lpush, this will be asAdd. So asAdd is going to add, and it's going to create a set, and it's going to add that unique value. So what I mean by unique value here, so now let's say first of all I'm going to give set key, and I'm adding here Node.js, and now I'll just let's paste it, let's do next.js, and I'm just going to do next.js again. Okay, so there is a duplicate. Okay, so what will happen here? So first of all, let's say I wanted to get, or I wanted to return how many unique members exist in this particular set. So how I can do that? So first of all, let's say I wanted to get the tag count, and this will be await. You have to use something called ascard. Okay, and here you're going to pass the set key. Now let's see what is happening, right? So I'm just going to log this. So I'll do tag count, save, and you can see that you're getting only 2. Why? Because even though you've added Next.js 2 times, it is going to consider the Next.js unique. Okay, the first one. Next one it's going to ignore. Okay, then we have something called sorted set also. Okay, so let's say I'm just going to do const rank key, something like this, rank key, and then I'll do demo, and I'm just going to take some kind of leaderboard, and I'll do await Redis dot, we have something called zadd. Okay, so what zadd is going to do is going to store your member plus scores. When you have some kind of condition or feature that you have to implement where you need to actually get the data based on ranking, it's very important concept. Okay, so now what we are going to do, we'll do zadd, so you have to pass the key, so we'll do rank key, and I'm just going to give a score here. See, score will be 100. Okay, and you have to give a value here also. So now let's say this is a player A. Now I'm going to copy this and paste it here. So this will be score 200, and this will be my player B. So now what you're going to do, right? So let's say I wanted to do something. I wanted to increase this particular score that I have by a particular amount. So to do this one, we have something called setIncrement by. That I'm talking about full form, but in short you have to do something like this. So let's say I wanted to get the new score. So first I will do await. So this will be I'm doing z. So this will be Redis dot setIncrement by. You have to pass the key here, and let's say you have to pass the increment number. So let's say by 50, and also you have to pass the member. What will be your member? Member will be your player A. Okay, so here you have to give this one as player A. So now let's log this. So this will be the new score. So now let's save this, and if I run it again, so what we will be getting? We will be getting 150. Very simple. So we are just increasing this one by 50. Now if you wanted to get the rank from highest score to lowest score, there you have to use something called zrev rank. So I'll do const rank, and this will be await Redis dot z. We have the rev rank. Okay, so here you have to pass the rank key, and let's say what I wanted to do, I wanted to pass the player B. Okay, and here let's say I'm just going to do a log, and maybe I'll do a rank here. So if I save this, so you can see that you are getting 0. Okay, now why we are getting 0? The reason is because 0 will be always considered as top rank. Okay, so what this is going to do, this is going to give the rank from highest score to the lowest score. So now I think this is done. If you are getting confused, let me just give you one example, right? So I'm just going to copy this and I'll just do here, okay, tell me why the last rank console is giving 0. Okay, so let's see. Now see, it's printing 0 because calculates 0 to index rank order from highest score to lowest score. So this is I was talking about. Now this might be little confusing because when I remember I learned for the first time, right? I was like, okay, what is happening here? So this is the reason I mentioned. So if you see, okay, first of all, see, this is going to add this one. So it's going to get first time when I'm going to do Z add, it's going to get a score of 100. Player B is going to get a score of 200. Fine. I added 50. Okay, so it's become 150, right? So player A is become 150. So now the final leaderboard will be what? 200, 150. So what Z rev rank is going to do, I already mentioned, it's going to give you the rank from highest score to the lowest score. So who is the lowest highest score here? Still player B, correct? So that is the reason you are getting this. So now it's going to do what? It's going to sort the leaderboard in the descending order. So highest order is going to get the top position. So now what I mentioned here, that 0 will be equal to always what? Highest score, okay, or top rank. 0 will be, I'm just going to do like this. So this is how I learned, I remember this one. So 0 will be considered as top rank, right? So now this will be your rank 0, first place, highest score, player B, and rank 1. Because we are passing player B has the absolute highest score, so their reverse rank is exactly 0. So when you are passing player B, so you're getting this one as 0. What will happen if I pass this one as player A? I think you can actually guess it. So it will become 1 because this will be the second player, okay, because B is first here. Now I'll give you one homework because we're adding by 50, right? Here player score. Do this. You can just add one more time, right? Let's say you added 100 or 200. Now see that the moment player will be increased by player B. So now let's say player A score is 300. You'll see that when you're going to console the rank, player A will become the highest rank and then the player B, something like that. Okay, so this is about the how you can work with sorted set. Okay, very important concept. What else we have? I think we have already complete most of the things. So the last, I think we have to also understand some of the very basic concept of TTL. Okay, so first what I will do, right? So let's understand very basic concept here, what actually TTL means. So TTL will be, as much I can recollect, it will be time to live. Okay, or you can also consider this one as expiry, right? So this will be expiry, so we can just verify. So TTL means time to live, right? Okay, so let's take one. So this will be TTL or expiry. So what this is going to be, why this is going to be helpful, or what this is going to tell Redis. So it is it's going to tell Redis that how long, okay, you can note it down, how long a particular key should exist before it's going to deleted automatically. This is a very important concept. Okay, so it's going to tell, it tells Redis that how long a key should exist before being deleted automatically. Okay, you're getting? So now maybe let's say I have a key here, right? So I have a key of A, and then this key has a value of something, maybe any value you can take, and I'm giving a TTL of 300 seconds. So what will happen? That means after 5 minutes, Redis is going to delete this key automatically. Okay, I hope this is clear. So now let's understand, maybe we'll just do like this, right? So I'm just going to do cons, let's take a OTP key or whatever key you wanted to take. So I'll do demo OTP, and here I'm simply going to do await. I'll do Redis, and you can use simply set, and you're going to pass the OTP key, and I'll just do here 1 2 3 4 5 6. We're just setting the value here. Okay, now I'm going to add a expire date here. So how you can do? So I'll do Redis dot expire, and you have to pass the key here, OTP key, and this will become 60. Okay, so once this TTL will end, Redis is going to delete this automatically. So here what will be the expired time? The expired time will be 60 seconds. Okay, because we are using 60. Okay, now what you can do, right, you can use TTL. So what TTL is going to do, TTL is going to show you the remaining seconds before it's going to expire. You're getting time to what I mentioned, time to live, right? So now if I simply do const, what will be the TTL? So I'll do await redis.ttl, and you'll simply pass OTP key, and then you'll just do console.log, and I can log this TTL. Okay, so now if I go here and let's say I wanted to run this, so it will be showing as 60 because now we just started. So once this TTL is going to end, Redis is going to delete this particular key automatically. Okay, so I think this is done. Now one last thing we have to understand, that's I kept this on intentionally, and that is how we are going to close the Redis connection, because you notice that it's actually not closing. And to close the Redis connection, it is very simple. I just have to do await, and I'll do redis.quit. Okay, and this is done. So now the moment I will save this, and I will see that now if I'm going to run this, it's closing. So that is the reason I kept that part intentional, so that you can understand. Okay, so now this is how you are going to quit, or how you are going to close your Redis connection. So with this, I think we have covered most of the things. These things are very important. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be, now we need to start working on our actual project. So now we are going to set up our Redis, and after that we'll move to the next section. All right, so moving to the next one. So now we have some basic understanding of the data types and how you can run and see the output and everything, right? So what will be the next step? Now so remember, there are some more examples that we need to understand. Okay, but this time what we're going to do, right, because now we already have some very basic idea, so some of the practical things now we are going to apply in our project. Okay, so this is how we are going to understand all the things. So what we have to do, so first thing we will start with creating the Redis connection in our project. Now remember, this is now not example one, this is actually how we are going to apply in a project. Okay, so first what we need to do, so first we need to see that some of the things whether we have completed or not. So what will be the first thing we need to see in your project. Now why I am explaining all of this, now forget about this example folder. This example folder is the dummy code snippet kind of thing that will give you the basic idea. Now when you implement in a project, so first thing you have to understand that, okay, whether the Redis is installed or not. So yes, we have already installed Redis, right? So we have the Redis package here. Second, because we are using Docker, we have the Docker service is running or not. Yes, Docker service, sorry, not Docker, yeah, Docker Redis service is running, correct? Also you have the Redis volumes or Redis data. So first thing we need to do what? So first we need to create our actual Redis connection for this particular project. Second, we are going to use that connection where in our main server.ts file. So these two things we are going to do. So first, maybe what we can do, right? So let's create one Redis folder here. Inside this, let's create a client.ts. Okay, so now first of all what you're going to do, now you see that once you understand some of the concepts, how much easier it will be for you to know. So first of all you need to get something. So what I need to get the create client. This is what we have learned, right, in the previous section. So first I'm just going to do const redis URL. So this will be process.env dot, so you have redis URL, or so we are going to use that whatever we have here. So copy this and then paste it here. So now I'm just going to do, so we need to create a Redis client, correct? So I'm just going to do export cons. Why we need to do export? Because we can, or we need to use this Redis client in our other places. So I'm just going to do Redis client, and this will be equal to create client, and here you're going to pass the URL, and this will be your Redis URL. Sorry, not Redis URL we have to use. Now what we need to do, we need to fire some of the events. So what are the things we need to fire? So first I wanted to see that whether the connection or the TCP connection is established or not. Okay, so how we can do that? So we have Redis client.on, and here we have a method called connect. Now this is going to fire when the TCP connection to Redis is established. Okay, and here what we can do, we don't have to do anything else. In the callback we can just log the error. So what you can do, right, you will just do Redis client connected, something like this. So this is the first one. Then we need to see, so this is only the connect. Okay, one we need to take for ready. So when the connection is ready, so here I'm just going to do this one as ready. So this will be Redis client ready. Okay, also we can take one more which will be error. So if there are any kind of error, so I'm just going to do this one as error, and this will be Redis client error. Because this is a callback, you can take an error here, and that error you can just log here. Okay, that's it. And then we are going to take last one which will be end. So this will be end, and this will be when the connection will be closed. We don't need this one, we can remove this, and we'll do Redis client connection closed. So this is done. So now what are you going to do, right? So first of all, I'm just going to create one more function here. So I'll just do export async function, and I'll just do connect Redis. So what will be the return? So this will be promise, and then we just have to take void here. So for this one, first of all, I'm just going to check if the Redis client that we have is open. If this is false, so why? So what we need to do here, so we are going to only connect if the client is not already open. You're getting? So this is what you're checking. If the client is already open, we don't have to do anything. So if this is not, so in that case we have our Redis client, and here you have to do connect. Okay, so here now only I wanted to call connect. So this is the first thing, and then ping pong, that concept, right? Ping means we are going to give ping, and we need to see whether we are getting the ping response or not as pong. So I'm just going to do here const let's do pong, and I'll do await redis client dot ping, and here I'm just going to do, so let's do this one maybe let's log it only, I think that is fine. So I'll just do here redis ping response, and this will be pong, and I think this is done. And then I'm also going to take one more here, so I'll do export async function, and I'll just do this one as disconnect Redis. So this will be again promise void, and here we are going to check. Now what you have to check, if the connection is already open, then you are going to close it. You're getting? If the connection is not open, how you are going to close it? So to check if the Redis client dot is open, that means if it is already open, then how I'm going to close it. Now see, this concept we have learned just now. So this is what I'm talking about, repeating every time, not only this video, in all the videos in last 2-3 years, whatever videos I'm doing, right? So what I mean by this, whenever you learn any concept, you have to see whether you are able to apply that concept practically in a project or not. If you're not able to do it, that means there is no point of learning that concept. You're getting? So let's say you're learning a Node.js concept called file system, and you're building a real practical project, and you have to see whether those file system concepts you can apply in that project or not. Okay, no one in any project you are not going to get like this. Okay, there will be some simple thing, and then you're just going to apply file system dot read this method. There will be situational concept, right? So in that particular situation, you have to understand whether you can apply that concept or not. So here, if it is open, so I need to close this. So how I'm going to close it? So we have to call that quit method that we have learned, right? So this is going to close that connection. So I think this is done, right? So this is clear. Now what will be the next step? Next step will be, now this is not yet completed, because in the server.ts we need to use this. So now here you can see that we are calling the test connection. So first of all, I need to connect to my Redis. Okay, so I'm just going to do await, and I'll do connect Redis. So we need to check here on the startup. And also let's do one more thing here. I'm just going to do process.on, and what we need to do, right? See, when we are going to stop the server, we have to close the Redis connection also. So how we can do that, right? We have the sign it. Okay, and here I'm just going to take async, and then I'm simply going to do await, and we have the disconnect Redis, and then you have to exit. So we'll do process.exit. No, process.exit of 0, and I think this is done. So this what we need to do. So now if I go here, I think it's already running. So you can see that it's already connected, which is fantastic, but still I'm just going to run once again. And if you run here, you can see the Postgres connected successfully, Redis client connected, ready, and then you're getting the response also, and this is the pong response that you're getting, right? So and the server is running. So that means now we have successfully initiated the Redis connection, and also we are able to we will be able to disconnect the Redis also whenever you will be stopping the server. Okay, so this this is one small section that we have to do. Now again, what we're going to do, right, let's move back to our examples. We'll understand some more concepts, then we'll again come back and then we are going to apply those concepts in this real. Alright, so now let's move on to the next one, which will be, so we need to understand some of the more concepts. Okay, so first, so let's understand that what actually caching is, right? So because this is one of the main core concepts that we need to understand. And also you're going to understand what is Redis caching that I mentioned, and also invalidation both. See, caching means like if I wanted to explain very simpler way, so let's say you are storing some data. I will not say data, but storing the copy of data, okay, in a first place, so that whenever you're going to do future request, it can read that particular data from that place very quickly. Okay, so this will be very simple human-like definition, not like you are checking from ChatGPT, but this is what I will explain. Okay, so the caching will be, it is like storing, but the difference is, see, storing the copy of data, in a first place. So this can be any place. Now in this case we are using Redis, so it will be in memory, so that so it will be stored in a first place. So future request can be read very quickly. So this will be a very basic definition and proper definition of caching, right? So instead of fetching the same data again and again, we are actually reading the data from a cache. Now I already mentioned, right, that why we're using Redis, because Redis is in memory, so reads will be very fast, right? It will be very fast, extremely fast, right? Now some of the reason that why we need to use caching, now there can be so many reasons, okay, but I'm going to give you some of the very simple ones. So for example, let's say you want to reduce your database load. This is one of the reason. You want to improve the response time. I think this will automatically come because the Redis is very fast, right? So it's definitely going to improve your response time, and also it's going to handle the repetitive reads properly or efficiently. Now there are some patterns that you have to understand. So we have something called cache aside pattern. So how this will work, right, in a simpler way. So first it is going to check the cache. So let's say if you have something cache, if this is stored or not. 2, so this will be, I'll do 1, and then in the 2 this will be if the cache has already data, so it's going to return it. If not, if the cache doesn't have data, so what I'll do, it's going to read from main DB, okay, and then once you read it, then you're going to save in cache. So what will happen, from the next time it's going to read from the cache, because that time cache will be having the data, okay. So this will be a cache aside pattern. There is another concept called cache hit. So what is cache hit, right? So cache hit will happen whatever data that you were requesting, so the requested data is already in cache, correct? So now consider you have something called a products endpoint, right? And here what will happen, right? So let's say Redis already has something called products:all. So that means these products data is already present in this particular key. So what will happen, it's going to return the cache data immediately. So return the cache data immediately. Now one thing, so let's understand here. So I'll do what is cache aside and cache hit. So see, the cache, the application looks for data, finds it and return it instantly, right? This is the optimal path because it bypasses the slow main databases entirely, correct? Then you have cache miss also, something cache aside pattern. So this is called lazy loading. So you can check it, or I'll just read it properly, that in this pattern the application logic directly manages both the cache and the database, correct? I already mentioned that if it is present, you give me the data back, right? You have the client request data application, right? And then you have the cache hit, so it's going to return the data. So you have a Redis cache, right? If there is a miss, so it's going to take it from DB and then it's going to return the data. So this will be your cache aside pattern. Cache miss will be nothing but when your cache doesn't have that particular data, okay? So in this case, let's say you're getting the list of products and this cache is not present. So what will happen, it needs to return the data, right? So in that case, it's going to get the data from your DB. And then you have something called TTL. So I've already mentioned that will be time to live, right? So it's going to tell that how long that cache data should stay before we are going to delete it automatically. So these will be all the concepts. Now, because we already know all this, right, see how much easier it will be for us to understand these things practically. So what I'll do, right, so I'll go here and let's do this one as Redis caching. We'll do all at once, okay, all the concepts. So I'll do Redis caching. Let's go to package.json and I'm just going to copy this so that we can run it, and I'll do Redis caching, and this will be Redis caching, right? Redis caching. Okay, so let's go here. First of all, what I'll do, so I'll go to this, I'll close this. So let's go here. I'm going to copy till this part, not going to write. Okay, so these 5 things we need. So we are creating this. So now first of all we need to have our cache key. So you should always have your cache key, right? Cache key is there, something like cache key there. So what is your cache key? So I'm just going to take this one as, let's say cache key. So this will be your demo : products. So this is where I want to store my list of products in my cache. Okay, then you're going to have a cache TTL in seconds. So I'm just going to do seconds. So what this means? This means cache is going to expire after 60 seconds. Cache will expire after 60 seconds. This is also very important because you can't give your TTL long. Also you have to invalidate the cache. Why? So let's say you have 10 products and you're getting the data from cache. It's fine. Now let's say there is some update in that data, or there is a new product added. So now your 10 products will become 11. So if your data is already present in the cache and it's getting returned from the cache, it always going to return you the 10 data, not the 11 data, and also not the updated data. For example, let's say there is one product and the product price is changed from 100 to 500. So in that case, it will always return you the 100. It's not going to return the updated data. So that is the reason you have concept of invalidation. So you are going to invalidate that cache so that it's going to return the updated data back. So here I'm just going to do const products, and I'm just going to, let's take something like this, right? So I'll do keyboard and then mouse and laptop, something like this. So this is my fake database data. Now what I'm going to do, I'll just do async function run, and here first we're going to connect. I'm just doing little first, and then what I will do it also, let's do this, right? So I'm just going to close it also at the end. So now first of all I'm doing some request. Okay, so this is my first request. So what will happen in the first request? Pause the video and try to understand. See, in the first request it will not be cache hit, it will be cache miss. Why? Because in the first request this data is not present in your Redis cache, correct? So what will happen? Every time whenever there will be first request will be made, it is going to get the data from your DB. It's very simple concept. So that means first time it will be a cache miss. Second time, once it is cache miss, it's going to get the data from your DB. We are going to store the data in your Redis. So next time it's going to read the data from your cache. So now let's say I'm just going to do let cast, and this will be my await, and then I'll do redis.get, and I'm just going to pass the cache key. So I'm trying to get the data from my cache. So first time this data will not be present. Okay, so then I'm simply checking. Okay, now see, this is the cache aside pattern. Okay, this is the pattern that we have discussed. So this is the cache aside pattern. So I'm just going to do if cache data is present, so it's going to return me that data. Okay, so I'm just going to do here console.log, and I'll do cache hit. Okay, and then log this, and then you have to get the data also, right? So I'm just going to get the data, which will be json.parsed, and you're going to get the data here, cast. If this data is not present, so what we have to do, we have to get the data still, right? So in that case, this will be cas miss. So this time it's going to read the data from DB, read from main DB. So in that case, first of all, what are you going to do? So I'm simply going to do const products. I'll do DB products. Now let's do one thing. Let's change this one to DB products, and I'm just simply going to do this one as products. So this will be simply my DB products that I have, and now I'm going to set this one in my cas. So now set or save the products in Redis cas. So in that case, I'm just going to do redis.set ex. So what this is going to do, right? The set x is going to also save your TTL. Why we need this? So that whatever cache that you are saving, it doesn't live forever. Okay, so what I mean by this, so this set x is going to do like this. So this is also going to save, also saves TTL, so that your cache doesn't live forever. Okay, you can also check it here, right? So we are checking like this, and it is actually easier. Okay, so it sets a value, that is fine, string value to a key, assigns a expression time TTL in seconds. Okay, so it's going to have one time here. So how we can do that? So we are simply going to do what? So first I have to give the key. So you can see that key, seconds, and the value. So this will be my cache key. This will be my cache TTL in seconds, so 60 seconds, and then I'm going to store the data. So this will be json.stringify. Okay, and then what data you want to store in your cache? The products data. So now this will be stored in your cache. Alright, so now, so first of all, let's run this. Okay, so what I have done, so first we are checking that if it is present, so give me the data, or else we are going to render cache miss, and then we are going to read it from our DB, and then we are going to set into cache. So now first of all, let's go here, and then I'm just going to copy this, and I'll do npm run, and let's see what you're getting, right? So first of all, let's see that we are getting cache miss. Okay, so why we are getting cache miss? That's because, okay, here we have to give, so it's coming here, makes sense. Also, if you log the data, you'll be getting the data from here, but next time now we should be getting the data from our cache. So now let's run it once again, and we are getting cache hit. Okay, and you can see that this is the data that you are getting. Okay, so that means next time this is already present. This is very, very important. So first time what happened, so your data is not present in the cache, you're reading data from your DB, and you're setting the data in your Redis cache. Next time this will be data is already present in your cache, so this will be cache hit. So you're going to get the data, right? Every time you're going to run, you're going to get from your cache only. Okay, see. All right, so now what I have to do, right? First of all, let's understand another problem, and that is called that will be like stale cache problem. So what I mean by this, so now consider that I have my DB products, and these has all these products, correct? So we have these products, copy this, and here I'm just going to give one more, which will be my desktop. So now what I need to do, right? So now I'm just going to do this one as where you're getting this one. Oh, I think I've used const, right? Maybe, yes. So to use this one as let. Okay, so first what I'll do, so let's log this. So what I mean by this, so consider this, right? So why I'm explaining, because for some of you it will be difficult. So this is not like a dummy data, right? This is actual operation that you are doing in your project. You're building some full stack application, and let's say you have a API, or you're creating some product, actual product, and that data, the new data, this desktop is the new data, is added in your DB, correct? So now what I'm going to do, right? So I'm just going to do a log, and here I'm just going to do DB products. Okay, save this, and then I'm just going to run again. So you can see that we are getting 4, right? So you cache miss, and then we are getting keyboard, mouse, and all these things. So now what we need to do, right? And also if you see, we are getting this log from here. Okay, so this is the log that we are getting. So now what we are going to do, right? So first of all, I'm just going to do something like this maybe. So let's do here cache, and I'll do await redis.get, and I'm just going to do this one as cas key, and then I'm simply going to do log, and here I'm just going to do here cast data, and this will be json.parse, and then I'm just going to get the cast data. So let's save this and we'll see what is happening here. So we'll clear this. Okay, so what you're getting, you're still getting the old data. Now this is a huge problem. So this is called stale cast problem. So that means even though your actual DB has more products or newly added products, or let's say there is an update, maybe laptop spelling is changed from laptop to big laptop, something like this, still your cast data has the old data, right? And this makes sense, right? Because you haven't invalidated or deleted your cache. So in that case, what will happen, even though you can have more data, you are still going to get same cache data every single time. So this is a problem. So now to solve this, we have a concept called cache invalidation. This is an extremely important concept. Okay, these are the concepts that you are going to use actually in your project. Okay, so we'll do cache invalidation. So what this is going to do, right? So this is going to, so we are going to have some kind of mechanism in our code, in our actual API, that okay, whenever I'm going to create a new product, or whenever I'm going to update a new product, or whenever I'm going to delete a new product, I need to do what? I need to delete the old cache. So I'm just going to give a sort that okay, whenever I will do any, so, or let's put it in this way, when DB changes, very simple, whenever your DB changes, you are going to delete the cache. This is the best way to understand now for beginners. Whenever DB changes, you are going to delete your old cache immediately, right? So you're going to, so that you will get the updated data here. How you're going to do that? So I'm just going to await redis.delete, and here we're going to pass the cache key, and I'm just going to do a log, and I will do cache deleted, and then spelling is wrong. So now again I'm just going to check if not equal to cast. So I'm just going to do a log here. I'll do cache data after delete, and here what you're going to do, right? So I'm just going to do const phrase products. So this will be again your DB products, but in actual scenario this will be again your data from your DB. So this will be again your data from your DB after changes, right? After data changes, and then again I'm just going to set it. So I'll do redis.set x, and here I'm just going to do this one as cache key. I'll do cache ttl in seconds, and again you're going to do json.stringify, and you're going to pass the phrase products. You're getting? So now again I'm just going to do a log here. Okay, after this I'm just going to do a log, and I'm just going to do phrase data, and this will be phrase products. So now if I save this, so now notice what we are doing. We are doing a invalidation, cache invalidation, by deleting the old cache, and then again we are setting here that if the cache is not present, now again you give me the data from the DB, and then again you are going to set it in your cache. So let's run it again. So you can see that we are getting what? Cache data and cache deleted, and then we are not getting this one. Okay, let's run it once again, and you can see that what you are getting, cache deleted. Something we are doing wrong here. If not, okay, we have to actually get the data, man, that's why. So first we have to get the cache data, which will be await redis.get, and this will be cache key. Then only we'll be getting that if this is present, because we've already deleting it. So first we need to see if the cache is present. So first we need to get the data, and this is not going to find because we've already deleted it. So then it's going to read it from the DB. So now I think this will work. That was the mistake. See, so now let's go one by one. So first we have what? Cache deleted. So now we are getting what? So this is not going to give you any data, so that means cache data after delete. So this is your phrase data. So this phrase data is nothing but your 4 data, these 4, because this is the 4 data that we have added. Okay, so this is how you are going to use the concept of cache aside, cache TTL, and invalidate cache, and to solve this stale cache problem. Okay, these are very important concepts, and most of the times you are going to use this. So with this, now let's move to the next one. So we're going to apply some of the things in our actual project in the next section. Alright, so now let's implement some of this concept in our project. Okay, so for that, what you're going to do, right, if you go to services, so let's go to product service and let's close everything else. So first of all, we'll see that what we are doing here. So first, you can see that we have one method which is going to get all the products. Now here, one thing I wanted to mention, we are not focusing on filter, okay, for now, and I will explain the reason why. So for now, you just see that we are getting all products. There is a method service, so we're just creating one query, and at the end, what simply we are doing, we are simply getting the result from your DB, and then we are returning that. And if you go to your controllers, in the controllers we are using that what is that, get product. So this is the method that we are using. And if I go here, right, so let's go to products, and if I send these, so you're getting the whatever products that we have added in the Postgres DB. So now what we need to do, right, we need to implement a caching for this particular for all these methods that we have. So first we have the get all products, then we have get product by ID, create product, and update product, all these methods. So first let's start with taking our cache key. Now remember, whatever concept that we have learned so far, that whenever you're going to implement some kind of cache, there has to be some key, right? So that key is going to hold that information or hold that cache information. So here I'm just going to do const, let's give this one as products underscore all cache key. Now we are only focusing on getting all products for now, and I'm just going to give this one as products colon all. So now what also, okay, let's take one more thing, and that is the TTL. So I'm just going to do this one const, and I'll do products cache, and I'll do TTL seconds, and this will be 60. Okay, so now what we are going to do, first of all, these get all products, now we are going to change this one from this particular method to a different method. Why? Now first of all, let's do one thing, right? Maybe let's create one more method here. We'll create one more method like get all products here after this, and I'll explain, or else it will be little tricky to understand what we are doing. So first of all, I'm just going to do async, and I'll do function, and here I'm just going to do this one as get all products. You're going to get error, which is fine, and then here also you're going to get the filters, right? So we have all these filters, so we'll copy these filters and let's paste it here. And what will be the return type? So this is going to return a promise, and this will return the type of product. Okay, so now first of all, what we need to do, right? So first of all, we need to see, whenever I'm going to call this particular service, whenever I'm going to hit that particular endpoint to get all the products, I need to see that whether that product is present in our cache or not. So this is again come back to the same concept that we will learn so far, that is the cache aside pattern. If the cache is present, you are going to return the data from your cache immediately. If the cache is not present, you are going to get the actual data from your Postgres DB and you are going to return. But there can be some exception, for example, the stale cache problem that we have discussed, that let's say now I added a new product, still we are going to get the old product, right? That part I have discussed. So that we are going to see later. So for now, what we are going to do, right? First of all, I'm simply going to check that const, and I'll do has filters. I'm simply going to check that if filter is present. So for now, we are not focusing on filters, and I'll explain why. So I'm just going to give boolean, and I'll do filters dot category if this is present, or we also have the filter dot search, right? So I'll do filter dot search. If this is present, that means there is a filter, and I'm simply going to check that if this has filter is present. So in that case, I'm just going to do console.log, and I'm going to do cache bypass. For now, I'll do cache bypass, and this will be filtered product list. Now why we are doing this, right? So see, when we have filter, right, so every filter combination, actually we need a different cache key, and this is a very important thing. So every filter combination that we have need a separate cache key. Why that is? Now consider that you are doing a filter. In the first filter, you are only passing the category. In the second filter, you are passing the search. In the third filter, you are passing both category and search. So in that case, you can't implement this using only one key. So there has to be a combination. Okay, for example, so let's say we have our products, right? So we need to do something like this. So we'll do products colon all, and then here you're going to do a search. So let's say I'm applying a search and the keyword is keyboard, something like this. Okay, so and then maybe let's say you are doing a category also. Let's say I'll do products colon all colon category, and then here I'm just going to do accessories, something like this. Okay, so that is the reason for now we are bypassing. But what we are going to do, right? So first we are going to change this particular method to fetch all products from database. Okay, so that means this method will never change, because we need to have this, right? Because we don't know whether we have the cache all the time. If the cache is not present, it's going to fetch the data as usual from your database all the time. So that means if filter is present, so we are going to simply return the fetch all products from DB, and then we are going to pass the filters here. Okay, but now first of all, here we have to implement the cache. So that means when the filter is not present, let's say I'm just getting the list of products here. This is just for explanation. In your real project, you also have to implement for this particular scenario also. So now what we are going to do, right? So first we need to check that before we are going to ask our Postgres for our products, we need to check Redis first, that whether that is present or not. If Redis already has the product list, we are not going to fetch the same product list from our DB. Okay, I'm repeating this thing because if you understand the core concept, and even if you do only 2-3 examples, right, most of the things you'll be able to do it. I can 100% guarantee. Even though if let's say your basics are not clear and you're doing some very complex projects, some microservices and blah blah, but you'll see that you'll be getting some problem. So basic has to be very, very clear so that you can understand what you're doing. So now here I wanted to check that, okay, if the Redis cache is present. You also have to remember Redis actually is not the source of truth here. Okay, so this is a very important point, and most of the like whoever is teaching, I'm not sure if they're covering this or someone may be skipping this part. This is actually very important. Why? Redis is not the source of truth here. Okay, what actually it is storing? Remember, I already mentioned that Redis actually is going to store a temporary copy of data. That data originally come from your Postgres DB only. So what is your source of truth? The Postgres DB, right? So now in this case, I'm just going to do const cast products, and here I'm just going to do event, and I'll do Redis client dot get. So first I need to check if this is present or not, and I'll do product all cache key. So I'm simply checking if that product is present in cache, Redis cache or not. If this is present, so I'm simply going to do if the cache products is present. So let's do log, and I'm just going to do this on a cache hit, and I'm just going to do products all. Okay, and then what you're going to do, right? So here we are simply going to return json.parse, and here I'm just going to do cache products as, so type will be product. So this is what we're going to return. Okay, so this is Redis is actually returning your cache data as a string. Why you need json.parse? Because it's going to convert the string back to your actual array, right? This is normal concept. If this is not the case, if the cache product is not present, so that means what? There is a cache miss, right? So we are going to do cache miss. And here now we are going to first do what? Whenever there is a cache miss, you need to fetch the products from where? From your DB. So we are simply going to do const products, and this will be event fetch all products from DB, and you're going to pass the filters, right? So you have to pass the filters. So now here we are going to do what? We are going to set our actual products data in Redis cache. So now I'm simply going to do event Redis client dot set x. We have already discussed how we are doing, right? We have already understood all of this, so it will be easy. So we have cache key, we have the cache TTL in seconds, and then we are going to store the data. So we'll do json.stringify, and this will be the products. Now these products is the products that we are getting from our DB, and then we are simply going to do a log, and I'm just going to do cache set products colon all, and what you have to return, you have to return the products here, and this is done. Okay, so now I think this should work. I hope this is clear. Now at the end, your product controller doesn't know what is happening in the business logic, right? So here it's going to return the products as usual. What you're doing is simply doing the main logic here, that if the cache is present, return the data. If this is not present, you return the data from DB first, set it in your cache, and from the next time you're going to get from your cache only. So now let's save this. Let's see if this is running or not. I think it's running. So now I'm just going to run it here. So let's run it. So let's see what you're getting. We're getting cache miss and cache set, and now we're going to run once again, and you can see that what will happen, right? So you can see that cache hit. So now it's getting from your cache. Okay, you see immediately you're getting, right? So this is from your Redis cache. This is fantastic. Now see how much cleaner it is to understand. So that is the reason I always mention, and not only I always mention, but that is how I usually teach, right? In my YouTube videos, I don't go into too many complicated things, because at the end, if you're working in a company, right, let's say you're in college, or you have less than 2 years of experience, you'll see that even the whatever work you are doing in your company, let's say product based, service based, at the end they're not doing so many complicated things. They're doing the normal basic things only, but the concept has to be very clear. Although there can be 1000 lines of code, but at the end you will see that they're doing this cache aside, cache invalidation, cache set, and fetching the data from cache, or you fetch the data from DB and then set it in cache. Now this is a very basic level. There are so many advanced things is also there in Redis, but this is how this has to be done. Now see that every time it's going to hit the cache and it's going to get the data from your cache, right? So if you run it here, it's going to get, and sometimes it's going to miss. Why? Now okay, this is another, see it's working. Why? Because we've given 60 seconds here. The TTL is 60 seconds, right? You remember this one. So after 60 seconds, it's going to delete that or invalidate that cache. So that is the reason you're getting. But if I run once again, you'll see that it's cache hit. So that means this is working absolutely fine. So now what will be the next step? Next step, let's do one thing. Let's do some more important things here only in this particular file in the next part, because we also have to see that when we are going to this cache data is present, and let's say I added a new product, these data should be updated, right? You are getting the problem that I discussed, the stale cache problem. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. All right, so moving to the next one. So get all products you have done. So now let's do this one, get product by ID. So what do you mean by this, right? So let's say whenever you are going to fetch a single product by ID, so here what you're going to do, right? So also I will suggest, right, this one try to implement using the same concept. So what I mean by this will be exactly same concept where we have discussed about the cache aside pattern, right? So first we are going to see, so let's see I'm hitting this particular endpoint from my UI side. So I need to check that if this particular product information, let's say I have a product ID of product 10, so ID is 10. So if that ID 10 product is currently actually present in my cache or not, okay? If that is not present in the cache, so what you're going to do, you're going to fetch the data from my DB as usual. If this is present in cache, so you're going to get from our Redis cache. So first what we'll do as usual, so let's create a export async function, and I'm simply going to do same, right, get product by ID, and this one I'm just going to do this one as fetch, let's do single product, it will be easy to understand. Fetch single product from DB, right, or database, whatever you can do. So first of all, what we need to do here, right? So okay, these will be same. So let's copy this and we'll just paste it here. So first we need to actually see that if that is present in the Redis cache or not. So how we can do that? So we have to take a cache key, right? So I'm just going to do cache key, and for this one, let's do one thing. Let's create one method. Okay, so I'm simply going to do, so let's go to the top, maybe here. So here I'm just going to do a function, and I'll do get product cache key, and here we are going to get the product ID, so this will be number, and we are going to return a string. So here I'm simply going to create a key which will be products colon ID, because this will be single product. But how we are going to get the single product? So this single product is nothing but your product ID. So that means, let's say I have 1000 products and I am storing the product width of ID 500, so it will become like this, right? So the products colon ID colon 500, something like this. So now this is done. So what will be the next step? So next step will be, first we need to see that okay, if this is present or not. If this is present, we are going to return it. So we're simply going to do get product by product cas key, right? And here we are going to pass the ID, and then I'm simply going to do const cast product. So this cast product will be Redis client dot get, and this will be this cas key. So we're simply checking if that ID product, so this is a dynamic value, right? So this can be 1 2 3 4. Consider, let's take the example of 10. So if the ID of 10 product is not 10 product, ID of product 10, opposite ID of product 10, the product which ID is 10, if that is present in cas or not. Okay, we're simply checking that part. If this is present, so that means it will be a cas hit, right? So that data is present. So I'm simply going to do if cas product, if this is present, so I'm just going to do a log, and this will be a cas hit, and let's also pass the cas key here, right? So I'm just going to do here what I'm doing, cas key. So this will be a cas hit, and then we are simply going to, as usual, return the response. I'm just going to do return JSON dot parse. So this will be my cast product as product. This is done. Now if this is not present, so as usual this will be a cas miss, and then we are going to first get the product from our DB. So do await fetch single product from DB, pass the ID. First we are going to check that if the product is not present, we are going to return null. Okay, and then we are going to set this one in our cas. So now I'm just going to do await Redis client dot setx, and here we are going to pass the cas key, we are going to pass the TTL, and also then I'm going to pass the actual product that I need to store. So this will be the product, and this is done. And then I'm again going to do a log here, and this will be catch set. Okay, what you have to return, you have to return the product here, and this is done. Okay, all right, so now let's run this. And also one thing, I just paused it and I see that we make a mistake, and that is here, right? If this is cast, so it will be cas hit, or this will be cas miss. Okay, so this is one change you have to do. So now let's go here, and then if I try to send this, so you'll see that what you're getting, we're getting cas missed, and cas is now set. Now next time let's try to send once again, and you'll see that now cas is hit. So that means the data is now present in your Redis cas. So this is another example that we have done. Now another very important one that you have to understand. Okay, so first let's see how I'm going to do it. So what I'll do, right? So let's go to product endpoint, and you will see that what we are getting, right? So first of all, let's do here some 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. Okay, so you have 7 data. So now I'll try to send this. So you can see that we are getting this. Now let's go to the postman test that I have created, and I'm just going to copy this. Okay, let's go to the add here. So I'm going to add the post, and then I'll go to body, and then I'm simply going to send this one. So this is now added ID 8, and if I try to go here and try to send this, you'll see that how many data you're getting. You're getting the ID 7, so you're not getting the ID 8 data. So what I mean, the new data that you have added, it's not coming here, and the reason is very simple. This is the concept of the stale cache. So you remember I just done this one practically, so that means it is getting from your Redis cache until unless that cache will be invalidated, that will not come, or else until unless the TTL will cross, then only the new data will come. But that is not the solution, right? So that means we have to have some kind of mechanism that whenever I'm going to create the data, or whenever I'm going to update the data, remember I mentioned that whenever there will be some update in the DB, you need to invalidate the cache. Very important concept. So how we are going to do that? To do this one, let's go to our create product, and you can see that we are doing all of this, whatever blah blah, that is fine. We don't have to do anything here. So first what I'll do, right? So I'm just going to create a const, and I'm just going to do newly created product. So I'll do newly created product, and this will be this whatever we are doing here. And now what I need to do, right? I need to invalidate the cache. Now remember I mentioned what the Postgres is the source of truth, right? So whenever we are going to create a product, we need to delete the old list that is stored in our cache. so that next time whenever we are going to fetch the latest data, it is going to get the data from your Postgres. It's going to get the fresh data from Postgres. So that means we have to have a method which is going to delete the products from, no, delete all products or products all. Yes. So this is what we have to do, and at the end we are going to return the newly created product here, which is fine. So what this is going to do, so this is going to actually delete that cache. So now copy this, and maybe let's do it here only, right? So I'm just going to do async function, and I'll do delete product cache. What this is going to return, so this will be a promise void, and here I'm simply going to do await, and I'll do Redis client dot delete, and then I'm simply going to delete the product all cache key, and then I'm simply going to do a log, and you'll see that I'm just going to do a cache delete, and then I'm just going to do products all, and you'll see that whenever you're going to do that, right, now notice this cache delete will be triggered. So now let's do in different way. So first I will go to, let's start with first one. So go to products, I'm going to send here. You're getting the new data because cache is now automatically invalidated using TTL. That is fine. Now I'll go to post, and I'm going to create one more data, ID 9, and you'll see that here it's getting cache is actually now deleted. And now if you go to immediately here, right, and try to send this, you are getting the newly created data also. Fantastic, right? So that means whenever you created a data, whenever we updated the database, we actually deleted our old Redis cache that is present. So what will happen next time, it's going to read the data immediately from your DB. It's not going to wait. So this is how you have to invalidate cache. So see, this part you have to master, that when I'm going to invalidate the cache, no one is going to come and then tell you that, okay, whenever you're going to create product, every time you have to delete cache. It's not like that you are getting. So what I'm trying to explain, that based on that situation, that, or based on the project, or based on the feature that you are creating, you have to decide that when I have to delete the cache. This example I'm just showing you based on the project that I've created. This doesn't mean that every time you are going to create the product you have to delete the cache. Okay, maybe yes, but what I'm trying to say, that based on project to project this will change, but at the end the main concept will remain same. So this is one. Now the same thing will be for what, will be for your update also. So whenever you're going to update any data, right, that time also you need to do what, you need to actually delete the cache. Okay, because we have this update product, this one, right, this. So whenever I'm going to update, so there is a possibility that this data will not be immediately updated. So let's see if this is happening, right? So maybe I'm trying to send it here, and this is now we are getting from cache miss, cache set, whatever, and then let's go to patch. And what I'm going to do, I will try to update the first product stock from 30 to 5000, and then I'll send it here and go to products, and let's see what we are getting. We are getting stock as 30, because this is going to still taking from your cache only. So that means whenever you are going to update the data, that time also you need to invalidate the cache. So that means first of all what I need to do when I'm going to update, so instead of get product by ID, first of all I need to get fetch product single product from database. So this is the first thing, and then whenever I'm going to update the product, that time also I need to do that. So I'm just going to do const product equal to this. So first I'm going to do await, and here I need to first delete the all product cache, and at the same time I also need to delete the single product cache. Now you might be thinking, okay, what is this single product cache? This single product cache is nothing but this get product cache that we have created. So these also we need to delete. Now you might be asking why. Okay, now consider that when we are updating a product, this product with ID, this we are updating from 5000 stock to 10,000. And if you try to go to this fetch product by ID, now let's say this data is now currently stored in your in your cache. When you are updating this product stock from 5000 to 10,000, there is a possibility that when you are going to send this, you are not going to get it. Now you are getting, but immediately you are not going to get it, because this data will be stored in your single product cache you are getting. So that means not only all product cache we need to delete, which is this one, single product cache also we need to delete, because update will happen on a single product, and you doesn't know that this product ID data is present in cache or not, and at the same time you are updating the same product stock from 5000 to 10,000, means this cas also you need to delete. You are getting what I'm trying to say. So that means these also you need to delete. So to do this one, let's go here, right? So I'm just going to do async function, and I'll do delete single product cas. So here I'm just going to get the product ID, which will be a number, and here what will be the return type. So this also will be a promise, right? So it will be a promise of void. And here first of all what we need to check, so I'm just going to check the cas key, and this will be get product cas key, pass the product ID, and then you're going to do await, and I'll do redis client dot delete, and then you're going to delete the cas key, and then I'm simply going to do console.log, and I'll do cas delete, and I'm simply going to do here cas key, and these also we are going to call it here. So I'm just going to do await delete single product cas, and here we need to pass the ID, right? What is the ID? ID is this ID we need to pass, and then we are going to return the product here, and this is done. So now to verify this, first what I'll do, right? See what I'm doing. First I'm going to send this, okay? So I'm going to request this. So now it's going to first miss the cas, next time it's going to hit the cas. Now I'm going to go to update and change this product ID stock from 5000 to let's do 15,000, and I'm going to update this. Now if I go here, right, and try to send this, you'll see that immediately you are getting 15,000. Why? Because this line is now deleting that product cas immediately. Also, if you go to products and try to send this, you see that you are getting immediately 15,000. You are getting this one. So that means both the whatever in both the endpoints you have added this one in cas, we are invalidating both the cas whenever we are going to update this particular product in your DB. So this is how you have to understand the concept of cas aside pattern, stale cas issue, and cas invalidation. I think you might not be thinking like these are very important concepts. Okay, these things you are going to use mostly whenever you are going to create any kind of CRUD. As I already mentioned in my previous videos, at the end of the day, whatever complex project you are creating, everything is CRUD. So what I mean by this, either you are going to create something, or you are going to update something, or you are going to list something, or you are going to delete something. So all the things is CRUD. If you can master all of this, right, you will be able to tackle any kind of complex project. So with this, I think we have almost covered most of the things. Now let's move to the next one, which will be, I'm going to give you some very basic idea how you can implement rate limiting in Redis. Alright, so now let's understand how we can create a simple rate limiter using Redis. Okay, so first what I will do, right, so let's go to middleware, and maybe I'm just going to do rate limit dot middleware .ts. Okay, so first of all what we need to do here, so first you have to decide that okay, what will be your rate limiting rules. So what I mean by this, so let's say we have an endpoint, consider products endpoint or whatever endpoint that you're using, that as a user, that whenever your users will be using that particular endpoint, is going to hit that particular endpoint, how much or how many requests they can do in a certain time frame. So for example, let's say they can do 5 requests only within 30 seconds. So that will be your configuration, and that will depend based on the app you're building, based on the security, and there are a lot of other factors. Okay, so in this case, first we are going to take something like this. I'm just going to do a rate limit window seconds. So this will be, I'm just going to give this one a 60 seconds, and also I'm just going to take one more, which will be rate limit, and I'll do this one as max requests. This will be, let's do maximum 10 requests or maybe 5 requests, whatever you want to do. So now I'm just going to create a middleware. So I'm just going to do export async function, and here I'm simply going to do this one as product rate limiter, because we are doing something related to product. And here we are going to have a request. So this will be the request from Express. So let's import this, right? So I'm just going to import from Express. And then I'm also going to take a response, which will be response, right? So let's import the response also, and also I'm going to import the next function, and then I'm going to have a next middleware which is going to call the next middleware or next endpoint, whatever we have. So here I'm simply going to do a try. Okay, so first of all, what we need to do now, here a couple of things I wanted to mention. Okay, so you have to understand all of this, each and every line what we are doing here. Also let's do a catch, and I'm going to do error, and I'll just going to log a error here. Let's do rate limit Redis error, and what we'll do, right, I'm going to call the next with our error. So it's going to call this error middleware, because if you go to the server.ts, we're using the middleware here, I think this one. Okay, so this is done. So now first of all, let's do one thing. Let's always at the end, what we have to do, we have to call the next middleware or next route handler, whatever we have. So you have to call the next. This is important because if you don't do it, it will be stuck. Okay, this is a middleware, so it needs to call the next middleware, or it needs to call the next the next route handler. Okay, first of all, we need to understand that what we need to do, right? So see, whenever you're going to implement a real production level of application, this is what my understanding, right, or from my practical experience, whenever you are going to implement these kind of rate limiting, right, so these so first of all, you have to work with IP, right, because whenever you're going to implement rate limiting, there has to be something with IP. So what I mean by IP, so let's say every user is going to have some IP, right, and each IP is going to get its own counter in Redis, because we're using Redis. And what will happen in the actual real production level pattern will be that will actually go behind a proxy, or let's say there is a load balancer. So what I mean by this, so first of all, let's write all of this because this is important. So each IP is going to get, or it will get its own counter in Redis. Okay, so this is the first thing. So let's say I have a rate limit, right? So I'm just going to do rate limit. I think this we've already, this pattern, so colon products, because we are creating a products middleware, colon, and let's say there is a IP, so something like this, 127.0. blah blah whatever. And then I'm also going to have a rate limit colon products, and then we have a 1, something like this. So here what will happen, right? So let's say there are multiple users will be using your application at the same time. What will happen that if one user crossing the limit, so let's say one user is crossing the limit, it's possible, it will not going to block everyone. Okay, so this is the main reason, it's not going to block everyone. So that is the reason we need to have some IP, and this in real application or real products and pattern I'm going to do will be, this will go behind a proxy, or it can be a load balancer. Okay, so this IP handling, whatever you have to do, it needs extra configuration also, it's not that much simple. But for now, how we are going to do it, so for now I'm just going to do IP, and I'm just going to take the request.ip, or else this will be unknown. Okay, but I already mentioned this is how you have to do it. There can be a lot of other configuration that you have to make sure that you are using. Also, there is a possible that maybe that application that you're using that also has overseas audiences. Maybe the country that application you have, maybe from some other country you have users, so a lot of other things is there. So you have to consider all of this. But at the end, the main idea is that if one user is crossing the limit, it should not block other users, because there is a possibility that 100 users, 1000 or lakh users are using your application at the same time. And then now I'm just going to take as usual a rate limiter key. So I'm just going to do this one as, let's do same only. So I'll do rate limit colon products colon, and then here I'm going to pass the IP. So this will be my IP. Okay, so now first of all, what I need to do, right, I need to have a request count, how many requests that particular user is doing. So here I'm just going to do await Redis client dot, and then I'm just going to do increment, and here I'm going to have the rate limiter key. Okay, what increment is going to do, it's going to increase the request counter by 1. And now this is where Redis is very, very good. Okay, so this is where Redis is very, very good here. Why? Because let's say you have multiple backend servers, right? What will happen, right? If you have multiple backend servers, those many backend servers can share the same exact Redis counter. Okay, so this is actually very important concept. So now consider that we are storing this particular count in a normal JavaScript variable. Okay, not like this. So what will happen, even consider you have multiple backend server, that part I already mentioned. Each server is going to have its own separate count. You're getting what I'm talking about. So what is the downside? So if each server is going to have a own separate count, it's going to break the rate limiting. Okay, because you consider your app is running on multiple servers and you're using some normal JavaScript variable. So in that case, it can actually break. Why? Because each server, let's say there is one server, second server, first server is going to have own separate count, second server is going to have a own separate count, and this is actually extremely helpful because Redis is going to do what? These multiple backend servers actually can share the same Redis counter. So this will be the request count that we are going to increment. So now what I'm going to do, right? So I'm simply going to do it, the request count is equal to 1, and I'm going to explain what we are doing. So I'm just going to do it, and I'll do Redis client.expire. So I'm just going to give the rate limiter key, and also I'm just going to give the rate limiter window second. So what we are doing here, so first what expire is going to do is going to create a fixed time window for this particular counter. So we have a counter, right? So now we are actually setting this expiry when the count is 1. Okay, now think in this way, right? So let's say if we reset this expiry on every request, so every time they are going to hit that request and we are going to reset this expiry, what will happen? This time window that we have, it's going to keep moving. We can't do that, okay, because we are implementing a fixed window limiter, and this is also very simple level, right? This is not even complex. For this kind of simple fixed window limiter, what should happen, right? Expiry should start with the first request. So that is the reason when the request count is 1, we are actually setting this expiry. I hope this is clear. What will happen, because this is actually 60, so after 60 seconds Redis is going to delete this particular key and it's going to count again from fresh. Okay, so after 60 seconds it's going to delete and it's going to start counting from fresh. Very important. So I'm just going to write it here that after 60 seconds Redis will delete this key and start counting from fresh. So I think this is done, and then I'm just going to set some header. So I'm just going to do res.set header, and let's give this one as x rate limit hyphen limit, and this will be your rate limiting max request. Also we are going to set one more, so I'll do set header, and this will be x rate limit, and let's do remaining because we also need to check that how many is remaining. So I'm just going to do remaining, and how we are going to get the remaining, so this will be very simple. So we'll do math.max. So I'm going to take the 0, and you have the rate limit max request, correct, versus your request count. Simple, because this request count we are using here, right? So we're increasing this one. So every time they're going to do a request, it's going to increase the counter. So that means this is going to check that how many requests is remaining within that time frame. If this request count that you have is greater than the rate limit max request, what will happen? That means you've already exceeded the limit. So in that case, we have to return. So I'm just going to do res.status, and what will be the return? 429, because you are doing too many requests, and you'll see that in so many websites also you're going to get this kind of thing. So I'm going to do success will be false, and message will be, I'm just going to do this one as too many requests, please try again later, something like this, right? This is done, and then if this is not the case, we are anyways going to call the next. So this is how you can create. I think we have discussed each and every line. So how we are going to do that? So go to your products, routes, not products. Go to product router, and here you are simply going to do router.use, and for now I'm just going to do product rate limiter, and this is done. So now let's save this, and if you go here, right, maybe let's say I'm just going to hit this endpoint here. So one time, and let's do 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So you're getting too many requests, please try again later. So you are going to is going to get it, right? So until unless is going to reset again. Alright, so I hope this is clear. This is a very important concept, but again, one thing I wanted to mention, for now we are actually applying this for all the routes. That should not be the case. Maybe the application that you are building, let's say in your case only one particular endpoint you have to apply product rate limiter, so you can also apply in that particular endpoint level also, but for now we are applying on the overall. But again, the concept you have to understand. So with this, I think that's all for this particular section. Now let's move on to the next one. Alright, so now we are going to end this particular video with our last concept, which will be pub sub. So what is pub sub, right? So in short we call that one as pub sub, but that actually means publish and subscribe. So first let's do one thing, right? What are you going to do? Let's go here, and I'm just going to do this one as Redis Pub sub .ts. So as I already mentioned that these will be publish and subscribe. So what publisher is going to do? Publisher is going to send a particular message. So here we are going to do publisher sends a message. What subscriber is going to do? Subscriber is going to listens and receives the message. And there is another concept, or you can consider this one as a mediator, and that we call as channel. What's channel? Channel is actually the topic name, okay, from both sides. Both sides use. Both side means publisher and the subscriber. So this is a very overview. Okay, now it's kind of like a live messaging. Okay, it's not like any long-term storage or anything like that. So let's say in this particular project we are going to create a very simple pub sub, where we are going to, let's say, I'm just going to give you a very simple example, like we are going to create a notification. So once admin or API is going to create the notification, Express is going to publish the event to the Redis channel, and then subscriber is going to receive it instantly. Okay, and then maybe we can do something like this. We are going to log that notification in another terminal. This is like very basic backend to backend live event we are going to implement. Okay, now here when you are giving some interview, right, there is a possibility that you are going to get query from this particular concept, because this is actually very important. Okay, now what kind of questions that you might get? Okay, that you mentioned that pub mean publish, right? So what publisher actually means, and what publisher is going to send a message where? So you have to mention that publisher is going to send a message to a Redis channel. Okay, it is going to send a message to a Redis channel. Subscriber is going to listen and receive the message from that particular channel. So that is the reason I mentioned channel is like a topic name that both side is going to use. Or what when I learned, I remember I usually used to remember this one like this. The channel is like a mediator. So you have one person within two person, and that one person is actually taking the message from one person and it's going to sending the message to another person, the second person who is actually receiving the message. So now let's do this one with a very simple example first. So first let's do one thing. I'm just going to copy this one from here, right? So let's go till this part we need this one, and then I'll paste it here. So first of all, what I will do, we are going to have a channel as I already mentioned. So there will be a channel, and I'm just going to do this one as demo notifications. Okay, so here I'll do async function run. So first when you're going to implement a pub sub, right, it actually needs two clients. So needs two clients. One client will be to publish and second one to subscribe. This is also important concept and prerequisite, like that you need to know all of this. So there will be a publisher. So publisher will be create client. This create client you're going to get from Redis, and here you're going to pass the URL, which will be your Redis URL. Then you're going to have a subscriber, right? So this will be your subscriber, and this also will be your create client, and this will be your URL, which will be your Redis URL. Okay, so now I have two clients. Now publisher can send a message or publish a message via a channel, and subscriber is going to receive that particular message from that particular channel. So now here I'm just going to have it. So I'll do publisher dot connect. So first we need to connect. Same we need to do for subscriber. So I'll do subscriber dot connect. Okay, So now let's do a log here. So I'm just going to do a log, and I'll do publisher connected and subscriber connected. Okay, also you can check the ping also, right? So let's say you want to check the ping, so I'm just going to do ping. So, and here I'm simply going to do await publisher dot ping. Okay, and then maybe what else, maybe let's do one more here, and I'm just going to do subscriber listens. Okay, so this is the first step that we need to do. Now one very important concept, when subscriber is going to listen, that subscriber must be active before publish. Okay, why this is very important? Because if nobody is listening, right? So let's say there is no one to listen, when publisher is going to publish that message, it might be missed. So it's actually very important concept that whatever subscriber that you're using, that subscriber is actually responsible for consuming that message via that channel from your publisher. So that subscriber must be active. And now what you're going to do, right? So we'll take subscriber, and this is going to give you this subscribe method, and it's going to receive the channel. So you can see that you have to pass the channel, and it's going to receive the message, correct? So now what you're going to do simply, so I'm just going to do const data, and I'm simply going to do json.parts. I'm going to get the message, and then I'll just do some log here. So I'll do subscriber received, and also let's do some more logging here, and I'm just going to log. So let's do here title. So I'm just going to log a title, and I'm just going to do data.title, and here also let's do one more, which will be data.message. So this will be data.message. Okay, so now what we're going to do, so I'm just going to do another log here, and let's do this one as subscribed to channel, and then we're going to pass the channel here. Okay, so now this is how subscriber is going to receive. Now this is not yet done. Why? Because publisher haven't sent the event yet, right? So publisher needs to send the event. So now this is where we are going to just start. So I'm just going to do publisher is now sending the event. Okay, and then I'm simply going to take the event data here. So this will be your actual data. So here I'm just going to take a title, and this will be Redis course, and then I'm just going to have a message, and I'm going to do pub sub demo. Okay, so this is the event. So now publisher is going to send the message to the channel immediately. Okay, how it's going to do that? So I'm just going to do const, so I'll do receivers, and this will be await. So we're going to have the publisher. This publisher is going to have now publish. Okay, so this will be a publish method, not subscribe. So this will be publish, then you're going to pass the channel, and then you're going to do json.snigify. What you have to pass? You have to pass this event, and this event, this subscriber is going to receive via this particular channel, which is the message that it's receiving here. Okay, and then we can also do some log here, and then I'm simply going to do published event, and also let's log here. I'm just going to do active subscribers. Okay, and these will be receivers. Now what we are going to do, right? We are going to, so let's do one thing. We are going to have some small wait, so that whenever subscriber is going to receive it, it's going to log, okay, before it's going to exit. So I'm just going to have it. So you can simply do a new promise here, normal concept, take a resolve, and you're simply going to do a resolve, sorry, set timeout, and I'm just going to resolve, and I'm just going to give 300. Okay, so now I think this is done. Also what else, maybe also we need to unsubscribe now. So I'm just going to do subscribe.unsubscribe. We're going to pass the channel, and then we're going to quit is again the same thing. So we'll do subscriber.quit, and you're also going to do publisher.quit, and then let's do one more log here, and this will be pub/sub demo done. So the main thing you have to understand, there are a couple of key points. First one is that pub/sub is nothing but it's like a live messaging. Subscriber must be active before publish, because you see that subscriber is going to subscribe, it's going to get the event data. Before publisher is going to publish, it has to be active, or else once it's going to publish, if the subscriber is not active, it's not going to work, because there is no one is to receive who is going to receive the data. Okay, so this is one important concept. And another important concept, pub/sub is going to, or pub/sub doesn't store messages permanently. Okay, this is another important concept. So go to package.json, and I'm just going to copy this, run it. So I'll do Redis pub/sub, and this will be, let's copy this. Okay, and here I'm just going to run this. So do npm run and then enter. See, again I've done mistake. We have to run this, right? So let's go here. We have to just run this. We'll copy this. I'll do pub/sub. Okay, so let's see what is happening here. So I'll do clear. Alright, so fantastic. So you see that we have publisher connected. Let's go one by one. Subscriber connected, ping pong, you are getting subscriber listens. Now here you will notice one thing, subscriber listen. Now you say subscribe to channel, which is this one. So before, even though this is active, it's not going to receive the data. Why? Publisher needs to publish, correct? So that's why you're getting subscribe to channel. Publisher is now sending event. Now you can see that you're going to get subscriber received. So title Redis course, blah blah, message, whatever you're sending, publish the event, active subscriber is 1, and pub/sub demo is done. The main point is, again I'm repeating again and again, when you're going to implement this one in a real project, your subscriber has to be active before publisher is going to publish. If this is not the case, you're not going to work. Okay, so this is one important concept. So with this, I think this part is also completed. So let's do one thing, right? In the next section, I'm going to show you one very simple example on this project context, that how we are going to implement this one practically. So let's do this one in the next part. Alright everyone, so now let's end this particular video with the one practical example that I'm going to implement here. So first of all, I think we have already discussed the concept, right? Subscriber. I'm not going to repeat the same thing again and again. So first thing, let's create one folder here, and I'm just going to give this one as subscribers. Okay, so this will be the first thing, and let's create this one as, so I'll do notification dot subscriber dot ts. So this is the first thing, and then also let's rename, copy this, go to controllers, and I'm just going to do notification dot controller dot ts. Also we'll go to routes, I'll do notification dot routes dot ts. So first let's start with the subscriber, right? So first of all, what we need, so let's go here. I need to copy some of the things. We need the create client. Also, okay, let's copy these two first. I'm going to paste it here. Also, you need to have a notification channel. Okay, so for this one, what we are going to do, right? So let's create here only. Maybe we don't need another file. So I'm just going to do const, and I'll do notification channel, and this will be notifications. So let's see what actually we are doing here. And I'm just going to take export, not export, I think let's take it in case in other files we need it. So I'll do notifications payload. So for now I'm going to keep very simple. So I'll do id, so this will be a string, and also let's take a title, this also will be a string. Let's take a message, this will be string, and let's take a created at, and this also will be a string. Okay, now what we are going to do, right, first of all let's create one more method here. So I'm just going to do async function, and I'm just going to do publish notification. So here I'm just going to get the notification, the type will be notification payload, and this will be the promise void. What we are going to do simply, So publisher is going to do what? Publisher is going to send the live message to Redis. Okay, so here we are going to do await. So I'm just going to take the Redis client dot, so it's going to do a publish. So it's going to publish to your notification channel, and here I'm just going to pass the json.stringify. What notification is going to pass? This notification. If you want, you can also do notification, right? That's it. So this will be to publish it, right? So now let's save this. So now we need to work on the subscriber. So here we already have create Redis. We haven't created Redis. We are going to use now. So first of all, let's do one thing. So here we are going to create our subscriber client. So I'm just going to do subscriber client. So this will be here. We need the create client, and I'm just going to do URL, and this will be your Redis URL. So Redis URL, we need to just copy this from here. Here we can do, and this will be your Redis URL. Okay, so first I'm just going to do subscriber client dot on. Let's give one error in case any error, and here I'm simply going to log one error. Okay, I'll do subs Redis error, and this will be error. So this is the first thing. Now what we're going to do, right? So we are going to start our notification, subscriber notification. So I'll do async function, and I'll do start notification subscriber. So first what we need to do, just see this, whatever we have done here. So what we have done, we have done the connect. So here first we need to connect. So I'll do await subscriber client dot connect. So this is the first thing. Now what I need to do, right, this subscriber needs to tell Redis, okay, I want to listen to this particular channel. Which channel? The notification channel that we have created. And this is the channel. So here I'm simply going to do, okay, now it's your task is that you have to subscribe to this particular notification channel, right? And also you're going to receive a message, and here I'm just going to do a try. And in the try, so in the catch, what you can do, right, in the catch you can maybe just do something like this, log, and then we can just do new notification. In short, I'm doing received, right? So this will be new, and here we can just get them, render the message here. In the try, first of all, I'm just going to do const notification, and this will be json.parse. So here we are going to get the message, and this will be as, and we are going to pass this, right? So you can pass all of this, or you can pass the as notification payload. We can directly pass it here. Okay, so this is done, and then I'm going to do a couple of logs so that we can understand. So first I'm going to do new notification received, then I'll log it here. So I'm simply going to do title. So this will be your this notification dot title. Copy this, I'll do message and created at, right? So I'll do message, and this will be created at. That's it. Okay, so this is done. So now what else? I think this should be fine. Now we have to call this. So now we are going to do start notification subscriber dot catch. Here I'm going to get error, and I'll simply just do console dot error, and here I'm just going to do fail to start notification, and I'll do error, and then we'll do process dot exit of 1. So this is what we need to do. Okay, so now not yet completed. Why? We need to publish the notification. We haven't the publish. This is what we have learned so far, right? Subscriber is going to subscribe, and subscribe must be active, but publisher is going to publish. So where we are going to do that? For this one we need to implement our this controller. So let's go here, and then I'm just going to copy this, paste it here, and then I'm going to do export async function, and this will be my publish notification controller. Okay, so here we are going to get the request, which will be request, response, this will be response, and you also need the next, which will be your next function. So now here what we have to do first, so we'll do try, and this is the place where you have to publish it. So I'm just going to take the error, and then we're going to pass a next with error. So in the try, what are the things you have to do? First, you're going to get the title and body, title and message. Let's say you have a UI, and from the UI you're going to receive it, correct? So you're going to get what? Title and message, these two things from request.body. This title.request, see, title.message we are having in the payload. And then if you do some check here that if title is not missing, I'm not doing all of this now. So here I'm simply going to do now create the notification, and this notification will be ID. So this will be your date.now.toString. Then you're going to pass the title, you're going to pass the message, and also created at. We have to also pass the created at, this one, and this will be new date.toISO string. So this will be your notification, and this is the place now we are going to publish. So this is where publisher is going to publish, So to have it, so we'll do publisher notification, sorry, publish notification. I think we have to do publish notification, we have to export it. So we'll do export publish notification. So this publish notification is going to get the notification. This is the notification, you are getting the flow. So this one you're going to, let's say you have a UI, you're going to get from UI, you're publishing the notification. This is going to do what? It's going to publish. See, we are using Redis client to publish this one here, right? This part, this one, and then subscriber is going to subscribe. So now I think this is done, and then at the end what you can do, you can simply just do arrays.status of 201.json, and you're going to do success will be true, message I'm going to do notification published successfully, and you can also pass the data. So let's say ID will be notification.id, and this is done. Okay, so this is what I need. So now what we can do, right? So let's go to routes. So let's copy this, part, go to notification routes, and these we don't need, and this will be my notification controller, and I'm just going to do this on as notification controller. Now I'm simply going to do router.post, and this will be notification controller.publish notification, and you're just going to do export default, and this will be your router, and this is done. But this is not yet completed. Why? In your root you have to use this. So go here and then simply copy this, and this will be your notifications, right? And this will be your notification what we are using here. Okay, let's import this. I think we have to import. So this will be your / notification routes, that's it. So I think this is done. So now how we are going to check it? First let's see if we are getting any error or not. I think this is working, right? It's working. So first let me just copy that. I'm just going to copy this, and I will go to my package.json, and then I'll just add this here. So we'll do source/subscribers, right? This is what you're using, subscribers notification.subscriber.ts. so this is one. And now what I can do, right? So let's run it here. So I'm just going to do npm run subscriber. Okay, so now this is running. So first what we're going to do, right? So let's copy that curl here. So I'm just going to copy this, go to postman, and I'm going to do import. It's a copy, and then I'm just going to run it on my Redis Full Course, and then let's send it here. We're getting 4. Okay, what we are using, let's see. Our API will not be there. So notification published successfully, and you can see what you are getting. New notification received. Fantastic, right? Here, so this title order created message, this has been created successfully. So from where you are getting this one? So if you go here, right, so do new notification received, title, message, and created at. Okay, so that means once you're publishing, subscriber is able to subscribe that one, and it's going to actually getting the data from publisher via this notification channel. So this is how we have to practically implement this logic. Okay, this is very simple way I've implemented, and if you just do this process multiple times, you see that how much easier it will be for you to implement all of this. Okay, so with this, I think we have completed this particular video. So let me know what you think. As I already mentioned in the intro, if I'm getting good response, as I already mentioned, I'm not going to do part 2. If I get good response from this particular video, I'm going to create an advanced part. It's very simple. If this video, let's say, getting 5,000 or 10,000 views, there is no point of spending this much effort of creating a part 2, right? So with that, that's all for this particular video. I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace. Alright, I hope that you have completed the previous section which was on Redis. So with this, now let's start. So this will be a very important one. Okay, and in this one you are going to actually understand some of the very important concept that you are going to use in lot of projects. So because file upload, image upload, and all of this, right, you are actually going to use, and these are very practical. So what you're going to do, right, consider you are admin, right? So what we are going to do, right, so admin will be upload some images, right? Now in this one, we will actually take the functionality simple, but we are going to understand the concept better way. Concept means the flow. So admin will be able to upload images, and then admin will be able to see all your images, correct? So admin will be create images, and admin will be able to fetch all your images. So these two routes we have, and then we have something called delete. But how this is going to work? Consider this is your application, right? And see how easier I will explain this one. So this is your application, and this is your DB. Okay, so this is, let's say, your DB. What we are going to see till this time, whatever we have done this CRUD, what we used to do. So we usually do some functionality, we interact with our DB, and then we directly store this particular information in our DB. But when we work with assets, it doesn't work like that. Instead of directly storing the image in your DB, what you're going to do, right, we are not going to do that. So we have something called cloud storage, CS. I'm just writing. These cloud storage can be anything. So in our case, we're using Cloudinary because it's easier, and also you can use AWS S3, or you can use Cloudflare, lot of other things. So at the end, the concept will be same. So you have something called a storage. What you're going to do, right, you are actually going to store your images in your storage. So it will be like this. So this, let me select this one. So from your application, it is going to interact with your storage. Storage is going to do what? It's actually going to store all your images. So storage is going to keep all your images, and then what storage is going to do, right? Storage is going to give you some information that we are going to store in our DB. So what will be that information? That information will be our image URL, because see, at the end you need to keep a track of your assets, right? So now what will be the responsibility of your DB? Responsibility of your DB will be to hold the information that is provided by the cloud storage. So that means once we store the image to our cloud storage is going to give you two things. So first one, let's say it's going to give you a URL, and this will be your actual image URL that we are going to store. So this will be your image URL. Okay. Second, it's going to give you a unique ID. Now this unique ID can differ. For example, in Cloudinary we call that one as Cloudinary public ID. In S3 we call something else. In other storage we call something else. That doesn't matter. But at the end, it's going to give you a unique ID, and this unique ID will be attached to this particular asset. So that means why actually you need this unique ID, and you are going to understand this one in a minute. So that means this cloud storage is going to give you two information. First one will be your image URL, and second one will be one unique ID that is related to this particular asset. And then what we will do, we are going to store this URL and this ID to our DB. So that means what we are doing, that we are not directly storing the image or videos in our DB. We are storing the image and videos in our cloud storage. Cloud storage is going to send that information, and that information we are going to store in our DB. Now, why actually we need this unique ID? Consider again, this is your application and this is your DB. In your DB, you have 10 storage saved. So you have 10 storage, and this is, let's say, your cloud storage, right? Now, what actually these 10 asset is going to consist? So each and every asset is going to have your URL and it's going to have your ID, right? Now let's say what we have to do, right? From this side, admin needs to delete one particular asset. So when we are going to delete the asset, we can't just directly delete that particular asset from our DB. Why? Because at the same time we need to delete this particular asset from our Cloudinary also. But in that case, how you're going to understand, okay, this particular image URL actually stored in which image, or basically what I'm trying to say. So let's understand in a simpler way. Let's say you have 10 assets stored, correct? So each and every asset is going to have your URL and the ID. So you have 10 assets URL, 10 assets ID, okay? When we are going to delete this particular asset from our DB, which you can directly do this one. Let's say you directly deleted this one from your DB. So from DB, it is not present. But see, the problem is in your Cloudinary storage or in your cloud storage, that asset is still present. So now to identify that, okay, this particular asset is related to this particular asset in our DB, we need this ID. So we're getting, so using this particular ID, now what we're going to do, right? Two things we're going to do. We are going to delete this particular asset from our DB. At the same time, using this ID, we are going to delete this particular asset from our storage also. So that means when you're going to delete, we are going to delete from two places. We are going to delete from our DB. At the same time, we are going to delete from our cloud storage. And to delete from the cloud storage, we need this particular unique ID. So this will be the overall flow, and Redis one you will understand once you'll implement, because I hope you complete. Again, I'm repeating, okay, you have to complete the previous video, that is mandatory, then only you can understand, because I'm not going to cover Redis concept in this one. This will be completely practical. So first, this will be the overall flow. First, what you're going to do, right, to go to cloudinary.com and then just sign up for free. Okay, so I'm just going to sign up using Google. I'll select this account and I'll see that I already have so many assets already uploaded here, because I usually use this one from my YouTube videos. One thing I wanted to mention, please do not use my credentials, because I've seen this one in the past, some of you actually used, which is not correct. Okay, so please create free account and then use. So you see that, for example, this one, I haven't even uploaded all of this, right? I don't know from where it is all these are coming. So do not use this. What you're going to do, right, you have to go to home, and you'll see that you have this API key, right? So you have to go to this API key and you're going to get three things. Okay, the first one will be your cloud name. So this will be your cloud name. So if you go back, I wanted to show this. This is important because you need the cloud name. Okay, so this is your cloud name. Then you go to API keys. You need the API key and the API secret. So three things we need. Okay. First of all, let's do one thing. Let's go to our application and let's do one by one. Go to env. And I'm just going to create Cloudinary, cloud name, Cloudinary, what is that? Cloudinary API key, and then I'm just going to do Cloudinary API secret. So these three things we need. So now let's go here. So I'm just going to copy. So this is my cloud name. Okay. This will be your cloud name. You can also check it. So here you can see this is cloud name. So just paste it, copy the API key, or I'll copy from here, paste it, and then this will be the API secrets. I'm going to use this. So I'll copy and then I'm going to paste it here. Okay. So now what I'm going to do, right? So this will be the prerequisite. Now what I'll do, right? So let's close this. And then I will give you one homework, and this homework will be you have to do this. Go to your env and then add these three here. Okay, Cloudinary API key, Cloudinary secret, and then try to use using env dot this one. I'm intentionally not doing this one, so this one will be for your practice. So add these three here, and then you are going to use this one using env dot Cloudinary API key, env dot API secret, env dot cloud name. Okay, so this will be the first thing. Second, what you're going to do, right? So let's go here. And we need a Cloudinary package. So I'll do npm install Cloudinary, and also we need multer. Okay, so multer is a package that we need for our asset related work whenever we are going to do. So let me just quickly why this is very slow, man. So I'll do multer in express node project. Alright, this will be okay. So this is a middleware that handles multiple part form data, right? It usually used for uploading files, images, PDF, videos, and all these things, right? So when we are going to use this, so first of all we need to install the multer, and also you need the multer type. So we'll do npm install -d types multer. So copy these also, and then we are going to install these also. Alright, so this is done. Next, what we need, we also going to need our IO Redis. So I'm just going to do IO Redis. Okay, and also we need BullMQ. So this will be for our background jobs that we are going to do later, but let's install this one at once. So we're going to do this one. Okay, so this is done. Alright, so now what we're going to do, right, let's do this particular section, right, slowly. Before doing this one, let's go to our Docker Compose, and we actually need to add some more one more service here. So what I'm going to do, right, let's go here, enter, and I'll add one more. So I'll do Redis, and here we are going to do this one will be image. So image will be Redis :7, and let me check the name, Alpine. Okay, then we need the container name. So I'm going to do container name. Container name, let's give this one as what I'll do, right, Node.js capstone project Redis. Okay, and then I'll do restart unless stopped, and also then we are going to do ports, right? So we need to do ports, and this will be, let's use, I'm just going to use a different ports. I'll do 6385, and this is going to run on, okay, this will be in this, so I'll do 6385, and this will be 6379. This is the port usually Redis runs. Save this. Now what I'm going to do, right, we have to go to our env, and then I'm just going to add one more here, and this will be my Redis _URL, and this will be Redis, and then where it is going to run, so it will run localhost : so you're using what, 6385, right? So do 6385, that's it. So now what I'm going to do, right, we will go here, and I'm just going to do I think in the package.json we have npm, or let's directly do it. So I'll do Docker Compose down, and I'll do Docker Compose up -d. Okay, so you can see that now Redis started. So let me just verify once. Okay, so I'll do, okay, so you have Redis, this one will be Redis and one is Postgres. Fine. So I think this is done. So now what will be the next step? So next step, first let's start with creating our Cloudinary service, right? So Cloudinary helper we need to create, and to create this one, let's keep this one in lib folder. So I'll do lib, and let's create cloudinary.ts. okay, all right. So first of all, let's close everything, and this is where you are going to understand each and everything step by step, okay, because this is actually very important. So now first of all, I'm just going to import Cloudinary from Cloudinary, and here I'm just going to take a upload result, means the result that we are going to receive, and this is going to give you two things, right? So one will be your URL, so this will be secure URL, which will be string, and second one will be your public ID, and this will be your Cloudinary public ID, and this also will be string. So first will be, so you are going to create export async function, and I'm simply going to do upload banner image to Cloudinary. Okay, so now let's see how you're going to do this. So first of all, what actually you need here, now remember, so we have covered one code module that is called buffer, you remember? So here what you're going to use, right, we are going to use our file buffer. Okay, so whenever you are going to upload the image, we are going to receive a buffer, and that buffer we are going to handle. So first of all, as an input, we are going to receive a buffer, so buffer type will be buffer, and then I'm also going to receive one more option, and this is optional. Option means, let's say if I go to my Cloudinary, and let's say I'll go to my assets, and I wanted to create this particular asset inside a folder, okay, and that folder name you can give here. I don't know why this is slow, man. So you'll see that you have this folder here, right? So you can create a couple of folders. See, we have multiple folders that I've created, correct? So now what I can do, right, so I can pass the options, and this option is going to receive one folder, that in which folder I wanted to store this, and let's keep this on optional. Okay, so this is the first thing what this is going to return. So this is going to return a promise, and this is going to be my upload result. So I need the data in this particular format. So I need a URL, I need a public ID, and this what we have already covered here, right? That why we need the URL and why we need the public ID. Public ID is actually very important because at the end this public ID is going to help us to identify which asset, and then we can delete that particular asset from our Cloudinary storage or whatever storage you are using. Doesn't matter. So here now I'm just going to take three things. I'm just going to do cloud name, and this will be my process.env. Again, I already mentioned, I hope that you have done this one, so keep this one in your env and you can use env dot like that. Okay, for now I'm just going to keep it like this. So I'll do env and then I'll do Cloudinary cloud name. Then I'm just going to take const, let's do API key. So this will be process.env dot, so you have Cloudinary API key, and I'll do const, and this will be API secret, and this will be process.env dot Cloudinary API secret. So three things we need. So now first of all I'm going to give a check that if not equal to cloud name, or if not equals to API key, or if not equals to API secret. If these are not present, so in that case I'm going to throw new app error. So I'm going to give a 500 error, and I'll do Cloudinary is not configured properly. So look, Cloudinary is not configured properly. So this is the first thing. And now what you can do, right? You can also, I think you can import like this. You can also use a version 2, but for now it's fine. You can import like this. And then what I'll do, right? So now this is where we are going to do what? We are going to configure our Cloudinary. Because see, you have to configure, or else Cloudinary will not understand what is your cloud name, what is your API secret you're getting. So that is the reason we need this one, or else maybe let's do this. I think better will be you can import version 2 and let's do this one as Cloudinary. Okay, I think this is better. And now I can configure this one. So how I'm going to configure? So I'll do configure Cloudinary. So I'll do Cloudinary, and if you do dot, you'll see that you're going to get this config. Oh sorry, why cloud name? I need Cloudinary. So Cloudinary.config, and this is where you're going to pass all the three things. So you pass the cloud name, so this will be your cloud name, you have the API key, and this will be your API key, and then you have API secret, and this will be your API secret. Okay, so these three things: Cloudinary, cloud name, API key, and API secret. So now my Cloudinary is configured. So what I need to do here, see, because we are working with buffer, you remember that section, that how we have implemented our stream. You remember readable stream, writable stream, transform stream, all these things, right? So what we need to do, right, whenever you're going to upload our image, we are receiving a buffer, and what we are going to send to Cloudinary, we are going to send our raw image bytes to Cloudinary. Okay, so how we are going to do that? Because it's returning promise, so we need to return a promise here. So I'm just going to do new promise, and promise is going to give you what? So it's going to give you resolve and reject. So now first of all, so I'll do const, so we need a stream here, so you have uploaded stream. Now I'm just simply going to do Cloudinary dot version, Cloudinary dot not version, Cloudinary dot uploader dot upload, and then you're going to get this upload stream. So you're uploading a stream. Now here what you can do, right, you can pass an option, and there is a callback. Now you see each and every module that we have done so far, if you have that much patience and you completed all the section previously, all these things will be way easier. Because now you remember we have discussed one particular thing, that what is our callback, what is the callback format in classic Node.js. So callback is going to give you an error, and it's going to give you a result. And now see this particular concept we are going to apply here. So what I mean by this, if you learn those individual concepts or code modules properly, you can combine all of this and you can create or use those concepts in a project. Okay, so now what I can do, right, I can simply give a resource type. So resource type will be I'm uploading an image here. So if you uploading image, video and everything, you can do auto, or let's say you can, if you're uploading raw, give raw. If you're uploading video, you can give video. We are uploading image. And then I'm just going to do a folder, and folder will be my options.folder. This options.folder I'm receiving from this option. So this is the first thing. Now what is this is going to give? So this is going to give you a callback. Okay, so this callback is now going to give you an error and result. Okay, so this is the classic callback format. Now what I have to do, so if error means what, this also I have covered. You can't say that I haven't covered everything. I have covered. So you'll do reject, you have to reject the error, and you're going to return. if there is no error, so in that case I'm going to resolve. So what I'm going to resolve? So I'm going to resolve my secure URL, and this URL you're going to get from a result, and see that if I do result dot, you're going to get everything. So you're going to get, see, bytes, colors, context, created at, and here you're going to get public ID, see, and you have secure URL. So I need this one, and I need the public ID. So I'll do result dot public ID. So these two things I need. And now what I'm going to do, right, so let me see where it is closing here, and this is where I need to do upload stream, and I'm going to end the upload stream. So I'll do dot end, and what you have to pass, you have to pass your buffer here. Buffer is nothing but we are sending our raw image bytes to the Cloudinary. So we're going to pass the buffer, and this buffer you are going to receive, okay, this one. So now we are sending here, so I'll do sending raw buffer, not raw buffer, sending raw image bytes to Cloudinary, okay. And then I think this is done, we don't have to do anything. Okay, let's see. So you are taking this one, checking configure, returning a promise. Okay, I think this is completed. Okay, so this is the first thing. So first helper function that we need. So now what we're going to do, right, so first of all we are going to create our routes, then we're going to create our services, create our repository. We're also going to create our multer middleware. Remember I mentioned that multer is a middleware that is going to help us to handle our multi-part form data. So we're going to create our multer middleware, and then we're going to combine everything and then create the upload logic. So let's see how you're going to do that in the next part. Okay, so now let's create all the files. So first I'll go here and let's do admin.banner.routes.ts. So this is the first one. Then go to repository. So I'll do admin.banner.repository.ts, and I'll do admin.banner.services.ts. So first we need to work with these three, right? So let's start with our admin routes. So first, as usual, so we're going to import something from Express, and here we are simply going to do what name I'll give. So let's give simple export const, and I'll do admin banner route. We need to import router. So here what I'm going to do, right, let's give router. So I'll do router, and now first of all let's start with admin banner router. Okay, let's do this also. I'll go to index, and I'll do API router dot use /admin /banners, and then we're going to do admin banner router. Save this for now. So now what I'll do, so I'll do admin router dot use, and this I think I don't have to explain now, because now we know that we need authenticate and require admin both, right, because this is for admin. So now let's start with first one. So admin route dot host, and here what I'm going to do, right, now this is very important, so I'll explain. So first I'll do request response next, and here first let's take a try catch. So pass the error, let's give error like this, and here first let's create our banner. So I'll do banner, this will be avid. I'll do create admin banner service, and here what you have to pass. So first, before doing this one also, right, so let's return this as usual we have done. So now remember again, here what you are doing, you are creating something, correct? So that means you have to use 201. So you have to make sure all small things. So I'll do success will be true, and data you're going to return the banner. Okay, so what will be next? So next let's create our middleware, because as I already mentioned that we are going to use multer middleware to handle our multi-part form data. So we'll go to middleware, and let's do here, so I'm just going to do banner dot middleware dot ts. So first of all we need to do something. We are going to import multer from multer, because we need multer, and then let's take one max file size, that what will be your file size that you will allow user to upload. So in this case I'm just going to keep, let's keep either 5 MB or 10 MB. Let's keep 10 MB only. So I'll do 1024 into 1024, so this will be 10 MB. So now we are going to do export const, and let's do upload banner image. So we are going to take multer, and here you're going to pass couple of things. So first of all, what you need, right? So we are actually going to store our file in memory, because at the end you notice that we are actually not storing our file in our local, right? We already have a Cloudinary cloud. So that is the reason we are going to simply store this particular file in memory, and that is more than enough. So we are going to take something called storage, and this is going to give you this multer.memory storage. Okay, next what we are going to do, we are going to pass limits, and in these limits you're going to pass a file size. This file size will be this max file size. Okay, and also very important, so what will happen, right? So we're going to give a file filter. Now this file filter is simply going to tell that, okay, what kind of asset you are uploading. So this is going to take your request, and also you're going to pass our file. So you can see that we have the file, and also it is going to give you a callback, if I'm not wrong. Okay, it is going to give you a callback. Okay, so request, then you have the file, and then it's going to give you a callback. So I'm just going to take callback as CV. Okay, or you can take this one as callback also. So now what are you going to do right here? So I'm simply going to check if this file not equal dot mime type dot starts with, if this is not image, so in that case we will not allow, because we only want image to be uploaded. So what are you going to do, right? You're going to call the callback, and you already know the callback pattern. See, I think I already mentioned this is multiple times, and for this reason we've actually covered our core modules. So here what I have to pass, we're going to pass a new app error. Okay, so you're going to do new app error, give a 400, and I'll do only image upload is allowed. Okay, and then don't forget to return. So you're going to do return. So now what I have to do, if this is not the case, so you're going to call the callback, error will be null, and what will be a result will be true. That's it. Okay, and now what I'm going to do, right, I'm simply going to do export const, because for now we have single image upload. So I'm just going to do single banner image, and this will be your upload banner image, and here you can do single. And now this is where I'm going to pass a field name. Now this is very important. Okay, this will be your actual field name when you're going to send the request. So this is where you're going to pass it like this. So for example, let's say I wanted to pass like this image, so image will be my field name, and I understand when we are going to test it. So for now this is more than enough. So this is what actually we need. Now what will be your next step? Next step will be, first of all, we'll go to our routes. Now this is where, okay, this will be actually important, because we are using a middleware, right? So what you're going to do, before you're going to run this particular thing, we are going to use our middleware. So this is where you're going to use this upload single banner image, and this will be from your middleware. Okay, so this is done. So now what you're going to do, right, now we will be creating our service. So service, what service is going to do? Service is going to do a couple of things. So here first of all we are going to check or give some check. Let's say if file is not present, so it's going to return some error. Then it's going to upload your image to Cloudinary. Once the upload is completed, then what we are going to do, then we are going to simply store that URL and the public ID in our DB. Okay, so that will be the overall flow. So now let's copy this, and then let's go to our admin banner service. So here I'm just going to do export async function, and I'll do create admin banner service. So here you need a file. What will be your type? Type will be your express.multer.file, or else this will be undefined. Okay, what this is going to return? So this is going to return a promise. And here let's do one thing. I think we haven't created our banner type, right? So let's go to the types, and let's create one more here. So I'm just going to do banner.ts. So I'm simply going to do export type banner, and this will be, so first we need the ID. We also need our image URL. This will be string. We also need our Cloudinary public ID. I think that is what we have taken here. Image URL and Cloudinary public ID. These also will be string. Then you need the created at, which will be what, date, and then you're going to have your updated at. These also will be date. So this will be your type. This is what you're going to use. So now let's go to our service. So first, what this is going to return, this is going to return this banner type. So first we have to check that if this file is not present, so we are going to throw an error. So I'm just going to do throw new app error, and here I'm just going to do 400, and I'll do image is needed or image is required, something like this. So this is the first thing. Next, if the file buffer is not present, we are going to also return. So I'll do file buffer is not present. We are going to throw another error, and this will be invalid image type, or image type is invalid, something like this. So now what we're going to do, right? So now this is the place where we are actually going to upload our image to cloud. Remember, when you're going to upload the image to cloud, right? First you have to do it before you're going to save, because first you'll upload this one to your cloud, then only you're going to get your URL back, and then you're going to store that URL in your DB. Okay, so this is how it's going to work. So first what I'm going to do, so I'm going to first do Avid, and now I'm just going to call that upload banner image to Cloudinary, remember, and this is where you're going to pass a buffer. So buffer will be your file.buffer, and then you're going to pass a folder. So here I'm going to pass a folder, and let's give this one as Node.js capstone project. So this will be my folder. What you're going to get, we're going to get our secure URL, and we're going to get our public ID. Now it makes sense, right? Because once you're going to upload this, you're going to get these two things. Now we're going to, again, we're going to check if this secure URL is not present or this public ID is not present. So you can throw a new error. So I'll do throw new app error, give a 500, and I'll do Cloudinary error or something like this, whatever you wanted to give. Now what we have to do, right? So now we already have our URL, public ID. So what will be next step? Next step will be to store this one in your DB. So DB means now you are going to start with our repository. So this is where you are going to simply do what? So I'm just simply going to do const banner, and this will be Avid. So I'll do create admin banner, and then we are going to pass secure URL and the what is that, public ID, these two things. And at the end we are going to return the banner. Now this return we are going to return to our routes. So if you go to your routes, where is that? Here we are going to return. Okay, so now what you can do, right? So first we can import this one from our service, and we have to pass our file. So what will be your file? But how we are going to get the file, that is the important part here. So you're going to get this one from request, and this request is going to give you this file. Okay, so this is what you have to do. So now it will go to your service, it's going to do all of this check, it is going to upload to Cloudinary, and then we are going to create this in our repository. So this is how it will work. So now I'll create copy this and go to repository, and then I'm simply going to do export async function. So create this. So here we are going to receive what? So what we are sending the image URL, which will be string, and we are also going to get Cloudinary public ID, and this will be your string. What this is going to return? This is going to return a promise, and it's going to return the banner type. So what I can do, so for this one I think we just have to write simple query, right? So do pull.query. Here we will be your, so let's take one more. So I'm just going to do type banner row, and this will be banner, and we're going to pass this. Okay, so first what we have to do, we have to insert, correct? So we'll do insert into, so what is the name? So banners. So banners is the what is that, a table name. So we'll do insert into banners. So what are you going to insert? We are going to insert three things, right? Image URL, Cloudinary public ID, these two things I think we have to do. So let's go to our repository. We'll do insert image URL and also insert the Cloudinary public ID. Okay, and then we are going to pass the values. So I'll do values, so $1, $2, and then we are going to do a returning. So we're going to return the ID, image URL, Cloudinary public ID, created at, and also let's copy the updated at also. Okay, and then you're going to pass this. So first, what will be the first value? First value is image URL, second will be your Cloudinary. So here this will be image URL, and this will be your Cloudinary public ID, and then you're going to just return result.rows of 0, and that's it. So save this. So this is going to save. Now you can simply import this from our repository, and this is completed. So now before we are going to test this one, right? So let's do one thing, let's get all the banners also, because then we can see that whether actually it is getting stored in our DB or not, correct? So what I'm going to do, right? So let's create admin banner dot get. So I'm going to do slash, and let's copy this from here. And then I'm simply going to do a try catch, and I'm just going to do next error. So in the try, so simply I'm just going to do const banners, and this will be Avid fetch admin banners, and then I'm simply going to raise.status of 200. I'm doing a little fast now. I think we have already done so many times the same thing. So will be success will be true, and let's pass the data, and data will be your banners. So now we can simply create this where in our service. Same thing, right? It's like repetitive, same thing you're going to do. So now let's go to our services first, and then I'll do export async function, and I'll do fetch admin banners. What this is going to return, this is going to return promise, but remember you have to know all of this, so it's going to return of array, right? Because you can have multiple banners. So first what I'll do, right, so I'll do const banners, this will be await, and I'll do find all admin banners from d, something like this, and then at the end we're going to return these banners. So now first copy this, and then we are going to create this one. So we'll go to our repository, and I'm simply going to do export async function, find on admin banners from db. So here we are going to return promise of banner, and then we are simply going to do const result, and this will be await pull.query. So this will be your banner row, and what you're going to do, so we're going to just select all this, right? So we are going to do select id image URL, we have Cloudinary public id, correct? So public underscore id created at and updated at, and then we are going to do from banners table, because we have the banners table, and let's do order by created at disk. That's it. And then it's simply going to do what, return result dot rows. What happened, man? Oh, we do outside. Okay, save this. So now we are going to simply import this from here and go to our routes, and we're going to import this one from our service. Save this. So I think this is done, and I think we've already added it, so this one. So now we'll see what is actually happening. So let's run it again. Fantastic. So now I'll go here. Okay, so first let's open one more. So I'm just going to do copy this. So this will be post first, and this will be admin/banners, correct? And first let's go to body. And what you have to do, right, you have to do form data. See here we have form data, and this is the key you have to use. The key, this key will be your image. Okay, this key will be the one that you are using here. So you have your middleware. See, you're passing image here, right? So this is your field name. So this will be image. Now what you have to do, right, you have to change this one to file, and you're going to select file. Okay, so I'm just going to select, I think I have downloaded one simple which one I can use, man. Maybe I think I also have some thumbnails designed. Okay, let's do this one. Okay, so I'm just going to select this one. So first let's try to send. Access token is needed. Fantastic. So we'll go to this one. So let's log in, or maybe first I'm going to check. So I'll do Sangam, get the token, copy this, and then I'll go to headers, add authorization, and I'll do bearer, and you'll see that you're going to get admin access is required. Awesome. So that means you have to use an admin token, send. We'll copy this, go here, go to headers, so I'll do bearer, and then try to send. Alright, so happening. So let's see what is happening. That's it. So now you have an ID image URL, Cloudinary public ID you're getting, created it, updated it. Now let's go here, and I'll go to my assets. That's it. So you have your image here. So that means this image is now already added here, and at the same time you are getting the URL, and this URL you are now saving in your DB. So now let's say if I just wanted to copy this, and if I go here and this one, or let's do one thing, I'm also going to add one more. Okay, so I'm just going to close this and add one more here. Maybe I'll just do this one, advanced TypeScript, and then I'll just send. So this is done. So now let's go here, refresh this. So you have two, and maybe let's do one more because we need this one. You will understand why I'm doing this. I will use this one. So this is done also. Let's check once. Okay, so this is added now. So now what I can do, right, we can go here, and first I'll go here, go to headers, I'll copy this entire part and then go to headers, add authorization and paste this one, try to send. You can see that you already have banners 1, 2 and 3. Fantastic. That's it. So that means now what you can do, right, you are actually fetching the banners directly from your DB. You don't have to interact with your cloud now because you're already storing your assets in your cloud. But the main point will come that when you're going to delete this one, right, so you just can't directly delete from your DB. You also have to delete this one from your Cloudinary. So this one you're going to do in the next part. Alright, so now let's implement some caching strategy. So what you're going to do, right, so where I'm going to implement caching, so let me show you, and I'm just going to close those files that are not needed. So you'll see that we're fetching the admin banners, right? So what are you going to do, right, every time we are not going to fetch directly from our DB. I think you've already checked this one in the Redis section. I hope that you have covered this one. So what you're going to do, right, so if I'm not wrong, let me just quickly check. That is called the cache aside pattern, right? So we have the cache aside pattern. I think it's called cache aside only. Okay, let me just check what is that called. Cache hit and cache miss in Redis. So it is see, if it is cache miss, the app is going to require database, immediately sells the result. Okay, so this is what actually we need. Okay, so you're going to implement, right, so if the data is already present in the cache, so in that case we are not going to fetch from our DB, or else we are going to fetch from our DB. But before that we also have to do a couple of things. So first what you're going to do, right, we'll go to our lib folder, and then I'm just going to create a redis.ts file. And now first of all what I'm going to do, right, also let's do one thing. So let's add our Redis URL also here. So I'll do Redis URL. So this will be check required env variables and go to our env, and then we're going to do Redis URL. Save this. So now first of all what I'll do, right, so I'm simply going to import Redis from my Redis. So this is the first thing, and then I'm simply going to do export const. So I'll do Redis, and this will be, so I'll do new Redis, and here you're going to pass env dot Redis URL. Now because we are using BullMQ, right? So for BullMQ, when we are going to implement our background job and background worker, BullMQ actually needs its own connection request, okay, or own connection request options object. So in that case what you're going to do, right, we're not going to pass our IO-Redis instance. Okay, so what you're going to do, right, we are simply going to do const, and then I'm simply going to do a Redis URL, and this will be new, and here we're going to use the URL, and here we're going to pass the env.redis URL. Okay, so that means we're creating what? We are creating our own connection object request. And then what you can do, right, we are simply going to do export const, and here you can do BullMQ connection, and this will be, you have to pass a host. So host will be your Redis URL dot host name. This part also you have covered in the URL code modules, in the Node.js code modules. All this port, you're simply going to get your number, and you'll get is Redis URL, and this is going to give you the port. Okay, and then we are also going to take, let's take a max retries per request, and this will be null for now. Okay, so save this. So first, before we'll implement our background job logic, what are we going to do, right, so let's implement our banner cache. So let's do this one in lib only. So I'm just going to do here banner cache.ts. So first of all what we are going to do, so first here also we need to do a couple of things. If you have already covered the Redis section, you know that we actually need two things. We need the cache key, right, and that cache key will be, using that cache key will be able to identify. Second, we need a TTL, correct? So this is what you're going to do. So I'm just going to do a const, and let's do admin banners cache key. You can always make sure to move all of this in your what is that called, constant file. So I'll do admin banners. Also I need const, and I'll do admin banners cache TTL seconds, and this will be 60. So this is the first thing. So now we are going to create our cache. So first we are going to create how many methods you need. So first of all, one will be to check that whether the cache is present or not, because if the cache data is present, we are going to return from the cache. Second, we need to set the data in our cache, and third will be to invalidate the cache. Remember invalidate technique I mentioned. So let's say you have two assets added or two images added in your Cloudinary, and you already storing in your cache. Now next time when you are going to add a new asset, so now the number will become 2 to 3. So if you are not invalidating your cache, you are always going to receive 2 data until unless the TTL expires. Okay, so that is the reason you need that clear method also. So I'm simply going to do function, and here I'm simply going to do get banners from cache. So what this is going to return? So this is going to return a promise, and the type will be what? It's going to return banner of because there can be multiple banners. So here I'm simply going to do const cache data, and this will be await. So we're going to use Redis from Redis, and this is going to do get method, and this get method, what you have to pass? You have to pass the cache key, right? That's it. And if this data is not present, so what are you going to do? We are going to return null. And if this data is present, so you're going to do a json.parse. It's like simple. And then you're going to do what? Cache data. And what will be the type? Type will be as banner of array. So this will simply get the data from your cache. You don't have to do anything. Next, I have to set. So I'll do export async function, and I'll do set banner cache. This also what? So it's going to return the banners data. The type will be banner of array, and this is not going to return anything because we don't have to do anything here. We're just going to set what you're going to set. So look, await Redis, we have a set method. So you're going to set what this is going to receive. This is going to receive your key. So this will be your admin banners cache key. Then you're going to set the data, the value. So what will be the value? Value will be json.stringify the banners data. So these banners data that you're going to receive. And then we are also going to pass. So let's pass a x, and then I'm also going to pass the TTL. TTL will be my TTL. Save, and I think this is done. And then last we need to invalidate. So I'll do export async function, and I'll do clear banners cache, and this will be promise of void. So what we are going to do here? We're simply going to do await Redis dot delete, and you're going to pass the cache key. That's it. So these three you need. Now how you're going to use these, this is the important part, right? So where you're going to use this one, or first of all where you're going to set, and when you're going to delete, or when you're going to receive. So you have to do all this in your service. The first one, very important, when you're going to create a new asset. So whenever we are going to create a new asset, let's say this one, after this we need to invalidate the cache. And I think this one you're clearly understanding why we are doing, right? So every time you're going to do, we need to do what? We're going to do await, and we're going to do clear cache banners cache. So this is the first thing. Okay, now next will be how you're going to fetch. Now fetch is actually very simple. So first what you'll do, so you're going to do const, I'll do get cached banners. See, Redis is not that much difficult. Okay, if you practice, you will be able to understand very easily. And I'm simply going to do get banners from cache, and then you'll check if this get banner from cache is present. You simply return this data. So you're going to return, get cache banners present. You return this. If this is not, so you're going to fetch from your DB. So you already have this one from DB, and then you're going to just set the data to cache. Because if your data is already present in cache, you don't have to set it, correct? If it is not, then you're going to set. So here you're going to do await, and I'll do set banner cache, and you're going to pass these banners. That's it, and this is done. So now what will happen, right? So now this Redis functionality should work. So every time, so let's see if I try to send this, right? And next time I'm going to send. Now see the timing here. So it's actually receiving from the cache. Okay, so it's actually receiving from your cache. Very clearly you can see this one, right? So also you can also verify. Let's say if I try to I'm not sure if this will work, so let's do one thing. Let's try to check. So I'm just going to remove this clear banner cache. Okay, and I'll go here, and then let's say if I try to send this one, so this is now done, and then let's see what you're getting. So you can see that you are getting 1, 2, 3 only. But if you go here, you see that you have one more here. 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're getting only 3 because you are not clearing the cache. But now if I remove this, right, and next time let's say if I try to send, I'll see that you should be getting, so you are still getting 3 only here. Okay, I have to create, I got it. So I have to create here one more, so then it will be cleared, my bad. So now once I'll create, right, and if I go here, now try to send, so you'll be getting 5. I'll see that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Simple. So that means when we'll create, that time we're going to clear the cache. So with this, now caching is also completed. Now try to implement some of the caching in other parts if you want, like in the CRUD in the previous sections. So now what you have to do, we are going to do very important section, which will be how you are going to delete. So in this case, we are going to use BullMQ, and we are going to implement our background job and background worker. So let's see how we are going to do that in the next part. Alright, so now this one will be very important section. Okay, so in this one you are going to understand that how we are going to implement a background job feature. So whenever we are going to delete an image from our Cloudinary, so how we are going to delete from DB, and at the same time the delete from cloud or delete from your Cloudinary will happen in the background. Okay, so we are going to return our response immediately, but in the background BullMQ and Redis is going to take care of deleting these assets. Okay, so first let's do one by one. Okay, and this will be very interesting because you need to understand the flow first. So we'll go to lib and Cloudinary, and we need one more helper function here, and that will be to delete. Okay, so first I'm just going to do export async function, and this will be my delete banner image from Cloudinary. So first of all, what we need public ID. I think I don't have to explain, I already mentioned this on multiple times, that is the reason we are actually keeping the public ID, because this will help us to delete this one from Cloudinary. So we'll do void, and now let's take these two. Let's take this line, and then we are also going to, I think we can take till this part. This will be same, so we'll paste this one, and now we can simply do return. So we'll have Cloudinary dot uploader, and then you have something called destroy, and then you are simply going to do public ID. Now this Cloudinary is going to take care of that particular asset deletion based on the public ID, and it's going to delete from here. Okay, so this is the first thing. So now what you're going to do, right, so first, okay, we also need to do one important thing, and that is we are going to create one more route here, correct? So let's go to routes, admin banner routes, and let's create our route here. So I'll do admin banner route dot delete, and here I'm simply going to do banner ID. Why? Because you need the dynamic value, because you need to understand that, okay, which banner you're going to delete, correct? So here, so this will be next, and now I'm simply going to do try catch, and in this catch you're going to take error, and now you're going to do next, and then you're going to pass the error. Okay, now this one I think we have already covered why we are doing the same thing, so that it will be uniform, but you can do a lot of other way also here. Okay, so but this is fine. So here what are you going to do? First we are going to call a service. Okay, this service will be delete admin banner service. Now let's understand this flow one by one. What you're going to pass, you're going to pass the request dot params and then banner ID. Simple. So you're going to get the banner ID, that's it, and then you're going to return a response. So res dot status 200.json, and now you're going to do success will be true, and let's do message. So this will be banner deleted successfully. Okay, so this will be banner deleted successfully. Okay, but what will be in this service? Now this is where it will be very important. Okay, so this is where you have to understand that how this will work. If you do this one properly, one, you'll be able to create multiple. Okay, so if you go to service and let's create this service. So first of all, I'm just going to do export async function, and we have got delete, what is it, delete admin banner. What this is going to receive, this is going to receive a banner ID, this will be your string. What this is going to return, nothing, so it's going to return promise and then void. So now you have to understand the flow here. Now what I mean by flow, so first, as I already mentioned, that when we are going to delete, we are going to delete from your DB immediately. We are going to delete from our Postgres first, and we are going to get our Cloudinary. So do delete from our DB and get the public ID. So now I'm simply going to do const public ID. This will be avid delete admin banner by ID. How you're going to get it? You're going to pass the banner ID. Okay, so then I'm simply going to check if this public ID is not present. So I'll do throw new app error 404 and I'll do banner not found. And now what I have to do here, can you guess? This one we are going to create. So this we just have to delete from our Postgres DB. Now once I delete, then what do you have to do? See, remember, let's say you have a 5 assets added, correct? Once you delete one asset, it will become 4. Now let's say those 5 assets are stored in your Redis cache. So that means when you're going to delete, so now your DB becomes 4. Next time when you're going to fetch, we are going to get 4 data, correct? But if you're not invalidating your cache, you are always going to get 5 data. That we have checked this one. So that means here also you're going to do await clear better cache. Now this is extremely important. Okay, very important. Now why I'm repeating this thing, very important, I'm telling this one same thing again and again, because when you're implementing Redis and all, you need to know where you are going to use these Redis methods, right? You can't just like blindly use this. Based on the feature you have to use. For example, here we are using, maybe in some other functionality we don't have to use this one. So you have to understand, no one is going to come and teach you in every project. Okay, so now what you have to do, right? This is where we are going to add our BullMQ job. So I'll do add BullMQ job. So this is going to happen in the background. So first we are going to delete from our Postgres, get the public ID, and then add this one to our background job. But before this, first let's delete this one from our DB. So I'll go to our repository and let's create one more. So I'll do export async function. See, in night time also this bikes and everything, right? Sound. Okay, so you'll see banner ID we are going to get. This will be string, and what this is going to return, so this is going to return a promise. Let's do whether it's return a string or null, because we are going to return the what is that called, man, public ID. So we'll do const result. So we'll do await pool.query. so this is going to give you the Cloudinary underscore public ID. You can directly take here only, and this will be a string. And here what I'm going to do, here we are going to write our query. So now I'm simply going to do that delete from what is the name, banners, where ID equal to 1, and then I'm going to return. So I'll do returning Cloudinary public ID, because see, we at the end we are going to have the Cloudinary public ID here, correct? And then you're going to pass your value, which will be your banner ID. And now what are you going to do? So I'll do return result dot rows of 0 dot Cloudinary public ID, or else this will be null. So this is going to delete from your DB. It's going to return the public ID. Now we are going to add this one to our BullMQ job. So I'm going to await. I'm going to add delete Cloudinary let's do Cloudinary image job, and this will be public ID. So first let's import this from our repository. So we're going to copy this. Now let's create our queue. Okay, so here we are going to create our queues. So we're going to create queues and workers. So I'm going to add a queue here. Okay, and let's give this one name as delete Cloudinary. No, let's give this one caps. So look, Cloudinary image dot queue, not this one, dot queue dot ts. Okay, so now here we are going to, first of all we have to take our queue name. So I'll do a queue name, and this will be your Cloudinary hyphen jobs. So this will be your queue name for handling all your Cloudinary related job. So first what I'm going to do, right, so I'm going to do export async function, and I'll do add delete Cloudinary image job. What this is going to receive, so let's import this one from our job. So this is going to receive a public ID, correct? So here you're going to receive a public ID, and this public ID will be string, and here we are going to return a promise of void. So now what are you going to do first? So first of all, let's do one thing. What you have to do, right? So we are going to add one job. So this is what we are going to do. We are going to add one job to our queue. Okay. So there will be two things. So first will be your job.name, means this is going to tell that, okay, what kind of job you are going to do. Second, there will be data, means the data that you need to pass to your worker. So you have a queue and then you're going to have a worker. Two things. Okay. So first what I'll do, right? So let's do queue, and then I'm simply going to do type. So I'm just going to do a delete Cloudinary image job data, and here I'm simply going to have a public ID, correct? So the public ID, and this will be string. So now what I'll do, right? So first I'm going to do const, this will be my job data, and this will be my delete Cloudinary job data, and this is where you're going to have your public ID, right? And this public ID is the public ID that you're receiving. So now we are going to add our job to our queue. How you can do that? So I'm just going to do evat, and here we are going to create a queue. So how you're going to create a queue? To create a queue, simply going to do const, and you'll do delete Cloudinary image queue, and this will be a new queue from BullMQ. You're going to import. You have to pass the name, right? And then you have your connection type of Redis connection, correct? So you need the Redis connection. So here you're going to pass the queue name, and your connection will be your BullMQ connection that you have created. Remember, in the Redis here, host, port, and max retries per request. So this is going to create a queue, and this queue you're going to add here. So I'm just going to do evat this dot add, and now you're going to pass that, okay, what will be name and what will be data. Data will be that what work you are actually doing. So what we are doing here, we are actually doing a deleting, right? So what you can do, right, you can create one more const here, and I'm simply going to do delete Cloudinary image job, and this will be delete Cloudinary image. So this will be my job, right? So this is what you're doing here. So I'm going to pass this job, and then you're going to pass the job data. So job data will be your public ID. This will be your job data, and then you can pass couple of properties. So first one will be, let's try attempts. So 3 times we are going to check. Let's add some backoff. So here I'm just going to do type, and this will be exponential, and let's do a delay of 3000. Right? So what will happen if this fails by any chance? Sorry, not this one. If Cloudinary fails, so what are you going to do? You're going to retrace automatically. And also let's do one thing. So what are you going to do, right? We're going to keep our Redis connection clean once it is done. So we'll do remove on complete. So this will be true. And let's do remove on fail. This will be false. So this will be our job that we are going to do. So simply important thing, you have to understand that what data you're sending. So you are sending our job data, which receives the public ID. What will be your job, right? What actually you're doing, that you have to explain, right? And then how you're going to create the Redis connection. So now we can save this. Now this is not yet completed. Why? Because you need to create the worker. Worker is going to actually do the things, right? So it's going to delete your image. How it's going to delete your image? Because if you go to your Cloudinary, what we are doing here. Okay, let's import this one here. So if you go to your Cloudinary here, right? So you have this delete image from Cloudinary. This one we are not using any place. See, we have only one place. So this is what we are going to use in our worker, and this is where actually we are returning, or actually we are deleting the asset. So let's see how you're going to do that in the worker part. Okay, so now let's go to our source and let's create our workers. So here we are going to do delete Cloudinary image dot worker dot ts. So first what you have to do, right, let's close everything else. We need our queues. Let's go to queues file, and we need the queue name. Now this queue name has to be same. Okay, the queue name that you're using in queue and the queue name you're using in worker, both has to be same. So now what will also, let's take this also, because we have this type delete Cloudinary image job data. This is also, we need the public ID. So first let's create our export const, and this will be our delete Cloudinary image worker. Here what we're going to do, right, we're going to import new worker from our BullMQ. So this will be from your BullMQ. What you need, so first of all you need you need the name. Okay, so this will be the queue name, And then we are going to do what we are going to create one async job in this. So first I'm going to do a queue name, and then I'm going to take async function, and this will be our job. So first what I'll do, right, simply I'm going to check if this job dot name, if this not equal to this delete, I think let's create this one. Where is that? Delete this one, delete Cloudinary image job. Both has to be same also. So if this is not the case, so in that case what I'll do, right, we're going to return. So this is the first thing. And then what I'm going to do, I'll do const data, and this will be my job dot data as, so what you're sending here, so you're sending in the data, right, in the data it's sending public ID, correct, this job data. So that means this will be this type that you're using. So you're receiving public ID, so this will be as delete Cloudinary image job data. And now what you're going to do, you'll do await, and this is where you're going to do delete banner image from Cloudinary. Now here, this is where you are actually going to delete this one. So that means this is the place we are actually calling this delete function, which is actually going to delete the asset from your Cloudinary. Now this one, you see that we are not doing in our route, we are doing in the background. Okay, so this is what you're going to do, and then pass the public ID. What will be public ID? Public ID will be data.public ID. That's it. So this is done. And then what I'm going to do, right, you have to pass a connection here also. If I hover here, right, so you'll see that we have the worker. See, we have to pass the worker option and the connection also. So here we have to do what, right, we are going to pass a connection, and this connection will be your BullMQ connection. So this is done, but this is not yet completed. Now what we're going to do, right, we're going to call this delete Cloudinary image worker, and we're going to take an on event, and this will be once this is completed. So you'll see that once this is completed, so what we're going to do, right, we're going to do something. So let's say I'm going to log some data here. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to take our logger.info, and I'm simply going to do Cloudinary delete job completed. Okay, and let's do assets, remove something like this. Now let's give a completed, and here we are going to do this. Let's do job.id. So this will be when this is completed. If this is failed, so I'm just going to do delete Cloudinary worker.on, and this will be when this is failed. So in this case we are going to get error also, right? So you have a failed, so you have error also. So in this case we are going to get a job and error. So in this case I'm simply going to do logger.error. So let's pass error. So this will be your error, and I'm simply going to pass a job ID, which will be job.id, and I'm simply going to do Cloudinary delete job failed, and then at the end we are going to do a logger.info, and I'll do delete Cloudinary image worker started. So this is done, but this is still not yet completed. What we are going to do, right, go to package.json, and then we are going to add one more script here. So I'm simply going to do a worker, and also do tsx source slash, so you have workers, right, so you have workers, and then let's run copy this. So do workers slash this. So now what we'll do, right, we'll go here, open one more, and I'm just going to do npm run worker. So this is started. Now see, so first we'll go here, and then first let's do one thing. Let's go to our login, right? So I'm just going to go to login. Let's create one token. We'll copy this, we'll go here, we'll change this one to delete, and then what also you're going to do first, also let's see one thing, man. Okay, let's go to our where is that routes. Okay, you're using delete, that's fine. So we'll do banners slash, and let's say I wanted to delete, which one we wanted to delete. Maybe let's check this image, right? So I wanted to check this image, backend system design. Maybe I wanted to delete this one. So what I'll do, right, I'm going to take the ID, and then I'm going to paste it here. Go to headers, add authorization, and then I'm going to take the token, okay, and then I'll just add it here. So do bearer space and see what will happen. Now I wanted to keep this one open. So you'll see that this is started. Now I'm just going to send this, deleted successfully, and you'll see that Cloudinary delete job completed one immediately. Now if you go here, we have 4 and refresh this. That's it. And you'll see that I think we have added 4, right? Okay, let's do one thing. I think let's delete. I think that is the reason I should not have added all of this here, man. So maybe what I'm going to do, right? Okay, I'll do a different way. So first I'll copy this. Okay, I'll copy this. Let's go to post. I'll add one more here. So I'll paste this one, go to body, and let's close this and select a different one. Maybe let's add this one, and then I'm going to send this one. Okay, this is done. Let's go here, refresh this. Okay, so you have this one, correct? Now what I'll do, right, I will copy this ID, go to delete, and you'll see that we have this one open. Okay, so one job is completed. And now I'm going to just paste this one here, delete this, immediately delete it, and you see Cloudinary delete job. See how fast this is. Okay, crazy. So this is already deleted, and if you go here, you don't have that image. That's it. So that means this is how you're going to implement background jobs. Okay, so you're going to have a queue, you're going to have a worker. The important part is that you have to understand that when you're going to add the job in your queue, because we have added this on where in our services, correct? This is where you are adding this one, and then your worker is going to pick it up, and based on that he's going to do the job in the background. So with this, now this particular section is completed. Okay. Alright, so now what will be our next step? Next step, now we are going to implement our Google Auth login. So first of all, see, I think some of you already have seen in some other website, right? Whenever you'll go to their login page or sign up pages, see that you're going to have like, consider like you're going to have that you sign in with email or password, or you just sign in with Google directly. So how this particular flow works? Now see, I'm not going to go into too much technical, but I will try to explain this flow in very simpler way. So what usually happens, let's see, if you have, I think I'm pretty much sure almost all of you have see this particular flow, that whenever you click on this Google button or whatever it is there, let's say link, you'll see that it will go to a Google login page, correct? And that makes sense because we are actually doing the login using Google, and it's the task of Google who is going to actually do the verification whether this particular user is a valid Google user or not. So in that case, what you have to do, right, we don't have to again manage our password in this case because Google is already taking care of all of this. So how this flow will work? So let's say, so first of all, you are going to have your application, right? And in this application, you're going to have a button, right? So let's say continue with Google. Once you're going to click on Google, right? So what will happen, right? So we are going to create a Google project for this. First of all, so we need some Google credentials. Why? Because to navigate that particular user from your application to the Google login page, you need to configure something in your application, and that is called, we need two things. So first of all, we need actually three things. We need one Google Cloud project, which is going to give you the Google client ID and client secret, and then it's also going to give you something called redirect URI. But why actually we need Google client and Google secret? So first of all, what are you going to do, right? We need to create a new Google instance using that client ID and client secret, and then once user is going to click on this particular button, so now we are going to use some packages, or you can directly use the URL also. So what will happen, right? It will navigate this particular user to the Google login page. So that will be the first step. And then in the Google login page, what we are going to do, right? So normally we are going to create here something called, we have a concept called select account. So what will happen, right? Let's say if you go to any website, right, and let's say you click on this Google login page, Google login button, you'll see that it will go to the Google login page, and there let's say you have logged in using two email accounts. So what will happen, right? You'll be able to see that, okay, whatever email accounts that are available for you, that is going to show you in this particular login page, correct? And then let's say I wanted to click on the first login, first email. So once you click on this first email, what will happen, right? So it is going to do some kind of authentication, right? And then what will happen, right? So you are going to have some kind of a callback URL. Now it might be thinking, okay, what actually this callback URL, or why actually you need this callback URL? Now to explain this one in very simpler way, you consider that actually you are doing the work in your application, but when you're clicking on this Google button, you are actually moving away from your application, means you are not there in this application. So what will happen once the Google login is successful, or let's say it is failed, so this Google login, right, or Google Cloud Console is going to give you a callback URL, and that callback URL is going to come back to your application, and this callback URL is going to hold some information. So what information is going to hold? It's actually going to verify that whether this login is successful or not. Okay, if the login is successful, so what you're going to do, you will then redirect the user back to your application, and let's say redirect the user to the success page. If this login is failed, so in that case what you're going to do, it will come back to your application, and then you're going to redirect the user to the failure page. So that means logically you need three things. You need a client ID, you need a client secret, and then you need a redirect URI, and that redirect URI we are going to configure in our Cloud Console. So to sum up in a simpler way, we are going to have a Google login button. We'll click on this Google login button. We are going to configure this one using Google client ID and client secret. It will go to the Google login page. There you will be able to see all the emails that is available for you. Let's say you have 3 emails, that's possible, and you want to register using the first email or second email. So you click on the first email, then what it's going to do, it's going to do your authentication process, and then it is going to go to your callback URL. Your callback URL is going to actually verify that authentication, if that is successful or not, and based on that you will be back to your application again, and then whatever the result, if it is success, you are going to redirect the user to the success page. If it is failed, you redirect the user to the failed page. So this is what you're going to do. So first of all, what we have to do, right, we have to search something like Google Cloud Console. Okay, so this is what you have to search on Google, and then you'll click on this Google Cloud Console. And first of all, what you have to do, right, you have to create a new project here. Now, I already have so many projects. I'm going to use this one, Node.js Auth. This is I usually use for my YouTube demos. So what you're going to do, right, once you'll create a simple project, and then you're going to go to this API services, and here what you have to do, right, so first of all you'll see that you're going to get these credentials. And in these credentials, what you have to do, you have to create a you see that you have to create credentials, and you have to create a auth client ID. This client ID you have to do. Okay, so now I already have this one. So once you click on this auth client ID, right, so you have to click on this web client, and here you can see that you're going to have your client ID, and this will be your client secret, and you'll see that you have your origin. So for now, because we are actually, so you see that this is for use with request from our browser, means when we are going to have our UI, and whatever UI you are running, let's say whatever port, and you are going to use that. But in our case, because we are creating only backend only projects, what you can do, right, you can change this one to localhost 4000, because we are running this one on 4000, right? So you see that we are running on 4000. The same we have to change this one to 4000, and this will be our callback URL. So in our callback URL, when you are going to configure, you are going to do this one as localhost 4000. Let's say if you're running this on localhost 5000, so you have to just configure based on that. So it will be /API/auth/Google/callback. Okay, so now this will be a redirect URIs. Okay, user will be redirected to this path after they have authenticated with Google, and the same thing I've already explained, correct? Now let's save this. So this is the first thing we are going to do. So now we'll go here once again, and then we'll go to our URL, sorry, env, and let's add our Google client ID, Google client secret, and Google callback URL. Okay, so now first of all let's copy this, paste it here, then I'm just going to disable this, and this sorry, I have to disable this one, and I'll delete this one, and then let's add one more, and then I'm just going to copy this. Okay, and then I'll paste it here, and then here I'm just going to use this one. So this will be my redirect URL. So these three things we need: client ID, client secret, and callback URL. This I'm going to delete later, so that you guys can't use it, but just create once. Okay, it's not that much difficult, because once you create, it will be easier for you to also test, right? So we need client ID, client secret, and callback URL. So now we'll go to our config. Let's add all of this, right? So we'll do Google client ID, so we'll do check required env, then I'll do Google client secret, so this will be this, and then what we'll have, we have Google redirect URL. So now let's go here and copy this, copy client ID, and we have copy client secret. So save this. So this is the first step. So now what I'm going to do, right? So we are going to use a package called Google Auth library. So I'm just going to do Google Auth library, and let's see. Now this is much more easier, okay, and that is the reason. I see that it's actually official supported authentication client library for Node.js, and this is the reason we are going to use this. And you'll see that it's much more easier to use. So I'm just going to copy this. Let's go here, right? So I'll do npm, and this is official, right? Okay, so we'll copy this, and then we'll go and let's install this one. That's it. So this is done. So now what are we going to do? So first we're going to create our Google helpers. So I'll do google.ts. So first let's close everything else, and I'm going to import something from, so I'll do Google Auth library, and this will be my auth to client. So first of all, what will be our Google user profile, means what all info you need. So first we need a Google ID, because see, remember, when you're going to do a login, definitely Google is going to give you a Google ID. Second, we need our Google email. Google email means the actual email that user is going to register. Okay, so that means I'm just going to create a type, and you'll see that this is actually not that much difficult to understand. So I'll do Google user profile, and I'm simply going to do here Google ID, and this will be string. And we are also going to have the email, and this will be string. Okay, so next what will be the step? So next we're going to create a Google Auth client. So I'll do Google Auth client. So this will be new auth client, and you need your here you're going to pass, sorry, you're simply going to pass directly. So here you're going to do env, that we have dot Google client ID. So I'll do env dot Google client secret, and your env dot Google client Google redirect URL. Okay, so now let's save this. So first of all, what do you have to do? So first let's go to routes. Okay, so we are going to come from routes because it will be easier. So I'll go to auth routes because we are using auth only here. So first what I have to do, right? So when I'm going to go to this URL, so let's say I'll do /API/auth/Google. Now what will happen? See, first of all, we don't have any UI, correct? But in UI you are going to click on a button, or you're going to click on a link, or whatever you're going to do. Okay, let's say clicking on any text, whatever, continue with Google. So it will go to the Google login page. See, in our case, whenever we'll go to this particular, or we are going to hit this particular in our browser, localhost 4000/API/auth/Google, it should go to your Google login page. So that means we are going to redirect that particular page to the Google login page, correct? So now, or basically this we call as Google consent screen, right? So this is where you're going to see your Google login page. But how you're going to do this? So first I'm just going to do auth router dot get, and this will be /Google, and then I'm just going to take, so I'll do request response, and here we are going to do const, and I have to create my Google auth URL. Okay, so here I'm just going to do start Google login. And now what I have to do, right, this is important. So I'm going to do res, and it's going to give you this redirect. So that means I'm actually redirecting from my application to the Google login page. And this is what we're going to create. So first we will copy this, we'll go here and let's create this. So we'll do export function Google auth. No, what I'm doing, man. So first we are going to create start login, right? So in this one, maybe let's do one thing. Okay, let's keep it here only. Maybe I think this only makes sense. So here I'm just going to do string, and here I'm simply going to do return, and let's do get Google auth URL. So I'm going to create this. So this is going to return a string, and here I'm simply going to create this now. So what you're going to do, right? So first, maybe I'm doing wrong, man. No, I think this is not correct. Why? We should not keep this one in this Google page. So let's do one thing. This one, I think let's keep in the service file. Okay, I'll tell you why. Because this is where you're calling the service, right? So we'll go to service, go to auth service. Sorry, my bad. Here we are going to do this. So we are going to keep this one here. Okay, so this is my service, and now this one we are going to create in our helper. So I'm just going to do here export function get Google Auth URL. So here we'll take this one as string, and now what actually this is going to return, right? So we are going to take our Google Auth client and then we're going to use the generate auth URL. Okay, now couple of things we need to set here. So first we have to set something called scope. So what are we going to set, right? So here we are going to basically tell that we need email plus the profile information to identify the user. Okay, and that user we are going to store in our DB, right? So that means we are going to simply tell, okay, this will be open ID, we also need email, and this will be profile. Then we also need something called access type. In this access type will be online. And then, okay, this is also optional. Okay, so and this is optional actually needed for this is optional for refresh token. Okay, now you actually don't need in this particular one, but still you can keep it. Then we have something called prompt. Now this is important. In this prompt means simply we are going to tell this will be select account. What this is going to do, right? This is going to enforce the user to select your email account. I already mentioned it. Let's say you have multiple email accounts, so it's going to give you that which one you want to select. So this is going to generate our auth URL. So this is the first thing we have to do. So now we'll go to our auth routes, right? So we have the start Google login that we are going to import from our service from this particular file. And then in this service we are going to get our auth URL. So that means this particular one we are going to do. So this is the first thing we have to do here. Now what will be the next step? Next step will be we need to handle our callback, because I already mentioned once we are going to click on this account, it's going to come back to your callback URL and it's going to do the authentication, right? But before this, let's do one thing. Let's go here, right? I think it's already running, so I'm just going to close and rerun once again, and then I'm going to copy this. And let's go here and then do this slash, so you have API / auth / Google. That's it. So this is where you're going to see your select account, means which account you're going to select. You're getting? So that means this is now redirecting to your Google login page. Okay. So now what will be the next step? Next step will be we're going to create our second route, which will be to handle our callback, and this is where actual work we are going to do. I mean, this is where we are actually going to get our access token, and based on this access token we are going to authenticate the user. So now next step will be, so I'm just going to do auth router dot get. So this will be / Google / callback, right? We are using callback, and then we are going to do async. So this will be request response next. And first what we're going to do, right, we're going to do try catch. So let's take error. No, let's take error like this, and here we're going to do next, we're going to pass error. And now what we'll do, right, so first I'm just going to do code, and this one you're going to get from your query. So I'll do request.query.code. So this is going to give you a code as string, or this will be undefined. Okay. So now what we're going to do, right, we are going to create our another helper function where we are actually going to do what? So we are going to, so this callback URL, whatever we are implementing, this is going to use that code, that whatever you are going to receive, right, and it's going to return your profile data or profile information. So now let's do this one like this. So I'm just going to do export async function, and I'll do this one as what are we going to do. So first of all, let's do one thing. I think again I'm doing wrong. Maybe let's first create one more service, because if first I'll create the service and then we'll create the helper. So first I'll do export async function, and let's do login with Google. Okay, login with Google, and this is going to receive the code which will be string, and here the return type will be, this will be promise of. So we're going to receive an access token, the actual access token we're going to receive. So access token, and this will be string. So now what we're going to do, right, so first let's do const Google profile, and this will be, so first what we're going to do, right, so first we need to verify our Google code and we need to get our Google profile back, right? So we need to extract the Google profile from our code. So here I'm just going to do await, and let's do get Google user from auth code. Okay, so this will be our method where we're going to pass this code here. Now this one we're going to create here. Okay, so I was doing wrong, because first we should create the service and then we will create here. So this is going to receive the code, and this will be string, and what this is going to return, now this is going to return a promise, and here we are going to use this Google user profile, because we need the Google ID and the email. Okay, so here we are going to use this Google user profile type. So how we are going to get this? So first you have to give a check that if this code is not present, so I'm just going to throw new error, not in new error, what I'm doing, app error. So we're going to do an app error, and here we're going to do 400, and let's do Google auth code is required. So this will be the first step. Okay, so now next step will be, first we're going to get our something from this method. So I'm just going to do emit. So Google auth client, and this is going to give you this get token. So what will happen, right? So that is the advantage of using that package. So directly use this get token method, and you just have to pass the code, right? So here you have to get the code, right? This is going to get the access token for the given code, and this code is nothing but the authorization code. Okay, so here you're going to pass this code, and this is going to give you the access token. So that means here you're going to get the tokens. Okay, so now what you'll do, right, this is actually very important. This, first of all, you have to check that in this token, if the ID token is present or not. If this is not present, so that means that Google login failed. So we are going to do app error. So what will be that error code? So this will be 401, not because I thought it will be 400. No, it will be 401. And here we are going to do Google login failed. What I can do, ID token missing, something like this. So this is the first thing. And then we are going to do what, right? So we're going to verify the token, and we're going to read the user information from Google. But how we are going to do this? So I'm just going to do something like ticket info. Okay, so here we'll do await Google auth client, and then we'll do verify ID token. Okay, and this is where you're going to pass two things. So first will be ID token, which will be what? Tokens.id token, and you're going to pass audience. What will be your audience? So audience you're going to verify from your env. So in your env you have this Google client ID. So from this client ID, this will be your actual unique client ID from where you're going to verify this. So this will be your Google client ID. Okay, so this is going to give you the ticket information, and then what you're going to do, right, you're going to do const payload, and this will be ticket info dot get payload, and this is going to give you the information. Okay, now what you're going to do, right, I'm simply going to check if this payload dot sub or if this payload dot email both are not present. So I'm simply going to do again throw new app error 401, and let's do Google login failed. Google login failed, and this will be invalid user profile, and we're going to return Google ID, which will be your payload dot sub, and you're going to pass the email, and this will be your payload dot email. But what you should do, right, you should do a two lowercase. I usually do all this, and then also you're going to pass a trim here. So now what will happen, right? So first of all, let's go through. So first it's checking the code, then it's getting the token. Using this particular method, it will easily give you the token. We are simply checking if the ID token present or not. If it is present, we are verifying the token. We are getting the ticket info or the user info. This is nothing but your user info. Okay, so this will be your user info received from Google, and then we are going to get our payload. If this payload sub and email is not present, so we're going to return this, or else. So here what will be, so we are going to return the Google ID and the email. So save this. So now we'll go to our auth routes. So first of all, what we are doing, right? So first, so in these callbacks, we're getting the code, and then what I'll do, right? So first I'll do const something, and we're going to call this service, right? So this login with Google. So I'll do await. So I'll do login with Google, and here we're going to pass the code, or else this will be empty. And what you're going to receive, you're going to receive the access token, right? And this access token you're going to return at the end. So I'll do res.status. So this will be 200.json, and here we're going to do success will be true, and data will be this access token. So this is done, but not yet done, because first of all we have to create our service, right? So first we're going to get our Google information from this method that we created. So to get use Google user from auth code, so just import this. And now first of all, let's do one thing. So couple of things you have to do. So first, see, this is where you have to understand some of the things. So first what we have to do, right? So first we have to find this particular user by Google ID first. And what I mean by this, and this particular method we are going to write in our repository. So first we have to see if that particular thing, if that particular user is already present or not. Okay, so first what I'll do, right, simply, so let's do one thing. So I'll do let user, and I'm going to do await, and to find user by Google ID. So the first thing, And here what I'll do Google profile, and see, this is going to give you the Google ID, right? So now what I can do, right, I can copy this, and let's go to the repository, and this is where we are going to implement this one, right? So first let's start with so this will be export async function. This will be find user by Google ID, and you're going to receive the Google ID. This will be string, and this is going to return promise. So either is going to return user information or it's going to return null. So first I'm just going to do const result. So this will be await pull.query. So this will be my user row. No, I think we have db user row, correct? We have db user row, and here we are going to use, so we'll do select id email role, and let's do created at all these from users. And now what we'll do, where, so let's go here and let's go to user. You'll see that we have this Google ID. See, everything is linked. So now I can simply check if this Google ID is equal to this, right? And then we are going to pass this Google ID here. So this is going to give me the information if that is present or not. So I'm going to return result.rows of 0 or else null. So save this. Now I'll go to our auth service. So this will be, first we are finding the user, right? If this user is not present, so what are you going to do? So first let's see if this is not present. So in that case, what are you going to do, right? So we are actually going to check if this particular email is already exist or not. So that means, what I mean by this, now this is actually very important what I'm trying to say. So let's say that is one particular user, right? And if this particular user already logged in with a certain email, and the same user try to log in another time using Google login, so that means what I'm trying to say, so let's say if I go here, I'm not sure if you're getting, so let's say same user, a user already registered with one particular email, okay? So it's like email abc@gmail.com, whatever it is, and that same user is try to use the Google login and try to log in with the same email. So that should not happen. So in that case, what I'm going to do, right? So first let's import this. So here I'm just going to do user, and this will be await, and I'm just going to do find user by email now. So this is the first thing, and here I'm just going to do Google profile.email, and this will be another method we are going to create, where we are going to create in our find user by email, right? So I think find user by email we already have. Find user by email, okay, this one we can use. So this is what we are going to use here. So I'm simply going to do user will be find user by email, and now what I'm going to do, right, I'm simply going to check if this user is present. So in this case there are two options. So first one will be, we need to link this Google account to the existing user, or second, if this is a first time login, so in that case we need to create the user in the DB. I know this is little complicated. So what I mean by this, if this user you are already getting, so you need to link this user, because this user is again try to log in using Google. So you need to link this user or link this Google account to the existing email user, okay? And the second scenario will be if this is not the case. So in that case, if it is a first time Google login, so we need to create the user in Postgres. So that means it's a first time login and it's a new email. So in that case you have to create this user. So that means the first one will be user will be equal to await, and I'll do link Google ID to user, and here we're going to pass this user.id, and I'm going to pass the Google profile.Google ID both. Okay, so this is if the user is present, already present. If this is not present, so else case, so you're going to create a new user. So here I'm just going to do user will be await create Google user. So here I need the Google profile.email and Google profile.Google ID. Okay, so this is what we are going to do. So now what you can do, right, you can create both. So I'll do link Google to user. So I'll do export async function. So I'll do link Google to user. So for this one, what we're going to do, right, we're going to what we're sending here, user ID and Google ID. So we'll do user ID, this will be string, and this will be Google ID, this will be also string, and here we are going to return promise, and this will be user. So I'll do const, this will be result, and here we're going to do await pull.query. So this will be db user, no, what I'm doing, pull.query db user row, and here we are going to now do what? We are going to link this user. How we are going to link? We're going to update. So we're going to update the user, and then I'm just going to do set. So I'll do set Google ID equal to this, and also I'm just going to do updated at. So I'll do updated at equal to now, where we need to check, right? So where what? Where the user ID is this. So that means where your ID is equal to this. So this ID is nothing but your user ID, this one. Okay, so this is what, and then at the end I'm just going to do returning ID email role, and here I'm just going to do created at, and now I can simply pass this. So first one will be my Google ID, and second one will be my user ID, and then we're going to return result.rows of 0. So save this. So now this is going to link your existing user, link this Google account to the existing email user if this user is already present. Okay, so this is what we're going to import. If this user is not present, if this is a first time login, we're going to create the Google user. Okay, so here this will be, so let's go here. So I'm just going to do export async function. So to create Google user. So what are the things we are sending? We're sending email and Google ID. So do email string, Google ID string. What this is going to return? Again, it's going to return promise user. So now, so this will be const result. So this will be await pull.query, and here we are going to simply do, so this will be add, right? So we are going to do insert. So insert into users, insert into users. So you need to mention what we want to insert. So you need to insert email and the Google ID, right? So you have to do Google ID. I'm not sure what is that. Google ID. Okay, and then we are going to pass the values. So values will be your 1, 2, and then you are going to do returning. So you're going to do ID email role, and we are going to do created at. So I think that's it, and then we are going to pass the email and the Google ID, and again the same thing, man. So do result.rows of 0. So save this. So now what we're going to do, right, we're going to simply import this one here. So if you can understand all of this, right, so I think you'll see that it's not that much difficult. Okay, what we're getting, we have to return the token, that is fine. So that means first we are checking if this so here first we are finding this user, right, and here if this not equal to true, then we have try to find the user from email. So first we are try to find the user using Google ID. If this is not the case, so in that case we'll try to find the user using email. If this user is already present, we are going to link that user. If that not present, first time login, we are going to create the user. Okay, so now what I can do, right, where is that, this one. So after this I'm just going to do const, so do access token, and this will be, so you have create access token. I think we don't have created this one, right, so we're going to create this one. So let's do one thing. I'm simply going to do function, let's do create access token for user, and here I'm just going to get the user, and this will be my user type, and this is going to return a string, and here I'm just going to do return sign access token. Sign access token will be this one, right? So here we are going to pass the sign access token, and we're going to pass your user ID, which will be your user.id, email will be user.email, and role will be user.role. Okay, so this will be what we are going to do. So this is going to create your user information, pass the user, and at the end you are going to return the access token, and this is done. Now this is actually a long process, but if you take some time and try to understand everything is linked. So if you go here, right, try to understand. So let's see, it will go to Google with login, sorry, Google with login with Google. First try to fetch the Google profile. So here we are simply checking based on the authorization code. We're going to take our tokens, get the ticket info or the user info, get the payload and return the Google ID and the email. Once it will get the Google ID and the email, it will try to find the user. If this user is not present, it will try to find the user by the email. If this user is present with the email, it's going to link this Google account, or else it's going to create the user for the first time. Then it will create the token and return the token. That's it. So now let's see, if I try to go to, let's say, localhost 4000 /API/auth/Google, and let's say I try to click on this email. That's it, and you can see that you're getting data, and this is your access token, right? And what you can do, right, you can verify this also if this is working or not. So what I'll do, right, so let's say if I go here, not this, let's clear this. I think I've added this one in some place. Let me just check. Okay, this one, let's copy this and let's execute this here. And now I'm just going to do select ID, email and role from user. Okay, paste this, enter, and now we'll see that you have a Sangam Mukherjee 20222@gmail.com. So that means this user created using Google login, these two user created using normal login, and this is manual admin. So that means with this you can understand every possible way that how you can create user. Okay, so with this now Google login is completed, and with this we have finally completed this particular video. I think we don't have that much to cover, as I already mentioned that I'm going to cover so many other things also in the part 3, but see, that is not going to come anytime soon, but that will come in the part 3. I'm going to cover very advanced concept like worker threads and all these child processes. There will be some more advanced topic like cookies and everything, deployment and everything, but for now I already have multiple deployment videos. You can watch those videos. But with this, that's all for this particular video. I will see you in my next video. Till then, good luck and peace.